Chapter 1. The young master has been injured. Quickly, carry him to the cabin. Curse those pirates. I shall fight you to the death. The sounds of battle and gruesome images echoed in Richard's mind. Pirates landing on the deck with sinister grins, crew members fighting desperately, and himself, having slain several pirates yet gravely wounded. Wait, am I not in my own home? Why am I so severely injured? Richard suddenly opened his eyes, the pain in his chest causing him to gasp sharply. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was lying in a cramped and narrow room. The only furnishings in the room, apart from the bed he occupied, were a table cluttered with books, a mirror, a quill, a telescope, and maps. Richard glanced down at himself. His sailing shirt was stained a vivid crimson with blood, and the wound was crudely bandaged. The belt slung across his body was somewhat loose, and his trousers bore bloodstains, clearly indicating he had just emerged from a fierce battle. I have truly traversed worlds, and into one of seafaring. Reflecting on a maritime backdrop and lore, and rummaging through his memories, Richard's expression darkened. How could he have crossed over only to find himself in such a catastrophic scenario? Originally, Richard was an orphan from Blue Star, having grown up through countless hardships, sustaining himself by earning gold in what was dubbed the first fully virtual game of seafaring. Little did he expect that after dozing off in the virtual game pod, he would awaken in the world of the game. It was essential to note that while the game was inspired by Blue Star's age of exploration, it was rife with fantastical elements, and their potency was far from ordinary. The thought of potentially facing monumental events, such as the fall of the Holy Empire, the rise of the Invincible Fleet, the succession of the empire on which the sun never sets, and the awakening of the ancient gods filled Richard with an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Moreover, Richard's identity in this world was equally precarious. In this realm, he was known as Richard Aldrich, the proprietor of a jewelry shop in New York City, within the White Rose Kingdom. At the tender age of 17, he was still pursuing studies at the academy in the capital of the kingdom. However, following his father's passing, he had to temporarily abandon his studies to manage the family affairs. While sorting through his father's belongings, Richard uncovered unsettling truths surrounding his father's death. In the 6 months leading up to his return, the family's business had encountered a string of misfortunes. Initially, there were issues with the supply of raw materials, followed by the upper echelons of York City boycotting their jewelry. A series of calamities ensued, culminating in his father's demise due to a fire accident. It was as if an unseen hand was orchestrating these events. Upon realizing the anomalies, Richard naturally sought to uncover the truth behind them. However, when he suspected that the accusations pointed toward Baron Lancaster, Richard chose to flee by ship. Though revenge simmered within him, he was acutely aware that both Baron Lancaster and his brother, Oliver Lancaster, possessed extraordinary powers, having ascended the ranks of the noble Baron and Guardian Knight. Fully cognizant of his inability to withstand such extraordinary forces, Richard opted to escape by sea first, contemplating revenge later. Yet, their vessel, the Black Pearl, had scarcely set sail when they were beset by pirates. Although Richard valiantly led the crew in repelling the attackers, he succumbed to unconsciousness until another Richard appeared. Contemplating this, Richard's countenance darkened. He now had to confront the imminent threat posed by the pirates lurking behind him. If he were fortunate enough to escape their clutches, he would likely face relentless pursuit. No, I must devise a plan to rid myself of these brigands, or eliminate them entirely. Richard paced back and forth within the room. The most effective means of resolving the current crisis was to become an extraordinary being. In the world of seafaring, a human must satisfy 2 conditions to attain extraordinary status. The first is to gather the requisite extraordinary knowledge to ascend to the first tier of extraordinary beings. One must collect 7 pieces of first-tier extraordinary knowledge. The second condition is to awaken one's spiritual essence, utilizing it to amalgamate the 7 pieces of knowledge into a personal extraordinary ladder, thereby becoming an extraordinary being. It is crucial to note that extraordinary knowledge is divided into order knowledge and chaos knowledge. The distinction lies in the inherent toxicity of chaos knowledge, which can lead its learners to madness, physical deformity, and a descent into monstrosity. Nonetheless, to become an extraordinary being, at least one, and up to 3 pieces of chaos knowledge must be included among the 7 pieces of knowledge that constitute the extraordinary ladder. This is because the extraordinary ladder is aligned with the path of order, and the expansion of order necessitates the conquest of chaos. The journey of ascending the extraordinary ladder is one of continually subjugating chaos knowledge. To overcome the inherent toxicity of chaos knowledge and ensure that the abilities birthed from the extraordinary ladder are better suited, extraordinary beings often center their pursuits around their identity or role within the order, gathering knowledge pertinent to it. For instance, the extraordinary ladder of Baron Lancaster, being a noble baron, would likely encompass knowledge such as noble etiquette, territory management, and courtly swordsmanship. In his previous life as a gold farming professional, although Richard had not ventured into the high-tier realms beyond the 4th tier of extraordinary beings, he possessed substantial knowledge in lower-tier domains. Considering his current predicament and the context of his identity in this world, Richard quickly resolved to filter knowledge through the lens of a jeweler. As a subset of the merchant profession, Richard swiftly identified 7 pieces of extraordinary knowledge from his recollections. Among these, the order knowledge consisted of jewelry crafting, contract drafting, currency exchange, and wealth perception. The remaining 3 pieces of chaos knowledge were the treasure chest, monster ritual, greedy hands, and universal gold coins. Having established the 7 pieces of extraordinary knowledge, he now needed to devise a means to awaken his spiritual essence. For extraordinary beings, spiritual essence is a new and vital organ, serving as the key to the extraordinary realm. Typically, the awakening of spiritual essence requires daily rigorous training. However, Richard, upon searching through his memories, discovered a piece of chaos knowledge blood brew. By personally slaying an individual, collecting their blood in a vessel, and reciting a prayer 7 times towards an unknown entity, the blood within the vessel could transform into a blood brew that awakens a person's spiritual essence. Though utilizing it once would result in symptoms of light sensitivity, physical weakness, and an addiction to the blood brew, Richard was confident he could manage these after effects once he became a 1st-tier extraordinary jeweler. As he pondered who to target for this act of killing, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and a boisterous voice exclaimed, "That brat Richard hasn't shown his face in days. I suspect he's dead." Richard lifted his gaze to find a tall, burly man clad in a sailing shirt. Beside him stood a young man, similarly attired as Richard, but with a curved dagger hanging from his belt and injuries on his arm, attempting to intercept the intruder. According to Richard's recollections, the burly man was named Elton, one of the sailors he had hired to navigate the ship. Despite his robust physique, he had been conspicuously absent during the pirate attack. Now, he had resurfaced unexpectedly. As for the young man beside him, he was Richard's confidant, Ivan, a childhood companion. He had followed in his father's footsteps to work for Richard's family and was now his most trusted ally, without exception. As Elton forcibly kicked open the captain's cabin, he was taken aback to find the injured Richard standing there, coldly staring at him. Recalling Richard's displayed prowess during the previous encounter with the pirates, Elton's brash demeanor faltered momentarily. However, upon noticing Richard's injuries, he regained his composure. In stark contrast to Elton's reaction, Ivan was visibly elated upon seeing Richard awake. He hurried forward to support him, exclaiming joyfully, "Young Master Richard, you've awakened?" Richard nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward Elton, who was blocking the doorway of the captain's cabin, and in a tone devoid of inflection, asked, "Elton, what brings you here?" Though Richard appeared somewhat weakened with Ivan's support, his authoritative tone instinctively caused Elton to take a step back. However, recalling the instructions from the first mate of the pirate ship Night Owl, Elton feigned righteous indignation and shouted at Richard, "Young Master Richard, we sailors suffered considerable casualties in our efforts to fend off the pirates according to the customs of the sea. You ought to reward each of us with a gold coin." Upon hearing his words, Richard instinctively narrowed his eyes. Compensating sailors who had suffered losses was indeed a maritime custom. However, according to the usual prices in the White Rose Kingdom, a mere silver coin would suffice as compensation for each individual. In the White Rose Kingdom, 100 silver coins could be exchanged for a single gold coin. It was clear that Elton was attempting to extort an outrageous sum, and coupled with his prior actions, Richard's animosity toward him had begun to fester, however. He did not erupt on the spot. Instead, he inquired of the nearby Avon, "Do the other sailors share this sentiment?" Before Avon could respond, Elton shouted loudly, "Of course, this is the collective wish of all our sailors." Yet Richard paid him no heed. Upon seeing Avon shake his head, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Noticing his dismissal, Elton, dissatisfied, was about to continue his outburst when a curved dagger suddenly swung toward him. Utilizing Avon's body for leverage, Richard seized the opportunity to draw the dagger from Avon and delivered a powerful slash that gutted Elton. Blood splattered onto the garments of both Richard and Avon, and in that moment, Elton's imposing stature did not lend him the courage to resist faced with the two indifferent figures before him. He struggled to cover his wound and attempted to flee. However, Richard swiftly kicked him to the ground, and without hesitation, he drew the dagger across Elton's throat, instantly transforming the once boisterous Elton into a lifeless corpse. The commotion in the captain's quarters naturally drew the attention of others, and Richard signaled for Avon to drag the body as they made their way outside. At this point, Avon did not offer him support. Upon witnessing Richard's awakening, most of the crew aboard the Black Pearl displayed expressions of joy. Their bodies bore the marks of previous skirmishes with pirates, remnants of the battles they had fought. As loyal members who chose to follow Richard in his flight, their fidelity was beyond question, forming the backbone of his crew in this world. Conversely, the expressions of another group were somewhat more complex. They were the sailors employed by Richard. While they were glad to see their employer regain consciousness, the sight of Elton's corpse being dragged by Avon instilled a sense of unease in them. Richard's gaze swept across the crowd. Those who had followed him out appeared animated, while the sailors instinctively averted their eyes from him. Amidst the onlookers, Richard spoke slowly. "As you can see, I have just slain Elton." His voice was clear and resonant, unaffected by his injuries. As for the reason, Avon uncovered evidence of his collusion with the Night Owl. "Just moments ago, Elton even attempted to assault me upon my awakening." The Night Owl was the name of the pirate ship that had previously attacked Richard and his crew. Richard's gaze turned toward the sailors. "I understand that, having recently been attacked by pirates, you may still harbor fear, prompting some irrational actions. However, I will not forgive those who seek to harm me, threaten us, or endanger the entire Black Pearl." Richard's tone was stern, yet it softened as he continued. "Of course, I empathize with your situation. All those who defended the Black Pearl, be they sailors or former companions of mine, are entitled to a compensation of 2 silver coins each. Those who have sustained severe injuries or bear physical disabilities will receive an additional silver coin. All silver coins are available for collection immediately." As he spoke, Avon, at Richard's behest, retrieved a small chest from the captain's quarters. Richard personally distributed the silver coins to each individual aboard the Black Pearl. Whether sailors or guards, upon receiving their coins, their faces lit up with joy, and a wave of elation enveloped the entire ship. As for the evidence of Elton's collusion with the pirates and his lifeless body, such matters became insignificant. In the face of the silver coins, even those sailors who had been employed alongside Elton forgot his very existence.
Under Richard's command, the entire ship, the Black Pearl, sprang to life, with the experience of a previous life at sea. The 40 or 50 crew members aboard were efficiently directed by Richard. The Black Pearl, propelled by the sea breeze, sailed towards their predetermined destination, Blacksail Port. Having initially stabilized the situation aboard, Richard entrusted the command to the equally experienced Evan, while he himself dragged Elton's lifeless body back to the captain's cabin, instructing Evan not to allow anyone to disturb him. Although puzzled by Richard's actions, Evan dutifully complied with his orders. In the dimly lit captain's cabin, Richard discovered an empty bottle intended for holding liquor. A series of inhuman sounds erupted from his mouth as he aimed the bottle at Elton's corpse. In an instant, Elton's body withered as its blood was drawn into the bottle in Richard's hand, filling it precisely to the brim. Afterwards, Richard recalled the chaotic knowledge of blood brew in his mind, setting the bottle down on the table. He then assumed a posture of devotion, lowering his head as he emitted an even more peculiar series of sounds, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes deep, interspersed with strange noises, casting doubt on their human origin. Richard kept his head bowed, silently counting his prayers until he reached 7. When he lifted his gaze once more, only 1/7 of the liquid remained in the once full bottle. The liquid shimmered like rubies, each drop radiating an alluring hue. Its vibrant crimson appearance instinctively stirring Richard's throat, a primal thirst awakened within him. This liquid contained the essence of blood brew, capable of awakening Richard's spirituality. Without hesitation, he consumed it. The crystalline elixir slid into his belly, and in the next moment, Richard sensed a transformation within his body. A substance, once confined to the realm of the mind, seemed to breach the boundary between the spiritual and the material, forging a connection between Richard's body and spirit. As he breathed, he felt his physical form and essence synchronizing at an astonishing rate, like a bird long trapped in a cage. Needing time to adjust after breaking free to soar in the open sky, Richard too required a moment to harmonize his body and spirit into an optimal state. Upon achieving this unity, he grasped the key to the mystical realm, awakened spirituality. This newfound awareness allowed Richard to perceive signs hidden behind the vibrant facade of the world, acting as a third hand to interact with the material realm. For instance, at this moment, he willed the empty bottle to rise and gently return to the table, buoyed by his awakened spirit. Having familiarized himself with this newfound spirituality, Richard exhaled in relief, preparing to coalesce the extraordinary ladder. Unlike the simplicity of awakening spirituality, the formation of the extraordinary ladder required 3 distinct steps. First, he had to manifest the chosen chaotic knowledge. Second, under the influence of this knowledge, he needed to meditate, navigating the collective subconscious of humanity to find his place. Third, using the perceived position as a core, he would suppress the chaotic knowledge with ordered knowledge, thereby forming the materials to create the extraordinary ladder. Richard selected 3 pieces of chaotic knowledge: the chest monster ritual, the greedy hand, and the universal gold coin. He retrieved a small chest from a hidden compartment in the captain's cabin, filled with the amassed wealth of the Aldrich family: dragon bloodstones, aquamarines, obsidian, and turquoise, alongside various precious jewels like gold oak brooches, phantom rings, and lapis lazuli necklaces. In addition, there were coins, small antiques, and valuable deeds. Yet, in the face of these treasures that would entice even nobles, Richard performed an astonishing act. He grasped a handful of gems, jewelry, and coins and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Expressionless, Richard chewed on the treasures, the friction between the gems and his teeth producing a gritty sound. The sharp edges cut his tongue, while a rusty taste filled his mouth. As he chewed, his newly awakened spirituality activated within his mouth and abdomen, operating according to the chest monster ritual inscribed in his mind. Under the influence of his spirit, the jewels he chewed began to soften, blending with his blood and spirit into a shimmering liquid infused with rainbow hues. Richard swallowed it whole. The liquid enveloped by his spirit descended into his abdomen, subsequently permeating his flesh. As his abdominal muscles contracted, a half-open chest design materialized on his torso, revealing a cubic meter of space within. This was the essence of the chest monster ritual. By its completion, Richard effectively transformed into a humanoid chest monster. His physical attributes were enhanced beyond human limits, and his perception of treasures significantly heightened. The abdominal space served as a repository for his possessions, rendering them nearly undetectable to others, even those with extraordinary abilities to probe. However, as with all chaotic knowledge, the chest monster ritual bore its own side effects. Richard's desire for treasures would escalate to a pathological level. If the treasures within his chest space remained scarce for too long, he would gradually succumb to the madness of a treasure-obsessed monster. At that moment, after completing the ritual, Richard found himself entranced by the glittering treasures before him, an insatiable urge to consume them overwhelming his senses. Only after devouring every last piece did his rationality begin to return. Upon completing the first ritual, Richard clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power coursing through him, and nodded slightly before preparing for the greedy hand. As for the side effects of the chest monster ritual, Richard paid them little mind. Unlike the adverse effects brought by blood brew, the side effects of the chest monster ritual would significantly diminish upon the completion of the extraordinary ladder, eventually vanishing entirely. So he felt no cause for concern. Next came the greedy hand. The application of this piece of chaotic knowledge was equally straightforward. All he needed to do was infuse various precious items into his hands using his spirit. Once completed, Richard's hands would be endowed with extraordinary capabilities. Not only has his physical form been significantly enhanced, but he can also grasp ethereal objects from thin air, such as curses or the lightning emitted by other extraordinary beings. Should he maintain prolonged contact with certain mystical artifacts that possess a master, he would ultimately become the owner of those artifacts. However, as a manifestation of chaotic knowledge, the side effects of the greedy hand are equally potent. Much like the ritual of the treasure chest monster, it instills in Richard an insatiable and morbid desire for riches. Moreover, the greedy hand requires over 4 hours of contact with objects that satiate Richard's greed every day. Failing to meet this condition would result in his greedy hands detaching themselves and seeking treasures independently. Should such a scenario occur, Richard would permanently lose his hands in the realm of mysticism. After utilizing the greedy hand, Richard's craving for wealth has escalated to a profoundly pathological degree, to the extent that his eyes now faintly radiate a golden glow, an indication of his spirit approaching its limits. Each extraordinary being has a threshold for their spirit, within which they can manage the tainted knowledge they wield. However, should they exceed this limit and their spirit become corrupted, they risk descending into the realm of malevolent spirits, monsters, or aberrations. Nonetheless, Richard possesses a clear understanding of his spiritual limits. He believes that only after accepting the ultimate universal coin will his spirit reach its peak. Thus, he hastens to prepare for the final chaotic knowledge. The universal coin requires an extraordinary being to collect 7 coins that have been in circulation for over 7 years. By awakening the emotions of greed, misfortune, joy, sin, indulgence, and happiness entwined with these coins through his spirit, and infusing them with his own desire for wealth, he can forge a universal coin. This extraordinary item boasts various applications. For merchant-type extraordinary beings, it can serve as currency in transactions or as material necessary for the manifestation of extraordinary abilities. For artisan-type extraordinary beings, it can be utilized to forge extraordinary items or enchantments. In summary, its utility is vast, making it a favored choice among merchant-type extraordinary beings. However, the drawbacks of the universal coin are evident. It draws misfortune, and every individual who utilizes it will encounter a stroke of bad luck within the following month. A misfortune precipitated by wealth. The severity of this misfortune correlates with the value gained at the time of the coin's use. After forging a dazzling and captivating universal coin, Richard's spirit is on the brink of its limits. His mind is consumed with thoughts of money, treasure, and wealth. Urged by this fervor, Richard quickly assumes a meditative posture, attuning himself to the ocean of human subconsciousness. Despite the overwhelming effects of the treasure chest monster ritual and the greedy hand, which compel him to envision coins during meditation, Richard ultimately senses his target after an indeterminate struggle with these side effects. He discovers a realm of the mind, an ocean of consciousness where every extraordinary being's subconscious is anchored, using their position within the order as a mooring to diminish the influence of chaotic knowledge or malevolent entities upon themselves. At this moment, Richard's consciousness is almost unmoored from his human form, at times transforming into a treasure-laden chest monster, at times into hands that incessantly caress treasure, with thoughts of coins occasionally drifting above him. Time is of the essence, and Richard's consciousness swiftly seeks its anchorage. At last, he perceives a familiar figure, a thought left by Evan, enshrouded in chains that extend into the distance. Following the chain, Richard's consciousness encounters numerous thoughts left by those he knows in this world, each entwined with the chain and intrinsically connected to him. He continues along the chain until he beholds a luminous orb, to which all the chains ultimately converge. This orb signifies Richard's position among the masses, within the order, and in the ocean of subconsciousness. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, Richard immerses himself within, binding all chains to himself and resolutely articulating his identity within the vast ocean of human subconsciousness. I am a jeweler. Upon uttering these words, Richard is enveloped in warmth, akin to returning to a mother's embrace. His formerly fluctuating consciousness regains its human form, now adorned in merchant attire, clutching jewels. Seizing the moment, Richard embarks on the third step of constructing his extraordinary ladder. With a mere thought, for aspects of orderly knowledge emerge from his consciousness, each represented by a distinctive object: jewelry crafting, a ring set with radiant gems; contract drafting, a parchment inscribed with intricate text; currency exchange, a scale bearing weights on both sides; wealth perception, a glimmering eye radiating with the luster of coins. Under the influence of these 4 orderly knowledge aspects, 3 chaotic knowledge aspects also manifest. Yet, as soon as they appear, Richard constrains them within a cage forged by the 4 orderly knowledge aspects. Subsequently, under the influence of Richard's spirit, the cage formed by the 7 aspects begins to collapse and compress. The orderly and chaotic knowledge intertwine under the hammering of his spirit, gradually merging into a new material that emanates a pearlescent glow. Ultimately, it is shaped by his spirit into the first step of the ladder before him. Above this step hovers a radiant orb, which, when perceived through the lens of spirit, embodies society's understanding, impressions, and positioning of jewelers. By ascending this step and integrating it into himself, Richard shall officially become a jeweler of extraordinary status. Faced with the imminent extraordinary diadem, Richard hesitates not and strides forth up the extraordinary ladder he has constructed, merging the orb into his being. In that moment, he feels an influx of knowledge related to jewelers flooding his mind: vein exploration, gemstone extraction, jewelry crafting, item sales, contract drafting, wealth storage, treasure plundering, and financial transactions. Regardless of whether this knowledge is mundane or extraordinary, it inundates Richard with fervor, and in the wake of this enlightenment, he instantly transforms into an undeniable jeweler in both secular and mystical realms. Alongside this knowledge, Richard's spirit also ascends, expands, and strengthens under the influence of the extraordinary ladder. At this juncture, the pressure exerted by the three chaotic knowledge aspects on his spirit has diminished significantly. Aside from the portion claimed by bloodborne knowledge, Richard is capable of utilizing several other chaotic knowledge aspects while bearing their side effects. This is the transformation that the extraordinary ladder imparts upon Richard, enhancing both his status and spirit. Yet, this is but the beginning of his journey as an extraordinary jeweler. The 7 pieces of knowledge, integral to the materials, were assimilated and transformed by the extraordinary ladder, giving rise to a total of 4 extraordinary abilities. These abilities are extraordinary jewelry, secret treasures, devil's contracts, and universal coins. Generally, the quantity and strength of a first-tier extraordinary individual's abilities correlate closely with the compatibility of the chosen extraordinary knowledge and the quantity of chaotic knowledge. Richard's selection of 7 extraordinary knowledge pieces undoubtedly aligns remarkably with that of a jeweler, enhanced further by the presence of 3 chaotic knowledge pieces. Hence, the 4 abilities he acquired upon ascending to the rank of jeweler are exceptionally formidable among first-tier extraordinary beings. Extraordinary jewelry, as the name suggests, empowers Richard to craft jewelry infused with extraordinary capabilities. For instance, should he use a noble and potent dragon-esque bloodstone to fashion an extraordinary ring, it may bestow the wearer with an aura of authority and charisma, compelling others to avert their gaze. Moreover, if Richard were to create jewelry that is already completed, he could channel his spirituality to endow it with extraordinary abilities. Excluding the factor of imbuing spirituality, the more exquisite and resplendent the jewelry, or the more widely circulated the associated tale, the more formidable the extraordinary power it generates. The second ability, Secret Treasures, is evidently inspired by the treasure chest creature ritual. Yet it possesses far superior effects. This ability enhances Richard's spiritual perception and detection of treasures, enabling him to discover them with greater ease. Although the capacity of his abdominal treasure space remains unchanged, its concealment capability has significantly improved. Furthermore, the more treasures Richard stores within, the greater the amplification of his spirituality and physicality. In summary, the wealthier one is, the stronger one becomes. The third ability, Devil's Contract, is straightforward to utilize. Richard can draft contracts that hold binding power in the realm of mysticism. Should either party violate the terms, they shall face repercussions. While seemingly unremarkable, the versatility of the Devil's Contract is vast, providing a foundation of trust due to its mystical bindings. If powerful entities serve as witnesses, the contract can assure adherence from both parties. Lastly, the universal coins, while sharing a name with the previous chaotic knowledge, offer a more convenient and potent effect. Richard can infuse his spirituality into currency, transforming it into temporary or permanent extraordinary items known as universal coins. In Richard's hands, these coins can be manipulated as extraordinary means for attack, defense, and other actions in combat against fellow extraordinary beings. By expending a certain quantity of universal coins, he can forcibly seize ownership of items from others, akin to forced transactions. This effectively merges the effects of universal coins with the greedy hand chaotic knowledge. Richard is undoubtedly pleased with these 4 abilities, as they are meticulously crafted from his chosen extraordinary knowledge. However, despite their favorable effects, there are drawbacks. His desire for wealth intensifies, and he must acquire a new piece of jewelry at regular intervals, approximately every 2 weeks. For a jeweler like him, this is hardly a daunting task. In comparison to the side effects of his previous chaotic knowledge, Richard can only conclude that the extraordinary ladder is indeed superior. Once he fully assimilates those chaotic knowledge pieces, even these minor side effects could be eliminated. Having confirmed his extraordinary abilities and their side effects, the hour had advanced into the depths of night. On board the Black Pearl, aside from a few vigilant guards and sailors, activity was sparse. As Richard prepared to craft several extraordinary jewels, a line of pale blue numbers suddenly appeared in the upper right corner of his vision. Shortly thereafter, a familiar sight materialized before him. Name, Richard Aldrich. Richard, template, NPC template rank. First-tier jeweler title, none abilities. Extraordinary jewelry, Devil's Contract knowledge, treasure chest creature ritual, chaotic. Universal coins, chaotic, experience, 0 items. Coins, dragon-esque bloodstone, golden oak tree brooch. Gazing at the succinct panel before him, Richard's pupils instinctively contracted. So, I have not traversed into an alternate world of maritime adventures, but rather into a maritime-themed game, and have become an NPC. It felt as though his mind had been struck by a hammer, leaving him momentarily bewildered. But wait, if I am an NPC, shouldn't there be players present? Yet, the maritime storyline has progressed several stages since my arrival. Now, at the early stages of the age of exploration, could it be that the real world has also reverted to the time when maritime exploration first emerged? Richard momentarily grappled with the current timeline, but soon discovered a line of small text in the lower right corner of the panel, Game Forum. He attempted to access it with his thoughts, and indeed, the panel transformed into the interface of the familiar maritime forum. Within the forum, posts were appearing at an astonishing rate. Aside from numerous meaningless comments such as first, sofa, And there were also posts like finally, an official website. And hurry up with the public beta. Why not post a few more internal test slots? After browsing for a while, Richard confirmed that the real world seemed to have returned to the past, and the official forum had just opened. With a month remaining until the first internal test, he had just tried to post or reply in the forum but received no response, indicating that Richard could only remain a silent observer, quietly watching the exchanges among other players. Next, Richard explored the operations available to him within the panel and forum, then began contemplating his future as an NPC. Originally, before the panel appeared, he intended to find a stable position and, based on his prior experiences within the game, aspire to become a high-tier extraordinary being. However, upon realizing that players would enter this world, Richard immediately overturned his initial plan. What are players? They are entities that do not die, grow at an astonishing pace, engage in underhanded dealings, and wreak havoc without remorse. As an NPC, once a player, Richard viewed them as mere sheep ready for the shearing. Through recent explorations, Richard discovered that he possessed options to adjust favorability, issue tasks, and more as an NPC. In the maritime game, players' experience is an extraordinarily valuable resource. It can be used to deduce and synthesize extraordinary knowledge, accelerate the absorption of chaotic knowledge, and even purify chaotic knowledge into orderly knowledge. This experience is essentially the key to players' rapid development. Therefore, if Richard were to utilize task issuance, NPC shops, and other functions to collect experience, could he not partake in the player's accelerated growth? After all, his NPC template also includes an experience component. With this thought, Richard's desire for this precious experience surged within him. It seems preparations for the internal test a month later are in order. On the Azure Sea, a ship with black sails glided through the waters. Have they yet to uncover the clues intentionally left by Elton? A burly man clad in a grimy sailing shirt, his muscular frame betraying an air of authority, was inquiring with a scowling expression from the sailor beside him, who was peering through a telescope. The first mate still has not spotted anything, the sailor replied, shaking his head, and tentatively suggested, could it be that he has already been discovered? The burly man offered no reply, merely instructing him to keep watching while he sought out the captain to report. Upon reaching the deck, he found Captain Gate of the Night Owl, who was leaning against the ship's railing, gazing into the distance. The captain appeared to be in his 30s, an age marked by a man's vigor and strength. Although he was slightly shorter than the first mate, his well-proportioned and robust physique exuded a formidable presence. His attire mirrored that of the first mate, save for the captain's hat perched atop his head, and a black eye patch obscured one of his eyes, suggesting he bore a grave injury. Before reporting to the captain, Cole, the first mate, took several deep breaths, attempting to quell the anxiety within him. Despite having served under the captain for 2 years, he found himself trembling in the captain's presence. Not only due to the captain's ruthless reputation but also because of the terror concealed beneath the eye patch. After steadying himself, Cole respectfully positioned himself behind the captain. Captain, we have temporarily lost track of the ship, Richard. Even after striving to maintain composure, his voice quivered as he spoke. Captain Gate remained silent for a moment. And during that brief pause, Cole felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Cole, you ought to know how much wealth is aboard Richard's ship. Gold coins, jewels, antiques, land deeds. If you can catch up to him, all of it could be ours. Yet you now tell me we have lost him. The captain's voice brimmed with barely contained fury, and for a moment, the air around him seemed to hum with tension. Upon hearing the captain's tone, Cole felt his body quaking. Captain, grant me a moment. I will surely. Just as he stammered his promise, the earlier sailor rushed over, his face alight with excitement. First mate, I've detected their trail. Inside the captain's quarters, Richard was adjusting his attire before a small mirror. His jacket bore a brooch, and on his left thumb was a ring set with a black gemstone. These 2 pieces of jewelry had been retrieved from a previous treasure chest. The rest of the riches were secured in Richard's secret hoard, while these 2 jewels had been fashioned into extraordinary items, despite his attire resembling that of a pirate. Anyone who beheld Richard instinctively perceived him as a merchant. Even Evan, who burst into the captain's quarters to relay news, paused momentarily upon seeing Richard, struck by the resemblance in poise to the former master. Yet the urgency of the situation swiftly dispelled any lingering thoughts, and he succinctly reported, "We have found the trail of that pirate ship." Richard's expression remained unchanged as he placed the mirror upon the table. With a flourish akin to magic, he produced a gold coin, tossing it into the air and catching it deftly. "Let us go. Show me the situation." On the deck of the Black Pearl, a crowd had gathered, many faces etched with trepidation. In mere moments, they had spotted the pirate ship's flag waving in the distance. The sailors appeared uneasy, uncertain if the pirates would accept their surrender. The guards, though resolute, bore their own concerns, fearing their capability to withstand the impending battle. At this juncture, Richard and Evan arrived on deck. Instead of turning to regard the pirates, Richard faced the crew and invoked the extraordinary power of the golden oak brooch. In an instant, amidst the astonished, ecstatic, and bewildered gazes of those around him, a towering golden oak phantom materialized behind Richard, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. They choose not to flee but to prepare for resistance. Gate observed through his telescope, surprised to see the Black Pearl stationary. Yet, as thoughts of the treasure on board flooded his mind, his expression shifted to one of greed, licking his parched lips as he gestured to Cole. Following his signal, Cole rallied the pirates behind him. Driven by fervor for wealth, they readied themselves for the boarding battle. Under Cole's direction, the Night Owl swiftly approached the Black Pearl, positioning itself for an advantageous boarding. The pirates brandished their swords on deck, their hearts filled with an insatiable thirst for treasure and bloodshed, causing their lips to dry in anticipation. As the second in command of the Night Owl, Cole was determined to prove himself. Unlike other pirates, his physique was notably robust, and he wielded a specially purchased curved blade. In a prior encounter with Richard and his crew, he had dispatched 3 guards single-handedly. As the 2 vessels drew perilously close, they could see the number of crew members aboard the opposing ship. However, Cole noted something peculiar. Despite the apparent readiness aboard the Black Pearl, its crew had not positioned themselves near the railing, but had instead retreated a short distance. This was indeed strange. As a pirate, Cole understood that the danger of a boarding battle lay in the ferocity of the initial enemy counterattack. To prevent pirates from securing a foothold on their deck, the enemy would employ every means to repel them. Typically, the first to charge into battle were the most reckless of pirates. Yet today, the crew of the Black Pearl had willingly given ground. Something was amiss. Realizing this, Cole feigned nonchalance and stepped back a few paces, positioning himself slightly behind Captain Gate. The captain, too, had noticed the anomaly aboard the Black Pearl, observing Cole's movements with keen interest. However, confident in his own hidden advantages, he dismissed any concern regarding the peculiarities of the enemy ship, feeling disdain for Cole's cowardice. Adjusting his eye patch, Gate remained steadfast in his belief. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were futile. As the pirates secured the 2 ships together with grappling hooks, Gate could no longer contain his eagerness and charged forward with his crew. This time, the defenders aboard the Black Pearl stood resolute against the onslaught of the ferocious pirates. Conversely, their eyes brimmed with fervor and excitement. Once the majority of pirates surged onto the Black Pearl, they finally brandished their swords and charged forward. Meanwhile, amidst the astonished gazes of the pirates, particularly Captain Gate, a towering golden oak tree apparition materialized above the Black Pearl. Beneath this ethereal manifestation, which symbolized honor and valor, the sailors and guards aboard the Black Pearl surged forward with fervent shouts, engaging the pirates in fierce combat. However, as they clashed, the battle-hardened old pirates soon sensed something amiss. Their curved blades, when striking the enemy, encountered a visible golden aura that momentarily repelled their attacks, while the opponent's weapons struck them with tremendous force, capable of cleaving them open with a single blow. With such an ability, coupled with the morale of their adversaries, one individual often managed to overpower 2 pirates. This was the power bestowed by the golden oak tree brooch, transformed into an extraordinary artifact by Richard, the blessing of the golden oak. By activating this ability, a golden oak apparition would appear, granting all allied personnel within its vicinity the blessing of the oak, which not only mitigated damage, but also enhanced their physical strength and courage. Even sailors who were originally unskilled in combat could transform into valiant warriors under the oak's blessing. Recognizing this, Cole contemplated retreat. However, before he could act, Ewan led another group of sailors to encircle the pirates from behind, effectively blocking their escape route. As the second strongest fighter aboard under Richard, his prowess was unmatched after receiving the oak's blessing. Several old pirates who had intended to flee were felled by him on the spot, and he plunged into the fray, bloodied and swinging his blade. In an instant, the pirates of the Night Owl found themselves on the brink of collapse, struggling to fend off an attack from a guard. Cole was forced to retreat several steps, his heart filled with shock as he observed that the opponent was far less physically imposing than himself. Though not the first time witnessing extraordinary power, each display reinforced his belief that only the extraordinary could contend with the extraordinary. Casting a glance at the captain, besieged by several foes, Cole gritted his teeth and seized a nearby pirate, hurling him towards his enemy. Without the time to assess the fate of the sacrificial pawn, Cole dashed to Gate's side, using all his strength to wield his curved blade and block the enemies, shouting, "Captain, use that, hurry." Gate quickly surveyed the unfolding situation. Under the Golden Oak's blessing, his pirates were suffering heavy casualties. In a mere moment, only a third of his crew remained, while the rest either fled, were slain, or leapt overboard into the uncertain depths of the sea. Witnessing the destruction of his years of accumulated manpower left Gate's heart bleeding. Casting a venomous glance towards Richard, who appeared to be enjoying some fortuitous luck, Gate removed his eye patch. Beneath it, a vibrant yellow amber was nestled in his sunken eye socket, encasing a bloodshot eyeball, seemingly animated as it turned with his glare. Coupled with Gate's malevolent expression, it was clear that what lay beneath the eye patch was the source of Cole's persistent dread. At that moment, Richard suddenly moved. His gaze shifted towards the scene, and with a flick of his finger, a gold coin fell before Gate. The clinking sound of the coin striking the deck instantly captivated Gate's attention, replacing his previous grimace with an expression of greed and desire. In an act of desperation, he cast aside his weapon, extended his hands, and lunged forward, propelled by sheer determination to seize the enticing coin. In that reckless moment, Gates succeeded in grasping the gold coin. Yet, before a satisfied smile could grace his features, a curved blade descended from above. The blade glided effortlessly across Gates' neck, severing his head without resistance. Even as his corpse fell to the ground, his head rolling aside, a faint smile lingered on his face, a visage of one who met his end with a smile. As the perpetrator, Richard exhibited no excess emotion. He crouched down, wiping the blade clean with Gates' clothing before reclaiming the coin, extracting the amber from the eye socket. No wonder I felt the presence of treasures around me. It was a secret treasure. Richard regarded the amber with satisfaction, even after being excised from the eye socket. It remained pristine, untouched by blood. After securing it within his secret hoard, Richard glanced at the situation aboard the ship. Noticing that the pirates had been largely subdued, he signaled for a ceasefire. Observing their captain's command, the previously fearless warriors promptly complied, led by Ewan to tally the casualties and secure the prisoners. Upon completing the count, they discovered that not a single member of the Black Pearl had perished. Most had sustained only minor injuries, with only 2 or 3 suffering more serious wounds. Richard remained remarkably composed at this outcome, while the sailors and guards were overwhelmed with exhilaration. They understood that the treacherous sea often claimed lives, and it was not uncommon to lose several crew members during a voyage. Yet, they had emerged from this battle without a single death, a minor miracle. In that moment, not only did the victorious sailors swell with pride, but even the captured pirates envied their captain. Among them, Cole, bound as the first mate, felt a mix of admiration and anticipation. As the victors, Richard and his crew would undoubtedly plunder the Night Owl's riches, if he provided them with all the necessary information. Perhaps the Black Pearl might even consider integrating him into their ranks. However, as a jeweler, Richard clearly had no need for Cole. He merely circled the Night Owl, collecting all of Gates' hidden treasures into his secret stash. With a satisfied expression, Richard entrusted the subsequent tasks to Ewan and retreated to the captain's quarters to examine the newly acquired treasure. The term secret treasure referred to a category of extraordinary artifacts encountered during voyages. These treasures typically had 2 sources, one arising randomly from nature or civilization, and the other originating from the death of an extraordinary being. The first source requires no elaboration, while the second is connected to the lingering essence of the extraordinary at the moment of their demise, particularly if they harbored intense desires. In a mystical realm, an individual's spirituality, intertwined with their obsessions, possesses a certain probability of merging with a nearby object, thereby giving birth to a secret treasure. The primary distinction between a secret treasure and an ordinary extraordinary item lies in the necessity for the former to fulfill its specific conditions for usage. For instance, among players who once sailed the seas in a past life, tales of a particular secret treasure have circulated. Named the Blade from Behind. This treasure takes the form of a large sword. Its effect is remarkable. When it strikes an enemy from behind, it can largely disregard their defenses, inflicting critical damage. The condition for its utilization is straightforward. One must be facing away from the adversary when employing this treasure. Such peculiar combinations abound among secret treasures, as a significant portion of their usage conditions stem from the grievances of the extraordinary beings. Consequently, the appreciation of the unparalleled effects of various secret treasures has become an experience that seafaring players cannot resist. However, in comparison to the treasures that Richard recalls from memory, the amber he currently possesses is remarkably simple in both effect and usage conditions. Name: Amber of Insects. Rank: First ability: to generate and control a certain number of blood-eye insect swarms for offensive actions, each use requiring the expenditure of spirituality or a considerable amount of flesh. Usage condition: one must excise an eye and place the treasure within the eye socket. Secret treasures are also classified by rank, similar to extraordinary beings, with the theoretical maximum being 7 ranks. Yet, no one has ever witnessed or heard of a 7th rank secret treasure. Richard's assessment of this newly acquired treasure is that it is rather superfluous. He would never sacrifice an eye for the sake of this treasure. Thus, for him, the only value of the Amber of Insects lies in its potential as a somewhat valuable gem to enhance his spirituality and physique within his secret trove. Upon placing the Amber of Insects into his collection, Richard took stock of the wealth within his secret treasure. Aside from 3 extraordinary items, the remaining wealth amounted to roughly over 100 gold coins. While this sum might seem like a fortune that could sustain a family for generations from an ordinary person's perspective, it remains insufficient for Richard. Whether for his upcoming plans or the imminent arrival of other players, he must amass considerable wealth. It appears that I must craft some extraordinary jewelry myself. Richard mused as he caressed the phantom ring upon his finger. However, the creation of extraordinary jewelry is not a trivial endeavor. It requires not only exceptional raw materials, such as gems, but also a harmonious collaboration between Richard's skills and spirituality. Should either aspect falter, the resulting effects would be significantly diminished. For instance, The gold oak tree brooch, which shone brilliantly during his battle with the night owl, suffered from Richard's inexperience in its initial crafting. The effect he envisioned, which would allow him to expend spirituality to activate it, was curtailed to a mere 3 uses per day, necessitating prior infusion of spirituality, a far cry from his original expectations. Nevertheless, having gained experience from that initial attempt, the effects of the phantom ring he crafted subsequently surpassed those of the previous item. Name: Phantom Ring. Rank: First ability, Phantom Veils. When worn, the phantom ring generates a protective layer of phantoms around the wearer's body, obstructing external attacks and probing. The wearer may expend spirituality to manipulate the phantom's forms, thereby distorting their outward appearance or creating multiple identical phantoms to confound foes. The phantom ring represents a carefully crafted auxiliary extraordinary jewelry, offering a plethora of operational possibilities. Previously, Richard could move freely under the sun without suffering from the adverse effects of blood brew, thanks to the phantom's ability to shield him from sunlight. Yet, upon contemplating the ring, Richard instinctively recalled the clues unearthed during his former self's investigation. It seemed that prior to his father's demise and his return to York City, the Lancaster Baron had surreptitiously seized a ring from their possession. In his memory, this ring was one of the legacies left by his mother, a master jeweler. However, his mother had left numerous legacies, and he could not fathom why the Lancaster Baron would choose to claim this particular ring. Upon his arrival in this world, the reason became clear. The issue was not the ring itself, but rather the precious metals and gemstones embedded within it. These were the fabled treasures from the legendary island of gold and silver. According to lore, the island emerged only during the dawn of the Age of Exploration, and its appearance intensified humanity's yearning for the sea. Gold and silver abounded upon this island. As per the accounts of adventurers who once set foot there, gold and silver were the rarest commodities. Even a stone picked up casually could be a gold nugget. One adventurer even claimed to have seen a towering mountain composed entirely of gold and silver. Such descriptions undoubtedly ignited the fervor of many aspiring sailors. Yet, when they excitedly rushed to the island, this illustrious land vanished without a trace. It re-emerged decades later, becoming a grave for countless fleets. Following its disappearance, all items brought back by adventurers turned to dust, whether gold, silver, or other treasures. Thus, a question arises. Why does the ring left to Richard by his mother still contain gold and silver gemstones? As Richard perused the memories within his mind, he realized that the original self had scant understanding of his deceased mother. He only knew that his father's jewelry business had gradually flourished thanks to his mother's craftsmanship in creating exquisite jewelry. However, after her untimely demise during childbirth, the original self's father seldom spoke of her. After a few inquiries that were met with reprimands, the original self relinquished any desire to learn about his mother's past, retaining only a vague image of her in his mind. Now, as Richard revisited these memories, coupled with the stolen ring, he discerned numerous inconsistencies. It appeared that his mother harbored significant mysteries, likely intertwined with the legendary Treasure Island. Reflecting on the Treasure Island incident from his previous life, Richard felt compelled to delve deeper into the clandestine aspects surrounding it. Nevertheless, he needed to devise a strategy to reclaim the ring from the Lancaster Baron, a task that would not prove easy, especially considering both he and his brother were formidable first-tier extraordinary beings. As a noble baron, Lancaster wielded more power within his territory than other extraordinary beings of the same rank, further bolstered by the support of his knight protector. Thus, Richard needed to formulate a plan to retrieve the golden and silver ring from their grasp. Richard's strategy involved first establishing a foothold in Black Sails Port before plotting the ring's recovery. Located on a small island just off the coast of the White Rose Kingdom, Black Sails Port had gained notoriety as a lawless haven due to its unique geographical position and the backing of various factions. It served as a sanctuary for fugitives, pirates, thieves, and bounty hunters, with a steady influx of individuals unable to thrive in their original territories making their way to the port. However, survival in Black Sails Port was not guaranteed for everyone. The port's name stemmed from its dominion by pirates, with 5 pirate crews collaborating with several prominent merchants and bounty hunters to maintain order. Despite an apparent ban on conflict within the port, countless bodies lay hidden in the corners of the city and the surrounding seas, serving as a grim reminder of the ruler's need to project an image of uncontested authority. The statistic that 80% of those who arrived at Black Sails Port each year vanished without a trace elucidates why it was deemed a lawless realm. Richard's motivations for venturing to Black Sails Port were twofold. The prevailing chaos would facilitate his endeavors, and he anticipated that the port would emerge as one of the birthplaces for maritime players in the future. Moreover, if Richard recalled correctly, some beta testers would also spawn in Black Sails Port. Engaging with beta testers early on would significantly benefit his plans. As for his intentions upon reaching the port, Richard had already devised a plan to establish a shop for reclaiming stolen goods and selling extraordinary jewelry. Contrary to the romanticized depictions of pirate life in films and anime from his past, the reality for the pirates of Black Sails Port was far more mundane. characterized by plundering at sea, squandering their earnings in the port, and then returning to piracy, a relentless cycle. Richard's shop would focus on the pirates' need to offload stolen goods. Given that the pirates often lacked the expertise to accurately assess the value of their loot, and due to their urgency to convert it into cash, a substantial profit margin existed. For instance, could the pirates discern whether a gem-encrusted noble's sword contained aquamarine, sapphire, or indigo sapphire? Did they know from which family the sword originated or which noble had once wielded it, let alone how to sell it for a high price? Certainly not. This was where Richard could make his mark. As a former treasure hunting player, he possessed comprehensive knowledge of various treasures and antiques within the game, allowing him to estimate their value accurately. Coupled with the insights gained from his experience as a jeweler, Richard was more than equipped to manage the recovery of stolen items. As for what to do with the recovered goods, he had plans, but those would need to wait until he arrived in Blacksail's port. After 2 days of sailing across the boundless ocean, Richard finally spotted a vague silhouette in the distance, the island that housed Blacksail's port. The sight of their destination filled many aboard with joy, for land represented safety compared to the ever-present unknowns of the sea. Without needing reminders from Richard or Ewan, the sailors exerted themselves to reach the port swiftly. As they drew closer to Blacksail's port, Richard briefed Ewan on the arrangements. Upon entering the port, he required Ewan to keep a portion of the crew aboard to safeguard the ship, while he took the others to attend to various matters. Ewan readily agreed. Though he felt puzzled by Richard's sudden ascension to extraordinary status, nonetheless, it was a positive development. If they had previously harbored concerns about the future, witnessing Richard's strength alleviated much of that anxiety. Following the extraordinary Richard, even piracy seemed a viable path. The Black Pearl sailed swiftly, and soon Richard spotted a buoy. Beyond it lay the bustling port. His gaze was met with a multitude of vessels entering and exiting the harbor. 3-masted, 2-masted, and single-masted ships, including merchant vessels, fishing boats, and even warships. Most displayed black sails, signifying their pirate affiliation. Adjacent to the harbor was a city characterized by a chaotic yet somehow orderly arrangement of taverns, warehouses, inns, brothels, arenas, and shops. Under Richard's direction, the Black Pearl towed the Night Owl into the docking area, attracting considerable attention as a merchant ship hauling a pirate vessel, an unusual sight. Yet, despite the curious stares, no one dared to cause trouble. All knew the unwritten rules of Blacksail's port. As it was their first time in such a place, Ewan and the guards were somewhat intrigued, glancing around. Richard, however, moved with the ease of familiarity, handing the dock manager 20 silver coins for docking fees. He then instructed the crew to lower the gangplank, preparing to disembark into Blacksail's port. Amid their bustling activity, a stranger approached, bearing a demeanor akin to Richard's, accompanied by several guards. "Oh, you must be newcomers to Blacksail's port. I am Sartre, a merchant from the Golden Balance Trading Company. Should you have any items to handle, antiques, jewelry, gold bars, or even captives, including that ship behind you, I can exchange them for gleaming gold coins. I assure you, the price I offer is the highest among all merchants." Upon hearing the words of the smiling merchant before them, Avon and his companions were momentarily taken aback, instinctively casting their gaze towards Richard. As the merchant, who identified himself as Sartre, uttered these familiar phrases, a smile blossomed on Richard's face. To his surprise, upon arriving at Blacksail Port, he encountered his target, a member of the Golden Balance Trading Association. This association primarily operates within the realms of the White Rose Kingdom and the Iris Flower Kingdom. Its main members consist of extraordinary merchants as well as ordinary traders. Typically, members of the association share resources and collaborate to achieve greater profits, and in times of danger, they can offer compensation to request assistance from fellow members, forming a tightly knit organization. Due to the considerable support provided by the Golden Balance Trading Association during the initial development of Blacksail Port, many of its members are present here, wielding a degree of influence within the upper echelons of the port. Richard's original intention was to leverage their resources to realize his own plans. Thus, he took a step forward and engaged Sartre in conversation. As a seasoned player with years of maritime experience, coupled with his own background as a jeweler, Richard found the dialogue with Sartre to be remarkably smooth. Both his demeanor and eloquence struck Sartre as strikingly familiar. As they conversed, Sartre pondered where he might have encountered someone akin to Richard. After a moment of reflection, Sartre was astonished to realize that Richard bore an uncanny resemblance to an extraordinary merchant he had previously met. With this thought in mind, he discreetly scrutinized Richard's attire, his gaze quickly settling on the ring adorning Richard's hand. Richard feigned ignorance and continued their exchange, swiftly finalizing the prices for the spoils aboard the Night Owl. Sartre, in turn, began to inquire subtly about Richard's background. In response, Richard remained somewhat vague, merely mentioning that he had fled due to persecution by local nobles. Sartre, while not entirely convinced, recognized that Richard's reasoning was indeed a common plight of the era. Although the age of exploration had been ongoing for some time, the influence of emerging merchants and pioneers was steadily rising, yet the traditional noble class remained formidable. Many nobles regarded the merchants within their territories as mere sources of revenue, plundering them at will, resulting in a significant number of merchants fleeing and banding together. Organizations like the Golden Balance Trading Association initially formed out of such solidarity. Despite Sartre's ambivalence towards Richard's account, it did not deter his internal calculations. The Golden Balance Trading Association had developed a set of internal regulations to reach its current stature. If he could successfully recruit an extraordinary merchant into the association, it would undoubtedly earn him recognition and rewards. As a regular merchant within the Golden Balance Trading Association, Sartre harbored a strong desire to ascend to the ranks of the extraordinary. Unfortunately, he had not yet accumulated sufficient contributions to afford the knowledge required for such advancement. However, Richard's arrival presented him with an opportunity. If Richard were indeed an extraordinary being and Sartre could facilitate his induction into the association, it would bolster his own contributions. Moreover, by fostering a positive relationship with Richard, he might even gain access to some extraordinary knowledge. With this thought in mind, Sartre's demeanor towards Richard grew increasingly enthusiastic as he inquired about Richard's future plans. Richard, without reservation, expressed his intention to establish a shop. Upon hearing the term extraordinary jewelry, Sartre's expression brightened instantly, and with an eager yet respectful tone, he cautiously asked Richard, "If I understand correctly, Mr. Richard, you are an extraordinary being?" With a modest smile gracing his face, Richard replied, "I am but a mere first-tier jeweler." Upon hearing Richard acknowledge his identity, Sartre's heart began to race. Nevertheless, his reason remained intact, as he recognized that this was not the appropriate setting for their discussion to continue. Thus, he invited Richard to a private tavern for a more discreet conversation. Richard readily acquiesced, adhering to his earlier arrangement with Avon to safeguard the vessel while he accompanied Sartre and a few others. Arriving at an establishment named Thornbird, Sartre's companions had already prepared a secluded private room, awaiting their entrance. Once seated, Sartre disregarded the fine wines and delectable foods before them, initially engaging Richard in casual conversation before candidly revealing his intentions. After all, to prove to the association that Richard was his recommendation, Sartre required Richard's approval. For Richard, who aimed to join the Golden Balance Trading Association, he was unlikely to decline Sartre's proposal, although he could have approached them independently. Having someone to vouch for him appeared more legitimate. Witnessing Richard's swift and decisive agreement, Sartre was overjoyed. After enjoying the delicacies provided, he eagerly led Richard in search of the head of the Golden Balance Trading Association at Blacksailport. As the initial benefactor of Blacksailport, the association naturally possessed its own buildings, and not just one. Many taverns and shops bore their influence. Upon learning of an extraordinary merchant seeking to join the association, Sartre and Richard were promptly welcomed into a lavishly adorned reception room. Here, decorations from the White Rose Kingdom, artworks from the Iris Flower Kingdom, and texts from the Holy Empire were all present. Additionally, numerous peculiar items were on display, such as colossal totem poles, taxidermy deer heads, and spices emitting strange aromas. These were products sourced from the forefront of the age of exploration, now gathered in the reception room, showcasing the power of the Golden Balance Trading Association. Before long, the owner of the establishment appeared in Richard's view. He was of average stature, donned in an elaborate silk robe, and sported a monocle, holding a gem-encrusted cane that radiated an air of opulence. This was Rex, the head of the Golden Balance Trading Association at Blacksailport, a second-tier collector known as the Golden Eye. Upon his entrance into the reception room, both Sartre and Richard rose to greet him, a gesture of respect for a second-tier extraordinary being. Rex appeared quite amiable, gesturing for them to take their seats. "I am already aware of the situation regarding your induction, Richard, and I have no objections. As a bearer of the title Golden Eye." Rex could discern Richard's extraordinary nature and tear at a glance. The channels of information for the Golden Balance Trading Association were naturally astute, and with Richard not concealing his origins or name, they quickly confirmed his background. Hence, Rex's nonchalant remark. However, the second-tier extraordinary being did not finish his thoughts. "Nonetheless, I have some differing opinions regarding your plans." With that, he crossed his legs and shifted to a more comfortable position. "You must understand that in Blacksailport, there are many who recover stolen goods, and although you are a jeweler, however, from your previous plan, it is evident that the disposal of stolen goods must rely on the channels provided by the Chamber of Commerce. Yet, as you are aware, the core principle among merchants is profit. Since you intend to utilize the Chamber's resources, what can you, as a mere first-tier jeweler, offer in return?" Rex's meaning is quite clear. If one wishes to leverage the Chamber's connections, Richard must present something of value as compensation. Richard was not taken aback by Rex's words. Such a scenario fell well within his expectations. After all, there are no altruistic benefactors in this world. Should one encounter such an anomaly, it is prudent to ponder the underlying motives. Rex is a businessman, indeed a second-tier extraordinary being. As the head of the Chamber, he naturally evaluates everything through the lens of profit. Thus, upon hearing Rex's proposition, Richard promptly and perceptively replied, "I shall provide one extraordinary jewel to the Chamber each month." As he spoke, he subtly activated the golden oak tree brooch adorning his chest. Although it did not trigger any effect, Rex, sensing the inherent spirituality of the brooch, nodded in agreement to Richard's terms. It is worth noting that the value of an extraordinary jewel is considerable, typically fetching a price of no less than 80 gold coins. Should it possess effects favored by the nobility, such as enhancing personal charm, its price could multiply significantly. Richard's commitment to deliver one extraordinary jewel monthly aligned perfectly with Rex's expectations. After all, the value of channels for disposing of stolen goods is not exorbitant. Many merchants within the chamber, who have yet to become extraordinary beings, also utilize its resources. Although Richard operates at a different level, the price of one extraordinary jewel per month suffices. Thus, once both parties reached an accord, the atmosphere transformed into one of harmony. With a snap of his fingers, Rex conjured a parchment roll exuding a dim, golden hue. Within Richard's spiritual perception, it radiated with the essence of a second-tier extraordinary item. Such a treasure ignited a wave of greed within the newly ascended Richard, and a glimmer of gold briefly flickered in his eyes. Although he swiftly suppressed this emotion, Rex, possessing the title of Golden Eye as a second-tier extraordinary being, naturally discerned Richard's reaction. A smile graced his face as he introduced. This is one of our chamber's most precious treasures, the Golden Balance Contract. What I possess is merely a fragment. Its true form is a third-tier extraordinary item. As he spoke, he infused the parchment with spirituality, causing the Golden Balance Contract to generate a new scroll. Rex then produced a quill and inscribed some text upon it. Placing it before Richard, "Sign this, and you shall officially become a member of our chamber," he stated, returning his hands to a neutral position. The conditions previously discussed were inscribed in the contract, and he advised Richard to scrutinize it carefully. Although the clauses were few, breaching them would yield dire consequences. Listening to his words, Richard picked up the parchment and began to read attentively. The terms inscribed were not numerous, primarily urging members to assist one another and avoid internal strife. 2 points required Richard's particular attention: the annual membership fee and the condition to provide one extraordinary jewel monthly, thereby allowing Richard to utilize the chamber's channels for selling his wares. Beyond these overt stipulations, Richard meticulously examined the parchment for any hidden clauses or insidious patterns. Experiences from his past life in gaming had taught him to be wary. During his inspection, Richard did not merely skim the surface. He activated his extraordinary ability, the Devil's Contract, to channel spirituality for an exhaustive verification. Once he confirmed there were no anomalies, he inscribed his name upon the document. The parchment bearing Richard's name spontaneously ignited, and he noticed additional text materializing upon the Golden Balance Contract not far away. Following Richard's signature, Rex extended his hand with a smile, welcoming him to the Golden Balance Chamber. Richard grasped his hand and humbly replied, "It is my honor." Upon formally joining the chamber, Rex exchanged a few encouraging words with Richard before separating another parchment from the Golden Balance Contract to give to him. This extraordinary item possessed yet another function. Extraordinary beings like Richard, having joined the chamber, could communicate through it. Richard experimented with it on the spot. By infusing it with spirituality, images and text would materialize in segments upon the parchment. It contained sections for pricing of goods, bounty tasks, contribution exchanges, and intelligence sharing, allowing for viewing or messaging with mere thought, effectively a miniature forum within the Golden Balance Chamber. This proved to be an invaluable convenience for a merchant extraordinary being like Richard. After completing these formalities, the subsequent arrangements no longer required Rex's involvement, and Richard, sensing the moment, departed with Satyr. Upon leaving, Satyr eagerly began to assist Richard, introducing him to various vacant shops in Black Sail Harbor. Witnessing Richard's extraordinary display with Rex had ignited a fervent desire within Satyr. He recalled that when he initially joined the Golden Balance Chamber, he had not needed to sign such a remarkable contract, let alone receive the subsequent parchment Richard acquired. Having observed extraordinary power up close, his yearning to become an extraordinary being intensified. Although his contributions within the chamber were insufficient to exchange for extraordinary knowledge, Richard represented a new avenue. Should he cultivate a good relationship with Richard, it might indeed be possible to acquire extraordinary knowledge through gold coins or other items from him. The longing within Sartre led him to regard Richard with increased reverence and enthusiasm. With the guidance of this local figure, Richard effortlessly selected a shop located in a prime area. The spacious shop boasted appealing decor, embodying the quintessential aesthetic of the nobility from the White Rose Kingdom. Its previous owner had been hanged outside Black Sail Port for embezzling funds and fleeing, after which the shop was acquired by the Golden Scale Chamber of Commerce. Thus, if Richard were to lease this establishment, he would benefit from a reduced rate. After careful consideration, Richard decisively chose this shop, paid the rent, and modified the sign. With Sartre's assistance, the transformation of Richard's shop was swiftly completed, and the sign now read "The Home of Treasure Monsters," accompanied by phrases indicating its recycling services. Additionally, the emblem of the golden scale was painted on the side of the sign, signaling the power backing the establishment. After all, While Black Sail Port maintained a facade of order, clandestine acts of murder and smuggling were commonplace. The presence of a reputable chamber could deter foolish thieves. Upon confirming the shop, Richard handed the rent to the Golden Scale Chamber of Commerce and offered Sartre some money as a token of gratitude for his assistance. Initially, Sartre intended to refuse, as he aimed to cultivate a good relationship with Richard to explore extraordinary knowledge. However, considering it was their first meeting, building rapport would require time. Thus, he accepted the payment and respectfully informed Richard that he could reach out for any assistance he might need, assuring him of his support. Seated in his shop, Richard surveyed the layout and contemplated adding a supplementary business, selling extraordinary jewelry. Unlike certain extraordinary equipment, these jewels were favored among the extraordinary for their convenience, as multiple pieces could be carried simultaneously. This venture promised greater stability than merely dealing in stolen goods. After briefly planning for future operations, Richard returned to the location where the Black Pearl was docked, seeking out Ivan and the others. At this moment, the sailors aboard the ship had largely disembarked to indulge in revelry. Those who earned their living from the sea often lived in such a manner, spending their earnings freely and returning to work only when funds ran dry, without concern for the future. Currently aboard the Black Pearl were Richard's loyal old crew and captives from the Night Owl. Among them, the 20 former crewmates led by Ivan were undoubtedly Richard's most reliable foundation, their loyalty proven through previous perils. In Richard's future plans, these individuals would serve as his steadfast allies, and he contemplated aiding them in becoming extraordinary beings themselves, thereby strengthening his ranks for the eventual arrival of players. As for the captives, Richard had initially intended to sell them as slaves. However, considering the potential shortage of manpower on the ship, he opted to retain them as sailors. Though these individuals were originally pirates, Richard harbored no concerns about their loyalty. He possessed the extraordinary ability of the Devil's Pact. If he were to be more ruthless, compelling them to sign a stringent contract would render any thoughts of rebellion futile under the constraints of the Devil's Pact. Furthermore, should he choose to be even more severe, their very souls could be claimed by Richard upon their demise. Of course, this was merely one approach. Many methods existed within the realm of the Devil's Pact. Even without resorting to such measures, Richard had ways to ensure the loyalty of these pirates. Upon encountering Ivan and the others remaining aboard the ship, Richard shared his thoughts regarding the future. Upon learning of the possibility of becoming extraordinary beings, both Ivan and the others were filled with excitement, their faces flushed with fervor, eager to demonstrate their reverence and gratitude towards Richard. After all, the extraordinary were elusive entities in this world, often felt yet scarcely touched. Recalling Richard's prowess during the battle against the pirates, all present were electrified, and under Ivan's leadership, they collectively knelt before Richard on one knee, their right fists pressed against their chests. This act was a customary gesture in this world, signifying a person's resolve to dedicate their life to another. Such a tradition bore a certain mystical significance. Even though Ivan and the others were ordinary individuals, as they collectively swore allegiance to Richard through their actions, he perceived a gathering of spiritual energy converging upon them. Should they uphold their vows steadfastly, this ritualistic act would aid in awakening their latent spirituality in years to come. Historically, however, instances of individuals awakening their spirituality through such means were rare, as most either betrayed their oaths or perished before the awakening could occur. Richard gazed upon the 20 individuals kneeling before him, his heart swelling with joy. Although such an act did not guarantee their future fidelity, it at least signified that he had acquired a trustworthy group for the present. He helped each of them to their feet, affirming that he felt their loyalty. Yet to ensure the authenticity of his promises regarding their treatment, he resolved to draft a contract, employing an extraordinary agreement to solidify their commitments. On the surface, Richard's words were amiable. However, his actions were aimed at reinforcing the bond between himself and Ivan's group. Does genuine emotion exist in this world? Richard believed it did, whether in familial love, romantic affection, or other sentiments. He trusted that the actions of the 20 individuals before him were a sincere expression of their loyalty. Nevertheless, emotions tend to fade with the passage of time. Countless historical examples attest to this fact. Whether it be the vows of love or the praises exchanged between monarch and subject, time's relentless march often dulls their brilliance. Desiring not to let time test these bonds, Richard chose to introduce an additional chain of interest between himself and Ivan's group. The essential terms of the contract had already been drafted. Richard, as party A, would provide extraordinary knowledge to Ivan and the others, assisting them in becoming extraordinary beings and offering them wages. In return, Ivan and his companions, as party B, would pledge their loyalty to Richard, obey his commands, work for him, and refrain from any actions detrimental to his interests, including the disclosure of the extraordinary knowledge imparted to them. Violators would face corresponding punishments, commensurate with the severity of their transgressions, which could include, but were not limited to, flogging, execution, and soul torment. After hearing Richard articulate the terms, Ivan and the others instinctively fell silent for a moment. Emotionally, this might have stung the individuals who had just fervently sworn allegiance, as it implied Richard's distrust of their prior actions. However, upon cooler reflection, Ivan recognized that these terms merely delineated the behaviors represented by the concept of loyalty and outlined the corresponding penalties. Concurrently, the contract also specified Richard's obligations. Should he breach the agreement, he too would face repercussions. From Ivan's perspective, this was nothing short of astonishing. In this world steeped in feudal traditions, loyalty has always been the duty of vassals to their lords, and it is rare to witness a lord articulate their expectations in writing. In this light, Richard indeed provided a heartfelt response to Evan and his companions. Without much deliberation, they consented to the contract proposed by Richard, recognizing it as mutually beneficial from an objective standpoint. As Evan and his companions reached a consensus with Richard, the foundations of his faction began to take shape. Soon, Cole and the other captives were ushered forth, whereupon Richard also presented them with a contract, offering the choice to stay if they were willing to sign, or be sold into slavery if they were not. This contract, though not as severe as a slave contract, bore a close resemblance. However, Richard granted them a glimmer of hope through a clause stating that should they accumulate sufficient contributions, the terms of the contract could be amended to resemble those of Evan and his group. This stipulation had a significant impact on the captives, as their expressions brightened upon realizing this possibility. Faced with the choice of signing the contract or being sold into slavery, there was no doubt that all the captives opted for the former. With the captives, Evan and Richard's intentions aligned, the fundamental structure and hierarchy aboard the Black Pearl were solidified. Once the Devil's contract was signed, Richard could concentrate his efforts on personal development and future planning. After reaching an agreement with Evan and his companions, Richard invoked his extraordinary ability, the Devil's contract. As his spiritual energy waned, a parchment adorned with a devilish motif materialized in Richard's hands. After careful consideration, he inscribed the aforementioned terms on the parchment, refining them further. Upon reviewing the terms, Evan and his companions expressed no hesitation, immediately pricking their fingers to sign their names in blood. As their blood-written names appeared, the devilish imagery on the back of the contract became increasingly vivid. Richard then inscribed his name, and at the moment he did so, the contract ignited, transforming into invisible chains that bound Richard and Evan's group together. Even without awakened spiritual energy, Evan and his companions sensed an unseen force linking them to Richard. Richard perceived this connection more clearly. In his spiritual vision, chains extended from Evan and his companions, symbolizing the recently forged contract. Following the signing of the contract with Evan and his group, Richard proceeded to establish another agreement with Cole and the others. As the chains extending from Richard multiplied, everyone aboard the Black Pearl became bound to him by mutual interest. After completing these arrangements, Richard allowed Evan and his companions to release Cole and the others from their bindings and set them to work, such as cleaning and repairing the ship. As for Evan and his companions, Richard granted them a reprieve, coinciding perfectly with the onset of night, allowing them to enjoy a leisurely respite with the money Richard had previously given them. He planned to organize subsequent tasks the following day. Thus, Richard and his group spent their first night in Black Sail Harbor. On the following day, Evan and the others arrived at Richard's establishment, awaiting his instructions. Although the home of the treasure monsters was spacious, it felt somewhat cramped with 20 individuals inside. However, Evan and his companions paid little heed to this. Their eyes fixed eagerly upon Richard, who stood at the center, brimming with excitement as he prepared to impart knowledge on how to become extraordinary beings. Richard stood amidst the crowd with an air of ease, the doors to the home of the treasure monsters securely closed, the thick walls effectively shielding against eavesdroppers. While supernatural means could not be entirely thwarted, who among those wielding such powers would concern themselves with the foundational knowledge of the extraordinary world that Richard was about to share? Noticing Evan and his companions growing impatient, Richard finally spoke, revealing various fundamental concepts of the extraordinary realm: spiritual energy, chaotic knowledge, extraordinary knowledge, the ladder of the extraordinary, secret treasures, rituals, and curses. These terms seemed to possess an enchanting allure, captivating Evan and his companions, who yearned to etch every word Richard uttered into their minds. After imparting some foundational extraordinary knowledge, someone eagerly inquired, "Master Richard, what specific types of extraordinary beings can we aspire to become?" The term master had become their new address for him. In response to this inquiry, Richard patiently elaborated, "This depends on your individual experiences and past circumstances. I possess an abundance of extraordinary knowledge sufficient for your selection. However, I urge you to deliberate carefully, as once you embark on the path of the extraordinary, it is likely that you will remain on that course indefinitely." As he spoke, Richard casually retrieved a piece of paper from his secret stash, listing the types of extraordinary beings they could aspire to become, alongside the corresponding extraordinary knowledge. Each individual perused the list attentively, committing it to memory, their minds wrestling with the decision of which path to choose. Of course, Richard did not compel them to make an immediate choice. He encouraged them to contemplate further. The journey to becoming an extraordinary being is not instantaneous. Awakening spiritual energy and formally solidifying the ladder of the extraordinary requires time. During this period, they could reflect thoroughly. Additionally, as they were a team, it would be prudent to select diverse paths, thereby enhancing their collective capacity to manage risks. Richard could also utilize this time to gather the materials necessary for awakening spiritual energy. The method of blood brewing, while expedient, carries notable side effects. Richard had resorted to it previously due to the threat of pirate pursuit. Now, however, Evan and his companions were not in a rush to awaken their spiritual energy. Thus, Richard opted for a method that would awaken spiritual energy at a slower pace, but with fewer adverse effects. After sifting through his memories, Richard chose the Spiritual Awakening Potion. As its name implies, this potion aids individuals in awakening their spiritual energy. The advantages of this potion lie in its lack of pronounced side effects and its gentle efficacy. Even in the event of failure, the risks are minimal, typically resulting only in a temporary disorientation of the senses. However, its drawbacks are evident. It is costly. The potion requires various rare materials, including the eyes of the white-waved dolphin, rainbow flower, and four-winged bat, among others. The rest of the materials are relatively easy to procure and not overly expensive. Yet, the eyes of the white-waved dolphin are exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. The white-waved dolphin is a creature of the ocean, possessing the ability to manipulate water currents, often found frolicking in groups. Named for the white waves that accompany their presence, these dolphins are elusive, with their numbers scarce and their intelligence high. Thus, the eyes of the white-waved dolphins are exceedingly difficult to procure, commanding a hefty price, which in turn inflates the cost of the spiritual awakening potions made from them. However, since Richard dared to make such a request, it implied he possessed the means to acquire a substantial quantity of these potions. In his previous life within the game, due to his profession, Richard had mastered several lucrative tricks. Attracting and hunting the white-waved dolphins was one such technique, a unique skill he had acquired after maxing out the favor of a second-tier fishing NPC. At that time, Richard had only recently entered the game and, by sheer chance, managed to unlock the NPC's favor. He had anticipated receiving something remarkable upon achieving this, perhaps extraordinary knowledge or a treasured artifact. Thus, he busied himself catering to the NPC's various eccentric demands. To his dismay, upon achieving full favor, he received only a rare tome on fish customs. Infuriated, he summoned a blood-toothed deep-sea shark, equivalent to a second-tier extraordinary being, to engage in a fierce battle with the NPC. However, he later realized the book held some value, as he managed to earn quite a bit of money from the fish customs recorded within, rendering his earlier efforts not entirely in vain. Attracting and hunting the white-wave dolphins required certain materials and weapons. Richard handed some gold coins to Ivan, instructing him to procure necessary supplies with the others. Meanwhile, he led the remaining individuals to the docks of Black Sail Port. With the Treasure Monster House shop already leased, Richard felt compelled to undertake some activities there. The creation of extraordinary jewelry could wait. He intended first to familiarize himself with the local pirates, seeking opportunities to encounter those who had returned from plundering and initiate his own recovery business. The docks remained crowded with vessels, and Richard stood at the harbor alongside Satyr and several merchants from the Golden Scale Trading Company. As it was still early, few ships had returned from their raids. Thus, Richard engaged in casual conversation with other merchants, gleaning valuable insights about the active pirates in Black Sail Port. Some among them were extraordinary beings, while others, though not extraordinary themselves, possessed unique skills, indicating that those who had made a name for themselves in Black Sail Port were far from ordinary. Through his discussions, Richard also learned about the distribution of power and the specific circumstances within the port, as he had visited this location infrequently in his previous life. This newfound knowledge enhanced his understanding of Black Sail Port. If all proceeded smoothly, Richard anticipated establishing a long-term presence here, as this was the birthplace of the internal test players. If he wished to interact with players early and glean experience from them, he needed to develop his presence in this area. Speaking of players, Richard had observed the countdown for the internal test opening in his field of vision, noting that the time ratio between the real world and this realm was approximately 1:2. This indicated that within 2 months, Black Sail Port would welcome its first batch of internal test players. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within Richard, as he needed to rapidly enhance his own capabilities and those of his subordinates, as well as enrich the wealth contained in his secret treasures. Only then could he capture the attention of the internal test players upon their arrival, thus establishing a favorable beginning. As Richard contemplated his future strategies, a ship stained with blood appeared on the distant sea, its black sails emblazoned with a pair of crossed crimson hands. 2 additional vessels trailed behind this pirate ship, evidently laden with spoils. Recognizing the emblem on the flag, Richard recalled information from his mind, and his eyes gleamed with recognition. If his memory served him correctly, this was the flag of a pirate captain known as Bloody Hand Claudie, a first-tier extraordinary pirate. This extraordinary path was a common choice for most pirates, with first-tier extraordinary abilities typically including the howling wind, a degree of control over fierce gales, used for pursuing foes or fleeing. Additionally, the unrestrained plunder, an extraordinary ability to seize others' possessions and wealth, akin to the chaotic knowledge effect of Richard's previously chosen greedy hand. The tempestuous waves, an ability to walk upon water, freely navigate underwater, and exert some control over currents, was an essential power for any pirate. Besides these three prevalent abilities, Richard recalled that pirates might also possess extraordinary physique, command sea monsters, and communicate with ship spirits, among others. Overall, the powers within this extraordinary tier were particularly effective upon the seas. However, the abilities of the vessel belonging to Bloody Hand Claudy extended beyond these. His moniker was derived from a notorious incident in which a fellow first-tier extraordinary pirate publicly mocked and derided him. By nightfall, that pirate and his entire crew were found hanging from the mast. Despite only a single night having passed, their bodies were so desiccated that they were nearly unrecognizable, and their ship was covered in a myriad of crimson handprints. The varying sizes of these prints suggested the desperate thrashing of individuals in their final moments, exuding a strong metallic scent of blood. Speculation swirled that Claudy had either acquired a treasure or mastered some other chaotic knowledge to achieve such a gruesome outcome. Regardless, this incident solidified Claudy's reputation as Bloody Hand, allowing him to remain active in Black Sailport and the open seas. The Bloody Hand ship slowly approached the harbor, and Richard, along with Satyr, positioned themselves at the designated berth, wearing the quintessential smiles of merchants. "Welcome back, esteemed Bloody Hand, sir. It appears your haul this time is quite substantial. Allow us at the Golden Scale Trading Company to handle your treasures. We will certainly offer you a fair price." Upon hearing Richard's words, the first pirate to leap from the vessel cast a curious glance at Richard and Satyr. "Are you a new addition to the Golden Scale Trading Company? I don't recall seeing you before." Richard maintained an enthusiastic smile, introducing himself to Claudy. "Indeed, my name is Richard, a recent addition to the Golden Scale Trading Company. My primary business involves recovering illicit goods and selling extraordinary jewelry." As he spoke, he subtly revealed his spiritual essence. Noticing that Richard was also an extraordinary being, Claudy's previously indifferent expression faded. He had not expected this newcomer to possess extraordinary abilities. Moreover, he became intrigued by Richard's mention of extraordinary jewelry. "Extraordinary jewelry. I seldom encounter such treasures in Black Sailport." As he spoke, Claudius waved his hand behind him, and soon the ship was filled with the sounds of men barking orders and sailors straining. It was evident that the pirates were hauling the plundered goods from the hold. "My extraordinary ladder is that of a jeweler, currently operating a shop selling extraordinary jewels in Black Sailport. If you are inclined, I carry some extraordinary jewels on my person, and I can introduce and demonstrate their effects to you." Noticing Claudius's apparent interest in the extraordinary jewels, Richard boldly proposed a demonstration. It seemed that this Bloody Hand showed no reluctance for Richard to handle the loot, so it would be prudent to showcase his extraordinary jewels, potentially attracting his first customer. Claudius, clearly intrigued by Richard's proposal, gestured for him to proceed. Seeing Claudius's consent, Richard removed the golden oak brooch from his chest, introducing it while activating its effect. This extraordinary jewel, known as the golden oak brooch, can be used thrice daily, and when infused with spirit, it summons a phantom of the golden oak. All allies within the phantom's vicinity receive its protection, becoming empowered and filled with courage. With this, Richard activated the brooch's effect on the crew members stepping out behind Claudius. As the phantom of the golden oak appeared above him, the crew's expressions transformed to one of astonishment, feeling invigorated, as if they could topple a bull with ease. Claudius observed the crew with keen interest. At a signal, several sailors attempted to strike with their swords, only to be repelled by a layer of golden light, the same effect of the golden oak brooch. At this point, Claudius was clearly intrigued. It is worth noting that on the Bloody Hand, he was the sole extraordinary individual. This was partly due to the scarcity of extraordinary knowledge, and partly because he did not wish for anyone aboard to pose a threat to his authority. However, extraordinary jewels like the golden oak brooch were different. They could enhance the combat abilities of his crew without endangering his position, presenting a dual benefit. After demonstrating the golden oak brooch's effects, Richard briefly introduced the phantom ring. However, Claudius exhibited little interest towards this jewel. Despite his fascination with the golden oak brooch, Claudius did not reveal it, instead gesturing for Richard to recover the goods aboard his ship. This task was not his responsibility, but rather that of the first mate of the Bloody Hand, who had a better grasp of the value of the goods. Claudius did not mention purchasing jewels, and Richard paid it no mind. After all, he had fulfilled his role in showcasing and marketing, leaving him to embark on his next venture. Due to the considerable amount of plunder Claudius and his crew had acquired, it was inconvenient to unload everything at once. So Richard ascended to the deck of the Bloody Hand with Satyr to inventory the goods. The items on the deck were clearly divided into two categories. One comprised a vast quantity of food and textiles, likely seized from a merchant vessel. Richard directed Satyr to assist in counting these common goods, as even the pirates were aware of their market value, leaving little room for profit. In Richard's view, The other category of goods held the true potential for profit. Unlike the bulkier items, this assortment included necklaces, rings, single-handed swords, mirrors, and medals, varying in style and size, likely looted from passenger ships. The first mate of the Bloody Hand stood beside Richard, holding a sheepskin scroll and pen, recording the types and prices of the goods to prevent discrepancies during the handover. The first mate, clad in typical pirate attire, sailing shirt, slung belt, and tattered trousers, appeared more suited to wield a sword than a pen. However, in contrast to the first mate's impression of Richard's demeanor left a far less favorable impression on him, especially given Richard's smile. Each time they returned from a raid, these merchants would quietly and cheerfully rob them of their wealth. Particularly, those merchants who reclaimed their plundered goods always belittled their value, despite the fact that it was all their money. Thus, the first mate, with his pen in hand, keenly scrutinized Richard and the items he held, adopting a wary posture. Unfazed by the first mate's overt expressions, Richard had encountered many such pirates in his games. However, some matters could not be addressed merely through vigilance. For instance, taking the mirror in Richard's hand as an example, this item was exquisitely adorned, its surface smooth, with noble patterns of the Holy Empire engraved on the back. Normally, it could fetch at least 2 gold coins. Yet, Richard, examining the mirror, declared a price of merely 2 silver coins, creating a staggering disparity of 100-fold. Remarkably, the warily observing first mate did not perceive anything amiss. Instead, he nodded in agreement and recorded in his scroll, 1 mirror, 2 silver coins. To him, it was simply an ordinary mirror seized during a raid, albeit quite attractive, but unremarkable among the many items, and 2 silver coins perfectly aligned with his perceived value. Next, Richard picked up a medal embossed with thorns, a lion, and a shield, nonchalantly stating, an insignia of an obscure noble, half a silver coin. The first mate nodded in assent, deeming the price reasonable. However, in reality, this was the family insignia of a once great noble from the White Rose Kingdom, now fallen. Its true worth ranged from 50 to 60 silver coins, and with Richard's declaration, he had just pocketed a substantial profit. Thus, an intense negotiation ensued between Richard, who understood but refrained from revealing his knowledge, and the first mate, who grasped a fraction of the truth. Isn't this single-handed sword the work of Master Dindinger? It bears his exclusive mark. Its price cannot be less than 5 gold coins. The first mate declared, his expression fierce, his dark, sun-beaten face appearing particularly menacing. Yet, despite his aggression, Richard's demeanor was even more formidable. Open your eyes and take a good look. Richard pointed out the mark on the sword, emphasizing that Master Dindinger's style was ornate and unmistakable. Notably, he often employed irrational protrusions and spiked patterns, earning the moniker Rose of Thorns from critics. Where are the protrusions? Where are the spikes? Upon hearing Richard's words, the first mate examined the mark on the sword closely. Indeed, as Richard had said, there were no spiked patterns, only a harmonious arrangement of circles. Even if it were not Master Dindinger's work, the style was at least somewhat similar. At least 1 gold coin. Richard feigned disdain, insisting, 5 silver coins. Its similarity is its only merit. Astonishingly, after hearing Richard's remarks, the previously fierce first mate's expression shifted dramatically, and he readily agreed. Deal. As he spoke, a look of triumph adorned his face. The first mate was acutely aware that the disparity in price for a practical single-handed sword, depending on whether it was crafted by a master, could be significant. His prior actions were merely intended to inflate the price slightly. With this thought in mind, he silently commended his own cleverness. Little did he know that across from him, Richard wore a countenance that revealed he had indeed gained an advantage, for what he had just articulated was unmistakably the style of Master Heidinger. However, this particular sword was a creation from the master's later years. In his twilight, Heidinger's style had matured, becoming less sharp and flamboyant, instead embracing a more understated elegance, with circular motifs that epitomized the refinement of his artistry. If Heidinger's youthful works could fetch a single gold coin, then his later pieces could command several times that amount. Thus, Richard had once again acquired a remarkable item at a mere fraction of its true value. Unbeknownst to the first mate, who was both pleased and slightly vexed, contemplating delivering a sound thrashing to the nobleman he had previously brought along to instruct him, Richard's internal delight grew. How could that nobleman be so ignorant as to not recognize Master Heidinger's style? I grasped it after just one hearing, like a thorny rose. Fortunately, thanks to his astute intellect, he had managed to maneuver the transaction successfully. Claudia observed the debate between the first mate and Richard with keen interest. Although his face betrayed little emotion, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The lion's share of profits from these goods would ultimately benefit him. And witnessing the first mate so vigorously contesting with Richard over prices affirmed his loyalty. As for the first mate's miscalculations, Claudia was indifferent. They were pirates, after all, in the world of cutthroat dealings, who could truly discern the nuances of a master's style. Besides, he had successfully sold the items and made a handful of silver coins. Why else would Richard wear that expression? Thus, under the approving gaze of their captain, the first mate engaged spiritedly with Richard, debating the price of each item. As he rendered his opponent speechless with his arguments, pride swelled within him. It seemed the studies of recent times had borne fruit, all thanks to his brilliant mind. Yet, the reality was that this was a result of Richard's subtle cooperation. Richard had discerned that the first mate possessed a limited understanding of valuable items. Consequently, he would invoke a plethora of theories to drive down the price of genuinely valuable goods, while offering reasonable estimates for lesser items, thus allowing the first mate to relish in the illusion of victory in their negotiations. Among these items, the truly valuable ones could outweigh dozens, if not hundreds, of lesser ones. Through this clever maneuvering, Richard acquired the valuable pieces at a mere fraction of their worth, while ensuring a profit margin on the less significant items, an exquisite windfall indeed. Thus, amidst Claudia's satisfaction, the first mate's spirited resolve, Richard's covert delight, and Sartre's perceptive insight, the transaction concluded. Richard tallied the accounts, a total of 274 gold coins and 52 silver coins. Correct, indeed. The first mate meticulously verified the numbers before nodding at Claudia. Subsequently, Richard dispatched his associates to collect the goods while ensuring the monetary exchange was completed. Prior to arriving at Black Sail Port, Richard had crafted some universal coins and exchanged them for gold at the Golden Scale Merchant Guild, thereby facilitating this transaction. However, following this trade, Richard's secret treasure would swiftly swell in abundance. Although he did not calculate precisely, an average profit of 8 or 9 times was certainly plausible. Thanks to the first mate's astuteness, Claudia and the first mate were equally pleased with the transaction, as it surpassed their previous plunders by a good margin of gold coins. After deducting expenses for ship repairs and crew compensation, Claudia estimated a share of wealth to be over 100 gold coins, ample for indulgence for some time. Both parties felt gratified with the outcome, and before parting, Richard shook hands with Claudia, informing him of the location of his shop, should Claudia wish to procure extraordinary jewels. A portion of the funds just spent would find its way back into his hands. With this thought, Richard strolled along, his spirits elevated, as if the very essence of the jewel merchant's extraordinary tier vibrated with excitement. In a subtle manner, the adverse effects accompanying his extraordinary abilities diminished slightly. In this realm, if an extraordinary individual wished to swiftly alleviate the burdens associated with their abilities, they must engage in actions befitting their extraordinary tier. For Richard, as a jewel merchant, the most effective means of mitigating adverse effects was through the sale of jewels. Additionally, participating in trade or crafting jewelry could yield similar, albeit less potent, results. As for extraordinary pirates like Claudia, their methods were straightforward: pillaging, sailing, and slaying. All served to alleviate similar burdens. Of course, these actions only addressed the adverse effects stemming from their extraordinary abilities. If the negative impacts arose from the pursuit of chaotic knowledge, other remedies would be required. After concluding the transaction with Claudia, Richard directed the goods toward the Golden Scale Merchant Guild for processing. The guild employed specialized appraisers whose valuation expertise surpassed his own. Thus, upon entrusting the goods to the guild, Richard received an immediate payment of 2,800 gold coins based on their assessed value. These items would be sold alongside the wares of other guild members, and should they fetch a higher price, Richard would receive the difference. Witnessing Richard's substantial profit from a single transaction, Sartre felt a twinge of envy. Ordinary merchants typically shied away from the goods of extraordinary pirates like the Bloody Hand Claudia. Only someone like Richard, who shared the extraordinary lineage, could withstand the pressure exerted by Claudia. Had it been Sartre, the infamous reputation of Claudia and the instinctual fear of extraordinary beings would likely render him nearly speechless. Moreover, such lucrative transactions were indeed rare. Claudia's recent cargo was primarily negotiable items. Had it consisted of bulk goods like grain, Richard would have been fortunate to earn a mere 100 or 200 gold coins. Despite his best efforts, with the conclusion of this significant trade, Richard's financial circumstances improved, allowing Avon and his team to gather materials at an accelerated pace. Richard estimated that within 2 days, they would set sail to hunt the white wave dolphins. Nevertheless, venturing into the seas of this world was no simple endeavor. Whether it be the tumultuous sea, the capricious weather, or the pirates roaming the oceans, along with the lurking monsters beneath the waves, none are to be trifled with. Hence, prior to embarking on his voyage, Richard had numerous preparations to undertake. Foremost among these was the enhancement of both his own and his crew's combat capabilities. As Richard's extraordinary vocation was that of a jeweler, his initial course of action was naturally to craft several pieces of extraordinary jewelry. This not only allowed the inherent effects of the jewelry to come into play, but also enabled Richard to conceal secret treasures, thereby augmenting his own power. In anticipation of the impending maritime journey, Richard resolved to create 2 pieces of extraordinary jewelry. For one, he chose the pristine and flawless sky blue aquamarine as the raw material. Aquamarine is a gem commonly found beneath the sea, its hue mirroring that of the ocean itself, hence earning the moniker essence of the sea. It is a favored gemstone among captains embarking on voyages, symbolizing the protection of the sea and composure and bravery. Ultimately, Richard fashioned a ring from the aquamarine, adorning his left index finger. Upon the successful creation of this ring, its attributes were revealed on Richard's interface. Name: Heart of the Sea type. Extraordinary item rank. Tier 1 ability. The wearer gains the ability to communicate with marine creatures, easily garnering their favor and assistance, while also slightly enhancing the wearer's self-healing capabilities. Creator: Richard Aldrich. The ring's effects may appear modest at first glance, yet for those at sea, it proves immensely beneficial. On one hand, it enables the wearer to evade the assaults of ferocious sea monsters. On the other, the ability to communicate with marine life opens the possibility of nurturing aquatic companions such as the blood-toothed abyss shark, the white-wave dolphin, and the longsword sailfish. Some of these creatures can assist in battle, others can provide guidance through the sea, and some can even puncture the hulls of enemy ships, thereby offering substantial aid to Richard. In addition to the Heart of the Sea, which serves as a powerful auxiliary, Richard also crafted another piece of extraordinary jewelry purely for offensive purposes, utilizing the Crimson Bloodstone. This gemstone, one of the newly discovered varieties since the age of exploration commenced, is typically found in locales where formidable extraordinary beings have shed their blood. Its texture is remarkably hard, and its hue, a deep crimson, appears to flow like blood when turned in sunlight, symbolizing slaughter and misfortune. Richard fashioned the extraordinary jewelry known as the Crimson Moon from this stone. Name: Crimson Moon type. Extraordinary jewelry rank. Tier 1 ability. The wearer infuses it with spirit to unleash crimson moon blades, causing enemies struck to bleed profusely, rendering their wounds difficult to heal. Creator: Richard Aldrich. The effect of the Crimson Moon is solely for combat. Following experimentation, Richard confirmed that even extraordinary creatures of limited combat prowess, such as the white-wave dolphin, are left teetering on the brink of death with just a single strike from the Crimson Moon. This is due in part to the sheer power of the attack and in part to the debilitating effect it inflicts. For lower-tier extraordinary beings, being struck in battle creates a fatal flaw that is challenging to rectify, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Richard. Beyond these two extraordinary pieces, Richard procured a considerable array of weaponry used by Ewan and his crew, predominantly harpoons and swords. Additionally, he acquired iron spike nets, ropes, bows, crossbows, and other items designed for various adversaries. As for the essential provisions for the journey, barrels of liquor, food, repair tools, telescopes, and maps, Richard ensured that everything was meticulously prepared. Before departure, Richard had anticipated that Claudius would come to purchase extraordinary jewelry. However, after 2 days of waiting without his appearance, Richard resolved to close the shop and set sail. With Ewan and the crew having thoroughly inspected the ship and reported no discrepancies, Richard commanded the sailors to hoist the sails and embark from Black Sail Harbor into the vast ocean beyond. After several days of recuperation, both the crew and the Black Pearl were in pristine condition, and Ewan and his companions were filled with exhilaration. For this journey signified that they were one step closer to the extraordinary world. Amidst the grand expanse of the ocean, a ship navigated through the stormy seas. Quick, you lot, tighten the ropes. Ewan, take a few men to inspect the vessel. Richard commanded, standing on the deck, expertly directing the other sailors aboard the Black Pearl in various tasks. The sailors maneuvered the ropes, sails, and helm, bustling about the ship like diligent worker ants, as Richard's guidance ensured the smooth operation of this colossal craft. In his previous gaming experiences, Richard had traversed the seas thousands of times, rendering him intimately familiar with maritime navigation. Although they found themselves amidst a tempest, with dark clouds looming overhead and the vessel rocking incessantly upon the waves, Richard remained resolute. Under Richard's command, the Black Pearl appeared to sway, yet it remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of disintegration despite the sudden onslaught of the storm. For Richard, navigating through such a tempest, devoid of supernatural influences, posed little challenge. The Black Pearl had already been fortified and repaired at Black Sail Harbor, and the crew comprised seasoned pirates, adept at making their living at sea. Coupled with Richard's leadership, this mild storm was hardly a concern for them. As they sailed steadily through the turbulent waters, the former pirates, without needing to be prompted by Richard, instinctively retrieved buckets, hammers, and other tools to maintain the Black Pearl, which had weathered the storm. Those who make their livelihood at sea, be they pirates or otherwise, must possess a fundamental quality, the care for their vessel. Such individuals, regardless of their ability to survive temporarily, would ultimately find themselves consigned to the depths of the ocean. Observing the sailors' diligent actions, Richard nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to the map in hand. Their destination was Black Rock Island, not too distant from Black Sail Harbor. This island had been discovered and named by an adventurer during the early age of exploration. Due to the scarcity of life on the small isle, characterized only by its jagged black rocks, it earned its name. Geographically and resource-wise, Black Rock Island held little significance, thus it remained largely overlooked. Had it not been discovered in the early days of exploration, it would likely be referred to merely as an unnamed desolate isle. Richard's choice of this location bore no ulterior motive. It simply afforded them a degree of seclusion for their operations. Estimating their current position, he calculated that they would reach Black Rock Island in a matter of hours. However, while Richard scrutinized the map, he was suddenly alerted by the shouts of the crew. Looking up, he saw them brandishing harpoons and iron nets, as Cole directed the former pirates to stand guard near the ship's railings. In the waters surrounding the Black Pearl, several serrated, triangular dorsal fins sliced through the surface. Richard recognized the situation immediately. They were being stalked by a school of man-eating sharks. Man-eating sharks are a ferocious species that roam the oceans in packs, highly sensitive to the scent of blood, and are notorious for their involvement in ship attacks. Their name derives from their penchant for consuming humans, and if enough of them engage in this behavior, they may undergo a transformation into a more formidable marine monstrosity. However, this represents the extent of the man-eating shark's capabilities, for the vast and boundless sea conceals myriad fierce, mysterious, and bizarre entities, of which the man-eating shark is but a minor player. At that moment, there were approximately a dozen sharks circling the vessel. Yet, Richard's acute senses revealed no presence of a first-tier extraordinary creature among them. With that realization, Richard lost interest and signaled for Ivan and the others to deal with the sharks. For an ordinary passenger ship, an assault by a school of man-eating sharks could spell disaster. However, for Ivan and his well-trained, adequately prepared crew armed with weapons, these sharks were merely an opportunity. The man-eating sharks prowled tentatively around the Black Pearl, seeking to launch an attack. But some were ensnared by the iron nets that had been preemptively deployed, and moments later, harpoons flew through the air, causing blood to spurt forth and quickly dissipate, staining the surrounding waves crimson before vanishing. The crew's seamless coordination allowed them to dispatch several sharks, each several meters long, within a short span of time. This display of prowess prompted the remaining sharks to recognize that they were not an easy target, and they swiftly retreated, leaving behind the bodies of their fallen comrades. This unexpected skirmish did not disrupt the crew's rhythm aboard the Black Pearl. They continued with their tasks. Some cleaned the deck, others dealt with the carcasses, while some relaxed, for such was the essence of life at sea. Following the encounter with the man-eating sharks, the Black Pearl faced several more assaults from various marine creatures, all of which were effortlessly neutralized. Only a few steel sailfish were retained by Richard. Steel sailfish are enormous, swift swimmers, distinguished by a long, sharp organ protruding from their snouts. When they surge through the water at high speeds towards a vessel, they can create holes that even swift repairs cannot rectify. Although not monstrous, they hold significant value in maritime confrontations. Thus, Richard utilized the heart of the sea to tame them. The method of taming was straightforward. In the eyes of the steel sailfish, Richard represented a being of greater strength. This powerful entity offered protection, sustenance, and the assurance of safety for their kin, asking only for them to breach some holes in return. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement was impossible to refuse. After a brief persuasion, the steel sailfish obediently followed the Black Pearl, much to the amazement and admiration of the crew. Initially, the sailors harbored concerns about these fish swimming closely behind, fearing an accidental collision. However, their apprehensions dissipated as they witnessed Richard tossing the remains of the slain man-eating sharks into the air, prompting the steel sailfish to eagerly compete for the bounty. This spectacle ignited a sense of excitement among the crew, who were eager to partake in the newfound form of entertainment. As the Black Pearl drew closer to its destination, Black Rock Island, the spirits of Ivan and the others lifted, infused with a sense of joy and anticipation, because they understood that the subsequent actions would serve as the foundation for their entry into the extraordinary realm. Soon, the silhouette of Black Rock Island emerged within Richard's view. True to its name, the area was adorned with bizarrely shaped black rocks. Upon reaching the waters near Black Rock Island, Richard carefully selected a suitable spot to anchor the Black Pearl. He then commanded the sailors to prepare for the impending venture. As the prospect of hunting the white-waved dolphins loomed, Evan and the others were visibly excited, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, wielding their weapons in readiness for the endeavor. Observing their enthusiasm, Richard directed them to set up the iron spike nets required for the task. Meanwhile, he retrieved the materials he had previously acquired and began to concoct a simple mixture. The ingredients included the remains of blood-red coral worms, the fins of heart dolphins, and tendrils of kelp, among others. The techniques recorded in the book merely required these materials to be ground into powder and sprinkled in the water. However, through his own experimentation, Richard discovered that a slight infusion of spiritual essence, transforming it into a liquid, yielded superior results. Moments later, Evan approached Richard to inform him that the preparations were complete. Upon hearing this, Richard picked up 2 vials of thick crimson liquid he had just prepared and, accompanied by Evan, made his way to a designated stretch of coastline ideal for setting up the iron nets and other tools. As Richard approached with the suspiciously colored liquids, the sailors, including Cole, gazed at him with a mix of awe and curiosity. They had sensed the excitement radiating from Evan and the others, yet they remained oblivious to the specifics of the undertaking. Upon seeing Richard and Evan arrive, the others instinctively stepped aside, creating a space for Richard at the center of the gathering. Richard surveyed the crowd, noting their expressions of excitement, curiosity, yet also reverence, and spoke directly. Some of you are already aware of what lies ahead, while others remain in the dark. He paused momentarily before continuing. We have come here to hunt the white wave dolphins and procure their eyes. In simple terms, the eyes of these dolphins serve as a crucial ingredient for a potion that aids in awakening one's spiritual essence, a necessary condition for becoming an extraordinary being. Upon hearing this, Evan and the others did not exhibit much fervor, but the earlier pirates were visibly stirred, particularly Cole, who had secretly sought the extraordinary secrets many times during his tenure as first mate aboard the Night Owl. Never anticipating that he would learn of them today as an ordinary sailor, Richard gestured for silence and elaborated. The reason I share this with you is that once the potion is prepared, anyone aboard the Black Pearl, provided your contributions are sufficient, can exchange for the Spiritual Awakening Potion. Spiritual Awakening Potion. The mere mention of this enticing name seemed to open the gates to the extraordinary world before them. Cole, quick on the uptake, immediately inquired, Captain, can members like us also exchange for the Spiritual Awakening Potion? Richard regarded him with appreciation, replying, of course, as I stated. All crew members aboard the Black Pearl. However, your contributions may need to be a bit more substantial. Cole's heart ignited with fervor at Richard's response. Recalling the contract he had signed with Richard, which contained a clause allowing for modifications if both parties agreed. Initially, Cole thought this was merely a trick to keep them dangling. Yet now, even if it were a ruse, Cole accepted it, as it represented an opportunity to become extraordinary. Noticing the expressions of Cole and the others, Richard felt a sense of satisfaction, nodding in approval before raising the vial filled with crimson liquid. Now, I have a task at hand. If anyone is willing to undertake it, they will earn a chance to exchange for the potion. Before Richard could finish his sentence, Cole eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, Me, Captain, I am willing. Seeing his fervent enthusiasm, Richard smiled and replied, Not so fast. Wait until I finish before you decide. Without waiting for Cole's response, Richard began to explain the forthcoming plan and the rationale behind it. The white wave dolphins were akin to first-tier extraordinary beings. While individually they might lack the combat prowess to rival Richard, they still required caution when hunting in groups. Thus, the potion in Richard's possession served two purposes: to attract the white wave dolphins and to diminish their combat effectiveness. The potion's efficacy stemmed from the fact that, although the white wave dolphins possessed higher intelligence than typical magical beings, they were equally driven by certain desires, often remaining in a state of mating readiness. Some white wave dolphins had even been known to forcibly engage other marine creatures, including humans. Richard's potion capitalized on this, emitting a scent that would allure the dolphins while simultaneously weakening their resistance once they entered the potion-laden waters, allowing Richard and his crew to hunt them with ease. Upon hearing Richard's explanation, Cole, who had been brimming with excitement, fell silent. Richard did not immediately inquire about his stance, but instead clarified the specifics and risks associated with the task. Therefore, I will need one or more individuals to operate in the potion-affected waters, and I will use my shadow ring to transform your appearance into that of a white wave dolphin. This way, the attracted dolphins will lose their vigilance due to desire and will be less aware of their surroundings. Your task will be to lead them to the locations we have previously prepared. At that moment, I and others will intervene. However, I must emphasize that the white wave dolphins are, after all, equivalent to first-tier extraordinary beings. Thus, engaging with them up close poses not only risks to your dignity, but also potential dangers to your life. You must be prepared. After fully absorbing Richard's words, Cole remained utterly silent, and if one were to observe closely, they would notice beads of sweat forming on his brow. Not only him, but the other previously exuberant pirates also fell into contemplation, weighing the allure of the extraordinary against the fear of danger and the risks to their lives, balancing these factors on the scales of their hearts. Ultimately, the first to make a decision was the former first mate, Cole. Adopting an attitude of recklessness, he boldly declared to Richard, In my days as a pirate, I often wagered my life. Now, for the sake of the extraordinary, Captain, I am willing to accept this task. His proclamation inspired several former comrades. Seeing him take the lead, some sailors echoed his sentiments, rallying themselves with grand declarations as they accepted the task. Yet among them, some may have spoken impulsively due to excitement. Well, I've previously gone as far as to sacrifice sheep. Now I might as well be the sheep myself. Upon uttering those words, the once grand and spirited atmosphere shifted instantaneously. The crowd, particularly his former companions, regarded him with peculiar glances, and a few who stood nearby discreetly distanced themselves. While tales of the sheep on the sea vessel had circulated as legends, none had anticipated the truth behind them. Despite the embarrassment, the pirate known as Little John alleviated much of the tension among the group. Consequently, when Richard inquired if anyone wished to withdraw, all 6 former pirates chose to remain. Especially Little John, for now that the joke was on him, not participating would seem a waste of effort. Looking at the 6 before him, Richard expressed his satisfaction and assured them that regardless of the outcome of their endeavor, their contract would improve. Though it may not rival the benefits offered by Avon and his crew, it was still a gain. Upon hearing Richard's promise, Cole and the others felt a sense of relief. No matter the nature of the impending task, at least they would reap some rewards, wouldn't they? After confirming the participants for the mission, Richard began to brief them on the subsequent actions. Previously, Avon and his crew had laid a concealed iron spike net beneath these waters. Cole and his team were tasked with luring the white wave dolphins into this area. Prior to the operation, Richard would signal them. Then, they merely needed to retreat from the vicinity. To aid Cole and his companions in recognizing the appearance of the white wave dolphins, Richard utilized a phantom ring to alter their silhouettes. This way, before the operation commenced, they could familiarize themselves with the target's appearance and adapt to swimming in the water. Time passed, and upon seeing that Cole and his group were prepared, Richard stood at the water's edge and poured an entire vial of potion into the sea. The thick potion immediately tinted the surrounding waters of vibrant pink, which quickly faded. Once the water regained its normal hue, Richard signaled that the standing white wave dolphins could enter the sea. Cole and his companions nodded, shaking their fish-like heads, and one by one, they leapt into the water. Subsequently, Richard rendered himself invisible with the phantom ring, while the others concealed themselves around the beach, using the terrain to hide their presence. Everything was set, awaiting the arrival of the white wave dolphins. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away across the ocean, a group of white wave dolphins frolicked in the water. Aside from their pure white exterior and extraordinary size, these creatures bore little resemblance to ordinary dolphins. Their identity was embodied in the white waves that surged around them, a testament to their extraordinary ability to purify water and provide healing effects. As a result, white wave dolphins were regarded as relatively amiable beings among most marine life. Initially, the white wave dolphins were engaged in playful antics, but soon some began to exhibit signs of restlessness. This group consisted of approximately a dozen dolphins, of which only 3 were female. This meant that 7 or 8 male white wave dolphins were without mates. Ordinarily, this would not be a significant issue. They could simply seek out passing fish to alleviate their urges. However, the circumstances today seemed different. Witnessing their companions engage in mating rituals stirred a sense of agitation among the remaining dolphins, as they animatedly displayed what it meant for fish to be restless. A scent in the water alerted these perceptive white wave dolphins to something amiss. Upon discerning the source, a male white wave dolphin emitted an excited call, a signal of courtship. A lonely female white wave dolphin was summoning her champion. Without waiting for the clan leader's command, the male dolphin surged forward. Its departure served as a signal, prompting several solitary dolphins to follow suit. The clan leader, intending to halt their impulsive rush, found himself encircled by his favored companions, unable to issue a warning and left to watch as the dolphins departed. Meanwhile, Cole and Little John swam through the ocean. As pirates, their swimming abilities were naturally commendable. Initially, Cole and his companions felt a twinge of anxiety, gazing into the dark waters, convinced the white wave dolphins would suddenly emerge. However, as time passed and the dolphins did not appear, their doubts began to surface. Just as Cole was about to surface and scan the horizon, a flash of white caught his eye, rapidly approaching. They were coming. In a frenzy, Cole swam backward, signaling Little John and the others. The white wave dolphins were indeed on their way. The 6 selected individuals swiftly swam toward the area where Richard had set the nets, hovering at the periphery. In just a few minutes, the once distant white splashes grew alarmingly close, and Cole could even make out the forms of the white wave dolphins. Truth be told, as a former pirate, Cole had hunted ordinary dolphins. Thus, he assumed the white wave dolphins, which bore little difference from the common variety, would evoke no fear. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming dread began to seep into him. Despite the distance, he discerned that these white wave dolphins were rather large. These were no dolphins. They were akin to small whales. What would happen if they caught up with him? A chill ran down his spine as he quickly swam away. Having spotted several white wave dolphins accelerating toward him, how could he perceive a hint of predatory intent in these dolphins? As Cole and his companions swam frantically toward their objective, the approaching white wave dolphins interpreted their actions as an invitation to pursue. Why else would they swim so slowly? Consequently, the dolphins quickened their pace, eager to engage with the enticing figures ahead of them. Among the 6 targeted individuals, Cole took the lead due to his quick reflexes, while Little John found himself nearest to the dolphins. Feeling the water's turbulence behind him and catching glimpses of the white waves in his peripheral vision, Little John summoned every ounce of strength to propel himself forward, too fearful to glance back, lest he encounter something that would instill terror within him, since they were already quite close to their target area. Even though the speed of the white wave dolphins exceeded the expectations of Little John and his companions, they successfully led several of these dolphins to the ambush zone. Just as they were engaged in a thrilling chase with the dolphins, Cole and his team suddenly received a signal and promptly scattered in all directions. During their movement, the lowly disguise worn by several of the white wave dolphins swiftly dissolved, revealing their true forms. The foremost dolphin, witnessing this transformation, experienced a moment of clarity as its desire-driven mind momentarily regained control. With a powerful thrust of its white body, it attempted to change direction and flee. However, it was already too late. Surrounding the dolphins, the previously concealed iron spike net was instantly activated, forming an impenetrable enclosure. The creatures struggled desperately to break free from the entangling fishing nets, but the specially designed iron spikes had already anchored themselves firmly into their bodies. If there had been no other creatures nearby, the white wave dolphins might have been able to exchange minor injuries for freedom. Unfortunately, Richard and his crew aboard the Black Pearl were lying in wait just around the corner. Upon seeing the dolphins confined within a narrow space by the iron spikes, Richard acted without hesitation. The blood-red glow of the scarlet moon illuminated his hand, and soon after, several crescent-shaped blood blades materialized, hurtling directly towards the dolphins. Following the blood blades were numerous specially crafted harpoons. In response to Richard's assault, the dolphins, forced into a tight cluster for warmth, instinctively gathered the surrounding water to shield themselves. However, the scarlet blades sliced through their defenses as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. As the blades flew past, several dolphins were severed into multiple pieces, their warm blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding waters a mesmerizing crimson hue. The initial use of the scarlet moon proved remarkably effective. Richard's attack alone inflicted devastating casualties upon the white wave dolphins. The remainder of the encounter need not be elaborated upon. Under Richard's leadership, Evan and the others successfully annihilated all the dolphins lured to this location at the cost of only minor injuries to themselves. Following this successful hunt, Richard promptly directed others to retrieve the dolphin carcasses from the water. Among them, Evan and his group were particularly enthusiastic, eagerly collecting every last body. Richard surveyed the corpses of the creatures before him and nodded in satisfaction. Although he sought the dolphins' eyes, the other parts of their bodies held considerable value as well. It is well known that certain practitioners focused on physical prowess, or those aspiring to such heights, have a substantial demand for monster flesh. The blood and flesh of these dolphins could command a handsome price. As Richard oversaw the processing of the dolphin carcasses, Cole and his companions rested nearby. After enduring a life-and-death crisis, they desperately needed a tranquil space to calm their racing hearts. While they relished the completion of their mission, Little John suddenly began to vomit. Having regained some composure, Cole approached him to inquire about his condition. Little John, though pale, was not seriously injured. He simply waved his hand dismissively to indicate he was all right. Seeing that Little John was indeed fine, Cole left him to his own devices, as the foul odor was quite unbearable. Observing the distant dolphin carcasses being processed, Cole felt a surge of excitement within him. To him, these were not mere bodies. They were keys to the extraordinary world he yearned to enter. Just after Richard and his team finished handling the dolphin carcasses, the iron sailfish that Richard had previously tamed swam over. Richard had not allowed them to partake in the hunt for the dolphins, but had instead dispatched them to scout the periphery of the sea. Now, with the iron sailfish approaching, it seemed there was something amiss. The sailfish, equipped with enormous and sharp appendages, glided through the water before Richard. Utilizing the extraordinary abilities of the heart of the sea, Richard learned that the fish had detected a ship approaching their location. Upon receiving this intelligence, Richard instinctively touched the ring on his finger. What was happening? Wasn't Black Rock Island typically devoid of human presence? Why did others appear as soon as I arrived? Further investigation revealed that the ship was flying a black flag, indicating the arrival of a band of pirates. Richard immediately called out to the sailors around him, instructing them to board the ship at once. Although they were puzzled by the sudden command, Evan and the others quickly gathered their tools and boarded the vessel. As they embarked, Richard informed them of the approaching pirates and urged them to prepare for an offensive. While Richard was uncertain of the pirates' intentions, it was clear they would likely not adopt a benevolent stance, for that would be contrary to their very name. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, a lookout reported the news to the captain, surprised to learn that there were indeed activities on Black Rock Island. The pirate captain quickly issued a command. Regardless of who they were, eliminate them. We have come here to seek treasure. Instantly, the pirates on board were roused, downing their stored alcohol to dispel any fear of battle, shouting their intentions to kill their next targets, seize their women, and plunder their wealth. As the first mate rallied the pirates, the captain reopened the map in his possession. With a surge of spirit, the previously vague routes on the map became clear, marking the location of a treasure chest right on Black Rock Island. Satisfied, the captain folded the map away, and at that moment, the sails of the pirate ship were raised, propelling it swiftly towards Black Rock Island with the wind at its back. In fact, he could already see another vessel, just beginning to stir in the distance. A cold smile crept across the captain's face as he raised his curved dagger high and shouted with a booming voice, "Lads, it's time to pillage once more." As he shouted those words, the ship, already racing forward, seemed to be propelled by an unseen force, increasing its speed yet again. This was the captain, an extraordinary first-tier pirate, wielding the power of whistling wind. While the pirates cheered for their captain's mysterious abilities, believing that under his leadership this would be another wild raid, the swiftly sailing vessel suddenly jolted. It shook repeatedly. And while the pirates on deck were still unaware of what had occurred, several steel marlins stirred beneath the deep sea, having collided with great force and needing a moment to recover before resuming their movements. On the deck, a pirate hurriedly informed the captain that several holes had inexplicably appeared in the lower hold, allowing seawater to flood in, necessitating more hands for repairs. Before the captain could issue any commands, the pirate ship shook violently once more. In the dim lower hold, a pirate lay sprawled on the ground, terror etched on his face, witnessing a steel-like spike slowly retracting from his side. At the tip of the spike lay crimson stains and a lifeless body. His companion, who had been attempting repairs, was instantly pierced by the sudden thrust and killed on the spot. In that moment, the pirate could no longer worry about the encroaching seawater. He struggled to rise, desperate to find the captain. However, the captain, an extraordinary being, was equally preoccupied, for a menacing ship was hurtling toward them across the water. Recognizing the imminent threat, the captain quickly connected the dots, facing an aggressive enemy while their own vessel was flooding. If he and his fellow pirates wished to survive, there was but one course of action: to eliminate their adversaries and seize their ship. The captain's gaze hardened, and he intensified the power of whistling wind, propelling both ships toward one another at breakneck speed. As the two vessels drew closer, the captain leapt over the side, weapon in hand, diving into the fray. Miraculously, instead of plunging into the depths, he came to a halt upon touching the water surface. Standing atop the churning waves, this was yet another of a pirate's extraordinary abilities: stormy seas. Gazing at the Black Pearl before him, his fierce demeanor intensified, and he began to stride purposefully across the water, seeking to establish an advantage for his side. However, Richard, observing this spectacle from the deck, nearly laughed aloud, thinking, "If you manage to touch the deck of the Black Pearl, I shall concede defeat." He then activated the effect of the golden oak brooch, as the ethereal form of the oak appeared above the Black Pearl. Cole and the other pirates, feeling the surge of power, eagerly brandished their weapons and rushed toward the ship's edge. Previously on the receiving end of this force, it was now the enemy's turn to feel its might. In stark contrast to the exuberance of Cole and his companions, the pirates on the captain's side felt their morale wane upon witnessing the golden glowing oak's spectral presence. Realizing the diminishing spirit among the crew, the first mate shouted, "Do not fear. We have a captain too." Indeed, we have our captain. The pirates turned their gaze, only to find their captain trapped at the periphery of the enemy ship. The captain, too, had noticed the ethereal oak. Initially, he had thought the enemy might not prevent him from boarding, but the unfolding events proved otherwise. Richard had stationed several archers to keep a watchful eye on this extraordinary pirate, while Evan was tasked with commanding their assault. Under Richard's vigilant watch and the archers' harassment, the captain found it impossible to board the Black Pearl, left to anxiously hover above the waves. Had they been mere archers, he might have braved their arrows to ascend. Yet, Richard's archers were bolstered by the protection of the golden oak, their might far surpassing that of ordinary marksmen. Moreover, Richard himself was no pushover. Though he refrained from attacking the captain directly, his mere presence diverted a portion of the captain's attention. Amid the standoff, the Black Pearl and the opposing vessel had commenced a boarding battle. Their own ship, riddled with dozens of holes from the steel marlins, was beyond salvage. For the sake of their lives, the pirates, led by the first mate, charged toward the Black Pearl, only to be met with overwhelming force that sent them scrambling for safety. As with the battles Cole and his comrades had previously endured, the disparity in extraordinary abilities significantly influenced the outcome. Particularly, the unpretentious enhancement of the golden oak proved overwhelmingly advantageous in direct combat. With superior strength, resilience, and courage, each member of Richard's crew could easily take on 3 opponents. Witnessing his crew being routed and diving into the sea to flee, the captain's heart sank with anxiety and dread. He found himself in a dire predicament. On one side, Richard and the archers barred his access to the Black Pearl. On the other, while he could traverse the water to escape, their ship was sinking. If Richard intended to eradicate any survivors, he would have no means of escape. To make matters worse, the steel marlins that had previously sunk their ship returned, circling ominously around the captain. Faced with such dire straits, after an inner deliberation, the captain resolved to act. He laid down his weapon, raised his hands toward Richard on the Black Pearl, and shouted, "I surrender. I offer the treasure map of Black Rock Island, merely pleading for my life." He then anxiously awaited judgment, his heart heavy with trepidation. His pirate comrades had either been slain, captured, or vanished into the depths, leaving him utterly alone. As the captain waited anxiously for his fate, a voice resonated from the Black Pearl. "First, present the treasure map." Immediately, the captain retrieved the map he had kept on his person, infusing it with spirit to reveal its secrets. Upon witnessing the genuine treasure map, the demeanor of those above seemed to soften. Moments later, a rope was tossed down. "Come up." Overjoyed at this command, the captain clutched the treasure map in one hand and the rope in the other, beginning his ascent. While outwardly composed, his mind was already devising a plan. Once he reached the deck and drew near to Richard, even without a weapon, he could utilize his extraordinary physique to engage the ship's master in close combat. At that point, there would be no one aboard to withstand him. To seize the life and wealth of an extraordinary being would significantly mitigate the side effects of his own extraordinary ascent, possibly elevating his power and influence even further. With these thoughts in mind, he climbed, now just a step away from fully boarding the ship, his eyes locking onto Richard and the curved dagger in his hand. Wait a moment. Richard wielded a curved dagger, striking directly at the captain poised to ascend to the pinnacle. The gleaming blade seemed destined to slice through him. In a moment of dire peril, the captain deftly evaded the onslaught by swaying on the ropes. Yet, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, the hand gripping the hilt of the dagger glimmered with a crimson ring. Several blood-red crescent blades shot forth, striking the unprepared pirate extraordinary. Despite the extraordinary physique that endowed him with formidable strength and remarkable regenerative abilities, it proved futile against Richard's relentless barrage of four vicious crimson moon attacks. The pirate was cleaved into a lifeless form, plummeting from the sky, accompanied by a fluttering treasure map. With the fall of the pirate captain, his aspirations and ambitions were also entombed in the abyssal depths of the sea. Such occurrences have transpired countless times across the vast, tumultuous ocean. This instance neither adds nor detracts from the multitude. One might say that they should possess such awareness upon immersing themselves in the sea's embrace. Following the demise of the renowned pirate extraordinary, his corpse, along with the descending treasure map, was retrieved. The treasure map, seemingly unremarkable, emerged from the water unscathed, and upon being salvaged, it was entrusted to Richard. As for the pirate's corpse, Richard had insisted on its recovery, for the remains of extraordinary beings hold value akin to those of magical creatures. For instance, Richard had once mastered a chaotic knowledge of resurrection, allowing the wielder to ensnare enemy souls within their corpses, transforming them into revenants. These revenants retain certain abilities from their former lives, while also bearing curses and toxic attributes, making them quite formidable. However, the immense power derived from this chaotic knowledge comes with perilous side effects and distinct weaknesses. Thus, Richard resolved never to employ it in his lifetime. The reason for his current endeavor to salvage the pirate extraordinaries lies in his mastery of another extraordinary knowledge known as natural specimens. Compared to the obviously taboo nature of chaotic knowledge, which may intertwine with legendary ancient deities, this orderly knowledge, having been tested, is evidently more suitable for individuals like Richard. Although it may not rival chaotic knowledge in potency or peculiarities, nor does it provide extraordinary capabilities as effectively as the extraordinary tiers, it is at least harmless and offers various means to the extraordinary. The natural specimen knowledge allows for the preservation of corpses into valuable extraordinary items, effectively recycling them. When combined with other extraordinary knowledge, these natural specimens prove beneficial. For example, the second-tier extraordinary knowledge of puppetry can utilize these specimens as raw materials, while higher-tier resurrection techniques necessitate intact corpses for revival. Thus, upon the retrieval of the extraordinary's body, Richard promptly set about processing it. He meticulously reassembled the dismembered remains and replaced some of the missing organs that had fallen into the sea, though their absence was negligible. After stitching the corpse together with threads of spiritual essence, Richard executed a series of operations to restore the extraordinary to his former appearance. Had his skin not been devoid of color, one might have mistaken him for merely asleep. In fact, not only had this extraordinary been preserved, but Richard had also selected several intact corpses of the earlier white wave dolphins to be transformed into specimens, all stored aboard the Black Pearl. With the natural specimen knowledge that transforms waste into treasure, Richard, as a merchant-type extraordinary, would certainly not overlook such opportunities. However, after completing these tasks, Richard felt fatigued. The battles and the recent specimen processing had depleted much of his spiritual essence. It seemed prudent to cultivate doctors, artisans, and gunners among Avon and his companions, thus relieving Richard, the jeweler, of these burdensome tasks. Yet, given the current circumstances, Richard would likely need to toil a while longer. After concluding his extraordinary endeavors, Avon and Cole had also finished clearing the battlefield and managing subsequent affairs. By now, dusk had begun to fall, and despite a burgeoning curiosity regarding the treasure indicated on the map, Richard resolved to rest for the night, planning to study the map's contents and embark on the treasure hunt the following day. Following Richard's announcement, the remaining crew erupted in cheers, eagerly engaging in discussions about the treasure. After all, as denizens of the sea, many among them were former pirates, well acquainted with the allure of treasure. Numerous individuals had ventured into the ocean seeking the fabled riches buried by legendary pirates or islands brimming with gold and silver, yearning for a fortune to befall them overnight. Amidst this fervent discourse, time slipped away unobserved. Cole and Avon organized a watch, while Richard immersed himself in the treasure map he held. In this world, treasure maps originated from the early days of maritime exploration, where pirates would bury their riches and document their locations. This was the archetype of treasure maps. However, unlike the tales wherein acquiring a map guarantees finding the corresponding treasure, the reality of treasure maps is far more intricate. Firstly, Some pirates do not record routes when creating maps, opting instead to employ obscure symbols comprehensible only to themselves, rendering such maps exceedingly difficult to decipher. These maps possess a concealed logic, not as easily understood as straightforward charts. Furthermore, as treasure maps circulated, many who discovered the locations encountered peril or even lost their lives. Some maps were deliberately crafted traps by pirates, while others might represent schemes devised by others to ensnare those blinded by greed. Consequently, as time progresses, individuals approach newly acquired treasure maps with heightened caution, for one cannot ascertain whether they conceal riches or dangers. Regarding the treasure map in Richard's possession, it does not require complex deciphering. Merely infusing it with spiritual essence reveals a map. Upon this map, the location of treasure chests corresponds to the buried riches. After carefully examining and assessing the map, Richard confirmed it bore no curses or similar threats. The recorded location indeed corresponded to a specific area of Black Rock Island. Based on his experience, it was highly probable that this map was a relic from the early days of maritime exploration, as treasure maps from that era were characterized by their simplicity and directness, lacking the complexity of contemporary designs. Whether hidden behind it lay danger or opportunity would soon become clear to Richard on the morrow. As for the notion of abstaining from this venture, in Richard's presence, such an option was non-existent. Acquiring a treasure map, yet failing to seek out the treasure would render his efforts futile. The following day, after waiting for others to finish their meals and gathering ample strength, Richard, accompanied by Evan and a select group, prepared to embark on their treasure hunt. The remaining individuals were assigned to stay near the Black Pearl, rendered mere spectators as Richard's party ventured forth. According to the treasure map, the location of the treasure was situated at the heart of Black Rock Island, an area cloaked in verdant foliage. One of the few places on the island that radiated vitality. However, upon their arrival, Richard and his companions discovered a flat expanse, devoid of any signs of treasure. Merely lush grass and scattered trees adorning the landscape. Richard instructed Evan and the others to conduct a thorough search. When they found nothing, Richard surmised that the individual who had left the treasure map had employed extraordinary means to conceal his bounty. Thus, it was imperative to devise a strategy to uncover and unravel the mystery of this place. After a moment of contemplation, Richard inquired among those present who possessed a length of rope that had been used for an extended period. Following a brief search, they presented him with a somewhat tattered length of rope. This rope bore numerous visible frays, perhaps a testament to its long usage. Its once tawny exterior had darkened to a deep black, and Richard felt an inexplicable greasy sensation as he held it. This rope had been a companion to the crew for many years, having saved his life during a maritime disaster. Thus it was cherished as a symbol of good fortune. Satisfied with the rope in hand, Richard nodded approvingly before invoking a first-tier spell known as the chaotic knowledge of the malevolent spirit rope. The spell's premise was simple. Summon a wandering malevolent spirit or other entities, fulfill their demands, and they would inhabit the rope, transforming it into a temporary extraordinary item. After a night of rest, Richard's spiritual energy had notably rejuvenated. As he inscribed mystical symbols upon the rope, Evan and the others suddenly felt a chill enveloping them, causing involuntary shivers to run down their spines. With a mysterious gust of wind swirling around, they beheld in astonishment as the loosened rope twisted and floated in midair. As the wind's eerie sound crescendoed, a strange noise filled their ears, akin to the chirping of insects in dark corners or the slithering of cold serpents across the earth. Though Evan and his companions could not comprehend the sounds, Richard, attuned to the spiritual realm, recognized it as the malevolent spirit communicating its terms. The unsettling noise was the spirit's language, indicating that to command it, Richard would need to offer a human life. Richard did not contest the spirit's demand. Rather, he posed a confirmatory question. So, I shall offer you a human life, and in return, you will bind yourself to the rope and serve me, correct? At this proclamation, the demeanor of some nearby sailors instantly paled. They had heard many tales at Black Sail Harbor of lives exchanged for the powers of mysterious entities. Were they to become participants in such a tale, potentially cast as the sacrificial offering? The malevolent spirit responded by writhing the rope, emitting a confirming sound. It sensed the fear radiating from those around, igniting its eagerness to savor human blood. However, upon receiving Richard's affirmation, the dark rope suddenly erupted with an array of densely packed symbols. These inscriptions, evidently imbued with extraordinary power, coalesced in midair to form a parchment filled with text that fell into Richard's grasp. It was his extraordinary ability, the devil's contract. Observing this, the bewildered sailors momentarily set aside their astonishment, while the rope's malevolent spirit realized it had been outmaneuvered by Richard. Despite possessing a modicum of rationality, it was engulfed in rage, and the previously eerie winds transformed into a wailing howl, reminiscent of high-pitched insect cries and the hissing of a venomous serpent. Yet Richard merely shook the contract in his hand, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing the rope that had been swirling in the air to crash to the ground. The eerie winds dissipated, leaving only the rope, now subtly writhing on the ground. This was the brilliance of the devil's contract. Prior to summoning the spirit, Richard had inscribed a binding agreement on the rope. The original terms of temporary service were twisted into a perpetual obligation to obey Richard's commands without resistance, effectively rendering the spirit a slave under Richard's dominion. With Richard's inquiry and the spirit's confirmation, the devil's contract was sealed. Henceforth, Richard possessed the malevolent spirit rope, and his only obligation was the unspecified offering of a human life. Theoretically, even if Richard delayed payment indefinitely, the spirit would be powerless against him. Nevertheless, considering future circumstances, he could easily find a pirate to sacrifice to the spirit, as malevolent entities often thrive on death and carnage. Yet that was a matter for another time. Presently, Richard needed to discipline this hostile spirit towards the living. With the power of the devil's contract in effect, Richard could reprimand the rope's spirit or even extinguish its life at will. Soon, under the duress of excruciating pain and the threat to its existence, the malevolent spirit ensnared within the rope quickly recognized its predicament, obediently coiling around Richard's hand and beginning to guide him. Trapped within the rope, the spirit possessed two capabilities: its innate ability to generate a fearsome wind that disrupted and attacked the mind, and the extraordinary power granted by the spirit rope, which allowed it to seek paths and unveil hidden secrets. Additionally, the spirit rope could levitate and unleash terrifying strength through its flexible form to strike. Thus, Richard had acquired a remarkably useful servant and extraordinary item. Naturally, the sailor who had provided Richard with the lucky rope received compensation in the form of silver coins. For Richard ensured that his own were never neglected. With the assistance of the malevolent spirit rope, Richard swiftly uncovered the concealed location. It was a dark, ominous entrance, obscured by the entity that had hidden the treasure using stealthy means, now revealed by the spirit rope. Faced with this shadowy opening, Richard refrained from hastily sending someone inside. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the malevolent spirit rope entwined around his hand. At that moment, the latter's rear segment coiled around Richard's forearm and palm, while the front portion stood aloft like a venomous serpent poised to strike. In response to Richard's command, the malevolent spirit rope was utterly powerless to resist, conceding to release its grip and floated into the cave entrance to scout ahead. After a period of anxious waiting, the spirit rope eventually returned, reporting to Richard the specifics of its findings. According to its account, the entrance led to an underground cavern devoid of other life forms, save for a treasure chest. Initially, Richard did not fully trust the spirit rope's words and employed a devil's contract to extract the truth. Consequently, bound by the terms of the contract, the spirit rope begrudgingly revealed that the treasure chest was, in fact, a mimic, and it had been disturbed by its earlier actions. Indeed, one must remain ever vigilant against such hostile entities. However, under the influence of the devil's contract, the spirit rope's tactics merely served to annoy Richard. Inflicting a profound torment upon the spirit rope as punishment, Richard led Avon and the others into the cave before them. The environment within the entrance was pitch black, but fortunately, the others had anticipated this and brought torches, illuminating their path. As they traversed the cavern aglow with firelight, Richard could distinctly sense the downward slant of the cave. After walking a considerable distance, they entered a relatively small underground cavern. The ground was uneven, and above them, numerous conical rocks prompted some sailors to instinctively retract their necks, fearing a sudden fall that might strike their heads. Nevertheless, what captivated their attention at first glance was the enormous iron chest within the cavern. The chest was not locked, as it overflowed with golden coins and jewels. Unable to close entirely, the treasures within sparkled alluringly in the firelight, eliciting greedy glances from many of the sailors. However, upon seeing Richard ahead, their fervent desires quickly cooled. During this time, Richard's enigmatic abilities and his prowess as their leader had established his authority. Thus, despite their covetousness for the treasure, none dared to act recklessly. Observing the chest before him, Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. Based on the spirit rope's information and his own observations, it was indeed a mimic, albeit one on the brink of starvation. As a legendary creature crafted by human hands, mimics possessed remarkable mimicry skills and a diverse diet. In addition to masquerading as treasure chests, they could also transform into stones and other objects to ensnare unsuspecting prey. Even in extreme hunger, gemstones and metals featured in their diet. Judging by the condition of the mimic before him, it was in dire straits. It was bound in place by several thick iron chains, limiting its movement to a confined area. How had this mimic survived without prey and the means to escape? Richard approached directly, lifting the upper portion of the chest, which served as the mimic's mouth. At that moment, the mimic, weakened to the point of exhaustion, was unable to thwart his actions. Upon lifting the lid, Richard reached in to touch the treasures nestled within the mimic's belly. The instant his fingers brushed against the coins and jewels, they crumbled into colorful dust. Witnessing this spectacle, even the sailors behind him understood the implications, letting out disappointed exclamations. Indeed, the reason this mimic had managed to endure for so long was its reliance on the treasures it stored in its abdomen for sustenance. And the dust was merely the remnants of its meals. Gazing at the dust in his hand, A flicker of disappointment crossed Richard's eyes. However, aside from the dust, other items still resided within the mimic's interior. After a prolonged search, Richard extracted a crystal ball, a telescope, a longsword, and several parchment scrolls filled with writing. These constituted the spoils of Richard's treasure-hunting expedition. Oh, and let us not forget the mimic itself and the chains. As a meticulous merchant extraordinaire, Richard would not overlook any valuable item. Thus, after stowing the retrieved treasures in his secret cache, Richard swiftly severed the chains with the Crimson Moon and commanded Avon and the others to carry the ailing mimic outside. Initially, the sailors harbored some trepidation towards the mimic's toothy maw, but upon realizing its feeble state, their curiosity piqued, and they began to inspect its internal structure. As Richard and his companions returned with the mimic, those left aboard the Black Pearl finally breathed a sigh of relief. They then inquired about the treasure-hunting experience of their companions. Although Richard regarded this expedition as trivial, it did not hinder the sailors from showcasing their eloquence and imagination through their accounts of the adventure. In their retelling, the illustrious Captain Richard led the brave sailors to subdue the malevolent spirit, unravel the secrets of the treasure map, vanquished the guardian monster, and ultimately secured the treasure. One group dared to speak, while another dared to listen, creating a lively atmosphere aboard the ship. After bringing back the mimic, Richard had some meat brought forth to feed it. In its desperation for sustenance, and under Richard's intimidating presence, the mimic quickly entered into a devil's contract with him, becoming his loyal minion. Following the signing of the contract and being generously fed, the mimic regained its vitality, possessing a certain level of intelligence. It swiftly adapted to its new identity, leveraging its relatively harmless appearance to gain the sailor's favor. Observing the mimic eagerly receiving food like a dog, the spirit rope disdainfully shook its form, pretending to be a rope draped over the mast, for the contract explicitly forbade any harm or consumption of humans without Richard's consent. Thus, Richard need not worry about any malevolent actions from these two items. He returned to the captain's quarters to examine his latest acquisitions. The crystal ball, telescope, longsword, and several parchments were laid upon the desk. He first picked up the telescope, and immediately a panel materialized within his line of sight. This was a new feature he had discovered. As long as he possessed the item, he could access its properties, akin to a form of appraisal. Name, locking telescope type, treasure rank, first order ability, infuse spirit to activate the treasure's power, targeting an object within its range to lock onto it. The user can subsequently observe the locked target and its surroundings at will. The treasure can lock onto a maximum of 3 targets, should the target's rank be excessively high. The effect reverses, allowing the target to observe the user and their surroundings. Usage conditions. The user must hold the treasure and continuously observe a moving target for over 24 hours to qualify for its use. Upon reading the panel's attributes, Richard's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The functionality of this treasure was indeed quite practical. On one hand, it enabled him to track enemies and their movements, while on the other, it allowed him to keep an eye on those he cared about. Although the potential for reversal was a concern, for a first-order treasure, it was quite satisfactory. Indeed, it surpassed the utility of the insect amber he had previously acquired. As for the telescope's usage conditions, Richard paid them little heed, surmising it was likely a legacy of some extraordinary being. The peculiar requirement was acceptable, as enduring such a trial just once would grant him permanent access to this treasure. Having examined the first item, Richard felt a surge of delight, sensing that the subsequent discoveries would prove equally rewarding. He chose to investigate the longsword next. Name, shattered sword type, extraordinary item rank, first order ability. The blade of the shattered sword is extraordinarily sharp, capable of cleaving through weapons of the same rank. However, its blade is correspondingly fragile, shattering upon contact with ordinary weapons. Additionally, the sword can repair itself by absorbing metal ores. Upon reviewing the panel's description, Richard concluded that this longsword did not align with his preferences. Its offensive-only nature struck him as somewhat extreme. He inspected the longsword in his hand. The blade was indeed razor-sharp, gleaming menacingly under the light. The blade's surface bore a web-like pattern, reinforcing its fragile appearance. He decided to store it in his secret treasury, contemplating whether to gift it to Avon or reward a subordinate for future merits. After assessing the longsword's attributes, Richard turned his attention to the parchments. These scrolls appeared unremarkable at first glance, but his focus was drawn to the inscriptions upon them. Upon closer examination, he discovered they contained a potion recipe, the sea monster elixir. Such potion recipes are a form of extraordinary knowledge, typically prevalent in the circles of alchemists and potion masters. The recipe, as its name implies, is designed to transform marine creatures into sea monsters. Generally, sea monsters are envisioned as colossal beings capable of stirring tempestuous waves. The potion's purpose is to enable marine creatures to transcend their natural limits and grow in size. Judging by the specifics of the recipe, the sea monster elixir likely falls within the first-order category, merely enlarging the creature without transforming it into a magical beast. While this effect left Richard somewhat disappointed, he deemed it acceptable, given its broad applicability. Not only could it be used on the few steel swordfish, but it also aligned with his future plans. Moreover, the ingredients for the sea monster elixir were relatively common and easy to procure. Having completed his examination of these items, he moved on to the final one, the crystal ball. Given the crystal ball's mystical significance, it often serves as a tool for divination. Thus, Richard surmised it might be an extraordinary item related to prophecy. However, upon viewing the information displayed on the panel, he realized it exceeded his expectations. Name, sealing crystal ball type, treasure rank, second order ability. Infuse spirit into the treasure to seal life forms that have lost their ability to resist within the crystal ball. Those sealed cannot utilize extraordinary powers, their time is frozen, and they cannot die. Only by shattering the crystal ball can the seal be broken. Current sealed life, 1 second order mermaid. Usage conditions, none. Gazing at the panel's description, Richard fell into contemplation. He hadn't anticipated that this crystal ball would be a sealing treasure, and that it contained a mermaid. Mermaids are exceedingly rare in the ocean. As inherently extraordinary beings, they can typically attain the status of second-order magical creatures upon maturity. As descendants of the legendary deity of tranquility and currents, mermaids possess the ability to manipulate water, communicate with marine life, and sing extraordinary melodies. Even among second-order extraordinary beings, they are formidable entities with impressively long lifespans. However, despite their advantageous traits, mermaids face the disadvantage of low reproductive rates, birthing a new member only once every few decades. This leads them to live in close-knit groups. Due to their peaceful nature and low birth rates, mermaids prefer a stable existence, rarely engaging with the outside world. They are also highly protective of their young, resulting in very few sightings of mermaids in the vast ocean. Only a fortunate few have encountered them and learned of their customs. While Richard had not encountered mermaids in his previous gaming experiences, he was aware of certain characteristics. It is said that when they shed tears of genuine emotion, the droplets become lustrous pearls, exquisite and exceedingly rare extraordinary materials. At this thought, a golden light ignited in Richard's eyes as the merchant's innate greed began to stir within him. It seemed that this crystal ball, which sealed a mermaid, was not only valuable in its own right, but the mermaid herself was worth a fortune. Thus, Richard grasped the crystal orb. The lower half of the sealed orb appeared to be filled with water, resembling a miniature lake accumulated below. As Richard gently shook the orb, the water within began to ripple. Observing that there seemed to be no movement within, he repeated the shaking several times and even turned the orb upside down. Upon lifting the orb once more, a voice finally emerged from within. "Human, do not overstep your bounds." Accompanying this voice was the emergence of a figure from the water's surface. She possessed long, azure hair adorned with several shells, her ethereal visage marred by an expression of anger. Her porcelain upper body rose from the depths, draped in a garment woven from shells and water currents, while her lower half remained submerged, though the faint traces of undulating movement and glimmering fish scales could be discerned. This mermaid was even more exquisite than Richard had anticipated. Upon encountering this second-tier mermaid, Richard's gaze shifted to her, and they exchanged glances across the orb. With a look of mild astonishment on his face, Richard addressed the mermaid. "Goodness, is this an illusion conjured by the orb, or is it truly a mermaid?" As he spoke, he seemed inclined to reach out and touch the orb, but with his movement, the mermaid swiftly retreated beneath the water. It appeared that even the contact through the orb was unwelcome to her. However, as Richard shook the orb again, the mermaid begrudgingly resurfaced. Once more, she reiterated her discontent with Richard's disturbance of her home. "I apologize, but I am merely curious. Are you trapped within this crystal orb?" In response to Richard's inquiry, the mermaid regarded him with a look of incredulity. Yet, perhaps not wishing to endure further shaking of her sanctuary, she curtly retorted, "What of it?" Upon hearing this, Richard, intrigued, probed further. "Might you share the reason for your entrapment? Did you commit some wrongdoing to be sealed away?" The mermaid scoffed at his words, and this line of questioning evidently struck a nerve. She offered no reply and submerged herself once more. This time, no matter how much Richard called or shook the orb, there was no response. It seemed that his initial encounter with the mermaid had not gone as smoothly as hoped. Nevertheless, it was indeed their first dialogue. Richard felt that this outcome was still somewhat acceptable. From her previous responses, it was clear that the mermaid was willing to communicate, only retreating when he touched upon a sensitive topic. To Richard, this was already a significant enough achievement, for the ability to converse implied the potential for deeper understanding. His greatest fear would have been an utter lack of interaction, which would render any attempts at gleaning information futile. Following this initial encounter, on his return journey to Black Sails Port, Richard made several attempts to engage the mermaid within the orb. Eventually, he learned that her name was Ariel. Despite the limited communication yielding only a name, Richard felt that with continued effort, he could unearth more from this mermaid. 3 days after departing Black Sails Port, Richard piloted the Black Pearl back to its harbor. In the subsequent week, he resumed his business of recovering stolen goods, while also launching a venture selling extraordinary jewels. It was the notorious Bloody Hand Claudius who came to purchase these extraordinary jewels, specifically the golden oak tree brooch he had previously coveted. After exchanging a substantial sum of gold coins, Richard personally handed over the brooch to Lord Claudius, informing him that should he desire more extraordinary jewels in the future, he could return to this establishment. Additionally, Richard offered custom services, requiring only the provision of raw materials and processing fees. Beyond these business dealings, Richard dedicated several days to successfully concocting 30 bottles of spiritual awakening potion. This production consumed all the materials he had previously acquired. Should he wish to continue crafting in the future, he would need to hunt white wave dolphins once again. After the successful creation, Richard summoned 20 individuals, represented by Avon, along with Cole and his 6 companions, aboard the Pearl. Observing the bright azure potions neatly arranged on the table, the expressions of the 26 individuals were filled with excitement, their breaths quickening. Richard treated them all equally, clearly explaining the method of consuming the potion and the necessary preparations. In truth, the use of the spiritual awakening potion was not overly complex. It simply required direct consumption, with the success of the awakening hinging on individual will and luck. However, Richard feared that Avon and the others might become so overwhelmed with excitement that they would fail in their awakening. Thus, he devised a comprehensive method for them, covering meditation, breathing, and other preparations, all aimed at calming their minds prior to potion consumption. Naturally, Avon and his companions trusted Richard implicitly, while Cole and the others, lacking an understanding of the extraordinary, listened intently, eager to commit every word to memory. After imparting this knowledge, Richard signaled for them to prepare, inviting those who felt ready to return to the room to consume the potion. Richard would observe their awakening process, providing them with a measure of reassurance. Regarding the forthcoming awakening, Richard's expectations were not overly optimistic. The process of awakening one's spirit was inherently esoteric, with a low success rate, even when using the potion. Therefore, he considered it fortunate if 4 or 5 individuals were able to successfully awaken. A fifth of the total would suffice for his subsequent plans. Should the numbers fall too low, Richard would need to adjust his future strategies accordingly. At this moment, not only were Avon and the others tense, but Richard too felt apprehensive about their spiritual awakening. This awakening was not merely a personal endeavor for them. It significantly influenced the future trajectory of Richard's team. After a period of waiting in the room, Richard was greeted by the first individual, Avon, his most trusted companion, who would follow him through thick and thin. Upon seeing Avon enter, a smile graced Richard's face. "It seems you are prepared." Avon nodded solemnly, then accepted the potion offered by Richard. Before consuming it, he turned to Richard and, in a deliberately casual tone, remarked, "I intend to choose the path of the Guardian Knight." The Guardian Knight, as the name suggests, is a path specializing in protection among extraordinary beings. Generally, Guardian Knights often perish before those they are sworn to protect, a practice commonly observed among the nobility. For instance, Richard's adversary, Baron Lancaster, has a younger brother who serves as a Guardian Knight. Evan's current declaration serves a dual purpose: to inform Richard of his decision and to fortify his own resolve. In response to Evan's words, Richard did not remain silent, but instead smiled and replied, "I look forward to seeing you stand before me with your shield." Upon receiving Richard's acknowledgement, Evan smiled, then promptly consumed the elixir of spiritual awakening. After ingesting the potion, Evan began to meditate, sitting motionless in his chair. Typically, those who awaken their spiritual senses perceive time differently from ordinary people. What feels like an extended period to them might only be a second or two in the external world. Evan seemed to be experiencing this phenomenon. Within mere seconds, Richard sensed a burgeoning power within Evan. As Evan suddenly opened his eyes, his face etched with alarm, he became acutely aware of his surroundings. Seeing Richard's smiling face and feeling the strange sensations within himself, Evan asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Have I succeeded?" Richard nodded, pulled him up, and embraced him, affirming, "Yes, you have awakened your spiritual powers. Now, try to control them." Evan's face then lit up with excitement, clearly captivated by his newfound abilities. Richard noticed the continuous evolution of Evan's spiritual energy. He suggested that Evan, who had just awakened, should rest in his room. Subsequently, the others also took turns consuming the elixir. The final outcome did not disappoint Richard. Out of 26 individuals who took the potion, 6 awakened their spiritual powers, meeting Richard's initial expectations. Besides Evan, the others who awakened were Cole, Little John, Soren, Paul, and Tristan. Cole and Little John, previously involved in the plan to capture the White Dolphin, were among the 6. The remaining 3, Soren, Paul, and Tristan, had pledged their loyalty to Richard. Soren, a pale and slender young man, was a jeweler who had escaped with Richard and had a knack for jewelry design. Paul, in contrast, was burly and fierce-looking, having overseen slaves mining gemstones before coming to Black Sail Harbor. Tristan, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, had previously worked on explosives to facilitate mining. Despite their varied backgrounds, all were loyal to Richard, epitomizing the 20 individuals represented by Evan. They had all worked for Richard's ancestors and remained steadfast even in times of crisis. proving their loyalty and reliability. Richard reassured those who did not awaken their spiritual powers, promising them priority in the next round of elixir distribution, as they were his original core team. After comforting and allowing them to rest, only Richard and the 6 who had awakened remained in the room. If Evan and Soren represented Richard's original team, Cole and Little John were another part of the group. Initially Richard's captives, but now having crossed the initial threshold to becoming supernaturals. Though not yet supernaturals, in Richard's eyes, their status was only slightly below that of Evan and the others. Cole and Little John were visibly excited, fascinated by their newfound powers and harboring greater ambitions to become full-fledged supernaturals. Before they could voice their desires, Richard addressed them formally. Cole, John, do you wish to become supernaturals? Cole hesitated, but Little John nodded fervently, prompting Cole to agree. Richard, unsurprised by their response, noted the difference between them and Evan, who had been loyal from the start. Little John initially thought Richard was rejecting their request, but his expression changed as Richard continued. Evan and the others have pledged their loyalty and signed contracts, hence I can offer them the chance to become supernaturals. As for you, before Richard could finish, Little John eagerly declared his loyalty, offering to swear allegiance or sign a contract. Cole quickly followed suit. Both stood before Richard, flushed with excitement, with Little John even kneeling to kiss Richard's boot, a pirate's gesture of fealty. Richard did not stop them. After their pledges, Richard agreed to give them a chance, and they renegotiated their contracts. The new contracts were similar to Evan's, but slightly stricter, emphasizing loyalty to Richard and the group's interests. In return, Richard would provide them with wages, training, and supernatural knowledge. Their only obligation was loyalty. After signing the contracts, Richard and even Evan and the others viewed Cole and Little John more favorably. Cole felt his decision was correct, while Little John was thrilled at the prospect of becoming a supernatural. Richard then briefed them on the steps to becoming a supernatural and provided them with a list of available knowledge, allowing them to consider their options. Meanwhile, Richard turned his attention to Evan and the others, who had patiently waited. Instead, they stood quietly to the side until Richard's attention was drawn in their direction. His demeanor softened considerably when addressing Evan and the others. Rather than immediately discussing the matter of choosing their extraordinary paths, he engaged in conversation with Evan and Soren, reminiscing about their past in York City. This undoubtedly fostered a closer bond between Richard and Soren, as they shared a common background, making it easier for them to empathize with one another through memories of yore. Once their exchange concluded, Richard's tone turned slightly more serious as he returned to the primary topic. What extraordinary paths do you intend to pursue? Upon hearing this inquiry, young John and Cole also cast their attention toward the group, eager to learn of others' choices. Evan was the first to speak, reiterating his previous decision to pursue the path of the Guardian Knight. With an air of calmness, he expressed that he lacked any particularly outstanding talents or interests. Thus, he resolved to become a Guardian Knight, stating that even in death, he would perish before his companions. This choice resonated with Richard, who recognized the clear benefits Evan's role would provide. Following Evan's lead, Soren also declared his choice. As a former jeweler, he held a deep affection for his craft and opted for the extraordinary profession of artisan. Initially, Soren intended to specialize further as a jeweler, but Richard advised against it. The artisan profession encompasses a wide array of skills, from repairing ships to crafting toys. Richard suggested that Soren begin as an artisan and explore various facets of work, as his current jewelry business would not limit him indefinitely. After a moment of contemplation, Soren embraced Richard's counsel, awakening as an artisan. Next came Paul, who evidently had made up his mind regarding his extraordinary path. With a robust voice, he expressed his desire to become a beast tamer. For Paul, his greatest strength lay in wielding a whip to motivate others, a skill he believed closely resembled that of a beast tamer. As both roles involved the use of a whip, Richard found himself bemused by Paul's rationale. In some respects, being a slave master might have suited him better, though such knowledge was absent from their current context. Nevertheless, Paul's reasoning was not entirely misplaced. The extraordinary abilities of a beast tamer indeed included skills of coercion, applicable even to humans, enhancing the strength of those subjected to coercion, thus fulfilling his needs. Lastly, Tristan's choice surprised Richard. He had anticipated that Tristan would also select the artisan profession, yet he opted for the role of a gunner. This profession emerged after the advent of gunpowder, characterized by extraordinary abilities that enhance explosive power and projectile accuracy. Richard recalled that the Black Pearl had been hastily outfitted without cannons, and upon reaching Black Sail Port, he had forgotten to rectify this oversight. Hearing Tristan's choice, Richard reminded himself about the cannons and curiously inquired why he wished to pursue the path of a gunner. This discussion animated Tristan, who eagerly recounted his past experiences with creating explosive gunpowder. From his enthusiastic descriptions, Richard realized that Tristan was a fervent explosion enthusiast who sought not merely to create gunpowder, but to witness it transform into cannonballs and explode. This passion was why he chose to be a gunner instead of a similarly emerging profession, the marksman, as he found the latter's scope too limited. While Richard found Tristan's obsession with explosions somewhat perplexing, he ultimately supported his choice. Individuals as passionate as Tristan often harness their zeal to propel themselves further once they become extraordinary beings. As Richard prepared to impart the corresponding extraordinary knowledge to them, Cole and young John unexpectedly stepped forward, announcing that they too had made their selections. Although taken aback, Richard soon discerned that their decisions were well considered. Young John aspired to become a pirate, desiring the ability to communicate with marine creatures, a skill he had read about. Richard had no objections. Pirates are formidable in naval combat, and bringing young John along for revenge against Baron Lancaster could fulfill his aspirations as a pirate. Conversely, Cole's choice diverged from young John's. Though he too yearned for the sea, he opted for the role of captain. In contrast to pirates, captains emphasize enhancing a ship's combat capabilities. While a pirate may excel individually, a captain can ensure that their vessel possesses superior combat effectiveness during naval engagements, as their extraordinary abilities bolster the entire ship's prowess. Additionally, the captain profession is officially recognized among various nations' navies, with most fleet commanders holding this title. Thus, Richard raised no objections to Cole's choice. However, the captain profession would require a dedicated ship, and the Black Pearl could not be allocated to Cole. Hence, preparations for a new vessel might be necessary. With the 6 individuals having chosen their extraordinary paths, Richard hesitated to immediately convey the corresponding extraordinary knowledge to them. On one hand, their understanding of the extraordinary realm remained somewhat superficial. Especially for Cole and Little John, there arose a pressing need for Richard to mentor them for a while. Conversely, to attain the extraordinary tier, mere possession of extraordinary knowledge is insufficient. Ivan and his companions must also meet the fundamental prerequisites of various paths. For instance, Ivan's guardian knight profession necessitates that he possesses adequate physical prowess and a certain level of weaponry skills. Similarly, Trist's gunner profession demands that he has a sufficient understanding of various types of ammunition and artillery. Absent these foundational elements, even acquiring extraordinary knowledge would make it arduous to grasp certain terminologies and concepts. Thus, the 6 individuals before Richard must undergo his training. Once they evolve into extraordinary beings, Richard plans to further enhance their combat experience, paving the way for revenge against Baron Lancaster. At that juncture, the ring left behind by Richard's mother will once again find its way into his possession. On the deck of the Black Pearl, Ivan was engaged in training with Richard. Holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, despite wielding 2 weapons, he was no match for Richard, who only bore a sword. Richard deftly swung his longsword while imparting verbal guidance to Ivan. During combat, do not fixate on your opponent's weapon. Instead, focus on their shoulders and footwork, enabling you to better anticipate and block their moves. Avoid attempting to attack while defending with your shield. This will compromise your shielding strength. You must learn to balance offense and defense. Faster, faster. Your reactions must be swift, and your mind must remain focused. Otherwise, how will you fare in battle? Although Richard lacked extraordinary physical abilities, the wealth of treasures amassed from secret troves endowed him with formidable strength among first-tier extraordinary beings. Coupled with his keen combat awareness and experience, Ivan found himself struggling as if besieged by a tempest. He was not only enduring Richard's physical strikes, but also striving to absorb the invaluable lessons imparted to him, laying the groundwork for future confrontations with extraordinary beings. After enduring a relentless barrage for several minutes, Richard finally withdrew his tempestuous assault, signaling Ivan to rest before continuing their training. Upon hearing this, Ivan immediately dropped his weapons and collapsed onto the deck, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, utterly spent. Beside him, several individuals had already prepared water and cloths to aid Ivan in alleviating the fatigue from his training. Departing from Ivan, Richard approached Little John, applying the same rigorous training regimen. As a pirate, a profession predominantly defined by combat, he too required such training. Following Little John was Paul, who, unlike the previous 2, was currently surrounded by other sailors and a few goats, hounds, and cattle that he had procured. Paul was wielding a whip, attempting to train and command these animals. Previously, Paul's progress in taming animals had been sluggish. He was unaware of the proper techniques. It wasn't until Richard likened the experience to supervising slaves that Paul grasped the essential principles. Taming animals is not as daunting as it seems. One must simply demonstrate their own strength and employ conditional rewards or punishments. Having realized that he could treat these animals as he once did his slaves, Paul's ability as a beast tamer rapidly advanced, allowing him to command the acquired animals with newfound confidence. Notably, Paul's skill with the whip was exceptional. With a mere crack of the whip, the animals quickly responded to his commands. Over time, even the sailors watching began to develop a conditioned reflex, instinctively flinching whenever Paul cracked his whip. Excluding the 3 aboard the Black Pearl, Richard also checked on the progress of the others. Soren, having been sent by Richard to a craftsman's workshop in Blacksail Port with some financial support, indicated during their discussions that he had learned a great deal. Perhaps due to an awakening of his innate talents, he not only made strides in his jewelry design skills, but also rapidly absorbed various other crafts. At this rate, he would soon become a versatile artisan. For Soren, Richard found little to instruct. He occasionally sketched jewelry or other designs for Soren to study, serving as a form of mentorship. In contrast to Soren, Trist posed a greater challenge for Richard. At this moment, he was aboard another ship with Cole, practicing various drills alongside other sailors. Unlike Cole, a seasoned pirate adept at command and coordination, Trist, the aspiring gunner, exhibited a rather lackluster performance. This was not due to any issues with aiming or other skills. On the contrary, his cannon fire was accurate enough to ensure that projectiles landed near their intended targets, a commendable achievement for a novice. However, Trist had a penchant for incorporating his experimental gunpowder into the cannonballs, which led to hazardous mishaps, including 2 accidental explosions. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, but several unfortunate individuals suffered significant injuries, prompting Richard to admonish Trist, which eventually curbed his reckless tendencies. Having assessed the training outcomes of Trist and Cole, Richard deemed their progress satisfactory, and in a few days, he would be ready to impart extraordinary knowledge to them. Throughout these days, not only had Ivan and his companions made commendable strides in their training, but Richard's business also flourished. The recovery of stolen goods yielded a steady influx of dozens of gold coins daily, and 3 extraordinary jewels had been sold, amounting to several hundred coins. Though this was not as lucrative as the previous windfall from the recovery of goods with Claudius, it still represented a stable income. Moreover, the other sailors observed Ivan and his companions' training and, upon inquiring, learned that they were preparing to become extraordinary beings. This revelation sparked a newfound enthusiasm among the crew. After all, if even Ivan, a well-regarded captain's confidant, and the former captives Cole and Little John had the opportunity to become extraordinary beings, why should they not aspire to the same? This notion ignited a fervor within many sailors, leading to a marked improvement in their work ethic and attitude. Although they had previously entered into a contract with Richard that allowed for adjustments, their faith in it had been wavering, reflected in a lackadaisical approach to their duties. However, upon discovering the transformations in the contracts of Little John and the others, many sailors felt a renewed sense of hope, even if they could not ascend to the extraordinary tier as swiftly as Cole and his companions. They believed that diligently working to enhance their own contracts should not be an insurmountable challenge. Such thoughts swiftly disseminated among the sailors, and Richard was naturally pleased to observe the shift in their attitudes. He had even disclosed the specific contractual details concerning young John and his companions to instill hope and motivate the sailors. This strategy ensured the smooth operation of the differentiated contract system aboard Richard's Black Pearl, laying a solid foundation for the future expansion of his crew. After a period of rigorous training, Richard formally imparted the corresponding arcane knowledge to the 6 individuals. Evan's arcane knowledge included the Knight training method, mastery of the heavy shield, reflective armor, oath of protection, life link, substitute doll, and beast blood totem. These were meticulously selected by Richard for Evan. The Knight training method and mastery of the heavy shield are essential for the path of a guardian knight, as is the oath of protection, which binds the knight and the protected in a profound, fate-linked connection, allowing them to share abilities to a certain extent. Besides these essentials, the life link and substitute doll are indispensable, enabling Evan to share Richard's burdens of damage, curses, and mental attacks, essentially, to endure the brunt of assaults. Given that guardian knights are destined to be struck, they must be resilient, hence the reflective armor and beast blood totem. The reflective armor enhances Evan's physical and armor defenses, mitigates damage, and reflects it, thereby indirectly boosting his survivability. The beast blood totem, a versatile chaotic knowledge, requires Evan to hunt monsters and use their blood mixed with spiritual essence to draw totems on his body, enhancing his physique and potentially acquiring some of the monster's arcane abilities. Since the Guardian Knight's arcane abilities are somewhat limited, Richard chose this chaotic knowledge to possibly compensate for Evan's shortcomings. When Evan received the parchment inscribed with arcane knowledge from Richard, his hands trembled slightly. Richard patted his shoulder, signaling him to prepare. Richard had already procured the necessary materials for Evan and the other 5, awaiting their complete preparation to ascend as first-tier arcanists. Following Evan was Soren, who had been apprenticing at a forge, his skin tanned and muscles defined, exuding a masterful aura with his serene demeanor. Richard prepared for Soren the arcane knowledge of material analysis, shaping blueprints, artisan's heart, metal hand, elemental enchantment, flesh weaponry, and spiritual rite. The first 4 are standard for craftsmen, enhancing ordinary skills. The latter 3 chaotic knowledges were chosen after discussions with Soren. Elemental enchantment allows for the infusion of elemental properties into items, such as a hammer that strikes with lightning. Flesh weaponry, a more obscure technique, involves crafting weapons from the flesh of monsters or arcanists, akin to bioarmor in a fantastical context. The spiritual rite is a chaotic knowledge that awakens the spirit within items, not the spiritual power of arcanists, but the animistic consciousness, making items more potent and agile. A prime example is the ship's spirit of legendary vessels, which can autonomously command the ship in battle. Some 5th-tier legendary ships can even fend off arcanists of the same level without human intervention, showcasing formidable combat prowess. For instance, the future illustrious legendary ship of the White Rose Kingdom, the Royal Sovereign, exemplifies this. Soren's chosen chaotic knowledges span diverse fields. However, these domains align with his interests and willingness to explore. If necessary, he can refine his focus later. Richard concurred, recognizing the advantage of having a versatile craftsman like Soren in their team. After receiving the arcane knowledge, Soren retired to his chambers to prepare for the formation of his transcendent ladder. Next was Johann. His selection was straightforward: weather discernment, water elemental affinity, piratical combat techniques, sail mastery, the heart of plunder, mental communion, and sea beast taming. The final 3 were chaotic knowledge, with mental communion and sea beast taming being Johann's personal choices. Despite not knowing the motivations behind these choices, Richard considered them beneficial, as a team member capable of controlling marine creatures and magical beasts would be advantageous. Regardless, the range of extraordinary abilities for pirates was limited, with distinctions primarily in functionality. Following Johann's exuberant departure, it was Paul's turn. Richard chose for him bestial habits, a husbandry manual, bloodline cultivation, taming commands, mental communion, a frenzy aura, and a barbaric whip. These abilities encompassed various aspects of a beastmaster's capabilities: mastery of animal behavior, communication, taming, breeding, command through whips and other means, and enhancing combat prowess were all addressed in the arcane knowledge. The barbaric whip was a deliberate choice by Richard, believing it would suit Paul well, and Paul himself favored this chaotic knowledge. After seeing Paul off, Cole, aspiring to be a captain, made his selection. His arcane knowledge included ship fortification and artillery enhancement, ship repair, storm subjugation, a captain's heart, spectral stealth, warship animation, and tempestuous impact. The first 4 were related to naval vessels. Ship fortification and artillery enhancement increased hull strength and firepower. Ship repair was self-explanatory. Storm subjugation allowed navigation through turbulent waters. And a captain's heart enhanced Cole's leadership qualities while on board. Among the latter 3 chaotic knowledges, spectral stealth concealed the ship, allowing underwater navigation. Warship animation brought parts of the ship to life, such as ropes and sails, for combat or routine navigation. Tempestuous impact enabled the ship to charge at extraordinary speeds, but at the cost of significant damage, potentially leading to disintegration. These seemingly potent abilities were somewhat diminished in practice. A captain's extraordinary abilities depended on various factors. The individual's transcendent rank was crucial, as leading a legendary warship at a lower level was incompatible. The effectiveness of the captain's abilities also depended on the crew. A larger, more coordinated, and powerful crew enhanced the captain's capabilities. Mastering the captain's transcendent path, commanding a legendary warship on the vast ocean, was a formidable challenge. Cole received the arcane knowledge from Richard with trembling hands. He was astounded that he, who once looked up to captains, was now becoming a transcendent being. Despite years at sea, Cole's excitement was palpable, with a hint of redness around his eyes. Richard patted his shoulder in reassurance, signaling that he could prepare to become a transcendent. Lastly, there was Tristan. Richard selected for the gunner, gunpowder manufacture, precision aiming, rapid reloading, cannon construction, terrifying explosions, violent reactions, and elemental mixing. The range of transcendent knowledge for gunners was limited, with names reflecting their functions. The chaotic knowledge of violent reactions and elemental mixing was typically used by alchemists and apothecaries. The former amplified collisions, used by Tristan to research more potent explosives and increase explosive power. The latter allowed him to infuse cannonballs with elements, creating various types, such as his envisioned frost cannonballs, which would scatter icy shards upon explosion, inflicting damage and freezing the surroundings. Richard supported Tristan's innovative ideas and encouraged him to prepare for the formation of his transcendent ladder. Richard was now alone in the room. He was confident about the upcoming formation of the transcendent ladder for the Six, as they were well prepared with his guidance. Far more so than he was during his own advancement. Their chances of success were high. Richard then contemplated future development plans. His immediate goal was revenge, to reclaim the ring. He also aimed to establish a rudimentary business network to better prepare for the arrival of players. As Richard pondered and awaited the results of Avon and the others, Satyr urgently arrived, informing Richard that someone sought to commission transcendent jewelry and had contacted him. Richard was surprised, as he had temporarily closed his shop to focus on assisting Avon and the others, intending to reopen later. Unexpectedly, someone had sought him out through Satyr. After a moment's deliberation, Richard decided to decline the request, as Avon's situation was more pressing. He informed Satyr of his decision and stated that his shop would reopen the following day, allowing the person to return then. However, Satyr's face paled, and he nervously looked at Richard, imploring, "Lord Richard, you should meet this person. She is notorious in Blacksails Harbor." Sensing Satyr's fear, Richard's interest piqued. "Is it a notorious pirate from Blacksails Harbor? Has she truly frightened you so?" In response to Richard's words, Sartre dared not reply, but instead introduced the figure of infamy he referred to as the siren, Coven. Although her power and influence paled in comparison to those of other notorious pirates, her reputation was undeniably formidable. This phenomenon was largely attributed to Coven's distinctive style and characteristics. Legend has it that Coven possessed an enchanting beauty and a voluptuous figure. Often spontaneously inviting pirates, she fancied for friendly duels at Black Sail Harbor. If her brazen demeanor were all there was to it, it would hardly be remarkable. As such, scandalous tales were not uncommon in Black Sail Harbor. However, the reason for Coven's notoriety lay in the terrifying truth concealed behind the salacious gossip. Those who accepted her invitations and boarded her vessel, the Siren, never returned. Moreover, as the number of invitees grew, so too did the crew aboard the Siren, who bore an uncanny resemblance to those who had vanished before. The truth was starkly revealed during one of her confrontations with another group of pirates. Those who had been invited aboard were transformed into tireless, formidable humanoid monstrosities, serving as Coven's crew. The enjoyment they experienced came at the cost of their humanity, meaning that Coven was, in fact, a necrophiliac. During that fateful skirmish, she reveled on her deck while unleashing her long-prepared trump cards, swiftly annihilating her foes. The bloodshed, slaughter, mystery, beauty, and grotesqueness displayed during that battle catapulted Coven to fame, earning her the moniker the Siren. The arrival of such a person was both unexpected and somewhat troublesome for Richard. For those endowed with extraordinary abilities, titles wield a form of power. In this realm, the strength of human exceptionalists emanates from the manifestation of order. Beyond the pathway of extraordinary tiers, titles also represent a facet of extraordinary power derived from order. Much like Coven, when a person's deeds resonate among ordinary individuals or other exceptionalists to a significant degree, a title is forged, consequently endowing them with corresponding power. It can be said that titles constitute a vital component of an exceptionalist's combat prowess. However, acquiring a title is no trivial endeavor. An exceptionalist must perform notable deeds to bear such an honor. Merely disseminating rumors within a crowd is insufficient. The essence of obtaining a title is a ritualistic process. Without deeds to serve as a vessel, even the grandest of false reputations hold no weight. The potency of a title is often linked to the nature of the deeds that birthed it and the source of the title itself. For instance, if one bears the title Dragon Slayer, they likely possess an innate intimidation and power over draconic creatures. Presently, an exceptionalist bearing a title had sought Richard's attention. After a moment's contemplation, Richard resolved to decline the Siren's request. Although the likelihood of Evan and the others successfully manifesting extraordinary tears was slim, he deemed it prudent to remain here, just in case. Upon hearing Richard's response, Sartre's face contorted in distress. In this predicament, he found himself in the most challenging position, as neither Coven nor Richard's decisions were within his purview. Conversely, he risked incurring their wrath merely by relaying information. For Sartre, an ordinary man caught between two exceptionalists, the experience was excruciating. Nevertheless, Richard did not impose undue difficulty on Sartre. During this time, in addition to assisting Evan and the others in becoming exceptionalists, he successfully crafted two new extraordinary jewelry rings. One resembled the previously sold golden oak brooch in effect, but was significantly more powerful, named Blood of Gold, crafted from dragonstone, which symbolizes pride, nobility, and strength. The other extraordinary piece was Quiet Night, made from dark night gems that represent mystery, night, and curses. Its effect was to enhance Richard's power when casting certain extraordinary or chaotic knowledge while mitigating side effects, leaning towards a passive amplification of extraordinary ability. With the Quiet Night in hand, Richard found himself more adept at employing extraordinary knowledge that fell outside the purview of a jeweler's abilities. For instance, at this moment, it was inconvenient for Richard to personally refuse the Siren, so he decided to utilize his extraordinary knowledge to send a messenger alongside Sartre to convey the situation, thereby clarifying his stance. Richard instructed Sartre to wait briefly, then rubbed the Quiet Night ring on his left pinky while channeling his essence into it. In mere seconds, a pitch-black eagle emerged from the ring. This was the messenger summoned by his extraordinary knowledge, capable of being called forth at any time through the extraordinary item. Richard could communicate with Coven through this avian envoy. Upon realizing the function of the Black Eagle, Sartre visibly relaxed and expressed his gratitude to Richard before departing with the soaring creature. Although Richard remained aboard the Black Pearl, he could observe the world through the eagle's eyes as it flapped its wings, following Sartre away from the ship and toward another direction. After traversing several streets, Sartre arrived at a standalone house in Black Sail Harbor. This property was developed by the Golden Balance Merchant Association, enjoying moderate sales among certain pirates. The residence boasted a swimming pool and garden, where the Siren Coven lounged in the sun, clad in light attire. Having given prior notice, the pale-skinned, stiff-bodied guards did not impede his entrance. Upon entering, Sartre's gaze immediately fell upon Coven, her skin radiant as milk, her vibrant red lips, and devilish figure igniting a sense of heat within him. However, Sartre recognized this was not a normal reaction. He pinched himself sharply before respectfully approaching Coven, keeping his head down as he greeted her. Coven turned her head, instantly noticing the pitch-black eagle perched on Sartre's shoulder. The creature's unadulterated essence radiated like the brilliance of night, capturing Coven's attention. After Sartre explained the situation, the eagle on his shoulder echoed Richard's voice from the Black Pearl. Greetings to you, Lady Siren. Due to pressing matters, I must communicate with you in this form. Upon witnessing the anthropomorphized eagle perched on Sartre's shoulder, a look of intrigue emerged on Cowen's face. After all, to her knowledge, first-tier merchants lacked the ability to summon creatures, indicating that this extraordinary individual named Richard possessed some unique skills. Consequently, Cowen straightened slightly and engaged Richard in conversation. I have learned from Sartre that you offer bespoke, extraordinary jewelry services. I would like to place an order with you, she stated directly, unambiguously expressing her intention. Richard, of course, agreed without hesitation, suggesting that if Cowen had time, she could visit his shop the following day for a face-to-face discussion. After confirming the appointment time with Cowen, Richard exchanged a few more words with her before preparing to depart. Throughout this interaction, Richard did not perceive Cowen as particularly menacing. Her demeanor remained calm and composed. However, for Sartre, the experience was quite different. Positioned closely to Cowen, he had to keep his head bowed, serving as the eagle's mount, continually pinching himself to stay alert. Upon hearing the conclusion of Richard's conversation, he could not help but exhale in relief. Shortly thereafter, Richard's messenger eagle followed Sartre out of the vicinity. As they departed, the eagle cast a few discerning glances at the guards stationed outside Cowen's residence, its eyes glinting with inscrutable meaning. After Sartre and the others had left, Cowen discovered a black gemstone in her hand. She lifted it to admire for a moment before beginning to toy with it, a playful smile gracing her lips. A jeweler, indeed. Following his exit from Cowen's abode, Richard's messenger eagle unexpectedly inquired about Sartre, seeking to relay its impressions of Cowen and the other guards. Sartre, initially taken aback, eventually shared his genuine feelings with Richard. The eagle did not press further, and Sartre remained silent, escorting the eagle back to the Black Pearl. The jet-black eagle seamlessly melded into Richard's tranquil night, as he reflected on the recent events observed through the eagle's perspective. Coupling this with the information he had gleaned from Sartre, Richard felt a sense of certainty that the siren Cowen guard, the means by which she had gained notoriety, was the reanimated corpse, a chaotic knowledge he was well acquainted with. As a powerful manifestation of chaotic knowledge, the reanimated corpse came with significant drawbacks. On one hand, the extraordinary individual controlling such a being must remain vigilant against its inherent threats, as a moment's inattention could lead to a loss of control, potentially resulting in a backlash. Conversely, the continuous process of creating reanimated corpses could erode the creator's own mental state, rendering them increasingly malevolent, indifferent, bloodthirsty, and cruel, much like the very corpses they manipulated. Thus, upon recognizing Cowen's prolific production of reanimated corpses, Richard's heart swelled with caution. For if the corpses were once extraordinary individuals themselves, their combat prowess would be even more formidable and uncanny. Consequently, every creator of reanimated corpses often contemplated hunting down other extraordinary beings to bolster their own ranks. Despite his apprehension, Richard would not be cowed should Cowen decide to act against him. As a former creator of reanimated corpses, he fully understood their vulnerabilities. If Cowen believed she could use her reanimated corpses to confront him, it would be a futile endeavor. Moreover, Richard had recently received promising news. He sensed a surge of spiritual energy aboard the Black Pearl. It seemed one of Evan's group had become an extraordinary individual. Sure enough, moments later, Evan burst through the door, his expression brimming with excitement as he relayed the good news. He had successfully coalesced the extraordinary ladder of the Guardian Knight. Recognizing the spiritual energy emanating from Evan and observing his noticeably augmented stature, Richard felt a surge of pride as he patted him on the shoulder, reassured that their previous investments of resources and effort had not been in vain. Before Evan could demonstrate his newfound abilities, another figure entered, the ever-enthusiastic Soren, who had also attained extraordinary status. Following him, Paul, Little John, Cole, and Treaster all manifested as extraordinary individuals aboard the Black Pearl. Witnessing the 6 individuals before him, each having coalesced their own unique extraordinary ladders, a satisfied smile spread across Richard's face. With this development, the Black Pearl had gained 6 new extraordinary allies, significantly enhancing their strength. Now, all that remained was to allow Evan and the others some time to acclimate to their newfound abilities, after which Richard could gradually implement his subsequent plans. Thus, as the day wore on, Richard dedicated the remaining hours to instructing Evan and the others on how to effectively harness their extraordinary powers. During this process, he became acquainted with the specifics of their abilities. Although extraordinary individuals typically refrained from disclosing their capabilities to others to avoid revealing vulnerabilities, Evan and his comrades found themselves in a unique situation. First and foremost, they were all extraordinary individuals under Richard's command, part of a unified front. and thus deemed it necessary to share their general capabilities with him. Furthermore, since the knowledge used to forge their extraordinary ladders had been a collective decision, Richard could surmise their abilities even without explicit confirmation. Given this, they found it more prudent to communicate openly with Richard. At that moment, clad in armor and wielding a massive steel shield, Evan effortlessly faced off against 7 or 8 sailors armed with swords and knives. He stood his ground without raising his shield, and despite their vigorous assaults, the sailors could not land a single blow. Instead, their fierce strikes only rebounded upon them, leaving Evan unscathed. With merely a few strikes, the hand wielding the blade would become weak from the recoil, rendering it incapable of grasping the weapon firmly. This is one of Avon's abilities, known as the Thorn Shield, which is derived from recoil armor and knightly training techniques. Its specific effect amplifies his physical attributes, causing a certain degree of backlash whenever Avon's armor, body, or shield is subjected to an attack. Currently, this ability primarily manifests in the physical realm, such as against weapon slashes, heavy hits, or crashing waves, while its effectiveness against curses, mental assaults, and illusions is comparatively diminished. Apart from the Thorn Shield, Avon's remaining powers include the Oath of Guardianship, Beast Blood Totem, and Heavy Armored Knight. The latter two are merely upgraded versions of extraordinary knowledge previously bestowed upon Avon by Richard. The Heavy Armored Knight ability is geared towards passive enhancement, allowing Avon to don heavy armor and wield formidable weapons, thereby augmenting his overall defensive capabilities. The ability most closely associated with Richard is undoubtedly the Oath of Guardianship. This power synthesizes multiple extraordinary effects, requiring Avon to pledge an oath of protection to a specific target, thereby establishing a mystical connection. Consequently, Avon can share the burden of damage, curses, and mental attacks endured by the target, enabling both parties to utilize each other's abilities. This ability is indisputably the core of the Guardianship Knight's extraordinary hierarchy. As for the object of Avon's guardianship, it is, without question, Richard. Just moments ago, Avon activated this skill in the presence of onlookers, declaring, "From this moment forth, I shall become a steadfast shield, warding off blades and tempests for you." With Avon's final proclamation, Richard felt their extraordinary tears intertwined through Avon's power. This connection not only linked their extraordinary strengths, but also facilitated a deeper level of collaboration between them. For instance, now, as long as Richard internally calls for Avon, he will sense his presence. As both Richard and Avon ascend in their extraordinary ranks, this collaboration will deepen, potentially enabling them to channel each other's abilities remotely through their bodies. It can be said that upon the completion of the Oath of Guardianship, Avon has become Richard's most significant ally, both in mystical significance and reality. They exist as one. Meanwhile, aboard the Black Pearl, others are also familiarizing themselves with their extraordinary powers. Young John, as a pirate, is not currently sparring with other sailors, but instead conversing with several steel marlins at the ship's stern. After becoming an extraordinary being, he has indeed acquired the ability to communicate with sea creatures, though he remains uncertain about which ones will capture his interest in the future. His other extraordinary abilities consist of the classic pirate trio, raging waves, howling winds, and unrestrained pillaging, although Richard has no immediate plans for him to act as a pirate. Based on young John's abilities, having him serve as a sailor under Captain Cole seems a viable option. Speaking of Cole, he is currently aboard another vessel purchased by Richard. This ship is considerably smaller than the Black Pearl, equipped with only a single cannon, which suits Cole as a novice captain perfectly. When Richard checked on his progress, he discovered Cole experimenting with his abilities, as the ropes aboard the ship twisted and coiled like serpents, evidently a manifestation of his activated battleship powers. Richard has learned about Cole's abilities, which include the heart of the captain, enhancing the strength and camaraderie of those aboard, thereby elevating the ship's overall performance. The living warship, allowing parts of the ship to animate and self-repair. The storm navigation ability, which increases the vessel's speed and can unleash a storm impact when fully activated, and ghostly stealth. An upgraded effect of the eponymous chaotic knowledge, enabling the ship to submerge beneath the water and conceal itself and its crew. After observing Cole's situation, Richard sought out Soren. Soren's extraordinary abilities fell within expected parameters, encompassing craftsmanship, flesh weapons, elemental enchantment, and spiritual rituals. Upon meeting Richard, Soren made a request to purchase some extraordinary materials for crafting. Eager to test his current capabilities, Richard would have taken this initiative even without Soren's prompting, as having a craftsman within the team is invaluable. It is only logical to seek extraordinary materials for crafting, whether for sale or for the benefit of the team. Following Soren was Trist, who at that moment was not fiddling with the cannons aboard the Black Pearl, but rather wielding a slingshot to strike the sea. With each projectile he launched, Richard observed the water erupting in splashes upon impact. Trist's abilities include precision targeting, violent explosion, elemental fusion, and artillery mastery. The effects of these abilities are clear from their names. Precision targeting is an aiming ability that transcends mere accuracy to achieve an extraordinary focus. Violent explosion enhances the power of explosions and subsequent chain reactions. Elemental fusion allows Trist to blend elements within his projectiles, granting them additional effects. And artillery mastery encompasses all aspects of crafting and repairing ammunition and cannons, representing a holistic enhancement. It can be said that Trist's presence could augment the firepower aboard the Black Pearl by at least 200%. Meanwhile, Paul, the beast tamer, is currently commanding the previously acquired animals with a whip. Compared to before, both Paul and the animals he directs have transformed significantly since becoming a beast tamer. Paul can now command these creatures without words or visible gestures, wielding the ability of beast taming, which encompasses both taming and communication. If Paul were to crack his whip against these animals, for instance, the cattle visibly exhibit a heightened vigor and strength, as if they have ingested a stimulant. This phenomenon exemplifies another of Paul's abilities, the savage whip, which enhances the combat prowess, spirit, and physicality of beasts through the application of the whip. It is a multifaceted amplification skill, exhibiting extensive versatility, and its efficacy is significantly magnified when employed in conjunction with other extraordinary abilities. For example, administering a few lashes while taming a beast will yield superior results. Similarly, when utilizing Paul's other capabilities, such as beast breeding and strengthening commands, it can foster and fortify the beasts effectively. However, Paul, as a beast tamer, primarily derives his strength from the creatures he subdues. The greater the power of the beasts under his control, the stronger he becomes. Therefore, thoughtful consideration is essential for Paul, or Richard, in this regard. As Paul and his companions become more acquainted with their abilities, Richard is also contemplating future plans. While the addition of 6 first-tier extraordinary individuals is certainly a cause for celebration, Richard is already pondering how to maximize their potential and value. These 6 individuals are still novices in the realm of the extraordinary, necessitating appropriate equipment or resources to fully harness their capabilities. For instance, Avon requires a set of extraordinary armor and a shield. Paul needs to tame magical creatures. Soren requires a substantial amount of materials to practice his abilities. And Tristan also needs extraordinary artillery or a gunpowder laboratory. If necessary, young John must also tame sea beasts. All these matters must be addressed subsequently to enable them to unleash the full extent of their extraordinary powers. Of course, with the presence of these extraordinary individuals, Richard will no longer need to undertake certain tasks personally. For example, he can delegate his planned hunts or the breeding of the white wave dolphins to young John and Paul. In naval battles, Cole and Tristan will significantly amplify the combat strength of the Black Pearl. Avon, as Richard's guardian knight, can also represent him in various matters. As a craftsman, Soren's assistance will prove invaluable. It is highly likely that Avon's armor and shield will be entrusted to him. With Avon and the others becoming extraordinary, the Black Pearl will not only grow larger, but also face more challenges and responsibilities. Nevertheless, this development allows Richard to navigate potential troubles with greater composure. For instance, the following day, as he welcomed the siren Kewen at the treasure monster's home, only Richard, Avon, and Kewen were present. Richard sat thoughtfully in a chair, examining the gemstone provided by Kewen. Avon, clad in armor, stood beside him. Meanwhile, Kewen, adorned in a revealing red dress, sat across from Richard, separated by a table. Her attire exposed the deep contours of her chest, the expansive expanse of her fair skin, and her smooth, shapely legs to the air. While waiting, she did not appear bored. Rather, she curiously explored the shop's decorations, though her gaze quickly returned to Richard and Avon. Despite her fervent stare, Richard, engrossed in his work, paid her no mind, while Avon felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze. Noticing Avon's reaction, Kewen, with a playful lick of her lips, adjusted her posture, crossing her legs. Her high heels swayed enticingly in the air, capturing attention. She even winked at Avon, exuding a provocative allure. However, although Avon had initially reacted to her actions, it was merely due to his first encounter with Kewen. Upon further observation, his demeanor shifted to one of indifference, bordering on disdain. Kewen yearned to pursue her flirtations further, but Richard interjected. Although he had been appraising the gemstone she provided, he remained aware of the dynamics within the shop. He harbored no concerns that Avon would be swayed by Kewen's beauty, as he understood that Avon despised women who flaunted themselves like Kewen. As for Richard, his mind was filled with visions of glittering gold coins, rendering Kewen's allure utterly insignificant. Moreover, her intentions were evidently nefarious. Richard placed the gemstone she provided back on the table before her, his hands clasped. His right fingers absent-mindedly rubbed the ring on his hand. After a brief pause, he spoke. "My apologies, Lady Kewen, but I cannot accept your custom commission." Upon hearing this, Kewen's smile vanished, her crossed legs uncrossed, her expression turning icy. "Give me a reason," she demanded, her tone brusque, the aura around her radiating an evident threat. Avon stepped forward, his own energy pulsating aggressively in response. Richard, unfazed by Kewen's demeanor, straightened slightly, a polite smile gracing his face as he replied coolly, "To be candid, as a merchant, I welcome all patrons who can yield profit. However, this does not extend to those with ill intentions. As he spoke, he picked up the black gemstone Kewin had presented and held it toward her, feigning observation while keenly scrutinizing her reaction. On the surface, this gemstone appears to be of excellent quality, nearly flawless, possessing both aesthetic and extraordinary material value. Yet, as a jeweler, if I cannot discern your scant trickery, what does that make me as an extraordinary being? Despite maintaining a smile, Richard's tone dripped with mockery. He flicked the gemstone onto the ground before Kewin. Corpse oil, amber, spirit, and a touch of curse. I could easily manufacture hundreds of such fakes. Do you truly think you can ensnare me with such tactics? Has your mind been filled with corpse oil? If so, I might as well offer you a gold coin to choose a decent grave for yourself. As he spoke, a gold coin materialized in Richard's hand, which he hurled directly at Kewin's face. If it struck her, it would undoubtedly serve as the utmost humiliation for the siren. Kewin caught the coin midair, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Richard with disdain, responding in a flat tone. It seems you are unaware of what you are about to face. I shall use this coin to select a fine grave for you. Upon finishing her words, she disregarded the counterfeit black gemstone on the ground and departed from Richard's shop. On her way back, Coven tightly clutched the gold coin in her hand, her once enchanting visage now grotesquely twisted by a fierce expression. In her heart, she calculated how many revenants remained aboard her ship, plotting to closely monitor Richard and his companions' movements. Should they dare to leave Black Sail's port, she would ruthlessly eliminate Richard and all those around him, transforming them into revenants. Meanwhile, in the treasure chest monster house, Richard, who had previously displayed a mocking demeanor as Coven departed, now wore a cold smile. He retrieved a telescope from his secret stash and inquired of his companion, Evan, whether the items he had requested were ready. Evan nodded affirmatively, confirming that everything had been procured and was stored in the ship's cabin. Excellent, Richard replied with satisfaction, raising the telescope to his eyes. As he infused it with his essence, the image of Coven returning to her abode and the surrounding scenery materialized within the telescope's view. At the center of the image lay the very gold coin Richard had cast aside earlier. In fact, several days prior, Richard had seized an opportunity to secure the telescope's usage rights by closely observing the mermaid through the crystal ball, suspecting that Coven might harbor malicious intent. The cautious Richard had instructed Evan to procure materials capable of countering revenants. He had also preemptively designated a universal gold coin as the target of his secret treasure. These preparations stemmed from his habitual inclination toward caution. Had Coven genuinely sought a fair transaction, Richard would have taken no further action. However, upon discerning her ulterior motives, the measures he had ready could now be employed. Even with the universal coin's intrinsic value, it was likely that Coven, in a fit of rage, would subconsciously seize the coin. Yet, it mattered not whether she did. Richard intended to act decisively that very night. Meanwhile, Coven, indulging in her home after the earlier incident, presented a scene that Richard found distasteful. On the Black Pearl, Soren, under Richard's guidance, was diligently processing the materials he had previously purchased. Having mastered the chaotic knowledge of revenants in his past life, Richard was acutely aware of their weaknesses. The power of revenants derived primarily from two sources. One part was the residual strength inherited from their former lives, imparted by the souls imprisoned within them, while the other was the power bestowed during their creation, such as curses or toxins. To effectively neutralize revenants, the primary focus must be on the first aspect. Once the imprisoned soul was removed, the revenants would merely be inert corpses, posing little threat as long as one avoided stepping on them. Richard was overseeing the creation of a highly targeted extraordinary item, a demon-banishing silver mirror, specifically designed to combat revenants. This first-tier extraordinary item was a simplified version of the extraordinary artifacts crafted in the style of the Holy See by a later second-tier craftsman. It is widely acknowledged that in the current continent, the future Old Continent, the power of the Holy See is formidable. Their extraordinary path, beginning with priests, is recognized as one of the most complete and potent. This path wields immense power against various monstrosities, malevolent spirits, heretics, and evil creations. Although the authority of the Holy See has diminished somewhat due to the decline of the Holy Empire, their extraordinary path remains exceptionally strong. The creation of the demon-banishing silver mirror necessitated the use of holy water produced by the Holy See. The specific method involved infusing the power of holy water into the silver mirror using essence, followed by inscribing various runes of extraordinary power upon it to transform it into an extraordinary item. The demon-banishing silver mirror, a first-tier extraordinary item, not only possesses the holy water's lethal power against evil but also counters ethereal entities like malevolent spirits and nature spirits, making it a formidable adversary to revenants. It's finished. Soren's slightly excited voice drew the curiosity of Trist and others nearby, who approached to gaze at the brilliantly shining silver mirror in front of him. Richard picked up one of the mirrors and sensed its essence, confirming that it indeed matched his recollection of the demon-banishing silver mirror. When he aimed the mirror at the malevolent spirit rope lying on the mast, the rope, which had been feigning death, instantly shrieked like a worm. writhing away from the mirror's light. Pleased with the result, Richard nodded in satisfaction. The mere infusion of a small amount of essence had instilled such fear in the malevolent spirit rope, and naturally, Coven's revenants would present no greater challenge. Soren had managed to craft 10 demon-banishing silver mirrors in one go, nearly exhausting his essence. However, these items would ensure Richard and his companions could successfully deal with the revenants. Yet, aside from the revenants, there remained Coven herself. Richard did not overlook the fact that Coven held a title. Based on his observations of her residence, analyses of her deeds, and insights into the counterfeit gemstones methods, he deduced that this siren was likely a first-tier witch. The extraordinary abilities of witches are somewhat akin to those of pirates, primarily encompassing extraordinary charm, potion brewing, divination, dark magic, and peculiar familiars. Among these, only dark magic and certain potions exhibit significant combat potential, while the others, despite their utility in battle, do not wield substantial influence. Even the most enigmatic of abilities, divination, tends to yield only fleeting insights regarding oneself. This raises the question of why so many powerful, which extraordinary beings perished in the numerous witch hunts initiated by the Holy See. Coven's extraordinary path is, in some sense, one of the reasons Richard chose the demon-banishing silver mirror as a means to address the revenants. After all, witches fall within the scope of the Holy See's scrutiny. Correspondingly, the demon-banishing silver mirror, crafted using the Holy See's holy water, is an extraordinary item of significant relevance, whether for the resurrected corpses or for Coven herself. It is a matter of considerable restraint. Beyond these considerations, Richard also harbors suspicions regarding Coven's tidal ability, known as the Banshee. The Banshee is a veritable supernatural entity, typically possessing first or second-tier powers. This extraordinary being excels in abilities such as shape-shifting, illusion creation, extraordinary allure, and the extraction of life force or spirit through mating or other means. The title Banshee derives from Coven's exploits, and Richard's research suggests that its formation is largely influenced by the juxtaposition of eroticism and bloodshed, coupled with the extraordinary charm Coven exuded during their close encounters. Richard surmises that the abilities associated with the Banshee title are likely linked to allure and life draining. With a rough hypothesis in mind, the corresponding measures became easier to prepare. Richard intends to utilize universal gold coins to trigger a sense of greed to counteract Coven's supernatural charm. Thus, as long as no one succumbs to the Banshee's enchantment or faces instant demise during tonight's operation, Richard is confident in his ability to slay Coven directly. For this evening's mission to eliminate the Banshee Coven, Richard plans to bring along Avon, Little John, and Treester. Additionally, he carries the evil spirit rope and the shattered sword with him. Among the team, Avon and Little John are well-suited for combat, while Treester has voluntarily requested to join, asserting that he can engage in battle by launching small projectiles with a slingshot. Initially, Richard was hesitant to include him, but considering potential contingencies, he allows Treester to bring a portion of explosives along. As for the remaining members of Cole's group, their supernatural abilities either render them unsuitable for tonight's endeavor or are still in development. Hence, Richard did not involve them in this mission. In preparation for tonight's plan, Richard conveyed numerous essential points for Avon and the others to heed. As time progressed, the night gradually enveloped Black Sail Port. Although certain areas, such as the casino and brothels, were ablaze with light, other regions succumbed to darkness. For the inhabitants of this place, the night in Black Sail Port is the most perilous time of day. It was at this moment that Richard and his companions set forth. Through the observation of a spyglass, Richard confirmed that Coven was currently aboard her vessel, the Banshee. Her ship, the Banshee, was somewhat smaller than Richard's Black Pearl, yet it was teeming with resurrected corpses. These corpses stood silently throughout the ship, resembling true lifeless bodies unless commanded by Coven. Presently, Coven occupied the lower hold of the Banshee, surrounded by numerous corpses preserved through supernatural means to prevent decay. As she hummed a tune, she poured a vile, black, foul-smelling liquid onto the bodies below. This black liquid seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing as it seeped into the corpses, causing the flesh beneath their skin to grotesquely undulate. Observing the cadavers in the hold heightened Coven's delight, and she began to clasp her hands together in a youthful wish. You shall grow quickly, so I can take you to savor fresh blood. Yet, as she inspected the state of these bodies, an inexplicable sense of unease and agitation suddenly overwhelmed her. In the initial moments, Coven exhibited no particular reaction. However, after a brief interval, she sensed something amiss, raising her head and opening her mouth to emit a silent shriek. With the spread of her spirit, the resurrected corpses aboard the Banshee sprang into motion. Their forms retained a semblance of humanity, yet their skin, nails, and eyes had transformed into an eerie black. Though their ragged bodies appeared stiff, they moved with remarkable agility, wreathed in tendrils of black smoke. The sudden movement of the numerous resurrected corpses instilled a grave demeanor in Avon and the others as they approached the deck. Positioned in the center of the group, Richard surveyed the scene, spotting approximately 20 resurrected corpses on the deck, with others emerging from the hold. He signaled Avon and the others to proceed according to their prior plan. Richard would lead Avon in the pursuit and assassination of the Banshee Coven, while Little John and the others would utilize the exorcism silver mirror to deal with the resurrected corpses. As the terrifying figures of the corpses advanced, the foul stench that pervaded the ship unnerved Little John. However, Treaster's decisive actions swiftly bolstered his confidence. Unlike the pirate Little John, Treaster, the gunner, displayed remarkable courage. Facing the encroaching resurrected corpses, he drew forth his exorcism silver mirror, directing its surface towards the monstrous beings and infusing it with spirit. As he did so, the mirror's surface glowed with a brilliant white light. To Treaster, the brightness was not blinding, yet the resurrected corpses within its beam reacted violently. Once under Coven's command, their malevolence towards the living dissipated as they scurried away like frightened rodents. Some of the corpses that had charged forward found themselves ensnared by the mirror's radiance, their dark and ominous appearances engulfed in black smoke. In mere seconds, the pain-stricken eyes of these beings widened, and their mouths gaped open as a phantasmagorical figure entwined in black mist erupted from within. Upon contact with the white light, it was instantly purified, dissipating into motes of light in the air. Following the disappearance of the imprisoned souls within the resurrected corpses, their bodies crumbled into black dust beneath the exorcism silver mirror's luminescence. In the span of mere moments, a single resurrected corpse, once cursed and toxic, and perhaps possessing other unique abilities, was reduced to nothingness. Numerous corpses met a similar fate, and witnessing this, Little John, invigorated by the spectacle, mirrored Treaster's actions, brandishing his own exorcism silver mirror to join in the exorcism. What had begun as a scene of terror swiftly transformed into a tableau of justice pummeling evil, bringing a sense of delight to Little John. Meanwhile, Richard and Avon had departed the deck, advancing toward the hold, encountering numerous resurrected corpses along the way. However, before she could take any action, she was swiftly eliminated by the demon-repelling silver mirror wielded by Richard. As Richard and his comrades delved deeper, the heart of Kewen, hidden in the lowest compartment of the ship, began to race violently, inducing a sensation of suffocation. True to her usual demeanor, any intruder daring to encroach upon her territory would typically be torn to shreds by her revenants and transformed into corpse oil. Yet, her preceding feelings and the activated prophetic abilities revealed that this situation was unlike any other. As one of the few extraordinary beings capable of touching destiny and the realm of prophecy at the first tier, the witch was not without her costs. Specifically, her prophetic abilities often failed when it concerned her own circumstances, placing her in mortal peril. This characteristic led many witches to meet untimely ends, while a select few who survived such grave risks emerged reborn, as their prophetic abilities would undergo a transformation, awaiting the next life and death crisis. Now, Kewen found herself ensnared in such a perilous predicament. Despite her anxiety, as 99% of witches ultimately met their demise in similar scenarios, she refused to resign herself to fate. Commanding her revenants to block the entrance from her position at the bottom of the compartment, she began to pile up the corpses originally intended for crafting the revenants. With urgency mounting, Kewen required these bodies as materials to manifest her chaotic knowledge. As a witch, she first summoned several dark tendrils using her dark magic, incessantly feeding the corpses to these appendages. During this process, she infused them with her own spiritually mixed blood. Due to the rapid feeding and growth of the tendrils, within a brief moment, two long, slime-covered black tendrils, equipped with terrifying mandibles, emerged before Kewen. Having consumed her infused blood, these tendrils became utterly obedient to her will. At this point, Kewen felt a semblance of security. These were creations of chaotic knowledge, capable of producing tendrils equivalent to a first-tier extraordinary being, possessing formidable physical strength and dark magical abilities, an undeniable foe for any first-tier extraordinary. At that moment, Richard and Evan arrived at the bottom of the compartment, previously delayed by clearing the revenants along the way. Richard now observed the considerable number of these vile entities clustered together, certain that Kewen was concealed among them. Evan, positioned ahead of Richard, donned armor and bore a heavy shield on his back, initially meant for the demon-repelling silver mirror. However, now facing their target, he raised the shield before him, allowing Richard to wield the silver mirror against the revenants. As before, in the presence of the silver mirror, the revenants offered no resistance and were swiftly eradicated by Richard in the confined space. Although Kewen sensed the commotion at the entrance, commanding her revenants to push outward, Evan, as the guardian knight, shielded Richard, causing the revenants to dissolve in the silver light before they could breach his defense. Kewen was acutely aware of the demise of her revenants. Hearing the heavy footsteps at the entrance, her spirit was fully mobilized, should the enemy dare to enter the compartment. The two abyssal tendrils and her prepared dark magic would be mercilessly unleashed upon them. Tension coiled within Kewen as she fixated on the entrance, anticipating the enemy's incursion. However, as the heavy footsteps drew nearer, the enemy suddenly halted at the threshold. In the next moment, a shadow darted in, triggering Q&S taut nerves, prompting her to hurl the dark magic she had been gathering towards the target. Simultaneously, the two abyssal tendrils followed Q&'s previous command, violently lunging at the intruding shadow. Their physical prowess was formidable. Twisting in the air, they crashed down while their mandibles, lined with sharp teeth, dripped with viscous saliva, poised to swallow the adversary whole. Yet, the entity they engaged was not a humanoid foe, but rather a writhing rope akin to the abyssal tendrils. Q&, quickly grasped the situation. But the heavy footsteps she had heard earlier resumed, accompanied by a terrifying force that invaded her vision. It was a fully armored golden figure, wielding a large shield, who, propelled by the momentum of the charge, swung the shield down upon one of the abyssal tendrils. The tremendous force slammed the tendril to the ground, followed closely by two crimson crescent blades that carved deep, nearly severing wounds into the tendril. Although the abyssal tendril possessed formidable regenerative abilities, the strange crimson glow emanating from its wounds seemed to suppress this power, significantly diminishing its combat capabilities. But the assault did not cease the moment the enemy appeared. It was a tempest of unrelenting offense. With one abyssal tendril severely weakened, the other was drawn into the fray alongside Q&. The figure bearing the heavy shield wielded it with reckless abandon, successfully parrying the attacks of the remaining abyssal tendril, the clash of their immense forces reverberating throughout the compartment. Meanwhile, the figure who had unleashed the crimson crescent blades also entered the compartment, radiating a golden aura that obscured Q&'s view of his features. However, at this moment, Q&, had no time to ponder such matters. Beset by the predicament of restraining a single abyssal tentacle, she was compelled to confront the swordsman's menace. Indeed, the newly arrived figure brandished a longsword. With a flourish, a crimson crescent materialized, hurtling towards Corvin. As a witch of limited combat prowess, Corvin's arcane defenses proved insufficient to parry the assault that had already crippled the abyssal tentacle, leaving her no recourse but to evade. Yet, as a transcendent being known as the Banshee, Corvin possessed her own stratagems. Though the two golden figures remained indistinct, she ascertained that both were male, which suited her purposes. Thus, having dodged the initial crimson arc, Corvin invoked her Banshee title's inherent ability. With a languid gesture, she divested herself of her raiment, revealing her pristine form. Empowered by her title, Corvin's inherent allure reached a new zenith. Her raven tresses cascaded over her alabaster shoulders, framing a visage of captivating allure. A seductive gaze and a playful flick of her tongue across her vermilion lips, combined with her flawless and tempting physique, rendered the swordsman transfixed. His Adam's apple betrayed a visible tremor. Observing his reaction, Corvin, now posturing seductively, advanced towards him, her swaying hips exuding a fatal attraction that caused the golden-clad figure's grip on his long sword to falter. This response gratified the Banshee, affirming the efficacy of her title's power. Upon acquiring the Banshee title, Corvin gained the transcendent ability known as the Banshee's Kiss. When invoked, this ability amplified Corvin's allure to an otherworldly degree, ensuring that any intimate encounter with her would result in the gradual siphoning of their life force and spiritual essence. This explains Corvin's increasingly dissolute conduct following her ascension. As the name of her ability suggested, Corvin, upon reaching the golden figure, attempted to embrace his head and bestow a fervent kiss. This would be her final act of claiming his life. However, as Corvin reached out to touch him, the golden figure dissolved like a mirage, as if he had never existed. Simultaneously, a crimson arc materialized once more from behind, hurtling towards Corvin's now defenseless form. Witnessing the figure's disintegration, Corvin, despite a chilling premonition, instinctively invoked a dark spell to evade the impending attack. But at that moment, the shadowy figure that had initially breached the cabin reappeared. The spectral tendrils fulfilled their purpose, ensnaring the Banshee's legs. Though the restraint was fleeting, it sufficed. The crimson arc cleaved through her flesh, and her sundered form heralded a torrent of crimson ichor. As the arc passed, the Banshee Corvin was bisected, her upper torso retaining a semblance of vitality, allowing her to comprehend her fate before succumbing to the blood-soaked ground. From the trajectory of the crimson arc, a dispassionate Richard materialized. Corvin, unaware of her assailant's identity until her demise, writhed in agony, yearning to identify her executioner. However, her ebbing life force rendered her incapable, leaving her to meet her end with a countenance of resentment and a contorted posture. Richard, unmoved by Corvin's fallen form, invoked the exorcist's silver mirror, watching as her remains gradually disintegrated into dust within a radiant glow. Only after confirming the absence of any anomalies did Richard signal the spectral tendrils and proceed to assist Evan. Evan was currently besieged by two abyssal tentacles. Despite Richard's application of the golden blood effect, which manifested as a golden aura that augmented his abilities, Evan remained a mere guardian knight, and an undeveloped one at that. Consequently, he could only withstand the onslaught of the abyssal tentacles by relying on his ability to parry. Although one of the tentacles had been severely wounded, Evan lacked the means to retaliate, leaving him to await Richard's intervention. Despite the significant depletion of his spiritual energy, due to the extensive use of his transcendent jewelry. Richard's arrival enabled them to dispatch the monstrous entities with relative ease. Subsequently, John and Trist arrived, having purged the banshee of all reanimated corpses. At this juncture, Richard and his companions had accomplished their objective for the evening, successfully eliminating the banshee corvin. However, having arrived, they deemed it their right as victors to conduct a thorough plundering. Thus, after guiding Evan and the others and seizing all items of value aboard the ship, Richard eradicated any traces of their presence, incinerated all corpses, and departed. Trist had initially proposed detonating the vessel with his portable explosives, but Richard vetoed the idea. In the port of Black Sails, one could eliminate an entire family, but it was best to avoid causing excessive commotion or disrupting the apparent order. Richard and his companions had achieved enough and saw no need to incite further disturbance with an explosion. Such instances of demise were commonplace in the port of Black Sails and would likely go unnoticed. Following the conclusion of their operation, Richard escorted Evan and the others back to the Black Pearl. John was elated, having savored the experience of mowing down enemies with the exorcist's silver mirror. Trist mirrored his sentiment, albeit with a tinge of regret at not having deployed his explosives. Evan, on the other hand, appeared weary, having spent the majority of his time engaged in physical combat with the tentacled monstrosities. Previously preoccupied during the battle, he now found himself disgusted by the peculiar-smelling slime that coated his person. As for Richard, his expression remained unchanged. Upon reflecting on this recent battle, it becomes evident that while the operation may have appeared somewhat exhilarating, the circumstances encountered were largely within their control. Whether it was the resurrection of corpses or the abilities linked to Coven's title, they had adequately prepared for these eventualities. The sole exception was perhaps the two abyssal tendrils. Yet Avon successfully withstood their onslaught. Subsequently, Trist and his companion arrived, and the exorcist's silver mirror proved effective against the abyssal appendages. Overall, this endeavor was marked by excitement, yet devoid of peril. Following the conclusion of the combat, Richard and his companions turned their attention to inspecting their spoils. With Richard, a jeweler, and Little John, a pirate, aboard the Siren, the vessel's treasures had largely been claimed by them. During the search, Richard discovered that most of the loot comprised gold coins and jewels, with only a few materials related to the supernatural, such as corpse oil and potion ingredients. In total, the haul amounted to approximately 700 or 800 gold coins, which Richard deemed somewhat meager. However, this was to be expected, as pirates typically indulge in lavish spending immediately after a successful raid, while Coven did not engage in the usual excesses of drinking and gambling. Her work in resurrecting corpses necessitated purchasing materials, which likely incurred substantial costs, despite Richard having claimed the bulk of the treasure. Richard appropriated half of the gold coins, distributing the remainder among Little John, Avon, and the others, including Soren, who contributed to the creation of the exorcist's silver mirror. In addition to the gold, the operation yielded the benefit of reducing the side effects of their supernatural ascension. Both Little John and Avon experienced a diminishment of these adverse effects during the undertaking, as did Soren. If such operations were to occur daily, it is conceivable that within a week, they could fully mitigate their side effects, akin to Richard's current state. While such frequency is implausible, Richard speculated that before the player's arrival, Avon and his companions would likely elevate their status to that of true first-tier supernaturals, rather than remaining in their current state, where their abilities were not fully realized, much like Paul, the Beastmaster. After concluding the night's endeavors and subsequent arrangements, Richard instructed them to rest. The following day, news of Coven's disappearance, or rather her demise, swiftly circulated. Given her prior renown, numerous pirates engaged in discussions regarding the matter, with some congregating near the Siren. Many fervently claimed to have heard screams emanating from the ship the previous night, asserting that these were undoubtedly Coven's final cries. However, while the discussions among the populace were animated, the officials of Black Sails Port exhibited little reaction. They merely feigned inquiries with those who reported hearing disturbances, as well as some who had previously interacted with Coven, such as Richard, before officially declaring her missing. Although it was widely understood that this implied her death, the port's authorities insisted she was merely unaccounted for. As Richard had anticipated, no one genuinely cared about the circumstances surrounding Coven's death. The focus remained solely on the demise of a notorious pirate. Should Coven have been entangled with influential figures, it would not be surprising if someone sought vengeance on her behalf. However, given Coven's necrophilic tendencies, it is unlikely that she and those prominent individuals regarded each other favorably, rendering such a scenario improbable. With Coven's death, Richard and the name of his establishment also entered the spotlight. After all, Coven had visited his shop that very day and subsequently met her end. The connection was rather conspicuous. Nevertheless, due to the absence of overt violence that would disrupt the order of Black Sails Port, coupled with Richard's affiliation with the Golden Scale Trading Company, he faced no repercussions or warnings. On the contrary, as a result of this incident, his shop caught the attention of several supernaturals, many of whom expressed interest in the extraordinary jewels he offered. Following yet another successful raid, Bloody Hand Claudius also became aware of this development. Initially incredulous, he was astonished to learn that Coven, a pirate of greater renown than himself, had been slain by Richard the merchant. Thus, when he encountered Richard again at the docking area, his demeanor was markedly more cordial than before, as he incessantly praised the utility of the golden oak tree brooch. Although Claudius's words contained an element of exaggeration, the brooch indeed proved invaluable to him. With this piece of supernatural jewelry, the combat effectiveness of his crew had markedly improved, and their injury rates had decreased. Consequently, Claudius found himself reaping a greater share of the gold coins from each raid, alleviating the financial burden associated with treating injured crew members or compensating for those who were too severely hurt to continue. Richard's demeanor towards Claudius remained unchanged, marked by unwavering warmth. Upon hearing Claudius extol the virtues of the golden oak tree brooch, he seized the opportunity to promote his wares, announcing that he had new extraordinary jewels available for sale. To this, Claudius quickly replied that the golden oak tree brooch sufficed for his needs, while internally reflecting on Richard's unwavering identity as a jeweler, regardless of his own prowess. During their conversation, Claudius also noticed the 5 rings adorning Richard's left hand. Observing such opulence, he mused that Coven's demise was not entirely unjustified. The singular golden oak tree brooch had already significantly enhanced his abilities, while Richard sported 5 pieces of extraordinary jewelry. In terms of financial resources and supernatural capabilities, it was evident that Coven had been outmatched. As Claudius pondered these thoughts, Richard approached him with an invitation in hand. Noticing Claudius's look of confusion, Richard explained, "The Golden Scale Trading Company is preparing to host an auction tailored for supernaturals, featuring not only various supernatural knowledge but also weapons, potions, and jewels. We cordially invite you, esteemed Bloody Hand, to participate." This auction had been in the works for some time, with each member of the trading company receiving invitations to distribute, and Richard was merely one of many tasked with this duty. However, this auction would also include extraordinary jewels that he had provided as items for sale. He certainly invested considerable thought into distributing the invitations. Upon hearing Richard's words, Claudius' eyes lit up. If there were anything he pursued, it was power and enjoyment. Undoubtedly, greater power would yield more enjoyment in this world. Thus, Claudius expressed his intention to attend the auction punctually. After reclaiming Claudius' ill-gotten gains and earning a few hundred gold coins, Richard returned to his ship, the Black Pearl. The auction was still in its preliminary phase, with the actual date set for a week later. Naturally, Richard had plans for these 7 days. He intended to lead Avon and the others on an expedition to Misty Island. Misty Island was a location Richard had discovered in a previous game, boasting a vast expanse equivalent to 2 or 3 islands of Black Sailport. Surrounded by naturally occurring mists imbued with extraordinary power, he aptly named it Misty Island. Upon his first arrival on the island, he found its resources to be exceedingly plentiful. Whether it be magical creatures, extraordinary materials, or mineral resources, it was a veritable treasure trove. However, at that time, Richard was too weak to exploit its riches, so he sold the coordinates to a large guild in exchange for resources to bolster his strength. Now, however, Richard would not consider such an action, as the abundant resources on Misty Island could significantly meet the future demands of himself and his companions. Whether it was magical creatures needed by Paul, raw materials sought by Soren, or gemstone veins desired by Richard, all were present on Misty Island. Therefore, once Avon and the others became extraordinary beings with a certain degree of power, Richard planned to explore Misty Island. This journey primarily aimed to assess the internal conditions of the island while aiding Paul in acquiring tamed magical creatures. If possible, they would establish a base for exploration on the island to facilitate future visits and delve into its depths. After returning from Misty Island and participating in the auction, it would be time for Richard to implement his plan to counterattack the Lancaster family. Preparing for this journey to Misty Island required considerable foresight. Unlike the previous trek to Blackrock Island, Misty Island lay somewhat farther from Black Sailport, positioned centrally on the maps of the Age of Exploration. Additionally, with its wealth of resources came increased dangers. Besides the bewildering extraordinary mists, there were perilous magical creatures, concealed venomous insects, and elemental spirits. Richard later heard rumors of indigenous human activity on Misty Island, though the truth of such claims remained uncertain. If true, their operations would necessitate greater caution. Those who could thrive in the treacherous environment of Misty Island must possess extraordinary powers, posing a threat to Richard and his companions. As for the upcoming expedition, Richard had already informed Avon and the others, who were filled with curiosity about the island he described. Particularly, Paul and young John were eager. Paul was excited about the magical creatures he could tame, and although the hunting dogs he had previously acquired were satisfactory, they paled in comparison to magical beasts. Young John's aspirations were more straightforward. After the last expedition, he had become increasingly obsessed with extraordinary powers, dedicating time to his training. The prospect of visiting an island teeming with extraordinary forces both thrilled and unnerved him. The other members aboard the Black Pearl were equally enthusiastic about the Misty Island journey. As former pirates, witnessing Cole and young John's newfound powers, they hoped to seize the opportunity to become extraordinary beings themselves. After adequately preparing provisions, potions, tools, and other necessities, Richard and his crew set forth. As the Black Pearl departed from Black Sail Port once more, under Cole's leadership, the crew worked diligently to adjust the ropes and sails. With the wind propelling them, the Black Pearl swiftly distanced itself from the harbor. Compared to their earlier voyage to Black Rock Island, the transformation in efficiency under Cole's command as an extraordinary captain became evident. His leadership enhanced the crew's coordination and operational effectiveness. Moreover, with young John, an extraordinary pirate, among the sailors, the Black Pearl raced across the waves under Cole's guidance. Even in the face of storms, they remained undaunted, gliding smoothly through the tumultuous waters. Cole's abilities reshaped the crew's perception of extraordinary beings. They had never imagined that the once dreaded storms could become mere trifles in the wake of Cole's newfound powers. This deepened their desire to attain extraordinary status. Given the lengthier journey this time, Richard and his crew encountered various challenges along the way. Attacks from marine creatures, predatory pirates, and unpredictable weather became increasingly prevalent as the Black Pearl approached Misty Island. During the age of exploration, proximity to the untamed seas heightened the likelihood of peril. Though Misty Island was centrally located on the known maps, its remoteness brought it closer to the embrace of nature. Consequently, many of the vessels operating in the vicinity were indeed pirates. Despite the multitude of troubles, Richard and his crew adeptly navigated these challenges and, after nearly 2 days at sea, finally beheld the scene surrounding Misty Island. A thick mist lay almost frozen upon the surface of the sea, though white. The expansive fog enveloped the Black Pearl's crew in a palpable sense of trepidation, embodying the essence of the unknown. This seemingly endless expanse of white mist resembled the gaping maw of an unseen behemoth, patiently awaiting their arrival. Gazing into the dense fog, even young John, who had been the most intrigued by Misty Island, hesitated. Memories of the mysterious sea legends whispered among pirates flooded his mind, tales of a fog-laden domain from which no ship had ever returned. Initially dismissive of such folklore, he now felt a twinge of fear, for the scene before him mirrored the very descriptions of those ominous tales. Although there was a sense of trepidation regarding the dense fog enveloping them, the Black Pearl, under Richard's command, resolutely plunged into its depths. Upon entering the mist, visibility around the ship diminished drastically, leaving the sailors on deck able to see only a few meters of the ocean. The hidden dangers within the fog remained indiscernible to all, heightening their vigilance and keeping their nerves taut. At this juncture, Richard assumed command from Cole, allocating portions of sailors to Evan and others to maintain vigilance against any unforeseen circumstances. He himself acted as a living compass, guiding Cole towards a specific direction. Thus, the Black Pearl navigated through the fog-laden waters, shrouded in white mist that obscured their understanding of their location, relying solely on Richard's direction, hoping he could discern the way. However, after a period of heightened tension following their entry into the area, the sailors began to relax slightly, especially upon learning that the Steel Marlins were patrolling nearby, alleviating some of their earlier anxiety. The Steel Marlins, having been tamed by Richard through the heart of the sea, were quite popular among the crew, particularly following their impressive performance in a battle where they pierced enemy vessels, earning them high praise. Since aligning with Richard, the Steel Marlins had also reaped numerous benefits. No longer needing to worry about sustenance, they were among the first to experience the effects of the Kraken elixir, a prize Richard had obtained from a treasure. Upon returning to Black Sail's port, the elixir had been produced, and the Steel Marlins were the initial marine creatures to benefit from its effects. Remarkably, the results were evident. Although not magical creatures, the elixir had spurred their growth, with the largest among them now reaching lengths of 4 to 5 meters and still growing. Their formidable size, combined with their speed and weaponry, rendered them exceptional assault creatures against vessels, capable of sinking a small ship with just a few collisions. While not currently engaged in naval combat, the Steel Marlins were nonetheless capable of undertaking patrol and reconnaissance duties, which was welcome news for the sailors. Under Richard's guidance, the Black Pearl sped through the waters. Although the surrounding fog created a naturally disorienting barrier, Richard, an extraordinary being who had traversed this area numerous times in a past life, was undeterred. Soon, with Cole's storm navigation and Little John's howling winds bolstering their journey, the crew of the Black Pearl broke through the mist and beheld an island not far ahead. At the sight of the island, the sailors instinctively erupted in cheers and gasps. On one hand, they were relieved to have pierced the fog's veil, which, despite the brevity of their ordeal, had weighed heavily on their spirits. On the other hand, they were captivated by the sight of the island before them, although still at a distance from Misty Island. Some keen-eyed sailors had already glimpsed the enormous silhouette soaring above. "What is that?" one exclaimed, drawing the attention of the others. Upon seeing the indistinct figure gliding in the sky, the remaining crew members echoed their astonishment. "Could it be the legendary dragon?" someone said, their voice tinged with a tremor of excitement and anxiety at the thought of such a mythical creature residing on the island. Little John, overhearing their discussion, scoffed. "What are you all thinking? If it were truly a dragon, would we even be here?" Captain Richard told me those are merely avian monsters. At Little John's words, the others sighed in relief, albeit with a hint of disappointment, as they had harbored their own curiosity about dragons. In contrast to their sentiments, Paul was brimming with excitement. He incessantly polished his long, thick whip, occasionally brandishing it, the cracking sound causing the nearby sailors to flinch instinctively and retreat from his vicinity. Many of them had previously felt the sting of Paul's whip during those barren times devoid of tameable monsters, making them particularly sensitive to such sounds. However, Paul was too exhilarated by the approaching island to concern himself with reprimanding them. As a beastmaster, the prospect of soon taming monsters filled him with delight. Although there were steel marlins available for him to tame, he refrained, recognizing that their allegiance was a result of Richard's efforts. Moreover, while he held an interest in marine creatures, the marlin species did not align with his aesthetic preferences. Paul favored rugged, robust, and large monsters, as the recoil from wielding his whip against such creatures provided the thrill he craved. Without delving into Paul's inner thoughts, Richard's face illuminated with a smile upon spotting Misty Island, and he directed Cole towards the direction etched in his memory. Misty Island boasted numerous suitable docking locations for vessels. Considering the distribution of magical creatures and their associated dangers, Richard elected to land at a beach situated in the southern part of Misty Island. This expansive beach, adjacent to a dense jungle, provided an ideal location for Richard and his companions to disembark and establish a temporary base. As the Black Pearl maneuvered through the waters, a stretch of golden sand soon came into view, eliciting a genuine sense of joy among the sailors aboard. This elation was deeply rooted in their bloodline, a testament to their innate love for exploration and discovery. As the ship slowed, Cole deftly grasped the helm, locating a suitable spot to anchor, and gradually brought the Black Pearl to a halt. Once the vessel was secured, the sailors sprang into action, with the anchor dropped and the gangplank in place. They followed Richard's lead and finally set foot on the sandy shores of Misty Island. Both young John and the other seasoned sailors radiated excitement upon their arrival. Though they refrained from rushing into the woods, many were keenly sifting through the sand beneath their feet, brimming with curiosity about their surroundings. However, their exuberance was soon met with a harsh reality. Amidst the jubilant chatter, a sudden scream pierced the air, drawing their attention to a sailor frantically shaking his hand. Clamped within his grip was a crab, larger than his palm, its pincers firmly entrenched, a clear indication of its formidable strength. Before anyone could assist this unfortunate soul, another piercing cry echoed, this time from a sailor ensnared by the tentacles of a vibrant blue jellyfish. Disturbingly, strange purple bruises were already forming where the creature had coiled around his leg, signaling its venomous nature. In that moment, the sailors comprehended that they were not in a mythical paradise of cakes and honey, but rather a treacherous misty island fraught with peril. Under Richard's timely direction, they hastily retrieved the medical supplies and tools they had prepared, successfully rescuing the two sailors. Nevertheless, one had a hand swollen like a carrot, while the other limped painfully. Although there were no lasting effects, their movements would be hindered in the days to come. Initially, Richard had refrained from curtailing their enthusiasm, opting instead to let them learn through experience. It was only after the incident that he began to issue commands, a strategy intended to instill a sense of reverence for the island's dangers. Despite his previous warnings, it was the stark reality of their encounters that would sharpen their vigilance. It was crucial for Richard that his crew, including young John, grasped the potential threats, as they were all extraordinary individuals he had ripened into their roles, lacking fundamental awareness of the perils that extraordinary beings could pose. While some, like Ivan and Cole, exhibited a more cautious demeanor due to their temperaments, others, such as the inquisitive young John, remained oblivious to the lurking dangers. Thus, Richard hoped that this expedition to Misty Island would impart valuable lessons, allowing them to advance further in their journey. Following the series of alarming events, the sailors became acutely aware of the island's hazards. Even a seemingly benign beach could harbor lifelong repercussions, or even death, if one was not careful. Consequently, Richard observed that the sailors no longer engaged in foolish activities, such as trotting barefoot on the sands. Instead, they wrapped themselves securely and, under Cole's guidance, diligently began to clear the beach of potential threats, striving to avoid further incidents of poisoning. As the sailors undertook their tasks, Richard and the other extraordinary individuals had their own responsibilities. Given the need to establish a base on the island, scouting the environment and selecting a location became paramount. After all, this was an island teeming with magical creatures, making it prudent for extraordinary beings to survey the unknown terrain first. Thus, Richard designated young John and Ivan as the vanguard of their expedition, while he and Trist remained at the rear for support. The remaining three, whose combat abilities were comparatively weaker, were tasked with organizing the sailors for additional duties. Surrounding the beach was a sparsely wooded area, featuring low-lying plants and scattered tall trees, providing a somewhat clear view of the surroundings. However, as one's gaze extended further, it became apparent that the landscape descended into a dark, dense jungle, concealing untold dangers within its shadows. Upon being appointed as part of the scouting team, Young John felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, a glance at the fully armed Ivan beside him and the formidable Richard, adorned with 5 rings, provided a modicum of reassurance. The visibility within the immediate woods was relatively good, and even in the face of danger, he trusted that Ivan and the others would come to his aid. Bolstered by this self-encouragement, young John, alongside Ivan, ventured first into the thicket. Once inside, John tightened his grip on his curved dagger, his eyes alert and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The perception of sound has sharpened considerably as they attentively observe the movements around them. Evan finds himself in a similar situation, though his equipment is somewhat more formal than that of young John, which perhaps instills him with greater confidence. Their caution proves to be invaluable. After traversing just a couple of 100 meters, they encounter multiple assaults from venomous creatures and catch sight of the tracks of wild beasts nearby. Fortunately, Evan and young John remain vigilant, avoiding any bites from the poisonous insects. After advancing for a while, they hear the sound of flowing water. Their eyes light up, and they cautiously proceed in the direction of the sound. After all, where there is flowing water, the likelihood of vibrant life increases. A few minutes later, Richard and his companions arrive at the source of the sound. Before them lies a crystal-clear stream flowing through the forest, not particularly wide. Beside the stream, a massive wild boar is kneeling, burying its head in the water to drink deeply. This wild boar is enormous, measuring over 3 meters in length. With an exceptionally bulky and heavy body, its bristles stand upright like steel needles, and a hardened layer of mud clings to its form, providing natural armor. Most striking are its 2 tusks, which curve menacingly forward, their yellowish material marred by blood-like veins, evoking a sense of foreboding. The sheer size of the beast creates a profound visual impact and sense of intimidation for Richard and his companions. Nearby, several smaller wild boars frolic and play. Although referred to as small, they still measure over 1 meter in length, appearing diminutive only in comparison to the monstrous creature before them. As the monstrous wild boar continues to drink, the smaller boars notice Richard and his group, curiously glancing in their direction. Evan and young John instinctively look to Richard, awaiting his command. Richard, seeing the wild boar not far away, feels a surge of hope for Paul's fortune. This is a first-tier magical creature known as the mud-armored wild boar, possessing a robust physique and the ability to manipulate earth, a perfect fit for Richard and his companions' upcoming endeavor to establish a base. If Paul can tame this magical boar and its young, their subsequent actions will proceed far more smoothly. Richard promptly shares his plan with Evan and the others. While they agree with Richard's idea, they also feel a sense of dilemma. Killing the mud-armored wild boar would not pose a challenge for them, given that they are all extraordinary beings. However, taming it would require a well-thought-out strategy, as they are still quite distant from the beach where they landed, necessitating that they either capture the boars alive or summon Paul to assist them. After a brief discussion, Richard resolves to take action right here, planning to bind the magical creature for transport back. Just as the mud-armored wild boar raises its head, preparing to depart, Evan charges forward with his shield, closely followed by young John, wielding his curved blade as the vanguard. In response to Evan's sudden approach, the boar instinctively shields its young behind it and stomps the ground with its forelegs. In the next moment, as its innate energy radiates, the soil in Evan's direction fractures, becoming uneven and sprouting earth spikes. Had Evan's focus not been acute, he might have stumbled due to this sudden change. Nevertheless, even without falling, his speed inevitably slows as he diverts some attention to the ground beneath him. The mud-armored wild boar, sensing its tactics' effectiveness, does not flee but rather shifts its hooves restlessly, poised to charge. Indeed, within mere seconds, the creature lets out a sharp, piercing roar, directing its tusks toward Evan as it charges fiercely. Unlike Evan, the boar's energy fluctuates as it charges, smoothing the ground before it while simultaneously thickening the mud armor upon its body, resembling a high-speed war chariot hurtling toward Evan. Faced with such an aggressive charge, even as a guardian knight, Evan dares not receive the impact head-on and hurriedly ducks aside with young John. Meanwhile, Richard, witnessing the accelerating approach of the mud-armored wild boar, which carries an overwhelming momentum, throws the spectral rope while evading. Although he silently curses himself for the predicament, the rope swiftly ensnares the boar's path. This is an age-old wisdom, an entangling snare. Indeed, due to the quick action of the spectral rope, the charging mud-armored wild boar collides with the taut line. Accompanied by 2 agonized cries, the colossal creature tumbles to the ground, its sharp tusks embedding into the earth. While the source of its cries is revealed to be its legs, which now exhibit an unnatural angle, rendering them useless for movement. The second cry emanates from the spectral rope itself, which, as the other party in this collision, suffers greatly, writhing on the ground like a worm. Facing the impact of the mud-armored wild boar, it feels as though its very form might snap, and the intense agony leads it to vocally chastise Richard, the boar, and its former self. Although the mud-armored wild boar has lost much of its threat due to its incapacitated state, Richard remains alert. He retrieves a universal coin, imbuing it with energy before tossing it before the boar. As the gleaming coin catches the creature's eye, the mud-armored wild boar, possessing a degree of intelligence, becomes entranced by its shimmering beauty, momentarily forgetting its pain. This exemplifies the value of the universal coin. Regardless of whether one perceives it as beneficial for growth or simply aesthetically pleasing, its allure captivates any living being. For the mud-armored wild boar, the coin serves as a temporary sedative. Noticing the creature has calmed, Richard extracts sturdy rope from his secret stash and binds the mud-armored wild boar securely, knowing that the energy he infused would activate the coin's enticing effects. However, time is of the essence, so it is imperative to bind this creature during this fleeting moment. At this juncture, Avon and Little John hastened over, each carrying several small pigs, which they had just captured and rendered unconscious. They were now ready to be secured alongside the mud-armored wild boar. Once the spiritual energy within the universal gold coin was depleted, the mud-armored wild boar was successfully restrained to prevent it from struggling. Richard had expertly bound its movable parts with a wraith rope, ensuring it could not escape. As for the wraith rope, it had now become inert. Having successfully bound the wild boar, Richard and his companions next needed to transport the creature back. Under Richard's direction, Little John felled a tree with his curved blade to serve as a makeshift stretcher, onto which the mud-armored wild boar was secured. Subsequently, the four extraordinary beings began to carry the stretcher back. To mitigate any disturbances from the boar, Richard replenished the universal gold coin's spiritual energy, plunging it into a state of stupor once more. Yet, despite these precautions, their journey was still arduous. The mud-armored wild boar was exceedingly heavy, encased in a thick layer of earthen armor. Even though Avon and Little John were combat specialists, and Richard possessed secret treasures to enhance strength, the task of transporting the creature proved to be quite taxing, necessitating frequent breaks. Just as they concluded their brief respite and prepared to continue their transport of the mud-armored wild boar, Richard suddenly signaled for them to halt, indicating potential danger nearby. His companions, trusting in his instincts, immediately adopted a vigilant stance, scanning their surroundings. They were now quite close to the beach where they had landed, and the trees were somewhat sparse. The area, densely populated with flora, revealed no unusual activity, save for the gentle swaying of branches and leaves in the breeze. Remaining on high alert, Richard and the others observed as the mud-armored wild boar and the small pigs wriggled on the stretcher, their mouths bound to suppress any noise that might attract unwanted attention. As Richard and his companions maintained their vigilance, a mysterious entity lurking in the shadows seemed to grow impatient, its agile form suddenly materializing as it lunged toward the bound wild boar. Richard reacted swiftly. The moment the figure appeared, a crimson crescent blade was unleashed, followed closely by the universal gold coin infused with spiritual energy. Avon followed suit, wielding his shield to strike at the location where the shadowy figure was about to arrive. The elusive creature deftly evaded the attack of the crimson crescent mid-flight. Yet the radiant allure of the universal gold coin captured its attention, leading Avon's shield to make contact with the beast resembling a leopard. As it was struck, Richard and his companions finally glimpsed its true form, a sleek black leopard, its fur as dark as the night, a long tail erect behind it, and its yellow eyes gleaming with primal ferocity. This was a first-tier magical creature, the shadow leopard. The moment Richard recognized its appearance, pertinent information flooded his mind, which he promptly relayed to Avon and the others. Be cautious. This creature possesses remarkable speed and can meld into shadows. Remain vigilant. Upon hearing Richard's warning, Avon and his companions exchanged serious glances. Such an uncanny ability to blend into shadows posed a significant threat. After sustaining a shield strike, the shadow leopard seemed to regard Richard and his team with trepidation, casting a glance at the fallen gold coin before stealthily retreating, merging once again with the shadows. However, even though the shadow leopard appeared to have departed, Richard and his companions dared not lower their guard. What if they continued to transport the mud-armored wild boar, only to be ambushed again by the shadow leopard? They needed to devise a means to track its movements and eliminate it. As Richard had feared, the shadow leopard had not strayed far, but was instead lying in wait within the surrounding shadows, biding its time for an opportunity to strike. To ascertain the creature's presence, Richard opted to employ an extraordinary skill, spiritual tracking. He signaled to Avon and the others to remain alert, then approached the spot where the shadow leopard had been struck. Discovering a few strands of its fur, Richard collected the fallen hair, utilizing spiritual energy to fragment it, placing the remnants in his palm. The night of tranquility on his left hand illuminated with a soft glow, and as Richard channeled his energy, he blew gently upon the fragmented fur. The strands dissolved into the air, mingling with the wind, which turned black as it drifted toward the direction of the shadow leopard. The creature, sensing a disturbance, attempted to shift away, yet no matter which direction it moved, the black wind relentlessly pursued it. For Richard and his companions, who were intently tracking the dark gust, it was evident that the shadow leopard remained in their vicinity. Without hesitation, Richard unleashed the power of the crimson moon in the direction of the black wind. The crimson crescent strike was capable of injuring creatures that had melded into shadows. Faced with Richard's assault, The shadow leopard had no choice but to emerge from the darkness, revealing its true form. At that moment, Treaster, who had been waiting for the right opportunity, fired the ammunition he had prepared. Although the speed provided by the slingshot was somewhat sluggish, the explosive radius compensated for this shortcoming. Despite its evasive maneuvers, the shadow leopard was still caught in the blast's aftermath. Seizing the opportunity, Little John, who had previously remained in the background, now put his honed combat skills to use. As the explosion obscured the shadow leopard's vision, he stealthily approached and delivered a decisive strike. The force of his blow, fueled by the extraordinary physique of an adept, carved a deep, long gash into the leopard's side. Following this, the crimson crescent blade surged once more, and the shadow leopard, unable to evade in time, fell victim to Richard's lethal attack. In truth, as a magical creature, it was within their means to spare its life for Paul to tame. However, Richard surmised that direct elimination was preferable, considering additional factors. Moreover, its demise would not be devoid of utility, as Avon's bestial totem abilities remained untapped. Should Avon concur, the Shadow Panther could serve as his inaugural totem. Alternatively, Richard could prepare it as a natural specimen. Richard envisioned myriad applications for the Shadow Panther, contingent upon their collective decision. Following the dispatch of the Shadow Panther, Richard expeditiously processed its remains and deposited them within his clandestine repository. Given their proximity to the landing beach, they could prioritize the retrieval of the mud-armored boar, ensuring the Panther's remains were adequately preserved for Avon's potential future utilization. Subsequently, Richard and his cohort successfully conveyed the mud-armored boar to the beachhead. Their arrival incited a commotion among the assembled sailors, who were awestruck by the sheer magnitude and inherent intimidation of the mud-armored boar. Its formidable tusks, in particular, instilled trepidation among the sailors, who feared being impaled should the beast breach its restraints. In contrast to the prevailing sentiment, Paul's gaze upon the mud-armored boar was imbued with fervent enthusiasm. As a seasoned beastmaster, he keenly discerned the latent sentience emanating from the creature. Coupled with Richard's act of securing the boar, Paul anticipated that it would become his premier animal companion. Richard, rubbing his weary shoulders, approached Paul. Despite the augmentation provided by his secret trove, bearing the weight of a living, colossal magical entity had taken its toll. Paul, Richard inquired, this mud-armored boar is a first-tier magical beast, capable of manipulating Earth. As you've likely observed, do you possess the confidence to tame it? Paul responded without hesitation, Master Richard, rest assured, under the persuasion of my whip, this beast will undoubtedly become exceedingly obedient. With that, he cracked his whip, eliciting a shudder from nearby sailors. Very well, Richard replied. Shall we offer assistance? Subduing it single-handedly may prove challenging. Paul scrutinized the mud-armored boar's imposing stature, acknowledging the potential necessity of Richard's assistance. While his extraordinary abilities might enable him to directly tame the beast, he preferred to have Richard and the others on standby to avert any unforeseen complications. Following a period of recuperation, ensuring the restoration of their respective spiritual energies, Paul, armed with his whip, confronted the mud-armored boar. The surrounding sailors maintained a respectful distance, wary of potential harm. Conversely, Richard and his retinue drew nearer. Despite sensing an aura of intimidation emanating from the diminutive figure before it, the mud-armored boar, with its untamed spirit, vociferously challenged Paul, brandishing its head in an attempt to gore him with its tusks. Undaunted by the beast's provocation, Paul retaliated with an immediate and precise lash of his whip, targeting the unprotected area of the mud-armored boar's head. The force of the blow, amplified by his extraordinary abilities of beast taming and savage lash, caused the beast to bellow in agony as its skin was lacerated. The initial lash visibly enraged the mud-armored boar, while simultaneously instilling a degree of fear towards Paul and his implement of coercion. Undeterred by the proximity of the enraged behemoth, Paul delivered another blow, even more forceful than the first. The mud-armored boar continued to thrash wildly, straining against the constricting, ethereal ropes. Paul, seemingly impervious to the chaos, relentlessly rained down blows, leaving the boar's face bloodied and his whip crimson. The brutal assault elicited a mixture of awe and trepidation among the onlookers. The mud-armored boar, initially defiant, gradually succumbed to subdued whimpers, its demeanor noticeably humbled. Despite the boar's capitulation, Paul remained resolute. He divested himself of his nautical shirt, using it to blindfold the mud-armored boar. The beast initially resisted, prompting Paul to administer 2 additional lashes. Deprived of its sight, the mud-armored boar became visibly disoriented. While it could still perceive its surroundings through its spiritual senses, the absence of its customary visual input induced a state of unease. Having blindfolded the beast, Paul stretched his limbs in preparation before applying a concoction of powdered substances to his whip. These powders, formulated to amplify the sensation of pain and induce pruritus, were a testament to his expertise in beast husbandry. While not a professional apothecary, Paul possessed the aptitude to create such mixtures with relative ease. His contributions had been instrumental in the creation of the sea monster potion alongside Richard. Due to the evident inclusion of the sea monster potion within the realm of beast taming, Paul meticulously applied the powdered substance onto the whip before approaching the mud-armored boar. The loss of vision rendered the creature irritable, as its tusks blindly thrust forward. Nevertheless, Paul, undeterred, lashed the whip with precision. The elongated whip arced through the air, striking the boar's previously inflicted wound and tearing open the recently formed scab. Infused with a heightened essence, the whip's force surpassed its earlier strikes. Compounded with the effects of the powdered substance, the agony elicited a piercing howl from the boar. Even bound and laid on its side, its limbs thrashed, and its tail twitched, seemingly attempting to alleviate its suffering through this chaotic motion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Paul, wielding the whip, commenced a relentless assault around the boar's massive form. Although cloaked in a thick layer of earthen armor, Paul targeted the sensitive areas that lay beneath the protective shell. After numerous lashes, even an initial-tier magical beast like the mud-armored boar found itself severely battered. At this juncture, its body was stained with blood, and the once thrashing limbs lay still, as if it were on the brink of death. As a beastmaster, Paul understood that while his actions inflicted pain, they would not lead to the current state of feigned death exhibited by the boar. However, the powdered substance began to take effect, though initially masked by pain. The gradual alleviation of discomfort allowed a relentless itch to surface at the wound site. This sensation, intertwined with lingering pain, rendered the boar utterly uncomfortable, prompting it to rub against nearby trees in a futile effort for relief. Yet, restrained and immobilized, it could only endure the incessant itch spreading across its body. Unlike pain, itching is a sensation that, if left unscratched or unrelieved, only intensifies discomfort. Particularly, this sensation was exacerbated by the potion Paul had applied. In a short span, the mud-armored boar awakened from its charade of death, grunting as it rubbed against the ground. Limited in movement, its attempts at relief were merely superficial, amplifying its discomfort. Paul observed quietly, witnessing the transformation of the boar from subdued grunts to frantic movements resembling a fish leaping out of water, desperately crashing against the ground in search of alleviation. At this moment, he took action with the whip once more, reapplying the powdered substance. However, the infused whip's force differed from before. When he struck, the boar emitted no cries of pain. Instead, its expression transformed to one of unexpected relief. The surrounding sailors questioned their own perceptions, bewildered at how a pig's visage could convey such a sense of enjoyment. Yet, Paul did not allow the boar to linger in this newfound comfort. After administering lighter strikes intended to alleviate the itching, he delivered a powerful blow that elicited a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Thus, Paul established a pattern of alternating between soothing the boar's itch and subjecting it to pain. This fluctuation between discomfort and relief was not fixed, causing the boar to oscillate between sensations of pleasure and pain. Over time, under the combined influence of the powdered substance, pain, Paul's extraordinary abilities, and his actions, the mud-armored boar began to regard Paul with a semblance of submission. Particularly during moments when Paul alleviated its itching, it even displayed signs of gratitude in its gaze. This transformation left the onlooking sailors, including young John, utterly astonished. Had they been born in a different era, they might have exclaimed, "P.S. in your CPU." Regardless of the terminology, be it CPU, KFC, or PUA, under the influence of Paul's methods, the mud-armored boar demonstrated genuine obedience, especially after Paul unbound the creature. Despite the tension among the onlookers, he exhibited no trepidation, approaching the boar while cradling several lively piglets. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the boar nudged the piglets before lowering its head in deference to Paul. He gently stroked its rough exterior, a smile illuminating his face, signifying his initial success in taming the magical beast. Richard praised Paul's efforts, acknowledging the effectiveness of his unorthodox methods, even if he was unaware of their authenticity as traditional taming techniques. The sailors, though mere spectators, now held Paul in even greater awe, fearful he might employ similar tactics on them. More alarmingly, their concerns were not unfounded. Should a beastmaster's skills evolve, there indeed existed a path that could encompass the taming of humans. Of course, such prospects remained distant for Paul at present. Having successfully initiated the taming of the mud-armored boar, Paul did not rest on his laurels. He meticulously attended to the creature's injuries, applying ointment and inspecting wounds, enlisting the assistance of several sailors for the task. Initially, both the boar and the sailors found themselves uncomfortable with the situation. The boar was unaccustomed to having so many around it, while the sailors were apprehensive. Despite the apparent taming, the inherent intimidation of the magical beast lingered. Ultimately, Paul completed the task alone. Gradually, under his persistent care, the mud-armored boar began to accept and even relish his ministrations. Although a creature capable of manipulating earth, it surprisingly enjoyed water, often rolling in it for pleasure. Previously, its existence in the wild had left its fur matted with dirt, an oversight born of survival instincts. However, after Paul's thorough cleansing, the boar experienced a refreshing sensation it had not felt in many years. Beyond mere cleaning, Paul also treated the wounds he had inflicted. addressing not only those injuries but also tending to the two forelegs that had suffered some impairment. Upon completing these tasks, the mud-armored boar appeared transformed. Where once stood a fierce, grotesque, and filthy beast, now resided a majestic, formidable creature exuding strength, distinctly marked by its exterior. Paul did not neglect the piglets either. After a diligent cleaning, they frolicked around their mother. The mud-armored boar observed all of Paul's actions, recognizing that its taming was the result of multifaceted influences at play. However, the efforts Paul exerted after taming the mud-armored boar were far from futile. These quotidian actions subtly influenced the creature, as well as the subsequent monsters he tamed. The cultivation of emotional bonds is also a pivotal aspect of a beast tamer's journey. Judging by the results, Paul evidently succeeded, as the mud-armored boar's demeanor towards him softened somewhat. While Paul was nurturing his bond with his first tamed creature, Avon was also experimenting with his extraordinary abilities. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to use the corpse of the shadow leopard as the material for his inaugural beast blood totem. During these days, Avon discerned both the strengths and weaknesses of his guardian knight. His strength lay in his tough exterior, while his weaknesses encompassed everything beyond that, often relegating him to the role of a resilient target during combat. In truth, Avon did not mind being a meat shield. However, he yearned for a degree of counterattack capability, such as offensive or evasive maneuvers, which would enhance his agility and provide him with a broader array of options in battle. Thus, despite the shadow leopard's limited offensive abilities, Avon chose it, as it could partially compensate for his lack of agility. Gazing upon the still flexible corpse of the shadow leopard, Avon deftly sliced through the body with a dagger, collecting the oozing blood in a vial. As he performed this ritualistic act, Avon's spiritual energy began to diminish, a necessary step in the process of utilizing the beast blood totem. With the depletion of his spiritual essence, the shadow leopard's body rapidly shriveled, and he perceived the essence of the creature coalescing within the blood contained in the vial. Once the blood was collected, Avon shed his armor, revealing his robust, bare torso, preparing to inscribe the shadow leopard's image upon his left arm. The creation of the beast blood totem required his personal touch, but with the guidance of his spiritual essence and prior preparations, this task proved manageable for Avon. He dipped his finger into the blood and began to draw upon his body. With closed eyes, an ancient and haunting voice emerged from his lips. As his spiritual energy flowed, an image of a lively shadow leopard prowling through the jungle materialized in his mind, showcasing its hunts, rests, and agile movements. As the shadow leopard lunged towards him, Avon opened his eyes to find the vial empty, yet a vivid image of the leaping creature adorned his left arm. Clearly, the beast blood totem had been successfully inscribed. Avon moved his body and acutely sensed an enhancement in his coordination, speed, and agility. He invited Little John to attack him, relying solely on his observation and reflexes to evade several strikes successfully. But that was not the end. Avon then attempted to inherit the extraordinary ability of the shadow leopard, melding into shadows. As his spiritual energy waned, he gradually collapsed, merging seamlessly with the shadows on the ground, much like the shadow leopard had done before him. In this shadowy state, Avon experienced an extraordinary sensation. He could only perceive his surroundings through his spiritual essence, and movement was confined within the cloaked shadows. Yet, leveraging the properties of shadows, he could execute some astonishing maneuvers, such as transitioning from the shadow on the ground to that on a tree trunk, thereby creating an effect akin to a celestial descent. Although he could not strike from the shadows and could be vulnerable to attacks like Richard's Crimson Moon, Avon felt no disappointment in choosing the shadow leopard as his first beast blood totem. He was immensely satisfied with the abilities and enhancements he had gained. After taming the mud-armored boar, Richard and his companions swiftly established a base on Misty Island. The boar's ability to manipulate Earth proved invaluable, often completing tasks that would otherwise consume the sailors considerable time, with merely a slight expenditure of its spiritual essence. Although the mud-armored boar could only perform simple tasks, it significantly reduced the time Richard and his team spent on construction. By nightfall, a sturdy fortress had arisen on the beach where they landed. Concerned that the fortress might collapse upon leaving the island, the sailors constructed it with the utmost defensive standards, ensuring it was both robust and spacious enough for Richard and his team to rest for the night. Within the fortress, the mud-armored boar experienced a lifestyle it had never known before. Flames flickered brightly inside, as sailors gathered around a bonfire, roasting meat, with grease sizzling and splattering into the flames, the aroma filling the air. Amid the laughter of the sailors, the mud-armored boar fixated on the succulent, dripping meat, its eyes brimming with desire. Paul and Richard sat around the bonfire, accompanied by the boar and several small piglets. At this moment, the piglets remained still, their tiny eyes fixated on the fragrant roasted meat, mirroring their mother's intent gaze. The mud-armored boar was an omnivore, relishing berries and meat alike, yet it had never encountered such delectably aromatic food. Noticing the boar's eager expression, Richard smiled and gestured to Paul to serve it a generous portion. Acknowledging the boar's significant contributions to the fortress's construction, Paul obliged without hesitation, placing a large piece of roasted meat before the mud-armored boar, thoughtfully sprinkling spices upon it. The aroma, enhanced by the sizzling fat, made the boar's mouth water as it devoured the meat voraciously, pushing aside the small piglets that attempted to join in. The exquisite flavor of the cooked food provided the mud-armored boar with an unprecedented experience, so much so that its tail wagged with delight. Observing the frantic little piglets scurrying about, Richard chuckled as he shared some roasted meat with them while discussing the training of the mud-armored boar with Paul. For beast tamers, taming is merely one facet. Nurturing the creature thereafter constitutes another vital aspect. This encompasses physical conditioning, skill training, and breed development, among other elements. Naturally, some tamers focus primarily on taming, reflecting differing philosophies. Paul, without a doubt, emphasized nurturing. While he had employed various methods unreservedly during the taming of the mud-armored boar, the true journey of its development was just beginning. However, after taming, he is also quite attentive to the mud-armored wild boar, which can be observed during the day. Although Richard is not a beast tamer, his frequent perusal of strategy guides on game forums in his past life has made him familiar with various techniques and ingenious ideas summarized by beast tamer players, which he can impart to Paul. The mud-armored wild boar possesses the ability to manipulate earth and can form an earthen armor on its body, which is one aspect Paul can guide it on. If the mud-armored wild boar can create a cavity in its earthen armor that accommodates Paul, and then cover him with a layer of earthen armor, Paul could transform into a boar knight. Additionally, Paul can design a specific armor style for the mud-armored wild boar, exploring which designs would enhance its charge and which would bolster its defense. These are all areas where Paul, as a beast tamer, can intervene. After all, the mud-armored wild boar is now Paul's magical creature. If there are no alterations in combat style or approach, then it would be no different from their previous encounters in the wild. Paul nodded in agreement with Richard's philosophy. He had thought the same way before, but had yet to determine how to modify the mud-armored wild boar. Now that Richard has shared a few ideas with him, a floodgate of inspiration has opened, and numerous thoughts about nurturing the mud-armored wild boar have emerged in his mind. Following their discussion, Richard inquired about Avon's situation. It was nighttime, and although there were flames within the fortress, the flickering shadows cast a significant cover over the fortress. Avon occasionally utilized the power of the beast blood totem to blend into the surroundings. Since acquiring this ability, Avon has been training to adapt to it. Although the merge with Shadow's ability inherited from the beast blood totem may not match the original version of the Shadow Leopard, achieving 70% effectiveness is still a commendable choice for Avon. After training, his mastery of this ability has improved somewhat. If he continues, he might reach 80% of the original's capability. Richard, witnessing Avon's efforts, felt a deep sense of gratification. After all, Avon is his guardian knight, and the enhancement of his abilities is undoubtedly a positive development for Richard. During their days on Mist Island, if possible, it would be wise to select suitable magical creatures for Avon to utilize with the beast blood totem. This would be crucial for enhancing Avon's overall strength, especially since they are set to visit the Lancaster family next. Thus, both Avon and young John must elevate their capabilities. Richard has taught young John a systematic swordsmanship developed by players, which is quite suitable for a pirate, and he has gone out to practice after their meal. Soren and Trist are collaborating to study the materials on Mist Island, pondering if any of them are suitable for their needs. After finishing his meal, Paul took the mud-armored wild boar outside, and soon the sound of the whip cracking echoed. This seemed to be a residual effect from taming the mud-armored wild boar during the day. It appeared that the boar had developed a fondness for the whip strikes. As long as Paul controlled the force appropriately, the slight sting was rather pleasurable for the creature. Though unsure if this interaction between a beast tamer and a magical creature was correct, Richard refrained from commenting since both Paul and the mud-armored wild boar appeared to revel in the experience. However, the whip's sound ceased after a while, and shortly after, Paul entered the fortress with young John, their expressions grave as they conveyed to Richard that they sensed something amiss in their surroundings. Richard immediately rose and proceeded toward the fortress exit, with Avon trailing behind him. Upon reaching the beach outside, Richard noticed the previously tranquil jungle under the night sky had become exceptionally agitated. In the distance, various sounds erupted from the jungle, roars, tremors, and calls intermingled in a cacophony. These sounds were not isolated but erupted in waves, as if all the creatures of the jungle were in turmoil. Richard's gaze shifted toward the horizon, despite the inky darkness. He could still discern figures flitting through the sky. Those were the Thunderbirds of Mist Island, extraordinary creatures capable of wielding storms and lightning. Given that these magical beings were also agitated and soaring in the air, it was evident that something significant was occurring on Mist Island. Richard signaled for everyone to remain vigilant, establishing a defensive perimeter around the fortress to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Simultaneously, he instructed Paul to inquire with the mud-armored wild boar if it had any knowledge of the happenings on Mist Island. The others hastened to gather their weapons and prepare, while Richard surveyed the surroundings on the beach. The jungle, which had appeared relatively mundane during the day, now exuded an eerie ambience, as if unseen entities were watching them, waiting for Richard and his companions to reveal a weakness before striking with lethal precision. Soon, the sailors completed their preparations and entered the fortress with Richard or positioned themselves around it, alertly observing their surroundings. At this moment, Paul also received intelligence from the mud-armored wild boar. As a native of Mist Island, the mud-armored wild boar possessed knowledge of certain occurrences. According to its information, approximately every year, unusual tremors manifest on Mist Island, gradually intensifying before waning, lasting about a month. Whenever these tremors arise, magical creatures like the mud-armored wild boar can sense an overwhelming pressure, which escalates in tandem with the vibrations. At its peak, not only does the natural environment of Mist Island undergo significant changes due to the tremors, but magical creatures can also be paralyzed in place by the oppressive force. Thus, during these tremor events, magical beings become engulfed in fear, instinctively seeking refuge to protect themselves from the environmental shifts and the immobilizing pressure that could lead to their demise. This phenomenon resembles a hibernation process for some creatures, but compared to hibernation, it is more akin to a natural disaster that the beings of Mist Island must endure. With this information, Richard gained a clearer understanding of the situation. Though he had visited Mist Island numerous times in his past life, he had not spent much time there and was unaware of these phenomena. However, based on his later experiences, the tremors seemed to have minimal impact on the outskirts of Mist Island. At the very least, the beach maintained its current state. Although curiosity about the circumstances on Mist Island lingered within him, Richard understood that the immediate priority was to remain alert for the restless magical creatures that might appear nearby. After grasping the fundamental situation, Richard joined Paul and the others outside the fortress to maintain vigilance as a defensive force. However, it seemed the remote location contributed to their ability to perceive the tremors emanating from Mist Island. Yet, there was no sudden appearance of any monstrous beings around them. Instead, a few startled, ordinary animals ventured onto the beach, only to swiftly become their provisions. In light of this situation, the sailors' tense nerves began to ease considerably. Considering it was their first encounter with such circumstances, Richard decided against resting that night. They needed to personally experience the potential consequences of the mysterious tremors that might arise, which would facilitate their future arrangements. Thus, amidst their vigilance, time passed quietly. Although it was night, Misty Isle was bustling with activity. Consequently, some sailors, despite feeling drowsy, were roused by the cacophony of roars surrounding them. To stave off yawns, many sailors engaged in idle chatter with one another. This was a means to invigorate their spirits. Though their mouths were in constant motion, their eyes remained keenly observant of their surroundings. As time progressed, the horizon gradually brightened. Despite the night's liveliness, it seemed that no unexpected events transpired in Richard's vicinity, which offered relief to many sailors. However, just as dawn approached, the mud-armored wild boar began to grunt. Sensing something approaching from the earth below, Paul did not disregard the wild boar's response. He promptly relayed it to Richard, and the others quickly became alert, their gazes sweeping the ground around them. At that moment, the mud-armored wild boar let out a fierce squeal, its front hooves lifting off the ground as it shifted to the side. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the earth before it, two front claws glinting ominously. It was a formidable armadillo. Although it bore a resemblance to an ordinary armadillo, its armored scales were of a metallic texture, rising in large plates like overlapping blades. Besides its armor, the armadillo also possessed elongated claws, sharp as daggers, evoking in Richard a mental image of scissor hands. Behind this creature trailed a long tail, its blade-like scales rendering it a deadly weapon that could inflict severe harm upon anyone nearby. Upon sighting this monster, Richard immediately recognized it as a first-tier iron-eating armadillo, a creature that primarily fed on metal and flesh, commonly found in areas rich in mineral veins. However, the information flashing through Richard's mind did not hinder his actions. The crimson crescent blade sliced through the air, aiming directly at the iron-eating armadillo. Meanwhile, the mud-armored wild boar, caught off guard, roared in anger, its massive body's earthy armor thickening as it charged towards the iron-eating armadillo like a war chariot. The crimson crescent blade led the charge, with the mud-armored wild boar following closely behind. In response to the assault, the iron-eating armadillo's scales, which had previously stood erect, seamlessly laid flat against its body. Its previously prone form folded up, transforming from a fearsome beast into a metallic sphere that rolled away. The attack of the crimson crescent struck it, shattering several of its scales, yet it failed to inflict any damage on the creature beneath. The mud-armored wild boar's charge, however, was too straightforward, allowing the iron-eating armadillo to evade it easily. Following its dodge, the armadillo even attempted to swipe at the boar with its sharp claws, only to be thwarted by the mud armor. Clearly, this iron-eating armadillo was not a foe to be dealt with lightly. Wait, something is amiss. Upon witnessing the iron-eating armadillo's reaction to the crimson crescent's attack, Richard quickly sensed an anomaly. According to the typical defensive strength of an iron-eating armadillo's scales, the crimson crescent should have at least injured the flesh beneath. Yet, The recent attack had merely shattered a portion of its scales, suggesting this creature possessed unusual strength. As a monster bearing the name iron-eating, the iron-eating armadillo indeed had a method to enhance its power by consuming various extraordinary metals. Depending on the quantity and types of these metals consumed, the armadillo's intelligence, as well as the strength of its scales and flesh, would increase, simultaneously acquiring some characteristics of the metals. Based on the armadillo's performance thus far, Richard surmised that this creature had likely ingested a considerable amount of extraordinary metals. Given the survival range of iron-eating armadillos, it was highly probable that an abundance of extraordinary metals existed in their vicinity, indicating the presence of extraordinary metal veins. However, despite these thoughts racing through his mind, Richard was acutely aware of their immediate priority: to eliminate the iron-eating armadillo before them. After its initial attempt to attack the mud-armored wild boar failed, the iron-eating armadillo sought to revert to its defensive posture, waiting for its opportunity. Yet, it was swiftly seized by Evan, who had blended with the shadows, delivering a powerful shield bash to the armadillo's head. Though the hardness of the iron-eating armadillo's scales rendered the phrase stone-headed somewhat diminutive, Evan was no ordinary individual. The charged blow from the guardian knight left the armadillo momentarily dazed. At that moment, the mud-armored wild boar, having found an opportunity, charged forward once more, its tusks gleaming. Paul nearby lashed out with a whip at the boar, activating several extraordinary abilities, including the barbaric whip, enhancing the boar's strength. Thus, the iron-eating armadillo, just regaining its senses from the shield bash, collided head-on with the wild boar's powerful tusks. Although it was a confrontation between biological entities, the clash of the tusks and scales produced a metallic sound that made the sailor's ears tingle. Yet, in this battle of monsters, the mud-armored wild boar, leveraging its charging advantage, gained the upper hand. Its long, thick, and sharp tusks shattered a significant portion of the scales near the point of impact on the iron-eating armadillo, sending the creature soaring through the air. It lingered momentarily in the air, desperately adjusting its posture to protect its vulnerable abdomen. Even so, Richard, with his keen sense of smell, seized the opportunity. The crimson crescent blade, which had previously yielded little success, now sliced open the iron-eating armadillo's relatively defenseless abdomen, inflicting a deep wound that gushed blood, staining the sand below a vivid red. Such a grievous injury was substantial and would not heal easily, for the iron-clad armadillo. Being encircled presents an undeniably perilous predicament. After collapsing onto the ground, it becomes evident that the wound has impaired its agility, diminishing its former nimbleness. Confronted with the menacing mud-armored boars and the approaching John and company, the armadillo opts for escape. It attempts to bring its claws together in front of its body, and with a surge of arcane energy, a burrow large enough to accommodate it appears beneath. However, this area is not devoid of those more adept at manipulating earth. As the armadillo's body is only halfway into the burrow, the loose sand and soil around it solidify under the command of the mud-armored boar, effectively trapping the creature. With its mobility compromised, Richard's Crimson Moon Blade, the mud-armored boar's charge, and the attacks of others descend upon it. Despite its formidable defenses, the armadillo succumbs to their combined assault. In the aftermath of the armadillo's demise, Richard promptly attends to its remains and examines its scales. Upon closer inspection, he confirms that the creature had been consuming black-veined iron, a first-order transcendent metal renowned for its defensive and reverberative properties. This metal forms with inherent internal patterns that enhance its defensive capabilities when imbued with arcane energy, and it also possesses a reverberative effect, making it a sought-after material for crafting armor, shields, and other protective items. Upon discovering that the armadillo's scales exhibited traces of black-veined iron, Richard is elated. Black-veined iron is not only one of the most versatile metals, but it is also ideally suited for their team's needs. Whether it is for items forged by Soren, a transcendent shield or armor for Avon, or the transcendent cannon that Tristan desires, black-veined iron can be incorporated to augment their effectiveness. Nevertheless, the metal's potential remains unrealized until Richard and his companions can locate the potential load. After briefly tending to the armadillo's carcass, which he entrusts to Avon, Richard, accompanied by Paul and the mud-armored boar, sets off in the direction from which the armadillo originated. Given the task of prospecting for a load and the recent battle, Richard limits the number of companions, accompanied only by Paul, the Beastmaster, and the mud-armored boar, capable of detecting the subterranean tunnels excavated by the armadillo. Avon remains behind to safeguard the others and create new beast blood totems. In contrast to the Shadow Panther, Richard proposes that Avon employ the beast blood totem ability on the ironclad armadillo, whose abilities align well with Avon's role as a guardian knight. The armadillo is a creature of formidable defense, capable of transforming its scales into an offensive posture, and able to consume metals to enhance its arcane power and acquire corresponding traits, making it a suitable creature for Avon's path as a guardian knight. If it were to be used as a beast blood totem, Avon would likely acquire the ability to consume metals, combined with the probable presence of a black-veined iron load. Avon's physical defense, whether clad in armor or wielding a heavy shield, would become impervious to attacks from first-order transcendents, further enhanced by his transcendent ability, the Thorny Shield. Upon hearing Richard's explanation, Avon wastes no time in employing the Beast Blood Totem ability once more. As Richard predicted, Avon obtains abilities similar to those of the ironclad armadillo, and his constitution and defense improve, gradually progressing toward his ideal form. Richard is currently unaware of Avon's progress, as he is preoccupied with following the mud-armored boar in search of the black-veined iron lode. After traversing some distance, they arrive at a small, overgrown mountain concealed within the forest on the right side of the beach. According to the mud-armored boar's senses, the tunnel excavated by the ironclad armadillo originates from within. Richard, observing the mountain covered in verdant vines and moss, and its dark, gaping entrance, opts to cast in the evil spirit rope that he had brought along to scout ahead. Despite its discontent with being treated as expendable, the evil spirit rope, bound by its contract, floats into the mountain. After a period of waiting, the evil spirit rope emerges, conveying its findings to Richard. According to its account, the navigable distance within the cave is limited and descends gradually. The evil spirit rope encountered no perils, but observed scattered or along the path and two diminutive ironclad armadillos at the terminus, presumably the progeny of the one they had slain. Having confirmed the veracity of the evil spirit rope's report, Richard resolves to enter the cave himself. Upon entering the dark cave and proceeding for some distance, he discovers that the ground is, as the evil spirit rope had indicated, strewn with scattered ore. Richard picks up a piece and, after comparing it, confirms that it is indeed black-veined iron, validating his hypothesis that a transcendent metal lode exists near the cave. As for the armadillo cubs mentioned by the evil spirit rope, he indeed finds them at the end of the tunnel. These two armadillos are not as formidable as their parent, and Richard swiftly captures them. He believes that killing the previous armadillo was a pity, and these two cubs present an opportunity to be tamed by Paul. The mud-armored boar can contribute to construction, and the armadillos, with their sharp claws, would be well suited for mining, ensuring a bright future for both them and the mud-armored boar. After emerging from the cave and entrusting the two cubs to Paul, Richard marks the location and, instead of returning directly, surveys the environment surrounding the cave with Paul. Developing even a common lode is no simple task, let alone a transcendent metal lode like black-veined iron. Richard needs to gain a general understanding of the surrounding environment before proceeding with subsequent planning. After gaining a general understanding of the surroundings, Richard and Paul return to Avon. Perhaps due to the remoteness of the location, they encounter no more monsters on their return journey, but they do encounter several common animals, which they hunt and feed to the mud-armored boar and the two armadillos. However, it dawns on Richard that they had only slain one ironclad armadillo, and now there are two offspring, implying the existence of another adult armadillo. Although he did not see it earlier, its fate remains unknown, whether it is deceased, lost, or out foraging. However, Richard deemed it prudent to caution Avon and the others to maintain vigilance, as confronting a mature, transcendent magical creature was no trivial matter. Upon returning to the beach, Richard observed that Avon and his companions had tidied up the area and were alternating between rest and tasks. Avon, having recently acquired the bloodline totem of the ironclad armadillo, was undergoing adaptation exercises with several sparring sailors. These sailors, wielding swords, struck at Avon, who remained stationary. Even without armor, penetrating his skin's defenses required considerable effort. It was palpable that Avon's defensive capabilities had been significantly augmented after obtaining the ironclad armadillo bloodline totem. Leaving Avon to further acclimate to his newfound abilities, Richard sought out Tristan and Sauron upon his return to the beach. He presented them with the ore samples he had retrieved and broached the subject of the black-veined iron mine. While the black-veined iron ore piqued their interest, Tristan was demonstrably more enthralled by the prospect of mining the vein itself. His prior experience in crafting explosives for fracturing mines made him more knowledgeable in this domain, and his fascination with explosive detonations was undeniable. Following discussions with Tristan and Sauron, Richard discerned that they would encounter two primary challenges in exploiting the mine. The first was the issue of safety during extraction. They had personally witnessed the conditions on Mist all the previous night. If explosives were employed for mining, the resulting sounds and light might attract other magical creatures, which was a cause for concern. The second problem was the inadequacy of manpower. Even with several dozen sailors on Richard's ship, they were insufficient for mining operations, necessitating the involvement of additional personnel, including transcendents, to enhance efficiency. Richard perceived these two challenges as facets of two overarching aspects, strength and influence. He needed to bolster his own capabilities, as well as those of Avon and his comrades, to address potential contingencies. Simultaneously, he had to expand his sphere of influence to secure a larger workforce. Regarding the former, Richard had already incorporated it into his plans and was steadily progressing. As for the latter, Richard recognized a potential shortcut, the imminent arrival of the players. The players, possessing the gift of immortality, could be induced to undertake any task in exchange for rewards. If a substantial number of players could be mobilized, both challenges could be surmounted. Danger? Let there be danger. As long as the minerals were not lost, the players' deaths were inconsequential. The player's capacity for perpetual resurrection constituted an inexhaustible reservoir of manpower, an immensely appealing prospect for a merchant like Richard. However, with the players not yet having arrived en masse and Richard lacking the resources to command them, he needed to prioritize independently initiating the mine's exploitation to accumulate capital. Then, upon the player's arrival, he could leverage resources of little value to him to enlist the services of the still non-transcendent players, thereby expediting his own advancement. This, in his estimation, was the optimal approach to harnessing the player's potential. Given their intention to develop the black vein iron mine on Mist Isle, Richard and his companions would naturally need to conduct thorough reconnaissance and modifications from the beach towards the mine. However, their limited time on Mist Isle would preclude them from completing this task. Consequently, Richard resolved to extract as much black vein iron ore as possible before departing from Mist Isle. This would enable him to allocate some transcendent metal to Avon, Sauron, and the others for crafting weapons and equipment. Upon returning to Blacksail Harbor, they could briefly recuperate before seeking retribution against the Lancaster family. Having made his decision, Richard led the sailors, Paul, and the mud-armored boars to the cave containing the black vein iron deposits for extraction. Their lack of specialized mining tools did reduce efficiency. However, the presence of the mud-armored boars and the two tamed ironclad armadillos compensated for this deficiency. Even with the reduced efficiency, they could still extract the desired quantity of ore. Furthermore, Tristan had prepared a rudimentary explosive to aid in mining, which further enhanced efficiency. Over the course of nearly 2 days, Richard and his team successfully completed the ore extraction. Concurrently, Sauron analyzed and tested the black vein iron, anticipating the commencement of crafting soon after. Throughout this period, Richard remained vigilant for the presence of another ironclad armadillo, given that they had slain its mate, abducted its offspring, and commenced operations within its territory. However, to his surprise, the anticipated adversary never materialized, leading him to suspect its non-existence. Despite the absence of the expected ironclad armadillo attack, Richard and his team did encounter attacks from other magical creatures during this period, not within the mine, but near the beach. One morning, while the sailors were still drowsy, a flock of pirate birds descended upon them, launching an assault and attempting to pilfer their belongings. Pirate birds are a species of large, ill-tempered seabirds characterized by their white plumage and expansive wings, enabling them to navigate through storms and waves. Their robust physical attributes provide them with a competitive advantage among seabirds. However, these pirate birds do not subsist on fish or other typical sources of nourishment. Instead, they acquire food by preying on other birds, plundering their sustenance. Spectators often witness scenes of several large pirate birds encircling smaller birds in midair, relentlessly striking and pecking at them to seize their prey. This predatory behavior earned the species the moniker pirate bird. Attacks and robberies perpetrated by pirate birds against humans are not uncommon occurrences. On that fateful day, amidst the piratical aviance that assailed the sailors, there emerged a rather extraordinary individual that had transformed into a first-tier monstrosity. Such occurrences are indeed rare. For a pirate bird to metamorphose into a monster, it not only requires an extensive lifespan to breach the limitations of its species and attain sentience, but it must also incessantly seize the possessions of other beings, preferably those of monstrous nature, to facilitate its own transformation. In essence, for a pirate bird to ascend to the ranks of monstrosity, it must continuously engage in perilous endeavors and survive the aftermath. Consequently, the existence of pirate birds as monsters is seldom witnessed, making Richard and his companions' encounter on Fog Island quite remarkable. Initially, the newly transformed pirate bird remained motionless, soaring high above and observing its kin. However, upon spotting Richard, it immediately fixated on the extraordinary jewels in his possession and swooped down with outstretched talons, intent on thievery. In the face of such a creature, an ordinary individual would likely find their fingers and rings torn away. Yet, Richard promptly dispatched his formidable subordinate, the spectral ropes. Although the pirate bird had gained considerable size and mastery over airflow, as well as the ability to seize, the spectral ropes proved to be no less formidable. The flexible tendrils ensnared the critical areas of the pirate bird, rendering it powerless, and constricted its neck, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Despite the pirate bird's relentless attempts to manipulate the air and summon reinforcements from its kin, the spectral ropes remained unyielding, relishing the opportunity to vent its pent-up frustrations on a target it could dominate. Had Richard not perceived the rarity and potential value of this creature, the spectral ropes would have likely suffocated the pirate bird without hesitation. Once liberated from the spectral ropes, the pirate bird initially sought to flee, but was swiftly whipped down and subsequently handed over to Paul for taming. It must be said that the name pirate bird aptly embodies the nature of this creature. In the presence of Paul, Richard, or even Evan, the pirate bird exhibited an obedient demeanor, dutifully adhering to commands. However, in front of other sailors or the spectral ropes, it revealed its audacious side, often intimidating or toying with sailors, much to their chagrin, although it initially miscalculated and pilfered some coins from a sailor. Incurring a couple of lashes as a lesson, it quickly adapted, engaging in antics that were irritating but did not provoke punishment. In the beginning, the pirate bird harbored a genuine fear of the spectral ropes, having narrowly escaped death at its hands. Yet, upon expressing submission, it seemed to realize that they were now allies, emboldening it to frequently tease and vex the spectral ropes. For instance, it orchestrated aerial bombardments with its fellow pirate birds, showering the spectral ropes with excrement. The spectral ropes, unperturbed, retaliated with binding and whipping, leading to a lively camaraderie aboard the Black Pearl, filled with the antics of these two and the ever-popular treasure chest creature. Following the taming of the pirate bird, its former subordinates also became active aboard Richard's ship. Through the pirate bird, Richard and his crew acquired a second faction to command, aside from the Iron Marlin. While less formidable in combat than the Iron Marlin, the pirate birds, being aerial units, were prevalent over the seas, making them excellent scouts. Shortly after reclaiming the pirate birds, Richard's crew successfully gathered a sufficient quantity of black-veined iron ore, achieving their earlier objectives. Estimating the timeline, it was nearly time for their return journey. Though their stay on the island was brief, this venture to Fog Island proved immensely fruitful for Richard and his companions. The creatures Paul had tamed, Evan's newfound abilities, and Richard's discovery of extraordinary metal veins held considerable value. Once Richard completed his quest for vengeance, he could devote his attention to the development of Fog Island, anticipating even greater rewards. After organizing the newly established fortress, the Black Pearl set sail, gradually heading towards the periphery of Fog Island. Compared to their initial trepidation, the crew's spirits were markedly elevated. Despite remaining vigilant amidst the fog, the sailors were buoyed by the recent distribution of wages. Richard, not being heartless, had recognized that while the journey had been relatively safe for the extraordinary individuals aboard, it had been fraught with peril for the sailors. Thus, upon departing Fog Island, he generously advanced their wages for the week, even adding a bonus as a token of appreciation. Though the wages amounted to little more than a handful of coins for Richard, they were a source of great joy for the sailors. Many began to discuss how they would spend their newfound wealth upon returning to Black Sail Harbor. Most of them, being former pirates, lacked the habit of saving, which Richard had considered when distributing wages weekly. However, with their change in status, some sailors began to adopt the practice of saving, albeit in a rather unconventional manner, by depositing their coins within the treasure chest creature. Their reasoning was quite simple. The treasure chest creature was a living entity actively engaged in their midst, bound by contract to Richard, thus providing a secure place for their funds. When they conveyed this plan to Richard, he was initially taken aback, yet he quickly acquiesced, recognizing it as a manifestation of the sailors' trust in him. Had Richard not earned their respect, they would never have considered entrusting their money to the treasure chest creature. In consenting to their proposal, Richard astutely perceived that the treasure chest creature was on the verge of becoming the de facto bank aboard the Black Pearl. After all, by storing their money within it, they could withdraw funds as needed, with Richard's ledger serving as a record. Aside from the absence of interest, it resembled a rudimentary banking system. This realization sparked a train of thought within Richard's mind. In truth, banks existed within this world, albeit not widely proliferated, and the profession of banker remained relatively obscure. As a time traveler, Richard was acutely aware of the potential for banking development, and as a jeweler by trade, he began to ponder whether pursuing a career as a banker might be a viable path for his future. As Richard's thoughts meandered expansively, the Black Pearl had already departed the vicinity of Misty Island, sailing towards Black Sail's harbor. Under the capable leadership of Captain Cole, Richard felt no concern for the ship's navigation. The vessel surged through the waves, escorted by colossal steel sailfish beneath the surface, while pirate birds circled in the skies above, providing an extensive reconnaissance perimeter. However, as the Black Pearl continued on its course to Black Sail's harbor, the pirate birds suddenly relayed intelligence about the presence of pirates in the vicinity. Encountering pirates was not an unusual occurrence, given the tumultuous nature of the waters they traversed. Yet, upon hearing this news, Trist was stirred with excitement, promptly inquiring about the pirate ship's movements. As he had hoped, the pirate birds reported that the enemy vessels had indeed spotted the Black Pearl and were heading in their direction. This revelation heightened Trist's enthusiasm, and he swiftly gathered several sailors to prepare the cannons for the impending naval battle. On the other hand, Captain Cole shared in the excitement, eager to test his abilities in a real combat scenario. Although Richard understood their eagerness, he had already taken precautions. Should the enemy prove to be beyond their capacity to handle, retreat would be the prudent course of action, a notion that Trist and the others readily accepted. Thus, the crew of the Black Pearl busied themselves preparing for the forthcoming battle, while the silhouettes of the pirate ships emerged within Richard's line of sight. At that moment, Richard, armed with a spyglass, focused on a common pirate bird. Under the command of its leader, the bird soared near the distant pirate vessels, allowing Richard to observe the enemy's specifics from afar. The adversaries seemed oblivious to the presence of this seemingly inconspicuous pirate bird, unaware that Richard was meticulously scrutinizing their situation. The enemy consisted of 2 ships, which appeared inferior in design compared to the Black Pearl. Among the crew, 3 individuals captured Richard's attention. 2 were aboard the leading ship. one sharpening a curved dagger while the other directed the sailors. Their demeanor and stature suggested they were likely two extraordinary pirates. The third individual, stationed on the rear vessel, wielded a harpoon while standing on the deck. Though his exact class was indeterminate, he was presumed to be a first-tier extraordinary being. Richard's assessment stemmed from the trio's utter disregard for the passing pirate bird. A second-tier extraordinary being would have sensed the latent essence of the bird. From Richard's perspective, the battle was one they could engage in confidently, with a distinct advantage on their side. They could probe further. If the only adversaries were these three first-tier extraordinary beings, Richard would strike decisively. Conversely, if there were hidden foes beyond their capacity, they would retreat. With both captain and pirates aboard the Black Pearl, a hasty escape was feasible. The reason for not merely distancing themselves from the pirate ships was Richard's desire to seize their treasure. The accumulation of capital necessitated various stratagems, and capturing the enemy's extraordinary beings could yield substantial value, whether for enslavement or sale. Upon issuing the command to engage, the crew, already prepared, eagerly polished their weapons for the impending clash. Even the ordinary sailors, though slightly anxious, displayed no fear. Confidence instilled by the numerous extraordinary beings and magical creatures aboard the Black Pearl. Meanwhile, aboard the first pirate ship, the crew urged the sailors to accelerate their speed. Having lingered in these waters for several days with little gain, they were determined to extract whatever spoils they could from this vessel. Under the captain's insistence, the ship named Skull ramped up its power, charging aggressively towards the Black Pearl, accompanied by the sea monster. Simultaneously, the captain, first mate, and second mate readied themselves, rallying the gunners and the pirates poised for assault. Indeed, both ships were equipped with cannons, typically employed to intimidate adversaries. Real combat would rely on close quarters and the prowess of the three extraordinary beings. As the two pirate vessels approached, the Black Pearl remained steadfast, seemingly ready to resist. The pirate captain, rather than feeling alarmed, was elated. Such defiance was precisely what he relished, believing the opposing ship to be overconfident in its capabilities. It was the vessels that fled at the sight of him that truly incited his fear. As the distance between the ships dwindled, both crews simultaneously issued the command, "Fire." In an instant, the Black Pearl and the two pirate ships unleashed a volley of cannonballs, hurtling towards each other. However, the trajectory of the Black Pearl's projectiles was markedly more precise, striking their targets with unerring accuracy. Initially, the pirate crew had regarded the cannon exchange as a mere formality. But as the Black Pearl's shots found their mark, the explosive force and conflagration that ensued left some of them with a final, incredulous thought. "You actually hit us." Trist's artillery, personally deployed, proved exceptional, catching the two pirate ships off guard. His cannonballs targeted the lower sections of the enemy vessels, typically housing their cargo, effectively crippling their supplies and risking water ingress. Flames and smoke now billowed from the enemy ships, as frantic crew members rushed about with buckets and tools, desperately attempting to mitigate the damage. In contrast, the cannon fire from the pirates exhibited little accuracy. Initially, Cole had felt a twinge of anxiety, having previously coordinated with Trist. He was to oversee the ship's movements while Trist handled the offensive. However, upon witnessing the erratic trajectories of the enemy's cannonballs, Cole's tension dissipated. The Black Pearl could effortlessly evade the incoming fire, all while enjoying the spectacle of the waterborne fireworks. With Trist's successful bombardment igniting a wave of jubilation aboard the Black Pearl, the crew erupted in cheers at the sight of the flames and chaos aboard the enemy vessels. Trist's face radiated with excitement, joy, and an overwhelming sense of triumph, his expression almost contorting with emotion, as an unprecedented fervor surged within him. "Keep firing. Hand me more cannonballs." Amidst the somewhat discordant cries of Trist, several sailors hastily passed cannonballs to him. Trist then took charge of loading, aiming, igniting, and firing the cannon, executing the entire process with remarkable fluidity and grace. The crew aboard the Black Pearl fixated their gaze on the cannonballs soaring through the air. As they witnessed these projectiles once again strike the enemy vessels, exhilarated shouts echoed across the deck. Beholding the explosions and flames erupting on the opposing ships, Trist was now consumed by fervor, his mind singularly focused on the imperative of sinking the enemy. At this juncture, Cole's role became evident. Observing the devastation Trist's artillery inflicted upon their adversaries, he directed the sailors to maneuver the Black Pearl. However, they did not charge directly at the enemy. Instead, they circled around, preventing the two pirate ships from closing in for a boarding action, thus maximizing the effectiveness of Trist's cannons. Soon, the pirates on their ships confronted a disheartening truth. Cannon fire could indeed be lethal. They found themselves perilously close to being obliterated by the enemy's relentless bombardment. Each cannon blast heralded the arrival of a menacing, searing projectile capable of extinguishing lives. Although not every shot found its mark, the damage inflicted was substantial. After several exchanges, the first pirate ship was ablaze beyond salvaging. The original gunner had been executed by the captain in a fit of rage, and now he endeavored to make one final effort. If their vessel could catch up to the enemy and engage in a boarding skirmish, they might still have a chance. Yet, the unfolding events plunged the crew into a profound silence. Despite their pursuit, the enemy ship maintained a frustrating distance, eluding their grasp. Infuriatingly, the enemy would occasionally slow down, allowing the pirates to draw near before unleashing cannon fire, only to accelerate away again, leaving them in the dust. The entire ordeal felt like a cruel jest, prompting the pirate captain to cleave the ship's wheel in anger. However, as he surveyed the smoke and flames engulfing their vessel, he ultimately sighed in resignation. Let this ship go. We must seek refuge on the Kraken. The skeleton ship was on the verge of being reduced to splinters by Trist's relentless assault, while the Kraken fared somewhat better. Although it had also endured cannon fire, it remained relatively intact, having absorbed the brunt of the attack. Given these circumstances, the Kraken became their sole avenue for escape. Communicating via signal flags, they slowly approached the skeleton to facilitate the transfer of their crew. However, they perhaps underestimated the clarity with which Richard observed their movements through his spyglass, signaling Trist to prepare for a barrage against the two vessels. The nightmarish sounds of cannon fire reverberated in the ears of the pirates once more. At the sound, the evacuating pirates erupted into chaos, scrambling toward the deck of the Kraken, with two extraordinary individuals sprinting ahead. Yet, the disarray did not hasten their transfer. Instead, it left many stranded aboard the skeleton. In their desperate gaze, they witnessed the cannonballs descend, and the skeleton was obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion, scattering its remnants across the sea. The Kraken, too, suffered under the barrage, yet due to its comparatively stable condition, it withstood the onslaught. Once their captain and first mate were aboard, the Kraken hastily veered in another direction, employing the pirates' extraordinary ability, whistling wind, to its fullest extent. The howling sea winds propelled the ship at full speed as they fled into the distance. Meanwhile, the Black Pearl did not immediately pursue. Instead, it collected some of the floating captives and spoils before setting course toward the Kraken's retreat. With the spyglass and the presence of the pirate bird, Richard was untroubled about losing track of the pirates, knowing their stamina was not boundless. When they believed themselves safe, it would be the opportune moment for the Black Pearl to strike. On the other hand, the pirate captain and several extraordinary individuals exerted themselves to unleash whistling wind. After a brief period of rapid sailing, they noted with relief that no ships were pursuing them, prompting them to cease their exertions. The intense drain of energy left beads of sweat on the captain's rugged brow, much of it born from fear. Not only he, but the two other extraordinary individuals and fellow pirates bore expressions of having narrowly escaped death. The adrenaline of hovering on the brink of mortality compelled them to instinctively halt their actions and collapse onto the deck, reveling in a fleeting moment of tranquility after their harrowing experience. As one sailor lay on the deck, he noticed the pirate bird perched quietly atop the mast, pondering that perhaps the sea was indeed favoring them, for even the typically despised bird had fallen silent. After a brief moment to regain composure, the pirate captain rose, urging the sailors to resume their duties and prevent the ship from drifting aimlessly with the tide. However, even as the crew began their tasks, the Kraken did not move swiftly. The recent escape had drained everyone's energy. Though they rested for a time, their movements remained sluggish. Yet, the pirate captain paid little heed, fixated solely on the thought that they urgently needed a formidable gunner aboard their vessel. Just when the crew aboard the Kraken believed they had secured their safety, the Black Pearl was surging through the waves in hot pursuit. Cole's storm sailing, combined with Little John's whistling wind, enabled the Black Pearl to steadily close the gap with the Kraken. As pursuers, Cole and Little John could effectively manage their energies, ensuring the Black Pearl maintained an accelerated speed in its relentless chase. With the winds at their command, the Black Pearl surged forward, its sails billowing with newfound vigor. After a time of relentless pursuit, the Black Pearl found itself increasingly close to its quarry, though the pirates were not yet visible. The presence of the pirate bird above provided clear indication of their proximity. At that moment, Cole activated his extraordinary ability, phantom slinking, as he expended his essence. The ship gradually faded, slowly submerging beneath the waves as if transforming into a ghost ship. However, as Cole was only a novice captain, he could not completely submerge the Black Pearl. He required Richard's assistance for that. Infusing his essence into the shadow ring on his left hand, the ship, which had been fading, as if on the verge of vanishing from the world, the Black Pearl donned a new disguise. Under the influence of the phantom ring, the ship became utterly transparent, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. Coupled with the spectral stealth that calmed the waters, the Black Pearl truly appeared as a ghost ship to the pirates ahead. Not a single soul aboard the approaching vessels noticed the silent presence that had crept up behind them. As the Black Pearl drew nearer and entered cannon range, the fate of the crew aboard the sea monster was marked by the countdown to death. The nightmarish sound of cannon fire erupted, and the crew, faces stricken with horror, turned towards the source of the noise. A familiar vessel gradually emerged from the seemingly empty sea, close enough for them to see the figures on the deck waving at them, along with the cannonballs hurtling towards them. Bereft of any thoughts of resistance, the pirate captain leaped into the ocean, confident in his extraordinary swimming abilities to escape the tumultuous waves. His action acted as a signal. In an instant, many crew members aboard the sea monster chose to leap overboard. Yet, despair washed over them as they plunged into the frigid waters, only to discover, lurking beneath the calm surface, a dozen colossal steel marlin. The sharp jaws of these metallic creatures resembled lethal long spears, capable of striking even in the murky depths. The pirate captain, who had just entered the water, found himself surrounded by several steel marlin, forced to duel with his curved blade against these natural knights of the sea, armed with their own long spears. Even as an extraordinary being, he could not withstand the might of these gigantic fish. Moreover, at that moment, Little John had also leapt onto the surface, ready to capture the pirates alive. Above him, the monstrous pirate bird led its minions, keenly observing every movement of the pirates, glancing at the imposing steel marlin surrounding him, then at the approaching Little John and the vigilant pirate birds overhead. The pirate captain, who had initially been resolute in battle, suddenly succumbed to laughter. Ensnared in such a web, escape was utterly impossible. Unbeknownst to him, on the Black Pearl, Trist had even aimed the cannons at them. Thus, led by their captain, 3 extraordinary pirates willingly discarded their weapons and knelt upon the water's surface. Behind them a multitude of pale-faced captives floated. This naval battle saw Richard and his crew triumphantly decimate their foes, capturing nearly 100 prisoners, including 3 extraordinary beings, along with a significant haul of gold and supplies, a resounding victory. In the early morning at Black Sail Harbor, a vessel slowly glided into the docking area, towing a severely damaged ship behind it. After paying the docking fees, Richard signaled for those behind him to disembark. Soon, sailors began ushering the captives off the ship and unloading the various spoils. The docking area was bustling with merchants of all kinds, including slave traders. They would procure various captives from pirates and train them for sale. The man now approaching Richard was one such slave trader, a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman. He leaned on a cane for support. His unmistakable aura revealed him to be an extraordinary being, marked by the emblem of the Golden Balance Trading Company. The slave trader approached Richard and engaged him in conversation. As Richard revealed his affiliation with the Golden Balance Trading Company, their dialogue flowed harmoniously. Porter, the slave trader, expressed keen interest in Richard's captives, particularly the 3 first-tier extraordinary ones. After some bargaining, Porter purchased the captives, including the 3 extraordinary beings, for 2,500 gold coins. This price was satisfactory for Richard, as the acquisition had been an unexpected boon. For Porter, it was also acceptable, as he could train these extraordinary captives and sell them at a higher price. As a slave trader, he possessed the means to train them both in ordinary skills and extraordinary abilities. After finalizing the transaction, Richard did not immediately depart, but instead exchanged a few more words with Porter, inquiring about the upcoming auction. Having been away from Black Sail Harbor for a week, he was eager to catch up on any news. Porter, being forthcoming, shared all the pertinent information he had gathered, though there was little of note, mostly details regarding auction items and potential attendees. After completing their discussion, Richard and Porter soon parted ways. The auction was set to commence that evening, and as members of the Golden Balance Trading Company, they would both be in attendance, necessitating some preparations. Richard then spent some time organizing the spoils from this voyage, and ultimately, the amount of gold in his secret treasure had surpassed 5,000 coins. In addition, he had acquired various treasures such as a spyglass and other valuable items. With his wealth, he anticipated being able to purchase several intriguing items at the auction, hoping to discover some unexpected bargains, a delightful aspect of any auction. After addressing these matters, Richard granted a reprieve to Ivan and the sailors, allowing them some time to rest and relax. As evening approached, Richard set out for the auction venue, a grand establishment belonging to the Golden Balance Trading Company, which had been prepared for the event. It was evident that considerable effort had gone into organizing this event. From the lavish fur carpets at the entrance to the intricately carved ivory decorations inside, the modestly dressed maids, and the unique fragrance permeating the air, all signs of meticulous preparation. As a first-tier extraordinary being and a member of the trading company, Richard was afforded a reasonably good box seat. While not at the pinnacle, the space was ample, adorned with an assortment of fruits, desserts, beverages, and dedicated maid service to assist with bids or other requests. Upon Richard's entry, a sweet-faced maid with an alluring figure immediately greeted him, introducing herself as the exclusive maid for this box, ready to fulfill any of his needs. Although her tone hinted at subtle undertones, Richard remained focused on the auction, reclining comfortably in a sofa-like chair as the maid outlined the general details of the event. Notably, Richard's own extraordinary jewels were also slated for auction. However, Richard was not entirely clear about the specific procedures, making it an opportune moment to listen to the maid's introduction. Through her respectful explanation, Richard learned that this auction was primarily divided into 2 segments. The first segment catered to ordinary individuals, featuring various antiques and weapons, with the highlight being extraordinary knowledge that could offer these commoners a glimpse of the opportunity to become extraordinary themselves. This prospect drew numerous wealthy patrons from beyond Black Sail's port, for their gold coins held equal value, and the Golden Balance Trading Company certainly aimed to profit. Richard, however, found little interest in this section. His curiosity lay more with the latter part of the auction. If the first segment was for the ordinary, the second was reserved for the extraordinary. Extraordinary jewels, weapons, chaotic knowledge, secret treasures, slaves of the extraordinary, and the flesh and blood of magical creatures would all be showcased in this subsequent auction. Rumor had it that the final item was of significant value, though its exact nature remained a mystery, as the Golden Balance Trading Company seemed intent on preserving the suspense until the very end. Although Richard was intrigued by the final item, he understood that it bore little relevance to him. It was intended for those of the second or even third tier of extraordinary beings. After waiting in the private box for a while, Richard observed the arrival of several extraordinary individuals. Some, like himself, were first-tier extraordinary beings, such as Bloody Hand Claudius, while others radiated a distinctly higher aura, indicating their status as second-tier extraordinary beings, who were greeted by representatives of the Golden Balance Trading Company, including some well-known pirates from Black Sails Port. It was evident that the Golden Balance Trading Company held considerable prestige in this locale. As the attendees reached a near-complete assembly, the auction prepared to commence. Richard's box was situated on the second floor, affording a clear view of the auction stage and the auctioneer below. Surrounding the stage were tables occupied by ordinary people, whose status was evidently inferior to that of the extraordinary beings. Yet, at this moment, they seemed indifferent to their standing, their gazes fervently fixed on the extraordinary auctioneer. For the chance to become extraordinary lay before them today. With the tolling of the auctioneer's bell, the Golden Balance Trading Company's auction officially began. As Richard had anticipated, the initial items for bid were aimed at ordinary individuals. Although some were keen to bid, Richard remained uninterested. He also noticed that many in the audience were not focused on these items. Clearly, they were preparing for the final auction. After a period of time, the much-anticipated highlight of the first segment finally arrived. As the auctioneer unveiled its details, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The last item for bid, offered by a merchant with extraordinary knowledge from the Golden Balance Trading Company, included 4 pieces of extraordinary knowledge and 3 pieces of chaotic knowledge, capable of perfectly constructing the extraordinary ladder, making it the ultimate choice for those aspiring to become extraordinary. Once the auctioneer concluded the description and announced the starting bid at 1 gold coin, the price skyrocketed within seconds, surpassing 1,000. Some extraordinary beings on the upper level were taken aback, astonished by the wealth of these ordinary bidders. Even some extraordinary beings of pirate lineage regarded the crowd below as a herd of fat sheep. However, since these individuals had been drawn by the Golden Balance Trading Company, it was their responsibility to ensure their safety, at least preventing them from being robbed or attacked in Black Sails Port or its vicinity, lest it tarnish the company's reputation. Additionally, these individuals could be considered potential members of the Golden Balance Trading Company, should any of them become extraordinary. It was likely the company would eagerly recruit them, serving as a means of expansion. After intense bidding, the item was ultimately won by an outsider merchant, who appeared to have exhausted his entire fortune. Nonetheless, in a certain sense, this was an opportunity coveted by many yet unattainable. Following this auction, Richard felt invigorated, for the upcoming items were of great interest to him. Unlike the first segment, the auction for extraordinary beings allowed for barter. If one lacked gold, bidders could present other items for on-the-spot valuation. This provision aimed to accommodate extraordinary beings who might not be fully prepared financially. After a brief intermission, the second segment commenced, and the first item was indeed of considerable significance. The second-tier treasure, the deep-sea octopus figurehead, featured simple usage conditions. It merely required periodic feeding with octopus. Its formidable effects allowed it to be affixed to a vessel, infusing it with spirit, thereby summoning the second-tier magical creature, the deep-sea giant octopus, to safeguard the ship. The starting bid was set at 500 gold coins. Upon realizing that the first item was a second-tier treasure, Richard was somewhat astonished. Indeed, this deep-sea octopus figurehead was quite remarkable. Not only are the conditions for usage straightforward, but the effects are also remarkably direct. Had Richard possessed ample wealth, he would have joined the bidding fray. However, he regrettably found himself already entangled with several coveted items, rendering him unable to compete for this particular treasure. After a fierce contest, this second-tier artifact was ultimately secured by a second-tier extraordinary individual, who, if Richard's memory served him correctly, was one of the most formidable pirates of Black Sail Harbor, a representative of the third-tier extraordinary storm wielder, and thus backed by considerable might. Following the sale of the first item, the atmosphere in the auction house seemed to ignite, leading to subsequent items being sold at impressive prices. Even Richard's crafted extraordinary jewelry was among them, acquired by a second-tier female extraordinary individual. It must be said, extraordinary jewelry indeed possesses a certain charm for women. Richard contemplated that once players flooded in, he could specialize in creating jewelry for female players, perhaps leading to a lucrative market. With this thought tucked away, Richard awaited his first coveted auction item, 3 first-tier magical creatures, the floating water black shells. These creatures, A lively species of mollusks known for their propensity to float to the surface were not sought for their combat prowess, but rather for their ability to cultivate black pearls. As a jeweler, pearls serve as essential materials alongside various gems. The floating water blackshells were among the few mollusk creatures still capable of pearl cultivation. And with a male-female pair, Richard intended to purchase them for taming and breeding. This would not only provide the raw materials needed for his jewelry, but also open up a new venture in selling black pearls. Richard's bidding proceeded smoothly. Although the floating water blackshells were magical creatures, their combat capabilities were minimal, and as a jeweler, Richard recognized their value. After parting with 700 gold coins, he successfully acquired the trio of creatures. The auction continued, showcasing a plethora of items, meticulously trained extraordinary slaves, perilous chaotic knowledge, and wondrous artifacts, all of which greatly piqued the interest of the extraordinary attendees and left the ordinary spectators in astonishment. After securing the floating water blackshells, Richard refrained from further bidding, patiently awaiting his second desired item. This was a first-tier artifact, the Hammer of Probability, which bore simple usage conditions. Any craftsman-type extraordinary individual could wield it. Its effect was that whenever this hammer was employed for forging items, there was a chance to enhance them. If one could achieve 10 consecutive enhancements, an ordinary item could be transformed into a first-tier extraordinary item. Furthermore, if the craftsman possessed relevant extraordinary knowledge, the enhancement effects could be amplified. Upon learning of this item's capabilities, Richard immediately resolved to acquire it. In his view, it was tailor-made for unsuspecting players. It is well known that in games, particularly online games, enhancement mechanisms exist where each enhancement carries a probability of either increasing or decreasing the item's quality or even shattering it entirely. Players, despite their complaints, never diminish their enhancement attempts, often spawning a series of memes around it. The Hammer of Probability, in essence, mirrored this enhancement mechanism. While it could only enhance to first-tier extraordinary levels, it represented a significant temptation for novice players. It could easily become a veritable gold-sucking tool in Richard's hands, allowing him to reap the gold and experience from players. After all, with less than a month remaining, the first batch of internal testers would soon arrive, and Richard needed to prepare to welcome them. Compared to the floating water blackshells, the Hammer of Probability attracted far greater interest. However, the actual number of bidders was limited due to the artifact's inherently unstable effects. After a round of bidding, Richard spent nearly 1,000 gold coins to secure the Hammer of Probability. Despite its instability, Richard viewed this as a feature to exploit. With the acquisition of the hammer, Richard had successfully obtained everything he had aimed for, save for one last extraordinary item related to commerce, which had yet to be bid on. Should he also secure that item, this auction would be a resounding success for him. He did not participate in subsequent bidding, instead observing silently from his box, awaiting the final item of interest. Yet, during his wait, one particular item caught his eye. It was an item with unclear descriptions, resembling a pink shell, classified as a first-tier extraordinary object. By infusing it with spirit, one could hear the sound of waves emanating from within, alongside faint melodies. The Golden Balance merchant's assessment of this object was uncertain. They believed it harbored other hidden functions yet to be discovered, promising unexpected rewards once researched. Of course, this was merely the auctioneer's sales pitch. Similar ambiguous items had appeared numerous times before, often remnants cluttering the Golden Balance merchant's warehouse, merely hoping to find buyers today. However, as Richard gazed at the shell-like extraordinary item in the auctioneer's hand, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as though he had encountered it before. Where had he seen it? Richard scoured his memory, instinctively associating valuable items with this feeling, a merchant's intuition. After a brief mental whirlwind, an image surfaced in his mind. The mermaid named Ariel imprisoned within a crystal sphere. She possessed a shell strikingly similar to the one on auction. This detail had emerged when Richard had focused intently on Ariel to unlock the telescope. The mermaid adorned herself with various shell decorations, but that particular shell seemed to hold her utmost regard, fashioned into a necklace that rested upon her chest. Now, a similar item had appeared at the auction, and Richard hesitated to make a purchase, given its connection to the mermaid. However, his communication with Ariel had stagnated, apart from revealing her name. She had divulged no further information. If Ariel did not share details about this extraordinary item, he would likely struggle to leverage its potential, relegating it to merely a means of conversing with the mermaid. Yet, in a flash, Richard remembered he possessed a panel. The panel's built-in identification function could undoubtedly unveil the true nature of this extraordinary item, making the purchase worthwhile. Upon realizing the situation, Richard swiftly seized the shell. With few interested parties, it cost him just over 100 gold coins, a remarkably affordable price. Shortly after his acquisition, a knock echoed at Richard's private chamber door. It was the auction service, facilitating the immediate payment and collection of portable items. This included the shell he had just purchased, as well as the previously acquired probability hammer. However, items like the floating water black shell or other auction goods, such as slaves, required settlement after the auction concluded. After paying a small sum of gold, Richard successfully obtained this pink shell-like extraordinary item. He then turned his attention away from the ongoing auction, eager to examine the attributes of this extraordinary object. Name: Mermaid S Shell Credential Type. Extraordinary Item Rank. First Tier Ability. The owner of this extraordinary item must infuse it with their essence to activate it. The Mermaid S Shell Credential can sense the entrance to the Mermaid Kingdom and unlock the gate to enter. Although the panel's text was sparse, the information it conveyed was crucial. This was a credential, presumably the key to entering and exiting the Mermaid Kingdom. It was no wonder Ariel regarded this item with such importance. It was her means of returning home. Yet, Richard felt a profound unfamiliarity with the term Mermaid Kingdom. He only knew that mermaids lived in communities, but he had never heard of the existence of a Mermaid Kingdom, suggesting it was a hidden secret of the merfolk. Upon understanding the capabilities of this extraordinary item, Richard's first thought was whether he could use the effect of the universal gold coin to make the owner of this shell credential himself. If successful, Richard might be able to sense the existence of the Mermaid Kingdom through this extraordinary item. An undiscovered merfolk settlement would undoubtedly hold immense value. However, despite such thoughts, Richard refrained from immediate experimentation. This shell credential could also serve as a means of communication with Ariel. If it were to be tainted by his universal gold coin, that would be rather unfortunate. Thus, he decided to postpone any attempts until later. As he pondered the implications of the shell credential, Richard was jolted back to reality only when the final item of interest to him was presented. At that moment, the auctioneer held a jet black staff, approximately a meter in length and somewhat thicker than Richard's wrist. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the staff was actually golden, but a layer of black substance clung to it, rendering it exceedingly dark. The cursed money wand, the auctioneer proclaimed, introducing the item in hand. It was well known that the money wand was an extraordinary item crafted by the renowned fourth-tier artisan, Master Moon, specifically for merchant-type extraordinary beings. Not only did it effectively enhance the various extraordinary abilities of merchant-type practitioners, but it also synergized with the universal gold coin, capable of absorbing valuable items to autonomously increase its rank, potentially reaching a third tier, one of the most suitable items for merchant-type extraordinary beings. However, what I present to you now is a cursed money wand, which was once a second-tier extraordinary item. Due to an unknown curse, it has regressed to the first tier, significantly diminishing its effects. Yet, this represents an excellent opportunity for all to acquire a second-tier extraordinary item. If the curse can be broken, its value could multiply tenfold. Despite the auctioneer's fervent tone, even utilizing his essence to stir the crowd's emotions, the participants, including Richard, remained remarkably composed. They understood that while the second-tier money wand could greatly enhance merchant extraordinary beings, the prefix cursed drastically diminished its value. Moreover, this item was being offered by the Golden Balance Merchant Guild. If they were unable to break the curse, it was unlikely that an individual purchaser would succeed. Thus, in the eyes of the majority, the item's value was far from the auctioneer's exaggerated claims. A substantial discount was warranted. Richard shared this perspective regarding the cursed money wand. But unlike others, he possessed some understanding of its curse and knew how to break it. Consequently, to Richard, this item was virtually indistinguishable from a genuine second-tier extraordinary item, aligning perfectly with the auctioneer's prior assertions. Thus, when the bidding commenced, Richard raised his voice with determination, ultimately securing the cursed money wand. This auction proved far more intense than his previous experiences. While many were skeptical of the curse being broken, interested merchant extraordinary beings were willing to spend a bit more to acquire it for their collections. Richard found himself compelled to bid higher, ultimately purchasing the item for 600 gold coins, a relatively steep price. After acquiring the cursed money wand, Richard meticulously examined the black substance on it, confirming the composition and validating his earlier judgment. This extraordinary item had indeed been cursed by a wizard using the filth curse. Fortunately, he knew the remedy for such a curse. If he could successfully resolve it, it would signify that he possessed a practical second-tier extraordinary item. With the condition of the item confirmed, Richard felt a surge of satisfaction. After securing it within his secret treasury, he relaxed and resumed watching the subsequent auction. Having already obtained what he desired, he could now leisurely observe the remaining items. The cursed money one he had purchased served as a marker, as the following auctioned items were all of second tier or higher. Monsters, chaotic knowledge, extraordinary artifacts. Richard was genuinely astounded by the meticulous preparation the Golden Balance Merchant Guild had put into this auction. If these items were sold individually, they could likely host several smaller auctions. Particularly remarkable were several items, such as the second-tier Monster Desire Sheep, which could easily serve as a grand finale. Yet, they all appeared in the same auction. This piqued Richard's curiosity about the final item, wondering what it could be to serve as the highlight of this auction. In reality, he was not alone in his curiosity. Other participants shared the same intrigue. Therefore, when the auctioneer announced that the next item would be the final one, the atmosphere in the room reached a fever pitch. Everyone was eager to see what this upcoming item would be. Noticing the scene, even the auctioneer, who had grown somewhat fatigued from the night's events, became animated, fully aware of the stir this item would cause in Black Sail Harbor. Thus, Under the gaze of countless eyes, the auctioneer produced an aged parchment roll filled with writing, seemingly an ordinary item. Yet, all extraordinary beings present could sense the emanating essence from it. This was a third-tier extraordinary item. In an instant, the auction hall was filled with a chorus of astonished discussions. The auctioneer, disregarding the murmurs, proclaimed the contents of the parchment with a voice louder than any present. In the presence of the laws of the kingdom, I hereby announce that all who have signed the expansion decree, be they criminals, commoners, nobles, craftsmen, or merchants, shall, upon establishing territories overseas for the kingdom, automatically become local lords. They will possess the right to enact laws within their domains, in accordance with the kingdom's laws, timely remit taxes, and receive noble titles and corresponding honors from the kingdom based on the extent of their territories. At the utterance of the first line, Richard immediately realized the significance of what he held. It was the expansion decree issued by the Kingdom of the White Rose during the early age of exploration. To encourage domestic ventures into the seas, King Charles II had utilized his extraordinary royal powers to create a total of 100 third-tier extraordinary expansion decrees. Their effect, as stated, allowed one to establish a personal dominion overseas simply by signing their name upon it. Moreover, because these new lands nominally belonged to the Kingdom of the White Rose, they could be integrated into its extraordinary system, ensuring protection even from afar. It could be said that possessing such a decree and inscribing one's name upon it would grant even the most unremarkable individual the status of an influential lord within the Kingdom of the White Rose, acquiring some abilities akin to third-tier nobles. Should the territory be sufficiently remote, they might as well be deemed a local sovereign. For many, particularly the pirates, this was an irresistible temptation. Richard was astounded that the final item of the auction would be of such monumental importance. At that moment, the fervent gazes of the crowd were fixated on the expansion decree in the auctioneer's hands. Even the representatives of the notorious pirates were no exception, all instinctively reaching out to contact their leaders. Internally, they lamented the Golden Balance Trading Company for not having disclosed the presence of such a significant item sooner, as their captains could have arrived directly, negating the need for this urgent communication. In mere moments, familiar figures from Blacksail Harbor began to arrive at the auction hall through various means. Even those unable to attend in person employed other methods to participate in the bidding. A palpable aura of formidable spiritual energy enveloped the entire hall. While many pirates were renowned in Blacksail Harbor, only 5 held dominion as third-tier pirates, all of whom had found their way to the auction house through various means. The rampant spiritual energy overwhelmed the hall, causing some ordinary attendees to faint. Richard stood in the private box, observing those formidable pirates who might soon cross paths with them. 3 prominent pirates had personally arrived: deep-sea beast Noctis, raging storm Vis, and oceanic undead Salazar. Noctis, a third-tier beastmaster, was tall and muscular. Though he bore the appearance of a typical middle-aged man, the scales, tentacles, and other aquatic features adorning his bare body rendered him eerily monstrous. His most notorious minion was the deep-sea devourer, a predatory aquatic beast akin to piranhas, known for hunting in lethal packs. His vessel was ominously named the Black Piranha, mirroring this fearsome creature. Noctis had abandoned the private box, now standing before the auction stage, gazing intently at the third-tier expansion decree with fervent eyes. Next to him stood a young, handsome man, dressed like an ordinary pirate in a sailing shirt, breeches, and a curved sword slung across his waist. Yet, this common attire exuded a distinct charm on him, complemented by a roguish smile that evoked notions of adventurous spirit and unabashed enthusiasm. This young man was the formidable pirate Raging Storm Vis. As a third-tier pirate, he wielded exceptional control over the elemental forces of wind and water. His title, Raging Storm, not only reflected his merciless nature akin to a tempest, but also stemmed from his capacity to conjure actual storms through his extraordinary abilities. Although a smile lingered on his lips, a glimmer of greed was unmistakable in his expression. As for the oceanic undead Salazar, Richard could not discern his whereabouts. Likely hidden within a private box, this third-tier pirate was perhaps the most enigmatic figure in Blacksail Harbor. Even now, most were unaware of his extraordinary vocation. The only method he displayed was the command over the undead, whether it be the remains of bloodied sea monsters, mist-enshrouded ghost ships, or skeletal warriors wielding swords. If Salazar was the most mysterious pirate, then the absent Mushroom Man Franz was undoubtedly the most peculiar. The Mushroom Man is a fantastical creature often depicted in fairy tales and folklore, resembling a humanoid mushroom, typically portrayed as benevolent and lively, akin to elves and fairies. They can also embody the nightmares of many, lurking in shadowy corners and inducing inexplicable pain, with mycelium sprouting from flesh and pale, human-faced mushrooms dotting the earth. Franz's methods were even more bizarre than these dark imaginings. At this moment, he had transformed entirely from a previously normal second-tier extraordinary being. He stood quietly, resembling an unthinking plant, covered in a multitude of vividly colored mushrooms that cloaked every inch of his form, instilling terror at first glance. Particularly unsettling were his eye sockets. The left was cracked, while the right held a pupil that had vanished, replaced by a human-faced mushroom sprouting forth. Its cap seemed to be reaching towards the expansion decree on the stage, clearly indicating that the distant mushroom man Franz was sensing the situation through some means. This third-tier pirate's unusual vocation was known as mycelium cultivator. It is said that this extraordinary profession, which is believed to have originated from farming, is characterized by its association with mushrooms. It is even rumored that the ships of this notorious pirate are densely covered with mushrooms. Among the infamous pirates, the last one who could not be present is the only female, the bloody Countess Vigus. This formidable pirate is currently observing the auction scene and the third-tier exploration permit through the eyes and mouths that have sprouted from her subordinates. The bloody Countess is a third-tier flesh scholar, a vocation that has evolved from a scholar, representing a refinement in her field of study, transforming her from a general scholar into one specializing in flesh. She earned the title of Bloody Countess due to her fondness for being addressed as my Countess by her subordinates, and over time, this moniker spread. Presently, 5 notorious pirates have gathered, their spiritual fluctuations causing even the auctioneer in the center to tremble slightly. Fortunately, GoldenEye Rex, despite being only a second-tier extraordinary, has the confidence to face these pirates due to the third-tier treasure he wields. Moreover, he has the backing of the founder of the Golden Balance Merchant Association, a figure whom even these pirates regard with some trepidation. Consequently, the 3 third-tier extraordinary beings have reigned in their previously unrestrained spiritual presence. The Bloody Countess is the first to speak, urging everyone to commence the bidding since all are present. Her voice, though crisp and enticing, emanates solely from a single mouth, which renders the scene somewhat peculiar. However, the other pirates appear unperturbed by this anomaly and swiftly agree to proceed with the auction. For them, the third-tier exploration permit is an essential prize to contend for. Thus, following the consent of the 3 third-tier extraordinary beings, the auction for the exploration permit officially begins. With GoldenEye Rex supporting from the sidelines, the auctioneer manages to withstand the pressure from the third-tier extraordinary beings and begins to preside over the proceedings. However, despite the apparent freedom in bidding, only these 5 are genuinely participating. Setting aside the question of whether others possess the wealth to partake, the consideration of their own safety compels the onlookers to assume the role of spectators, observing the fierce competition among the third-tier extraordinary beings. Initially, the pirates exhibit restraint, utilizing gold coins for their bids. Their back and forth quickly escalates the price beyond 100,000 gold coins. Soon, however, the Bloody Countess is the first to introduce something beyond mere gold. She presents a piece of third-tier flesh, crafted through her extraordinary abilities. Consuming it enables ordinary individuals to awaken their spiritual senses, while extraordinary beings gain both enhanced spiritual qualities and additional capabilities, such as breathing underwater. The mere appearance of this piece of flesh causes a collective involuntary reaction among the attendees, as their bodies instinctively yearn for it. Meanwhile, Richard in the private box experiences an even more intense reaction due to his previous consumption of the blood brew made from chaotic knowledge. Although the phantom ring mitigates some of the side effects, this piece of flesh ignites an overwhelming craving for the blood brew within him. A sensation that seems to emanate from his very marrow engulfs Richard, reddening his eyes. To suppress this sudden surge of desire, he must infuse a multitude of universal coins against himself, relying on his longing for wealth to stifle his craving for the blood brew. By the time Richard extricates himself from these desires, his forehead is slick with cold sweat. While the fierce bidding continues outside among the pirates, he finds himself unable to focus on their antics. He had anticipated that the side effects of the blood brew would manifest in a week, not realizing they would flare up today. Fortunately, he manages to suppress this bout of side effects, even though it will likely lead to a more violent eruption next time. Nonetheless, Richard has already devised a plan to address this issue. He is well aware of the methods to resolve the blood brew side effects. But since these are tied to his advancement to a second-tier extraordinary being through chaotic knowledge, he has chosen not to resolve them prematurely. Instead, he intends to tackle them upon his ascendance. Although the side effects have erupted earlier than expected, their suppression means Richard's plans are largely unaffected. Moving forward, his objectives are straightforward. Seek vengeance against Baron Lancaster, ascend to second-tier extraordinary status, and prepare for the arrival of the players. These are the 3 paramount tasks Richard intends to undertake. As for other matters, such as lifting the curse on the Wand of Wealth, communicating with Ariel, expanding his own influence, and exploring Misty Isle, these will be interwoven into his endeavors. With this developmental plan in mind, as Richard recovers from the recent surge of the blood brew side effects, the competition among the pirates outside has reached a fever pitch. Among the 5 third-tier extraordinary beings, Mushroom Man Franz and Ocean Undead are the first to withdraw from the bidding for the exploration permit. Among the remaining 3, the desires of the Bloody Countess Vigus and Ravaging Storm Weiss for the permit are the most intense and palpable. The Bloody Countess, as evidenced by her conduct and title, harbors aspirations of nobility, and the exploration permit, which would enable her entry into the noble class while providing tangible benefits, is undoubtedly a prize she seeks. As for ravaging storm Weiss, while lacking a noble complex, he recognizes the concrete advantages the exploration permit offers and thus shares a fervent desire for it. The bidding between the two escalates to a boiling point, each unwilling to concede. Deep-sea behemoth Noctis participates as well, but his financial capacity pales in comparison to that of the bloody countess, who can produce copious amounts of self-made flesh, and the well-established ravaging storm Weiss, who has amassed wealth over years of plunder. Thus, he reluctantly withdraws from the contest. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the auction for the exploration permit concludes with ravaging storm Weiss emerging victorious, acquiring the third-tier item for nearly 300,000 gold coins. As soon as the bidding ends, he promptly drags GoldenEye Rex away for the transaction, leaving the remaining pirates visibly displeased. Though the bloody countess possesses only a pair of eyes and a mouth, the spiritual pressure she exudes is palpable. Observing the pirates' reactions, those present sense that this matter is far from over. After all, they are pirates. If they cannot outbid in an auction, do they not have the audacity to seize what they desire? Once these individuals opt for conflict, Black Sails Harbor may face unprecedented turmoil. Observing the departure of his fellow pirate lords, each with their retinue, Richard knew that Black Sails Harbor was destined for disruption. Although his imminent departure for Yorktown would shield him from the immediate repercussions, he was concerned about the harbor's long-term stability. He foresaw the Royal Navy of the White Rose Kingdom laying siege to Black Sails Harbor, plunging it into a prolonged period of chaos. This event, slated to occur approximately 6 months after the player's arrival, would culminate in the Navy's defeat, a feat that would resonate profoundly within the player community. Should disorder erupt prematurely, Richard wondered if the White Rose Kingdom's siege might be advanced, potentially altering the circumstances for him and the players of Black Sails Harbor. Despite these concerns, Richard remained steadfast in his plans. Recognizing the significance of the ring associated with Treasure Island and his interactions with the players as crucial components of his strategy and pathways to augment his strength. To ensure survival amidst the impending turmoil, Richard understood the necessity of enhancing his capabilities and those of his subordinates. In this extraordinary world, despite possessing a system interface, Richard lacked the player's ability to resurrect. Consequently, he had to seize every opportunity to fortify himself, thereby prolonging his existence. Following the auction, Richard promptly returned to the Black Pearl, accompanied by the buoyant black scallops and other acquisitions. While most of the crew indulged in revelry ashore, Avon and his fellow transcendents remained aboard. Upon reuniting with them, Richard apprised them of the auction's events and the potential ramifications, urging them to exercise caution in the coming period. Subsequently, Cole and the others would relay this information to the returning sailors. After relaying this information, Richard distributed the auctioned items to Soren and Paul. The Hammer of Probability, being a tool exclusive to artisans, was entrusted to Soren. Upon receiving this artifact and experiencing its effects, Soren affirmed his ability to expedite the utilization of dark-patterned iron ore, promising the creation of Avon's shield and armor within 3 days. If coordinated effectively with Trist, the timely production of cannons crafted from dark-patterned iron might also be feasible. Richard deemed the 3-day time frame opportune, as he required time to address the curse afflicting the money wand. Upon the expiration of this period, their departure for Yorktown would commence. The 3 aquatic black scallop monsters acquired at the auction were entrusted to Paul for meticulous nurturing. While entrusting them to Little John for taming was an option, he lacked the expertise of a professional beastmaster. Therefore, Paul's involvement was deemed essential for the cultivation and breeding of the buoyant black scallops. Speaking of Little John, Richard realized that he had yet to tame any marine monsters. He wondered what creature he aspired to tame and hoped that he could resolve this within 3 days, thus bolstering their collective strength. With this in mind, Richard instructed Paul to inquire about Little John's intentions while he retreated to the captain's cabin to address the money wand's curse. The curse afflicting the money wand was of a type familiar to Richard, a defilement curse cast by a warlock. Such curses typically involve the use of unclean substances such as fly excrement and insect carcasses. Once successfully applied to transcendent objects or individuals, it would relentlessly contaminate their spirituality. For transcendent objects, the worst-case scenario involved a reduction in rank and diminished effects. However, for transcendent individuals, the consequences were dire. Their tainted spirituality could attract malevolent spirits or other sinister entities, leading to a tragic demise. This particular curse was relatively obscure. Even among warlocks specializing in curses, potions, and life manipulation, few possessed the knowledge to cast it. Richard's familiarity with this curse and its remedy stemmed from an incident in his past life, where a prominent player, incurring the wrath of a seemingly insignificant NPC, had been subjected to this curse, resulting in a precipitous decline in rank and reputation, serving as a cautionary tale for other players. The incident had generated considerable buzz on the forums, and Richard, witnessing the player's misfortune, had committed the curse and its remedy to memory, intending to safeguard himself against such an eventuality. Recalling the solution he had once observed, Richard retrieved the materials he had acquired after the auction, along with the cursed money wand. These materials included white roses, pigeon feathers, holy water, platinum gemstones, and an assortment of other items. While seemingly disparate, they shared a common characteristic: divinity in the mystical sense. To counteract the defilement curse, one had to employ divinity to dispel the uncleanliness. Richard employed his spirituality to imbue these materials, amplifying their divine properties. He then commenced the preparation of a unique concoction, immersing the materials within it. As Richard stirred the mixture while infusing it with his spirituality, the materials gradually dissolved into the potion, which thickened and eventually solidified into an ointment-like substance. Sensing the final product with his spirituality and deeming it satisfactory, Richard commenced applying the ointment to the ebony money wand. The substance felt exceedingly viscous to the touch, but upon application to the money wand, it swiftly reacted with the curse. The white substance visibly darkened, resembling ash as it burned away. Concomitantly, the money wand gradually revealed its original form, its spiritual vibrations becoming more vibrant. Richard continued this process until all the substance had been applied to the money wand. As the residue transformed into ash and fell to the ground, the second-tier money wand finally regained its resplendent appearance. True to its name, the money wand exuded an aura of wealth, crafted from silver and adorned with golden patterns and gemstones. This opulent transcendent item possessed an irresistible allure, akin to that of money itself. Upon grasping the money wand, Richard detected a marked invigoration of his spirituality. In particular, the jeweler's transcendent abilities experienced a notable augmentation. Infusing the money wand with his spirituality, Richard casually traced a circle in the air with it. In the next moment, a torrent of gold coins erupted from the secret treasure, forming a shield before Richard. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that the universal coins were evenly distributed throughout the shield, emanating a pulsating aura that unified the shield into a cohesive whole. This exemplifies one of the uses of universal coins, to coalesce wealth into a protective barrier. The greater the value of the coins and jewels, the stronger the defense they provide. Similarly, one can also consolidate wealth to forge weapons for offense, which indeed reflects the very essence of the term universal coins. Previously, Richard had seldom employed this method, primarily because it was unnecessary. With the protection of the Crimson Moon and Ivan, there had been little need for such tactics. However, the acquisition of a second-tier monetary wand altered the situation. This wand amplifies all the extraordinary abilities of jewel merchants, and when combined with the universal coins, this fighting with wealth approach may frequently manifest in Richard's endeavors. For instance, he might use coins to form weapons to attack foes or leverage the greed-inducing properties of universal coins to disrupt opponents. With the second-tier monetary wand in his possession, these strategies, whether for offense or defense, equate to the pinnacle of first-tier standards. Each offensive or defensive maneuver represents the combined force of thousands of coins, allowing adversaries to truly comprehend the potency of wealth. However, such a combat style bears a significant drawback. It is costly. Inevitably, some coins may be damaged during battle, leading to unavoidable financial losses. Thus, to sustain this fighting with wealth methodology, Richard must ensure a continuous influx of funds. After lifting the curse from the monetary wand and conducting some experiments, Richard nodded in satisfaction and exited the captain's cabin. At that moment, Paul and young John were engaged in conversation on the deck. Upon seeing Richard, Paul eagerly approached him, bringing young John along. "Master Richard." Young John has set his sights on a marine creature he wishes to tame. Upon hearing Paul's words, Richard turned his gaze to young John. "What creature have you chosen? If it exists in Black Sail's port, we can purchase it live, enabling it to accompany us on our journey." Young John seemed hesitant to respond to Richard's inquiry. However, after a moment's pause, he divulged his desired creature. "Captain, I wish to tame a white-wave dolphin." Richard raised an eyebrow in surprise. The white-wave dolphin is not particularly formidable among first-tier marine creatures. Aside from its relatively large size and the common ability to manipulate water currents, its intellect is its only commendable trait. Confused by young John's choice, Richard directly inquired about his reasoning. Through a somewhat stammering explanation, young John revealed the origin of his desire. During a previous hunting expedition for white-wave dolphins, an unexpected incident led to him having some intimate encounters with one. Although that particular dolphin was later killed, young John had since harbored lingering thoughts about the creature, which may have influenced his choice of the extraordinary ability to tame marine beasts. After hearing young John's perspective, Richard wore an expression of bemusement. He had thought that Trist's explosive temperament and Paul's penchant for whips were unique instances, yet here was young John, too, exhibiting an emotional attachment to a creature. However, recalling young John's previous self-detonation incident, Richard found this inclination somewhat reasonable. Nonetheless, putting aside his bemusement, Richard accepted young John's choice. After all, the white-wave dolphin is a first-tier creature and could be easily lured for young John to tame. If possible, they could also capture a few more to craft awakening potions. Soon, players would arrive, and these potions would undoubtedly capture their interest, while Richard's side could utilize them as well. Moreover, young John was not limited to taming just one creature. He could subsequently pursue other powerful marine beings as well. With this in mind, Richard felt inclined to grant young John's request. However, as he regarded the young pirate, a wave of concern washed over him. After all, white wave dolphins are known for their affectionate nature. After subtly expressing his apprehensions regarding this matter, Richard received a steadfast assurance from young John, who insisted that his interest in the dolphins stemmed solely from their initial encounter, and that nothing unusual would transpire. Seeing the conviction in young John's voice, Richard set aside his worries and agreed to assist him in taming a white wave dolphin at sea in a few days. In the ensuing 3 days, their preparations progressed seamlessly. Soren successfully crafted his first extraordinary item since becoming a craftsman, a massive black shield. This shield, forged entirely from black pattern iron, automatically mitigates incoming damage and reflects it back, perfectly complementing Ivan's extraordinary abilities. In addition to this first-tier extraordinary shield, Ivan also received a complete set of armor crafted by Soren, also made from black pattern iron. This armor offers comprehensive protection for all of Ivan's vital areas, including his eyes, throat, heart, groin, and other regions. Clad in this armor and wielding the formidable shield, Ivan resembled an indomitable iron colossus, capable of withstanding the charge of a mud-armored wild boar without sustaining a scratch. Furthermore, with Trist's assistance, Soren upgraded the cannons aboard the Black Pearl. By incorporating black pattern iron, the cannon's strike range was significantly enhanced, along with their capacity to endure the force of cannonballs. For the artilleryman, Trist, this was also a significant enhancement. After crafting these items, Richard brought back some of the black patterned iron ore, and Soren decided to experiment with the effects of the probability hammer using this ore. Testing revealed that to enhance an item from nothing to a first-level extraordinary status would require hundreds of attempts. Even in the skilled hands of Soren, the number of attempts could only be reduced by a dozen or so. However, Richard found this probability quite satisfactory, as it could adequately meet his demand for providing enhancement services to players. Once everything was prepared, Richard and his crew aboard the Black Pearl set sail once again from Black Sails Port. During the days of their preparations, the chaos at Black Sails Port had become increasingly evident. The minions of the bloody Count Vigus clashed violently with those of the ravaging Storm Vess, resulting in a few second-tier extraordinary beings engaging in fierce combat. Aside from the two factions, it seemed that the deep-sea behemoth Nocti and 2 others were also eager to join the fray over the exploration decree. For Richard and his crew, leaving the increasingly tumultuous Black Sails Port was a prudent choice. After all, contending with 2 first-tier extraordinary beings was far more manageable than facing the possible repercussions of a battle among third-tier extraordinary beings. Initially, the sailors aboard the Black Pearl were somewhat apprehensive regarding their next objective, but they soon acquiesced to the plan. Having signed a contract with Richard, they felt compelled to participate even if it involved assaulting a noble. Most of these sailors were former pirates, and after the initial shock wore off, excitement took hold as they discussed the wealth that could be gained from plundering a noble. Besides these former pirates, there were individuals who had escaped with Richard, wholeheartedly supporting the idea of exacting revenge on the Lancaster family. With such unified sentiments, the Black Pearl sailed forth towards York City, riding the waves with fervor. On the tumultuous sea, a vessel remained stationary, surrounded by water where several massive fish were struggling desperately. Their efforts proved futile, as the iron net ensnaring them and the relentless thrusts of harpoons gradually sapped their vitality, leaving only a smaller fish to be pulled up by the fishing net. Casting a glance at the deck where a noticeably juvenile white wave dolphin lay, Richard turned to young John beside him. "This white wave dolphin shall be entrusted to you. Its size is still small, perfectly suited for you to tame aboard the ship." Young John nodded, fetching a water-filled wooden barrel to place the young dolphin inside, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. After entrusting the captured white wave dolphin to young John, Richard directed the crew to retrieve the corpses of the other dolphins, preparing their flesh and blood. After a flurry of activity, Richard beamed at the several natural specimens that had been added to the secret treasure, anticipating that the eyes of these dolphins could yield approximately 20 to 30 vials of potion. Nonetheless, this quantity was insufficient, and he needed to stockpile more. Upon completing the hunting and processing of the white wave dolphins, Richard approached Cole, inquiring about their current location. With the aid of a map, Cole deftly navigated the Black Pearl, and they were now quite close to York City. A little further ahead, they would likely encounter the Navy patrolling the waters near York City. It was estimated that within a day, they would reach their destination. After hearing Cole's report, Richard nodded and returned to his captain's quarters, contemplating the plans for their entry into York City. For Richard, avenging the Lancaster family was imperative, not merely to reclaim the ring from Treasure Island, but also to reassure his subordinates, Avon, Trist, and Paul, fostering unity among them. However, vengeance required strategy. While a direct assault akin to pirates was an option, it carried severe consequences. As the slayer of a noble, Richard would undoubtedly find himself wanted by the White Rose Kingdom, a grave predicament for a merchant extraordinary. Thus, Richard pondered whether there existed a method that would allow him to achieve revenge, reclaim his rightful ring, while mitigating any subsequent repercussions. Drawing upon his memories of the Lancaster family and his understanding of the White Rose Kingdom, a vague idea began to form in Richard's mind. The Black Pearl continued to sail across the ocean until the crew noticed a distant silhouette accompanied by the ominous sound of cannon fire. Within their line of sight appeared a warship of the White Rose Kingdom. In comparison to the Black Pearl, this warship was of a higher caliber, boasting more cannons and superior materials. Being a vessel of the Royal Navy, the Black Pearl remained stationary upon hearing the warship's warning, while Avon, Trist, and others concealed themselves below deck. Richard, accompanied by Cole and the others, awaited the approach of the naval ship on deck. This was a precaution to prevent Avon and the others from being recognized, as Richard was uncertain whether they were wanted by the Lancaster Baron after their escape. Cautiously, Richard instructed them to hide, disguising himself with the shadow ring while waiting for the naval ship's inspection. From the specifications and style of the warship, Richard discerned it was a first-class vessel. In the naval hierarchy of the White Rose Kingdom, a first-class warship constituted the basic unit of extraordinary naval power. Although not an extraordinary battleship, a first-class warship typically featured two first-tier extraordinary beings, the captain and the artilleryman, along with a corresponding number of sailors, cannons, and other equipment. Some first-class warships even included a first-tier priest. Thus, this type of warship formed the foundation of the Navy's extraordinary forces, commonly patrolling the waters surrounding the White Rose Kingdom as part of a fleet composed of a third-class battleship and several second- and first-class warships. As the distance between the two vessels diminished, Richard observed a figure standing on the deck of the warship. The unrestrained aura emanating from him indicated that he was likely the captain of this vessel. At the same moment, the captain of the Valiant took notice of Richard's deliberately projected aura. I didn't expect a vessel with an extraordinary being aboard. Seth felt a tinge of disappointment. Upon noticing the Black Pearl flying the merchant flag, he initially believed this would be a lucrative opportunity, only to discover that an extraordinary being was stationed aboard. Nonetheless, even with the awareness of Richard's presence, Seth's ambition to profit remained steadfast. He could always take a smaller share out of respect for the other party. Although he had yet to acquire the corresponding title, Seth, known among certain merchants as the Vulture, would not forego any chance to amass wealth. After all, relying solely on his meager naval salary would hardly suffice to purchase extraordinary knowledge from his superiors, let alone maintain his several lovers residing in his villa. As the two vessels drew near, Seth leapt onto the deck of the Black Pearl, adopting a pose of righteous authority. With a resonant tone, he declared, "I am Captain Seth of the valiant ship Courage, belonging to the kingdom's third fleet. According to royal law, all foreign vessels must undergo inspection to ensure there are no prohibited goods or dangerous individuals aboard. Who is in charge here?" Despite his somewhat unsavory reputation among the patrol navy, Seth's performance was commendable. His commanding words were indeed capable of intimidating many merchants. However, beneath his confident facade, Seth harbored a twinge of regret. How could there be two extraordinary beings aboard this ship? Had he known, he would have refrained from so brazenly jumping onto their deck and would have conducted the inspection from his warship instead. This apprehension was not unfounded. In this era, it was common for naval officers to exploit their positions to extort merchants, yet instances of being outmatched were not unheard of. The vastness of the sea concealed numerous transgressions, and those daring to trade upon its waters often had a side occupation as pirates. Though they displayed legitimate merchant flags and carried cargo, they were not averse to plundering other vessels, making them potential marauders. Seeing that there were three extraordinary beings aboard the Black Pearl, along with young John, who donned the classic pirate garb, Seth's imagination began to run wild. After all, he was currently on the deck of the Black Pearl. If hostilities erupted unexpectedly, his chances of escape were uncertain. However, Richard's approach with a smile alleviated his concerns. Richard introduced himself as the vessel's owner and a first-tier merchant extraordinary being, presenting his credentials as a member of the Golden Scale Merchant Association. Although the Golden Scale Merchant Association had deep ties to Black Sail Harbor, it was officially recognized as a legitimate merchant guild with established channels in the White Rose Kingdom and beyond, explaining how stolen goods were disposed of. Before departing Black Sail Harbor, Richard obtained documentation from the guild to prepare for any potential naval inspections. After verifying the credentials Richard provided, Seth felt a slight easing of tension. At least Richard was a member of the Merchant Guild and likely posed no immediate threat. Following protocol, Seth should have conducted random checks of some of the Black Pearl's cabins and holds to ensure no contraband or unwanted guests were aboard. However, he opted not to perform the inspection personally, instead instructing Richard to gather his crew and bring up the cargo for inspection. Richard had already prepared for this, as all but a few concealed sailors came to the deck along with the cargo he had arranged. Upon inspection, Seth found no issues. Indeed, the items were merely ordinary goods. Ordinarily, after confirming the absence of any irregularities, Seth would have been free to depart. Yet, he found himself reluctant to leave. With the assurance that Richard, as a guild member, would not act recklessly, The thought of seizing some profit resurfaced in his mind. After all, Richard's attire indicated considerable wealth, and Seth felt a sense of dissatisfaction at the prospect of leaving empty-handed. As Seth pondered how to justify a request for benefits, Richard, perceptive as a merchant extraordinary being endowed with the power of universal currency, discerned his intentions. Thus, he discreetly retrieved several pieces of jewelry from his secret stash and, feigning a slip, allowed them to tumble onto the deck before Seth. Richard's sudden action naturally drew Seth's attention. He glanced at the jewelry on the ground, only to hear Richard, wearing a beaming smile, exclaim with feigned surprise, "Captain Seth, how did your jewelry fall?" To be frank, Richard's performance was somewhat exaggerated and contrived. Yet, in that moment, the seasoned actor in Seth embraced the opportunity, seamlessly matching Richard's act. "Oh, did my jewelry truly fall? I am grateful for your reminder, Captain Richard. I would have remained oblivious otherwise." With that, Seth slowly bent down, picking up the scattered jewels one by one. As he rose, a warm smile graced his face. In his brief examination, he had estimated the value of the jewelry. Realizing he could potentially gain a dozen gold coins, a smile of satisfaction spread across his features. Do not underestimate this sum. For Seth, it was quite a considerable amount, especially as a captain of a first-tier warship, earning a mere 10 gold coins monthly. For Sate, receiving a month's salary for a single inspection is quite a lucrative arrangement. Upon acquiring the jewels, Sate's demeanor became noticeably more enthusiastic. He promptly assured Richard that there were no issues with his vessel, and it was permitted to navigate near the waters of the White Rose Kingdom. During their conversation, Sate's approach became increasingly cordial, subtly indicating that Richard could employ the Valiant for escort duties in these waters, albeit for a fee in gold coins. Richard did not decline this offer, recognizing that he might indeed require Sate's services in the future, even if he did not necessitate Sate's protection. Fostering a friendship and establishing rapport was advantageous, for engaging in maritime commerce necessitates dealings with the Navy. By cultivating a good relationship with Sate and other naval officers, Richard could lay the groundwork for future ventures concerning the Black Stripe Iron and other enterprises. Thus, with mutual interest in familiarizing themselves with one another, Richard and Sate quickly fell into a jovial exchange. Through their conversation, they gleaned fragments of each other's backgrounds. Sate learned of Richard's venture in extraordinary jewels, while Richard became aware of the patrol areas Sate was responsible for. Richard casually mentioned having several companions who were also extraordinary beings, though they had not accompanied him on this journey. Coupled with the glistening 5 rings adorning Richard's fingers, Sate gained a clearer understanding of Richard's capabilities, resulting in an increased respect for him. This was indeed a deliberate strategy on Richard's part. He needed Sate to comprehend his strength and influence to deter any predatory inclinations, ensuring Sate's demeanor remained respectful. Despite being nominally part of the Navy, these individuals often resorted to unscrupulous means to extort protection fees, and Richard was keen to avoid appearing as an easy target. By establishing his prowess from the outset, he aimed to secure an equal or superior standing in their future interactions. After concluding his discussion with Sate, Richard's ship, the Black Pearl, was granted passage, and he also received from Sate a recent wanted list. Notably, there were no descriptions pertaining to Richard or Ewan, indicating that Baron Lancaster had not included them on the list. This was fortuitous for Richard and his companions, as it meant they could fully utilize their combat capabilities when confronting the Lancaster family, provided they remained vigilant not to be recognized by previous acquaintances upon entering or exiting York City. Once Sate bid farewell to Richard and his vessel, he returned to the Valiant, humming a merry tune, and distributed a portion of the jewels he had received from Richard to another crew member. Sate held a favorable impression of Richard, the generous and formidable merchant. Naturally, he was also intrigued by Richard's mention of potentially discussing significant business ventures before parting ways. After enduring the naval inspection, the Black Pearl's subsequent journey was uninterrupted. Under Cole's skilled navigation, the crew soon beheld the site of York City, a coastal settlement. As a city near the ocean, York undoubtedly boasted a port, although its prosperity was somewhat limited due to its geographical location. Nevertheless, it injected a modicum of vitality into the city. Upon entering the port, Richard paid the docking fee and disembarked with Ewan and the others. Thanks to the Phantom Ring, their appearances underwent subtle alterations, allowing them to avoid recognition by anyone who might have previously encountered them. Some sailors who followed Richard disembarked, curiously surveying the city, only to discover after a brief distance that it was rather unremarkable. The emaciated citizens, the guards wielding whips, and the unkempt streets all contributed to an air of desolation. Were it not for their knowledge of York being a port city, the sailors might have mistaken it for a rural area. This stark environment was a stark contrast to the atmosphere of freedom they had grown accustomed to at Black Sails Harbor. In contrast, Richard and Ewan appeared unfazed by the scenery. They had witnessed such sights before, as York had always maintained this dreary visage prior to their departure. The prevailing state of affairs stemmed from the ruling Lancaster family. As quintessential nobles, even though he held only the title of Baron, Baron Clifford Lancaster governed with a classic aristocratic approach. In essence, everything within York City belonged to the Lancaster family or was destined to become their property. The citizens were obligated to pay a burdensome annual tax to secure their right to exist within the city. Conversely, wealthier merchants, despite their greater financial resources, were subjected to the same treatment. Their status was equated with that of the commoners, and they were often required to pay even higher taxes. Under this archetypal noble rule, York City had not flourished like other coastal towns. Instead, it had quickly reverted to its previous state of stagnation. All who ventured into the city in search of opportunities would invariably find themselves heavily taxed by the Lancaster family. Over time, merchants became scarce, and the port mostly accommodated fishing vessels. However, the development of York City held little significance for the Lancaster family. As long as they maintained their grip on power, their own living standards would remain undiminished. At this very moment, within the opulently adorned manor, the Lancaster family was gathered around the dining table, enjoying their evening meal. In the deepening darkness, when most commoners were settling into slumber, the Lancaster estate remained brightly illuminated, with the melodies of musicians playing in the background. A stately butler attended to the family, directing several young maids to continually serve dishes to the members of the Lancaster family seated at the table. Clifford Lancaster, the current baron and also Richard's nemesis, presided at the head of the table, relishing the sumptuous fare before him. The dish, meticulously prepared, featured tender meat from carefully raised black goat kids, expertly cooked to perfection and accompanied by delectable sauces and robust wines, prompting Clifford to praise the dinner heartily. In contrast to Clifford's focused enjoyment of his meal, the other family members at the table appeared somewhat distracted. The Lancaster family, who ruled over York City, was relatively small in number. Aside from two extraordinary individuals, the remainder consisted of their offspring. Clifford had 2 sons and a daughter, all considered exceptional under his careful guidance, now assisting him with various family matters. His brother, Oliver Lancaster, had 2 sons. The elder was currently away handling affairs, while the younger, Will Lancaster, remained at the estate. Due to their father's favoritism, Will Lancaster exhibited a particularly arrogant demeanor within York City. However, due to his noble status, these matters went unexamined. At the dining table, Will remained notably silent, focused intently on the meal before him, while on the other side, several of Gulliver's children could no longer contain their curiosity. The favored in Lancaster boldly posed a question to her father. "Father, do we truly have a chance to become extraordinary beings?" Upon hearing her inquire, the other 2 sons of Baron Lancaster turned their hopeful gazes towards their father. Gulliver, well aware of his children's sentiments, chose not to respond directly. Instead, he elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin and solemnly remarked, "Attend to your own affairs. For that matter, all you need do is await the outcome." His reply clearly disappointed his children, yet under the weight of their father's authority, they dared not voice their discontent and simply resumed their meals in silence. At that moment, Will politely informed Baron Lancaster that he had finished dining and returned to his chamber after receiving permission. Will's quarters were expansive, adorned with a large bookshelf, a bed, and various trophies from his hunts, including antlers and bear pelts. Upon entering his room, Will's expression darkened instantly, the conversations from the dining table echoing in his mind. Particularly the term extraordinary being. Was it truly the case that he had no chance of becoming one? A sense of bitterness filled Will's heart. He understood that this opportunity was rare. Even if he succeeded, Baron Lancaster would assuredly reserve the chance to become extraordinary for his own children or Will's elder brother, rather than Will, the youngest son of the guardian knight. Although he had been cherished since childhood, Will recognized that he had never been considered the heir to the Lancaster legacy, destined instead to lead a life of mediocrity. This realization, coupled with his upbringing of indulgence and pride, left Will feeling deeply aggrieved. When he approached his father regarding this matter, the terrifying reality of becoming extraordinary presented itself for the first time. Will vividly recalled his father's cold, unyielding words. "Will, do not attempt to grasp what is not yours. Just as the lowly commoners will never attain power." After that warning, despite his resentment, Will understood that unless some unforeseen circumstance arose, he could not become extraordinary. The impending hunt of the tide spirit Leviathan by Baron Lancaster held no relevance for him. Upon arriving in York, Richard and Evan, among others, secured lodgings and began gathering intelligence within the city. Although Richard had procured some information regarding the Lancaster family prior to their arrival, he knew it must be selectively verified against reality. Currently, the intelligence they possessed focused on the abilities of 2 extraordinary beings from the Lancaster family. The guardian knight was well known, and with Evan as a reference, Richard had a general understanding of Oliver's capabilities. However, the abilities of Baron Lancaster remained somewhat uncertain. While, as a nobleman, his powers likely included territorial control, court swordsmanship, noble demeanor, and extraordinary edicts, these capabilities posed challenges within the confines of York, his domain. Furthermore, reports suggested that he seemed to possess formidable chaotic knowledge, prompting Richard to place greater emphasis on investigating Baron Lancaster. In addition to these 2 individuals, Richard held information on other members of the Lancaster family. Initially, he had not paid them much attention, but later reconsidered, sensing potential for exploration among them. To acquire information on all members of the Lancaster family, Richard deemed his telescopic spyglass the most appropriate tool. By focusing on a significant member of the Lancaster lineage, he could glean their internal intelligence. As for the target, Richard had already selected Will Lancaster. As a frequent presence in York, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. The following day, after breakfast, Will departed from the Lancaster estate, for he wished to avoid hearing his cousins, who appeared clever yet were truly as foolish as swine, debate matters concerning extraordinary beings, which vexed him greatly. Thus, seated in the carriage, Will resolved to accompany several guards into York for some amusement. Upon the arrival of the Lancaster carriage, citizens traversing the streets and merchants along the sidewalks immediately parted to create a path. Those unable to evade swiftly were roughly shoved aside by the guards. However, this was a relatively benign outcome. The true misfortune lay in being singled out by Will. At that moment, as he aimlessly surveyed the crowd, Will suddenly fixed his gaze upon a target, a blacksmith, whose muscular physique and sun-kissed skin suggested strength, likely a result of his labor. After the guards seized him, Will exited the carriage, brandishing 2 swords, and disdainfully tossed one at the blacksmith's feet, commanding, "Pick it up and duel me." The blacksmith, having been brought forth, was engulfed by terror. Naturally, he dared not comply with Will's order. After all, he was merely a commoner facing a member of the nobility. Instinctively, he sought to flee, but the guards had already cleared an area and encircled it, leaving no escape route. Seeing the blacksmith's hesitation, Will took matters into his own hands. He thrust the sword in his grip, piercing the blacksmith's side. When he withdrew the blade, a crimson wound appeared. The pain in Will's action seemed to jolt the blacksmith into reality, and he grasped the sword on the ground, pointing its edge at Will Lancaster. Observing this defiance, Will erupted into mocking laughter, and with his mirth, the guards surged forward, pinning the audacious commoner to the ground. The blacksmith's head was forcefully pressed against the filthy earth. His face contorted in fear. Despite the circumstances, he exerted great effort to turn his head, his battered cheek disregarded, as he fixed his bloodshot, resentful gaze firmly on Will ahead. This was a stalemate. From the moment he was captured, the outcome had been irrevocably sealed. Will, confronted by the blacksmith's stare, exhibited no trace of guilt or panic. Rather, his laughter grew increasingly boisterous. He swayed his body and slowly approached the firmly restrained blacksmith, the sharp sword in his hand drooping, its tip scraping against the uneven ground as he drew closer. Upon reaching the blacksmith, Will paid no heed to the despair, resentment, and fury reflected in his eyes. Instead, he raised his long sword high and brought it crashing down. Blood sprayed onto the ground and splattered across Will's garments. Yet he remained unfazed, even kicking aside the severed head, brazenly surveying those around him. In the face of such a scene, the surrounding citizens could only shrink back, bowing their heads, too fearful to meet Will's gaze. The sensation of wielding life and death enveloped Will momentarily, but the thought that his situation before his father mirrored that of these people extinguished his enthusiasm. Casually instructing his guards to execute the entire blacksmith's family, Will returned to his carriage with a sullen expression, awaiting the guards' return before departing in the carriage. At this inconspicuous location, Richard and his companions, disguised by the shadow ring, witnessed the entire episode. Young John, the pirate, despite having taken numerous lives before, found Will's actions difficult to comprehend. Could he truly be a madman? Young John pondered. Richard, checking the completed treasure in his possession and confirming its lock, casually remarked, "Just a pampered waste," likely venting his frustrations here after encountering some setbacks. Rising, he cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, his eyes tinged with regret. What a pity for the blacksmith. Had he lived, he could have forged many items and even trained new blacksmiths, yet he perished here. Turning to advise Avon and the others beside him, Richard emphasized, when faced with danger, always prioritize your safety. After all, I have invested a considerable amount of gold in you, expecting you to work for my benefit. Richard's words reflected his true sentiments. To him, any life held its greatest value while it thrived, as it could continuously yield worth. Of course, if it were an enemy of Richard's, then their demise would be preferable, for he possessed ample means to extract residual value from them. Having locked onto Will, Richard did not hasten to observe his movements through the telescope. Instead, he led Avon and the others to further scout York City. Over the past 2 days of investigation, Richard discovered that the Lancaster family was discreetly mobilizing several ships. Although they attempted to conceal their activities, the number of vessels at the York City port was gradually increasing. The disguises of these ships could not escape the keen eye of Cole, the captain and former pirate. Thus, deducing from the Lancaster family's maneuvers, Richard surmised they might be preparing to set sail for some purpose. While the specifics remained unknown to him, it undoubtedly presented an opportunity. The effort to mobilize such a fleet to obscure their actions suggested they might be dispatching a transcendent individual. Once Baron Lancaster parted ways with his brother, the Guardian Knight, Richard and his companions would have their chance. Whether to eliminate them on the spot or capture them for interrogation, both options were favorable for Richard. Moreover, operating at sea would amplify the effectiveness and surprise of their assault. After all, Richard had a plethora of allies and supernatural entities capable of contributing to naval combat, including Cole, young John, Trist, and the monstrous pirate bird, Iron Marlin, and the malevolent Rope, all of whom could play pivotal roles in battle. Thus, Richard harbored no concerns about failure. If such an outcome were possible, he might as well find a place to hang himself. Nevertheless, while confident in the impending assault, preliminary preparations were essential, such as determining the timing of the Lancaster family's actions and the personnel aboard the ships. Gaining clarity on these details would greatly enhance Richard's operational efficacy. Will spent the entire day frolicking in York City and the nearby wilderness. It was not until evening that he returned, utterly exhausted, to the Lancaster estate. Upon reaching his room, he did not rest long. Soon, he was being attended to by maids for a bath and change of attire in preparation for the forthcoming dinner. To be candid, Will despised the Lancaster family, or rather, the custom of nobility requiring all to dine at a single table. Such gatherings irked him profoundly, forcing him to feign politeness in response to Baron Lancaster's inquiries and engage in superficial pleasantries with his cousins. It had been more tolerable when his father and elder brother were present. Now, left alone, he felt acutely awkward. Yet, despite his inner discontent, he dared not defy the Baroness' directives, as the latter believed such activities fostered familial unity. Though Will dismissed this notion, he could only grumble internally. Meanwhile, as Will attended to his grooming, Richard observed him and the surrounding circumstances through the telescope. Although uninterested in a man's bathing, Richard continued his surveillance for the sake of intelligence, grateful for the presence of a few attractive maids that made the task somewhat bearable. After Will completed his bath and donned his attire, he made his way to the dining area. His pace was leisurely, allowing Richard to discern the internal layout of the Lancaster household. This information was meticulously catalogued in his mind. After becoming a transcendent being, his mental faculties, including memory and cognitive speed, had been considerably enhanced, rendering such tasks trivial for him. Upon Will's arrival at the dining table and his greeting to Baron Lancaster, the gathering was complete. Following the Baroness' brief remarks, they commenced their meal. However, Richard, observing the Lancaster family dining, noticed something amiss. Where was Oliver Lancaster and his son? The tradition of noble families dining together was deeply rooted and seldom deviated from, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. They would invariably share a meal. Furthermore, Oliver Lancaster served as Baron Lancaster's guardian knight. What a perplexing notion. Once Avon became Richard's guardian knight, the farthest distance between them was merely from the deck of the Black Pearl to the ship's stern. It was astonishing that such a significant figure was absent from the Lancaster family's banquet, especially alongside his son. In an instant, Richard sensed something amiss. Reflecting upon their earlier discoveries regarding the clandestine activities of the Lancaster family, Richard surmised that Oliver Lancaster's disappearance was undoubtedly connected to their undertakings. This implied that, most likely, only one extraordinary being remained within the Lancaster estate. Contemplating this, Richard instinctively perceived it as an opportune moment to launch an assault on their stronghold in the absence of the guardian knight. However, despite this notion taking root in his mind, Richard refrained from hastily making a decision. Instead, he continued to observe the internal affairs of the Lancaster family through the artifact in his possession, hoping to glean further information. To his disappointment, the dining experience yielded no additional insights. The reason being that Will, after hastily finishing his meal, promptly retreated to his chamber, denying Richard the chance to gather more intelligence. Once in his room, Will picked several books from the shelf and began to peruse them. Richard noted that these tomes were all about extraordinary beings, indicating Will's curiosity and interest in such powers. Yet, to Richard's chagrin, Will abandoned the books after merely a few pages, turning his attention instead to the maid beside him. Uninterested in this scene, Richard temporarily relinquished his observation of Will and began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Based on his recent scrutiny of the Lancaster family's dynamics and previous findings, Richard was nearly certain that Oliver Lancaster was not present in their estate at that moment. This presented a prime opportunity for a surprise attack. Although the extraordinary abilities of the Guardian Knight might allow Oliver to sense the situation at Lancaster Manor and return, Richard believed that if they acted with full force, they might inflict sufficient damage before Oliver could arrive, potentially injuring or even slaying him. After weighing his options, Richard resolved to lead Avon and the others in a surprise assault on the Lancaster estate that very night. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him that he had become Richard's target, Baron Lancaster was employing some means to converse with his brother. So, the location of the Tide Spirit Leviathan has been confirmed, has it? Ensure you keep close to it. I shall set sail at midnight, and we will act upon rendezvousing. After severing communication with the Guardian Knight, Baron Lancaster reclined slightly in his chair. Even under the cover of night, his spirits remained high at the thought of the bounty that would follow the hunt for the Tide Spirit Leviathan. Should this endeavor succeed, the Lancaster family would assuredly flourish. As night enveloped York City, darkness prevailed, with only a few areas, including Lancaster Manor, still illuminated. Following Richard's decision, Avon and the others swiftly prepared for action, donning their gear and readying themselves to infiltrate Lancaster Manor. Just as Richard prepared to lead them, Will, through the spyglass, was abruptly roused from his reverie by the voices of Baron Lancaster's people. It was deep into the night, and Will, uncertain of the situation, anxiously made his way to a designated room. Here, he found not only himself but also several of Baron Lancaster's children gathered. Upon witnessing this unexpected assembly, Richard immediately halted Avon and the others, intending to assess the emergent circumstances. In the study, Baron Lancaster stood before them clad in armor, a gleaming sword in hand, contrasting sharply with the relaxed attire of the others. His children initially wore expressions of bewilderment, soon transforming into excitement. "Father, are you preparing to act?" his eldest son inquired softly. Baron Lancaster nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Oliver has pinpointed the whereabouts of the tide spirit Leviathan. Once I unite with them and slay the beast, you shall all have the opportunity to become extraordinary beings." At this proclamation, not only did the Baron's children feel a surge of exhilaration, but even Will's heart raced at the prospect, despite knowing that he was likely excluded from the U. Nevertheless, while optimistic about the venture, Baron Lancaster did not neglect to issue his final directives. "Noah," he called gravely, summoning his eldest son, "should I and Oliver fail to return from this mission, you shall be the next Baron of Lancaster." Although Noah felt a thrill at his father's decree, he restrained his outward joy. Meanwhile, the second son appeared somewhat uncomfortable but ultimately accepted Baron Lancaster's arrangement, likely due to the upbringing and education instilled by their father. After establishing his plans, Baron Lancaster signaled for everyone to disperse, while he himself prepared to embark at the port with his trusted confidants to rendezvous with Oliver. Conversely, Richard and his companions also approached the vicinity of the port. In truth, upon sighting the well-equipped Baron Lancaster through the spyglass, Richard realized that the Baron intended to act that very night. Should the Baron depart York City, his stronghold would be left unguarded. Presently, Richard found himself faced with two choices. One was to seize the opportunity while Baron Lancaster vacated the city, directly assaulting his stronghold, and then ambushing them on their return journey, thereby annihilating two extraordinary beings. The other option was to take advantage of the Baron's isolation and strike directly at him, subsequently luring Oliver Lancaster to their location, eliminating both, and then clearing out Lancaster Manor. Both options seemed acceptable to Richard, though the first appeared more audacious. He was gambling that the Lancaster family's undertaking would involve some precious cargo, the very target of their mission. An ambush during their return journey could yield unexpected rewards. As for the distinction between attacking the two men and assaulting the solitary Baron, Richard perceived little difference. After all, Oliver was a guardian knight, and attacking Baron Lancaster would effectively be akin to targeting both, since the guardian knight could absorb damage. Thus, opting for the first course of action, Richard refrained from directly assaulting Baron Lancaster. Instead, he remained concealed in the shadows, silently observing as Richard and a group of individuals boarded the vessels, departing the harbor. Just before they vanished entirely from his sight, he fixed his telescope on one of the ship's sails, a maneuver that would facilitate their subsequent ambush, enabling them to better ascertain the status and route of the Baron of Lancaster. As the last of the vessels disappeared over the distant horizon, a sanguine smile crept across Richard's face. It was time for the slaughter. Will lay in bed, tossing and turning, seeking a comfortable position to drift into slumber. Yet, his restless mind only heightened his wakefulness, driving him to sit upright. After calling out to the maid twice with no response, he muttered a curse under his breath. Resigned to dressing himself and stepping out onto the balcony, the cool night breeze invigorated his senses. Will's room was situated on the second floor, the balcony overlooking the meticulously trimmed foliage of the estate. Standing there, the once serene daytime vista now bore an unsettling air. Noticing a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision, Will turned, but saw nothing amiss. It must be a trick of the light, he reasoned. Nonetheless, the eerie ambience and his earlier illusion stirred a subtle, yet perceptible, fear within him. He decided to retreat to his chamber, but just then, he seemingly heard a muffled thud, as if a heavy object had toppled onto the floor. Moments later, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, one he recognized from his previous encounters with death when he had slain those innocents. In an instant, horrifying scenarios flooded Will's mind. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel these thoughts. However, in the midst of this agitation, he became acutely aware of an alarming presence behind him. A shadow had materialized without his notice. A short, piercing scream resonated through Lancaster Manor, swiftly fading into silence. Under normal circumstances, this would have drawn the attention of maids, guards, or others, yet at that moment, the scream felt like a mere echo of the lives extinguished within the estate. No one seemed to heed it, and it disappeared as quickly as it had come. Across the vast expanse of Lancaster Manor lay one corpse after another, the scent of blood gradually permeating the air, rendering the estate even more sinister under the cover of night. At that moment, standing on the deck, the Baron of Lancaster felt an unsettling disquiet wash over him. He attributed it to his own anxiety, the significance of the upcoming hunt for the tide spirit Leviathan weighing heavily on his mind. Little did he know that within the confines of Lancaster Manor, Richard sat calmly in his usual spot, his gaze fixed on the bound members of the Lancaster family before him. To these captives, the events that had transpired felt surreal. Just moments ago, they had reveled in the prospect of becoming extraordinary, only to find their estate besieged and themselves captured. The stark contrast left them in a daze. But the ropes binding them and the glimmering blade at their throats reminded them of the harsh reality. Richard tossed a universal coin in his hand, its subtle infusion of magic gradually manifesting its effects. Observing the young man seated at the head of the table, the Baron's eldest son spoke up. "What do you want from us? Surely, binding us is not merely for the sake of killing us." His tone appeared composed, yet tremors betrayed his fear. The sharp edge of the knife still pressed against his neck. "Indeed, I require your assistance with certain matters," Richard replied with an affable smile. As he set the coin aside, its gleaming surface instinctively caught Will's attention. However, he was soon astonished as Richard suddenly produced a parchment from thin air. "Sign this contract, and you shall be safe," he declared, placing the scroll before Noah, the Baron's eldest son, allowing him to discern the text. After only a fleeting glance, Noah roared in defiance, "No, I would rather die than betray my name and family." His voice resonated powerfully through the room, unwavering even in his bonds. His eyes shining with resolute conviction. Upon hearing his brother's steadfast refusal, Will, though unaware of the scroll's contents, felt a flicker of courage ignite within him. Nonetheless, a lingering fear for his own life remained. Richard's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and clapped his hands, a silent commendation for Noah's integrity. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a crimson crescent blade shot forth, accompanied by Richard's chilling words, "Then you shall perish." The blade sliced through Noah's neck with the ease of cutting paper. Despite maintaining a resolute expression, the once vibrant Noah was now lifeless. His head rolled to the ground, coming to a stop after a brief distance. The severed neck spraying warm blood, dousing the remaining three in its grim tide. The warm, viscous liquid obscured Will's vision. Instinctively, he blinked, attempting to clear the blood from his lashes, but to no avail. His body, his face, his very being was painted in Noah's blood. The pungent scent of blood filled Will's nostrils, leaving his mind blank. Unable to control his movements or contemplate anything, he remained frozen in shock. Amidst his blurred vision, a salty droplet trickled onto his lips. As he instinctively licked it away, his body erupted in a violent response. Will doubled over as his stomach convulsed violently, the contents of his stomach erupting forth, tears streaming down his face, further smearing his vision. Gradually, as the violent retching subsided, Will's sight began to clear. The first thing to emerge in focus was Noah's bloodied head. Though his features remained familiar, Will knew all too well, he was dead. In that moment, a singular thought consumed Will's mind. To survive, at any cost, he must live. This instinct for survival emanates from the very depths of one's bloodline, embodying humanity's most primal and insatiable yearning for life. Will's reaction is profoundly intense. The other two individuals respond to their elder brother's demise with even greater fervor. Following their initial physiological shock, both fix their resentful gazes squarely upon Richard's countenance. Were their stares sharp blades, Richard would have been rendered into mere fragments. Naturally, when Richard presents the contract before them, the pair does not even glance at it, instantly opting for rejection. Indeed, had they not been restrained, they might have resorted to gnashing their teeth to rend Richard's hand. In a reciprocal act of retribution, Richard retaliates with two swift strikes of his crescent blades, severing their hands. Now, the focus shifts to Richard's true target, Will. As he places the blood-stained contract in front of Will, Richard's voice resonates from the forefront. "So, Mr. Will Lancaster, what is your choice?" The shimmer of the universal coins on the table is blinding. Will shakes his head to dispel the brilliance from his sight, regaining clarity. He scrutinizes the text of the parchment before him, comprehending why Noah outright rejected the terms. For it bears an unsettling resemblance to a slave contract, offering little beyond the potential for the signatory to become extraordinary, devoid of any substantial benefits or rights. Yet, despite this realization, Will examines the document meticulously, his gaze lingering on the term extraordinary. The earlier radiance re-emerges in his vision, prompting Will to recall the night he was chastised by his father. At that moment, the furious reprimands from his companions pierce through. "Will, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the honor of the Lancaster family?" Although agony gnaws at their bodies, they persist in urging Will to reconsider. Their singular focus is to thwart Richard's ambitions. However, their words yield not the intended effect. Instead, they serve to incite Will further. Driven by a tumultuous amalgamation of greed, survival instinct, despair, and rebellion, Will's expression contorts grotesquely as he bellows his resolution towards Richard. "Release me. I am willing to sign this contract." Upon vocalizing his decision, Will feels an overwhelming sense of liberation wash over him, gasping for breath. Indifferent to the wrathful glances and vitriol from his companions, he reiterates his declaration, this time with deliberate slowness and clarity, his tone considerably steadier. Observing Will's demeanor gradually shift to one of calm, even indifference, Richard retrieves the universal coins and, smiling, personally unties Will's restraints. As for the other two members of the Lancaster family, they are unceremoniously dragged away, their voices swiftly silenced. In the now quiet chamber, only Richard and Will remain seated across from one another. Despite being an outsider, Richard exudes an air of composure, his hands elegantly clasped atop the table, as if he were the true master of this domain. In stark contrast, Will appears disheveled, his attire sullied with vomit and blood, emitting a peculiar odor. Coupled with his unkempt hair and dirted visage, he resembles a vagrant from the streets. Yet, Richard remains unfazed by this, for Will has just signed the contract. Thus, regardless of his disarray, in Richard's eyes, he gleams with potential. After a brief interlude, Will's mind regains lucidity. Reflecting upon his recent actions fills him with dread. What has he done? Yet, recalling the contract he has just committed to, and the 3 lives extinguished, Will realizes the irrevocable path he has chosen. Nevertheless, his emotions remain tumultuous. Richard perceives Will's psychological state without uttering a word. Instead, he strides to a nearby cabinet, pouring 2 glasses of wine, placing one before Will. A sip of wine may ease your mind. Will gazes at the smiling young man before him, then suddenly raises the glass to his lips and drains it in one gulp. After wiping his mouth, he looks at Richard, who has resumed his seat, and solemnly inquires, "I have signed your contract. Now, may I know your identity and purpose?" Richard sets aside his glass, regarding Will, who has begun to accept his reality, and affirms, "Of course." Thus, Richard, stroking the ring upon his finger, divulges a fragment of the truth. He speaks vaguely, merely indicating his quest for vengeance, targeting the Lancaster family, epitomized by the Lancaster Baron. Upon hearing Richard's intent, Will refrains from exhibiting surprise. Vengeance indeed stands as a justifiable motive. "If you seek revenge, why require my signature on that contract?" Will queries. Richard replies, "To be candid, vengeance is merely one aspect. I have a long road ahead. I do not wish for this act of retribution to disrupt my future plans." "Ah, so you are aware of the consequences of slaying nobility," Will remarks enigmatically. "Precisely. Hence I sought you out, the future Lancaster Baron." Richard's words cause Will's heart to momentarily halt. An inexplicable dryness creeps into his throat as he sluggishly asks, "What do you mean?" Richard leans forward, his hands resting on the table, locking gazes with Will, and states emphatically, "I wish for you to become the Lancaster Baron." Faced with Richard's penetrating gaze, Will instinctively diverts his eyes. However, he quickly returns his gaze to Richard, retorting, "Impossible. The Lancaster family still has my father." As he speaks, realization dawns upon him. "So, you intend to eliminate them all." His statement trails off, yet both parties comprehend the implication. Richard resumes his seat. "What do you believe revenge entails?" In this moment, Will finally grasps Richard's true objective. He aims not only to exact vengeance upon the Lancaster family, but also to elevate Will as the new Lancaster Baron. According to the succession laws of the White Rose Kingdom, should the Lancaster family be reduced to a single heir, that individual would automatically inherit the title of Baron. With Will as a new Baron to conceal the truth, the demise of the former Baron can easily be obscured. After all, if even his successor claims the former Baron met with an unfortunate accident, what else could be said? Moreover, Richard need not fret about Will's reluctance to assist in concealing the truth, because he had already signed that magical contract, which was no different from a slave contract. With just a thought, Richard could control his life and death. Upon realizing the entirety of this plan, Will fell silent. He could indeed forfeit his life to expose Richard. But the issue lay with Baron Lancaster, the extraordinary one, the future ruler of York. When a series of benefits lay before him, a man already bound by the contract, he found himself lacking the courage to choose the path of self-sacrifice. Richard paid no heed to Will's sudden silence. He was aware that his counterpart was likely ensnared in an internal struggle. However, he estimated that Will would soon arrive at the correct decision. After all, the most crucial step had already been breached, and each subsequent choice would gradually erode Will's moral boundaries until he felt entirely justified. Indeed, just as Richard anticipated. After a brief silence, Will even proactively spoke of the whereabouts and intentions of Baron Lancaster. If the plan were to unfold smoothly, the demise of Baron Lancaster was imperative. From Will, Richard learned of the recent movements of the Lancaster family. It appeared they were pursuing a tide spirit Leviathan. The tide spirit Leviathan was a second-tier magical beast, colossal in size, possessing extraordinary abilities to summon colossal waves, unleash torrential rains, and manipulate mist. Its flesh and blood could be crafted into various potions, some capable of awakening latent spirituality in ordinary individuals while enhancing their physical prowess, while others would bolster the extraordinary abilities of sailors, pirates, and captains. The goal of Baron Lancaster was a gravely injured tide spirit Leviathan, although it was a second-tier magical creature. Will understood that Baron Lancaster had seemingly procured specialized items to significantly increase their chances of successful hunting. Upon learning of Baron Lancaster's actions, Richard sincerely wished him success. One reason was that if he succeeded, Richard could effortlessly reap the benefits of the second-tier magical beast's flesh and blood. The other reason was that Richard had been unable to locate the ring from Treasure Island within the Lancaster estate. He suspected it had been taken away by Baron Lancaster himself. Thus, he earnestly hoped for the Baron's safe return. Otherwise, that ring might very well be lost to the depths of the ocean. In the time that followed, Aswell had made his choice. He assisted Richard and their companions in disposing of the corpses within the estate. Subsequently, Will and Richard boarded the Black Pearl, patrolling the waters outside York, awaiting the return of Baron Lancaster. Amidst the vast, turbulent sea, several vessels navigated through the storm, and ahead, a colossal figure loomed just beneath the surface. Its surrounding waters stained crimson with blood. Baron Lancaster stood on the deck, personally operating a massive crossbow mounted on the ship, launching bolts at the approaching tide spirit Leviathan. The specially crafted bolts inflicted devastating harm upon the already gravely injured creature, and under the relentless barrage, the Leviathan could only emit a feeble wail before succumbing to the depths. Noticing the creature's diminishing movements, Baron Lancaster's face lit with joy, swiftly directing the nearby vessels to advance and inspect. Upon confirming the tide spirit Leviathan's death, he finally exhaled in relief. Commanding those around him to haul the beast's carcass aboard, they needed to hasten the processing of its flesh before returning. Meanwhile, Richard, armed with a targeting telescope, witnessed the death of the tide spirit Leviathan. He estimated that once they dealt with the Leviathan's body, Baron Lancaster and his crew would prepare to return, marking their optimal moment for attack. With the targeting telescope continuously monitoring their movements, Richard need not worry about the Black Pearl missing their trail. Beside him, a gust of sea breeze sent a shiver through Will. Why did you bring me along if you were handling this? Although his clothing was sufficiently warm, the chill of the deck and the swaying motion made Will uncomfortable. I brought you along to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Richard replied nonchalantly. Besides, don't you think witnessing their demise firsthand would be the most reassuring? Certainly not. For Will, although he had crossed the threshold of his internal struggle, witnessing the deaths of his father and uncle was something he preferred to await from a distance, rather than bearing witness to it firsthand, where he could potentially be discovered. This feeling left him quite unsettled. Thus, he deliberately changed the subject. Aren't you going to make any preparations? My father and Baron Lancaster are formidable. Of course, preparations are necessary, but we needn't be overly cautious. Although they are two extraordinary beings, one noble baron has left his territory, and the other is a guardian knight, having already engaged in battle. If we cannot overcome them, I might as well jump into the sea. Despite his words exuding confidence, Richard had indeed made meticulous arrangements for the impending confrontation, since he aimed to seize the ring carried by Baron Lancaster and the magical beast's flesh aboard their ship. Cannons could not serve as the primary force in this battle. On one hand, Richard feared that cannon fire might obliterate the adversary's vessel. On the other, he worried that the noise of cannon fire and explosions would attract patrolling naval forces. Thus, in the upcoming strategy, Richard planned to conduct a swift boarding assault, swiftly eliminating the two extraordinary beings aboard the opposing ship, and subsequently seizing the opportunity to plunder. The combat strength aboard the Black Pearl was substantial, even without utilizing cannons. They could defeat the two extraordinary members of the Lancaster family. Additionally, before the Black Pearl set sail from York, Richard had specifically looted a fortune from the Lancaster estate, securing a cache of wealth in his secret treasure. Although he left half for Will, he still acquired several thousand gold coins worth of jewels, antiques, and other precious items. These treasures, stored in his secret cache, significantly enhanced Richard's spiritual and physical prowess, and combined with the money wand, a second-tier extraordinary item. Richard's combat strength ranked among the elite of first-tier extraordinary beings. After all, the elevation of merchant-type extraordinary being strength could genuinely be encapsulated by the adage money is power. As time leisurely passed, Baron Lancaster had successfully processed the carcass of the tide spirit Leviathan and was now on the return journey. Observing the still pulsating flesh within the hold, Baron Lancaster's face broke into a smile. With this flesh, the potions crafted would suffice to awaken the spirituality of his children. At that moment, the Lancaster family would ascend to become a family of extraordinary beings. Upon this realization, a surge of emotion welled up within him. With this milestone achieved, Baron Lancaster aimed to unravel the enigma concealed within the ring he had acquired. Securing the legendary Isle of Gold and Silver, rumored to possess boundless riches, would catapult the Lancaster family into prominence, rivaling the venerable houses of the White Rose Kingdom. As Baron Lancaster indulged in his utopian visions, beneath his vessel, several iron flagfish darted with remarkable speed. Having ingested the Kraken elixir and undergone tutelage under the Beast Master, Paul, these iron flagfish had experienced an augmentation in their cognitive faculties. Observing the ship above, they exhibited a palpable eagerness, having developed a predilection for breaching vessels under Richard's command. Regrettably, Richard had yet to issue the directive to attack. Thus, the iron flagfish continued their patrol beneath the ship. Not only the iron flagfish, but also pirate birds soared above Baron Lancaster's ship, relaying intelligence from each vessel to their chieftain. Baron Lancaster's entourage comprised merely 3 ships, the remainder having been capsized during the hunt for the abyssal leviathan. Consequently, upon confirming the location of Baron Lancaster's vessel, Richard initiated his plan. Cole's spectral stealth, in conjunction with the Phantom Ring, enabled the Black Pearl to metamorphose into an almost imperceptible ghost ship, advancing towards Baron Lancaster's returning fleet. Simultaneously, the Iron Flagfish, dispatched as messengers, received instructions to scuttle the remaining 2 vessels once the battle commenced. Upon the deck of the Black Pearl, Little John, Avon, Paul, and Richard himself stood fully armed, their crew equipped with an array of tools indispensable for boarding actions. Once the Black Pearl drew near its target, Richard would issue the command, and his crew would follow in his wake, annihilating all aboard the targeted vessel. Will, however, was absent from the deck, having been apprised of Richard's impending assault. Although he had anticipated this moment, he found himself beset by anxiety, pacing restlessly in his quarters. Despite harboring animosity and trepidation towards Richard, he earnestly hoped for the triumph of Richard's endeavor. Thanks to the reconnaissance provided by the Iron Flagfish and pirate birds, coupled with the efficacy of the locking telescope, Richard possessed an exhaustive understanding of the situation aboard Baron Lancaster's ships. Guided by Cole, the Black Pearl navigated, veering behind Baron Lancaster's vessel, approaching surreptitiously. The formation of the opposing ships resembled an inverted triangle, with Baron Lancaster's vessel at the rear, flanked by the other 2 ships, ostensibly to safeguard the vessel at the rear. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Richard's Black Pearl had circumvented them from behind, aided by supernatural concealment. The crew of the targeted vessel remained oblivious to the approaching ship. As the distance to the target diminished, the crew of the Black Pearl brandished specialized boarding implements, preparing for the impending engagement. These implements, superficially resembling lances, terminated in iron hooks, enabling the crew to secure the enemy vessel and execute boarding maneuvers. Richard, employing the aquamarine heart, transmitted commands to the Iron Flagfish submerged beneath the waves. The eager creatures retreated several hundred meters before executing a rapid charge, akin to cavalry assaulting the battlefield, impaling their lances into the underbellies of the 2 vessels. The immense mass engendered by the Iron Flagfish generated palpable tremors throughout the ships, occurring in rapid succession. As the crews grappled with the situation, the disoriented Iron Flagfish gingerly extracted their lances, observing as seawater inundated the breaches they had created. The damage to the ships was swiftly discovered, forcing the crews of the 2 vessels to undertake emergency repairs. It was at this juncture that the Black Pearl materialized behind Baron Lancaster's vessel. The proximity was such that, facilitated by the supernatural abilities of Cole and Little John, the vessels were within boarding range in a matter of moments. The prepared crew of the Black Pearl raised their implements, securing the 2 vessels in place. Due to their prior preparation and veteran status as pirates, they rapidly established a pathway for boarding. For those aboard Baron Lancaster's vessel, the assault was utterly unexpected. Although an alarm was raised upon the Black Pearl's arrival, the speed of Richard's assault precluded any organized resistance. The first to sound the alarm was summarily dispatched by Little John, who led the charge, succumbing to a fatal blow. Baron Lancaster, who had been resting in his quarters, arose immediately upon hearing the alarm. His brother, the guardian knight Oliver Lancaster, hastened to his side, informing him of the unfolding events. Upon learning that the other 2 vessels had encountered unforeseen circumstances, precluding their assistance, and that his own vessel was under surprise attack, Baron Lancaster's brow furrowed in consternation. This situation could not be attributed to mere happenstance. Someone must have been privy to their itinerary, orchestrating this meticulously planned ambush. Baron Lancaster's visage betrayed his fury. But the imperative was to weather this storm. The audacity to launch an attack implied a conviction in their capacity to prevail. Baron Lancaster, brandishing a single-handed sword, accompanied by his guardian knight, hastened towards the deck. The cacophony of battle intensified as they approached, heightening Baron Lancaster's apprehension. He had entrusted his safety to professionally trained soldiers, who should have been capable of mounting a defense. However, the scene that greeted him upon reaching the deck shattered his expectations. He beheld a cohort of individuals, enveloped in golden light, engaged in a ferocious melee with his soldiers, who were steadily being pushed back. Baron Lancaster, a man of supernatural capabilities, discerned that the golden light emanated from some form of arcane power, augmenting the strength and resilience of the enemy combatants. Faced with such supernatural prowess, even the professionally trained soldiers were incapable of withstanding the relentless onslaught of their adversaries. Moreover, supernatural beings were intermingled within their ranks, wreaking havoc. As Baron Lancaster's gaze fell upon Little John, the latter reciprocated his attention. Having been shown portraits of the 2 supernatural adversaries by Richard, Little John recognized Baron Lancaster without hesitation. With a swift stroke, he struck down the soldier before him, making a beeline for the Baron of Lancaster. On the deck, the rolling waves compelled everyone aboard to constantly adjust their balance. Thus, Little John's movements appeared more agile than on solid ground, as this was indeed the domain of pirates. Coldly observing Little John charging forward with his curved blade, the guardian knight beside the Baron, much like Avon, stepped forward to intercept him. Dressed in armor and wielding a shield, Oliver's shield was smaller than Avon's, and in his right hand, he held a longsword, embodying a balanced approach to offense and defense. Little John's powerful downward slash was completely deflected by Oliver's shield. Yet the force of his attack did not disrupt his balance. Instead, he swiftly thrust his longsword toward Little John's body. However, having trained with Avon previously, Oliver was quick to react, using the recoil from his shield to leap back and dodge the attack aimed at him. At that moment, a crimson crescent blade flew toward the Baron, who was preparing to assist the Guardian Knight. Simultaneously, from the shadows behind him, a towering figure in armor emerged, raising a heavy shield to strike down upon the Baron. The immense force generated a howling wind, and should the shield connect, it would inflict grievous injury upon the Baron. Not to mention the impending threat of the Crimson Crescent Blade. In this perilous moment, the Baron finally revealed his extraordinary ability. Proclamation: commoners shall not harm nobility. As the Baron invoked this supernatural decree, an authoritative voice resonated in the hearts of those present. Concurrently, Avon's shield and Richard's attack veered off course. Avon's shield struck the adjacent deck, while the Crimson Crescent Blade slashed a gaping hole in the ship's sail. Richard was not surprised by the Baron's ability. After all, it was a standard feature of noble supernatural powers. However, this extraordinary decree was not everlasting. It required spiritual energy to activate and had a limited duration. During this time, even if they could not harm the Baron, they could still target the Guardian Knight, who held no title. Without the need for verbal communication, Avon immediately raised his shield and charged towards Oliver, joining Little John in their assault. Richard, meanwhile, faced the Baron directly. The Baron's expression darkened as he realized that three extraordinary individuals had emerged on the opposing side. Whether in terms of supernatural strength or the might of ordinary individuals, he found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he was not without hope. If he could eliminate these three extraordinary foes, a reversal of fortune was still conceivable. Thus, even though Richard seemed vaguely familiar, the Baron dismissed such thoughts, fixated solely on the singular intent to eliminate his adversary. Richard, equally uninterested in idle chatter with the Baron, activated his supernatural abilities the moment their eyes met. Proclamation: this sword shall grievously wound the villain. The Baron unleashed both his extraordinary decree and court swordsmanship. Together, these abilities formed the crux of his combat style as a noble. With a single step, the Baron lunged forward, his one-handed sword aimed directly at Richard. Empowered by the proclamation, the sword bore supernatural potency, promising severe injury should it strike Richard. Yet, Richard remained unfazed. With a flick of his monetary wand, coins from his secret treasure soared forth, coalescing into a golden shield that successfully absorbed the Baron's strike. Undeterred by his initial failure, the Baron pressed on with his court swordsmanship, a skill common among noble extraordinary beings. Court swordsmanship encompassed various aspects of swordplay, footwork, and physical prowess, essential for maintaining a noble's combat effectiveness. Although not executed to its fullest potential in the Baron's hands, it was still formidable enough to challenge an ordinary extraordinary individual. Unfortunately for the Baron, Richard was no ordinary contender. Calm and composed in the face of the Baron's onslaught, Richard deftly maneuvered the coins before him, deflecting wave after wave of seemingly ornate yet lethally concealed attacks. Moreover, amidst the flowing gold, he expertly directed a universal coin to position itself close to the Baron's sword. These universal coins possessed the unique ability to directly usurp the ownership of an opponent's belongings. Thus, after the Baron's offensive subsided, Richard revealed his predatory intent. With a sudden expenditure of spiritual energy, the trap laid by the universal coin detonated, causing the Baron's one-handed sword to transform into a brilliant golden hue. The explosive surge of spiritual energy knocked the unsuspecting Baron off balance, allowing Richard to seize the flying sword. With a flourish of his monetary wand, the golden shield before him morphed into two strands of golden ropes that shot toward the Baron. Meanwhile, the malevolent spectral ropes, which had been lurking on the deck, seized their opportunity, lunging to ensnare the Baron's legs. At that moment, the effect of the Baron's first decree came to an end. With dual threats converging upon him, Richard's left hand ignited with the crimson light of the moon of gathering, directing the blood-red crescent blade towards the Baron. The clinking of coins, usually a pleasant sound, now resonated as the shackles binding the Baron. The two golden ropes and the spectral ropes ensnared the nobleman, and as he gazed in terror, the crimson crescent blade hurtled toward him, ultimately cleaving through the Guardian Knight Oliver. Indeed, at this critical juncture, it was the Guardian Knight who bore the brunt of the Baron's peril. However, the dilemma remained, having already been at a disadvantage. How would Oliver withstand the subsequent onslaught from Avon and Little John? Though both are guardians, Evan's combat style is markedly more ruthless compared to Oliver, the Orthodox Knight. Clad in armor forged from black-striped iron and wielding a colossal shield, empowered by the beast blood totem, Evan overwhelms Oliver in every aspect. Whether through stealthy infiltration or the forceful rebound of his thorn shield, Oliver finds himself suffering greatly, especially with young John lurking nearby, having already been at a disadvantage. The Guardian Knight, after aiding Baron Lancaster in enduring damage, falls into utter despair. The wounds on his body leave Oliver powerless against Evan's brutal assaults. As the Iron Behemoth, armored from head to toe, brings down his heavy shield, the air itself seems to scream in anguish. Oliver attempts to defend with his own shield, but the moment they collide, his strength is swiftly shattered and crushed, accompanied by a sound that sends chills through his teeth, as the immense shield brutally snaps the Guardian Knight's arm. Yet, this is merely the first blow. The merciless steel monstrosity briefly retracts his shield only to deliver another violent strike, this time shattering Oliver's other arm. At this moment, his armor and flesh are obliterated, leaving only shredded sinew dangling from his ruined limbs. Without any hesitation, a third strike of the shield descends upon Oliver's head. He is now utterly incapable of resistance, forced to watch as the blood-stained black shield looms larger in his vision. With a resounding thud, Baron Lancaster witnesses his brother's helmeted head explode like a shattered watermelon, blood splattering and staining his eyes. For Baron Lancaster, Oliver is not merely his guardian knight, but also his brother, the future hope of the Lancaster family. Yet now, right before his eyes, he lays shattered. The image of Oliver's demise continuously replays in Baron Lancaster's mind, though it lasts but a moment. The splattered blood is etched vividly in his memory. He understands that Oliver has sacrificed himself for him. Blood fills Baron Lancaster's eyes as an involuntary cry of anguish escapes his lips. The decree, no chains can bind me, breaking free from his restraints. Baron Lancaster charges at Evan with wild fury, resembling a beast that has lost all reason, brandishing a curved dagger with frenzied swings devoid of technique, fueled only by sheer madness and rage. However, Evan remains unfazed. The shield that had crushed his brother effortlessly deflects the Baron's vengeful strikes. This only serves to intensify Baron Lancaster's ferocity. Yet, Evan is not alone in this confrontation. Young John and Richard swiftly join the fray. The other members of Baron Lancaster's faction have been cleared away, as Paul, the monstrous pirate bird, and the spectral ropes converge to encircle him. As his initial onslaught is repelled, the Baron's extreme emotions begin to settle, transforming into a deep-seated resentment. Now composed, he surveys the surrounding figures and realizes that his escape is impossible. His gaze falls upon Richard, who he now recognizes. Ha ha, he utters a nonsensical laugh, never expecting to meet his end at your hands. At this point, he ceases his attacks, even letting the dagger fall limply to the ground, appearing resigned to his fate. However, this scene does not sway Richard in the slightest. Without responding to the Baron's words, he signals for the others to execute him. Observing this, a sardonic smile creeps across Baron Lancaster's face as a surge of spiritual energy emanates from him, reaching its zenith. Though I am doomed, I shall create a little trouble for you. With those words, black flames engulf Baron Lancaster, burning fiercely as they consume his flesh. In excruciating agony, his visage contorts into that of a skull as he utters his final proclamation. Law of the Abyss, you shall perish by the blades of your comrades. With that, Baron Lancaster disintegrates into a pile of ashes, and the dark flames that had enveloped him swirl above, rapidly splitting into several orbs that dart toward the surrounding crowd. It is evident that these flames are intertwined with the curse left by Baron Lancaster before his demise. Richard furrows his brow at the approaching black flames. He promptly retrieves a demon-repelling silver mirror from his secret stash and directs it at the encroaching flames, infusing it with spiritual energy. Under the mirror's radiant glow, the dark flames are gradually extinguished until only a solitary ember remains, which is also snuffed out. As a consequence, the demon-repelling silver mirror is rendered useless. Fortunately, he had retained a few mirrors, otherwise he would have been thoroughly disgusted. Richard casts a disdainful glance at the ashes of Baron Lancaster, whose lingering curses he detests most. After neutralizing the dark flames, Richard assesses the situation and finds that only Evan and young John remain ensnared by the remnants of the Baron's wrath. Thankfully, he still possesses additional demon-repelling mirrors in his secret stash, which he promptly employs to liberate both Evan and John from the encroaching flames. However, even though they have resolved the issue posed by the Baron's curse, their task is far from complete. Under Richard's direction, Soren leads the sailors in looting the ship, transporting the blood and flesh, along with other spoils, back to the Black Pearl. Meanwhile, Richard discovers the ring he had recalled in the captain's quarters. It is a striking ring of intertwined gold and silver, with the two metals displaying a beautiful contrast and harmony, further enhanced by gemstones that shimmer with both golden and silver glints, exuding an air of wealth. After securing it in his secret stash, Richard emerges from the captain's quarters with the other treasures he had gathered. Just then, Cole approaches him swiftly, informing Richard that Will has fallen unconscious aboard the Black Pearl. Taken aback, Richard wonders how Will, who had not accompanied them into battle, suddenly succumbed. He had specifically arranged for Cole and Tris to remain aboard the Black Pearl to watch over him, so how could he have fainted? Thus, Richard follows Cole to the room where Will lies unconscious. The last surviving member of the Lancaster family is sprawled on the floor, his face contorted in unnatural spasms. Devoid of color. Noticing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, Richard furrows his brow and activates the powers of the devil's contract. Since Will had previously entered into a pact with Richard, and given his current state, it appears he has been ensnared by a malevolent spirit. If there were changes to the devil's contract, it would indicate that malevolent spirits were indeed attempting to ensnare his soul. Upon observing the newly inscribed name on the contract, Richard's expression became somewhat intricate. Gulliver Lancaster, the name of the previously deceased Baron Lancaster, appeared before him. Richard was taken aback to discover that a fragment of his soul lingered within Will, seemingly poised to devour it. Although the method remained a mystery, Richard surmised it was undoubtedly linked to chaotic knowledge. While extraordinary beings could indeed be resurrected, such feats were typically achievable only by third-tier, transcendent individuals. The resurrection accessible to first- and second-tier beings was predominantly chaotic knowledge, which did not constitute true revival. Rather, it transmuted the souls of the deceased into malevolent spirits bearing corresponding memories. Thus, at this moment, the spirit known as Gulliver Lancaster manifesting on Richard's devil's contract was merely a wraith endowed with limited supernatural abilities and complete memories. The means to confront it were straightforward. The silver mirror used for exorcism was the bane of such spirits. Richard promptly produced a mirror and directed it towards Will. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a layer of dark mist and a visage emerged on Will's surface, the face of the deceased Baron Lancaster. Richard greeted the apparition with a smile before intensifying the infusion of energy, obliterating it entirely. With the demise of the malevolent spirit named Gulliver Lancaster, the devil's contract in Richard's hand reverted to its normal state, marking the conclusion of this revenge saga. Following a thorough cleanup of the battleground, Richard commanded the Iron Marlin to sink the vessel previously commandeered by Baron Lancaster, interring it alongside 2 other ships at the ocean's depths. Although this assault encountered some setbacks, the outcome aligned with Richard's expectations. Revenge was successfully executed, and the ring was reclaimed. Subsequently, the Black Pearl set sail once more, heading towards the port of York City. During the journey back, Will awakened, and upon learning from Richard that his soul had narrowly escaped being consumed, he broke into a cold sweat, his yearning for extraordinary power intensifying. After regaining composure, he approached Richard to inquire about future plans. Despite his previous audacity in York City, Will had been somewhat sheltered within the Lancaster family and was unfamiliar with the intricacies of noble succession. When Will found Richard, he was busy tallying the spoils acquired from their recent plunder. In addition to a substantial amount of second-tier monstrous tidal whale flesh, several first-tier extraordinary items, namely whale hunting crossbows, had also been dismantled. Although these extraordinary items were termed whale hunting, they possessed significant lethality against gigantic sea monsters. Richard intended to install these crossbows on the Black Pearl. While their vessel already boasted cannons, having additional crossbows would be beneficial. One set was designated for naval warfare, while the other was intended for combat against sea beasts, serving complementary purposes. Noticing Will's approach and understanding his queries, Richard led him to the deck to elucidate the essential considerations for noble succession. Having previously interacted with numerous nobles and undertaken escort missions for noble heirs, Richard was well versed in this domain. What you need to do is quite simple, Will. Since you are the last remaining member of the Lancaster family, you merely need to inform the noble council in the capital. They will send representatives to assess your claim. And if you pass, you shall inherit the title, Richard explained. Will expressed no skepticism towards Richard's words, but raised some concerns, pondering whether there might be obstacles to navigate, particularly regarding the representatives who would come to evaluate him. Richard regarded him with a knowing smile. Indeed, having been raised in a noble household, you are correct. There are indeed 2 crucial steps we must attend to. First, he raised a finger, ensure that you are the sole candidate on the noble council's list. Second, adequately address the representatives who come to assess you, providing a valid explanation for the former baron's death, ensuring you are neither the murderer nor the mastermind behind it. If you can resolve these 2 issues, you will become the new Baron Lancaster. Will grasped the second condition but found the first somewhat perplexing. But didn't you just say that I am the only member of the Lancaster family? Shouldn't that make me the rightful heir? Richard shook his head, correcting his misunderstanding. Theoretically, you are indeed the primary heir to Baron Lancaster. Ordinarily, you should inherit the title. However, as you know, unexpected circumstances often arise in this world. Especially concerning precious noble titles, there may be those within the noble council who covet this title, not necessarily for themselves, but perhaps for an illegitimate child or similar interests. Hence, we must ensure you are the only individual on the inheritance list. After hearing Richard's explanation, Will comprehended the situation entirely. In his recollection, inheriting the title had seemed a straightforward affair for the former Baron Lancaster. However, he recognized that this simplicity stemmed from the fact that the former Baron had still been alive. A reasonable request from a transcendent Baron would typically be unopposed. Now, with the Baron deceased, Will faced considerable challenges in his quest for the title. His only support lay with Richard and his companions. Contemplating this, Will fell silent. Noticing his demeanor, Richard offered reassurance. Do not worry. While it may seem cumbersome, I have ways to navigate this. Your task will simply be to handle the representatives during their assessment. Will nodded, affirming his commitment to cooperate fully with Richard's plans. In truth, Richard's assistance in elevating Will to the status of Baron was not solely to alleviate potential troubles. It also laid the groundwork for his forthcoming commercial ambitions. York City, a coastal metropolis with a port and favorable geographical location, possessed considerable developmental potential. If Richard could successfully position Will as the Baron's overseer, it would effectively grant him control over this port city, streamlining logistics for the transport and handling of goods in the future. For instance, the black vein iron or load he would inevitably develop, or the spoils recovered from Black Sail Port, could be judiciously employed to establish future emporiums or even a mercantile guild. Moreover, the geographical positioning of York City, Mist Isle, and Black Sail Port forms a strategic triangulation. Should Richard cultivate influence in these three locales, their interconnectedness would prove exceedingly advantageous. He might, for example, procure a multitude of thralls from Black Sail Port to be deployed in the development of Mist Isle, or conversely, reclaim illicit goods to be vended in York City, thereby establishing his own distribution network. Similarly, the resources of Mist Isle, such as the black vein iron or load, hunted monstrous entities, and harvested arcane materials, could be transported to Black Sail Port or York City for commercial exchange. A collaborative rapport with the naval forces proximate to York City, such as with Captain Setter of the Valiant, could enable Richard to vend merchandise from York City to Black Sail Port, thereby solidifying the triangular nexus of York City, Mist Isle, and Black Sail Port. Such a vision, while idyllic in conception, necessitates meticulous preparation for its practical implementation. Richard must address the immediate exigencies. His foremost priority is to facilitate Will's ascendancy to the barony of Lancaster. With a baron bound to him by covenant, Richard's subsequent stratagems can gradually unfold. Around midday, the Black Pearl returned to the port of York City. Richard stationed a contingent aboard to safeguard the vessel, and then, accompanied by Will and Avon, proceeded directly to the garrison of the city guard. The city guard of York City was virtually indistinguishable from the private soldiery of the Lancaster family. Richard and his cohort had already eliminated some at Lancaster Manor. Upon arriving at the city guard's garrison, Richard, eschewing superfluous discourse, invoked his supernatural prowess to subdue the garrison. He then apprised them of the demise of the former Baron Lancaster and Will's impending succession. Under the duress of supernatural authority, the commander of the city guard promptly acknowledged Will Lancaster's baronial status and, under his directive, initiated patrols within York City to maintain civic equilibrium. For the commander, the succession of the barony of Lancaster was inconsequential and potentially advantageous. He had frequently attended to the ramifications of Will's unbridled conduct within York City. With Will poised to become the new Baron Lancaster, the commander might anticipate an augmentation in his remuneration. Having secured control of the city guard, Richard escorted Will back to Lancaster Manor, where he retrieved the missive emblazoned with the white rose emblem from the hidden treasury. This missive, a first-tier arcane artifact possessed by all nobles, enabled the conveyance of intelligence to the noble council, even without the invocation of spiritual energy. The former Baron Lancaster, preoccupied with the clandestine pursuit of the Tide Lord Leviathan, had not carried it, and Richard discovered it during the assault on Lancaster Manor. Although the arcane missive could be utilized without spiritual energy, its operational frequency was limited to approximately once every few months, typically reserved for the conveyance of exigent intelligence to the noble council. Upon retrieving the missive, Richard instructed Will to communicate the demise of the previous Baron Lancaster and to assert his claim as the sole surviving member of the Lancaster family, aspiring to inherit the barony. As for the circumstances surrounding the demise of the Baron Lancaster and other family members, Richard instructed Will to attribute it to the ill-fated pursuit of the Tide Lord Leviathan. The ostensible narrative was that the Baron Lancaster, through imprudence, had underestimated the perils of the expedition, resulting in the demise of all but Will. Richard Aldrich, a passing first-tier adept, had rescued Will and hunted the grievously wounded Tide Lord Leviathan, subsequently escorting Will back to York City. This constituted the truth as contrived by Richard and Will. Upon inserting the missive, inscribed with the truth, into the arcane envelope, the artifact autonomously initiated its function, transmitting the correspondence to the noble council in the royal capital. The noble council possessed designated personnel to manage such matters. Upon receiving the missive and perusing its contents, they immediately delivered it to the responsible supervisor, a second-tier adept. The supervisor, who had been engrossed in the contemplation of statuary within his chambers, received the missive and, after reviewing its contents, dismissed it with indifference. The succession of a barony, particularly in a remote and insignificant locale akin to a provincial backwater, was deemed inconsequential. With nonchalance, the supervisor directed his subordinate to respond in accordance with his dictates. He conveyed that the circumstances in York City were acknowledged and that the noble council would dispatch personnel to verify the specifics. If no impediments arose, Will would ascend to the barony of Lancaster. The supervisor arbitrarily selected a first-tier adept with available time and transmitted the response back to York City. Meanwhile, Will anxiously awaited a response at the manor, while Richard received the commander of the city guard, listening to his report. York City remained relatively tranquil, as the populace was unaware of the demise of the former Baron Lancaster. Noticing the arrival of the royal capital's noble council's response within the arcane missive, Will eagerly conveyed the missive to Richard. Richard expressed surprise at the expeditious response from the noble council, anticipating a delay of at least half a day. Upon perusing the contents of the missive, a smile graced Richard's countenance. The tenor of the correspondence and the alacrity of the response indicated that the initial concern harbored by Richard had been allayed. The nobles in the royal capital evidently held the barony of York City in low esteem, directly designating Will as the heir apparent. Upon successful completion of the audit, Will would formally inherit the barony. The missive indicated that an individual named Robert would be dispatched to York City for the audit. The journey from the royal capital to York City would require approximately 2 to 3 days, implying that the resolution of this individual's disposition within a few days would effectively secure Will's inheritance of the barony. In the ensuing 2 days, Richard, Will, and Avon engaged in preparations, awaiting the arrival of Robert. 2 days later, with the docking of a passenger vessel in the port of York City, Robert arrived. He was clad in unpretentious attire, carrying a case, and regarded York City with evident disdain. Robert, a first-tier scholar, had served in the noble council for several years, performing routine clerical duties and occasionally addressing matters pertaining to the nobility. Despite his scholarly vocation, Robert lacked the virtues typically associated with the profession. Conversely, as a former member of the minor nobility, he harbored a considerable enthusiasm for power. His initial motivation for joining the noble council stemmed from 2 sources: being cast out by his elder brother and his desire to uncover opportunities within the council. Although progress had been scant thus far, Robert boarded a carriage by the port, tossing a silver coin to the driver, signaling that no change was necessary as they set off towards their destination, Lancaster Manor in York. Throughout the journey, Robert reflected on the information he had previously encountered. From the description of the individual named Will Lancaster, he perceived no immediate issues. However, the sordid affairs among the nobility were numerous, and Robert dared not classify this as a mere coincidence. Nevertheless, even if a conspiracy were afoot, it bore little significance for Robert. Although his primary role here was to audit, his past endeavors in such matters had always been driven by the pursuit of personal gain. Even upon discovering discrepancies, should the other party offer him something of value, Robert would not hesitate to turn a blind eye. After all, as a low-ranking scholar, without these side earnings, how could he afford to acquire higher-tier extraordinary knowledge and elevate his own status as an extraordinary being? Meanwhile, within Lancaster Manor, Richard sipped the red tea presented by a servant while imparting knowledge to Will about the nobility. In the past 2 days, the manor had successfully recruited a new batch of servants, filling it with life, and Richard had temporarily taken residence there, as it was certainly more comfortable than the inns outside. At that moment, a servant dressed as a steward approached, informing Richard and Will of the arrival of a guest named Robert, whom they had previously mentioned. Upon hearing this, Richard glanced at Will, ready for the encounter. Will nodded and rose, assuming the posture of a host, while Richard followed closely behind, both prepared to meet Mr. Robert. Robert surveyed the architecture and greenery of the manor. While his expression remained unchanged, he internally dismissed the style of the place. After spending a short while in the reception room, he was introduced to Will Lancaster, the bearer of messages to the noble council, along with Richard behind him. Initially unaware of Richard's identity, Robert soon learned from Will's introduction that he was indeed the Richard mentioned in the correspondence. Noticing the spiritual aura emanating from Richard, coupled with Will's accompaniment, Robert immediately tagged Richard as someone warranting close scrutiny. As a scholar, Robert possessed an extraordinary ability to analyze behavior, allowing him to discern that Richard held the dominant position between the two upon observing Will's demeanor, expressions, and actions as he entered the room. Following a brief exchange, Robert commenced his audit of Will. He retrieved paper and quill from his trunk, posing questions to Will while meticulously documenting both the inquiries and responses. Initially, Robert's questions were fairly standard, such as the cause of the former Lancaster Baroness' death and Will's miraculous escape. As the interrogation progressed, however, the inquiries grew more pointed, probing Will's relationship with the former Baron and questioning why he alone had survived amidst so many deaths. He recorded these queries across several pages. Fortunately for Will, his responses were satisfactory. He had consistently adhered to the agreed-upon narrative with Richard, avoiding any contradictions. After questioning Will, Robert's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, he had reached a conclusion. Will was lying. Although there were no logical flaws in his answers, Robert's extraordinary abilities allowed him to detect physiological reactions indicative of deceit. This was the overwhelming advantage of extraordinary abilities over ordinary individuals. Once he had finished with Will, Robert turned his attention to Richard, who had been observing silently. For Robert, Will's deception was actually advantageous, as only such individuals could afford to pay his silence fee. Given that Richard was the dominant figure in their relationship and a jeweler by trade, Robert surmised that his silence fee would likely need to be extracted from Richard. After all, Whether Richard sought to manipulate Will or had some connection with him, the items that could sway Robert would have to come from Richard's coffers. The more inconsistencies Robert could uncover from Richard, the greater his potential gains. However, before Robert could speak, Richard interjected. He had been acutely aware that since entering the room, Robert had frequently cast covetous glances at the ring on his finger. Such avaricious scrutiny was glaringly obvious to a jeweler. In this regard, Richard perceived it as a revealing trait of Robert's character. Thus, he refrained from allowing Robert to question him directly and instead inquired whether they could converse privately. After a moment of contemplation, Robert acquiesced to Richard's request and followed him to another room. Upon Richard's request for a discussion, Robert had anticipated the ensuing developments. Yet considering it aligned with his own interests, he did not refuse. Once in the new room, Robert initially expected Richard to address the matter at hand directly, but was surprised when Richard sought his counsel instead. Although somewhat puzzled, Robert consented, expressing his willingness to assist Richard in resolving his concerns. Your Excellency Robert, it is as follows. During my voyage in the Tulip Kingdom, I unexpectedly rescued a noble Baroness heir, and I have forged a deep friendship with him. I wish to assist him in inheriting his title. However, I lack knowledge of the Tulip Kingdom, and I seek your guidance on how I might help him. Richard's demeanor was sincere, and his earnest words left no doubt regarding the authenticity of his tale. Upon hearing Richard's words, Robert's eyes brightened, adopting an expression of concern for Richard's plight. While I am not well acquainted with the Tulip Kingdom, I believe this may not be a difficult matter. Perhaps you merely need to ensure his eligibility review is satisfactorily completed. Indeed, Richard exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. What do you think would be the appropriate offering to facilitate this? Gold coins, extraordinary jewels, or perhaps the blood and flesh of magical beasts? Unfortunately, my finances are limited, and I fear I cannot afford an exorbitant price. Robert pondered for a moment before offering a reasonable suggestion. I believe that around 100 gold coins should suffice. Of course, adding an extraordinary jewel could potentially ease the process further. Subsequently, Richard and Robert engaged in a discussion on the topic, exchanging their perspectives. Ultimately, they reached a consensus that an extraordinary piece of jewelry, coupled with some flesh and blood from a second-tier magical creature, constituted an appropriate price. After consulting with Robert, Richard came to appreciate that knowledge is invaluable. Since Lord Robert had assisted him in resolving his dilemma, it was only fitting that he expressed his gratitude. Thus, Richard opted to pay Robert a consultation fee, which, coincidentally, matched the price they had previously deliberated upon. What a remarkable coincidence. After addressing Richard's inquiries, Robert encountered no issues regarding Will's peerage review. He believed that, following the untimely demise of the Lancaster Baron, Will, as the sole remaining member of the Lancaster family, was indeed the most suitable candidate to inherit the barony. Subsequently, with Richard and Will bidding him farewell, Robert submitted his review report to the noble council. Upon confirming that there were no issues, the council issued a notification to Will. Henceforth, Will Lancaster would be recognized as the new Baron of Lancaster. With Will's formal ascension to the barony, Richard's plans had begun to take a promising trajectory. However, upon becoming a baron, Will had numerous responsibilities to attend to, the foremost of which was to establish connections with nobles from other cities, thereby integrating himself into their social circles. After all, the knowledge, power, and channels of information wielded by the aristocracy far surpassed those of ordinary citizens, and Richard also needed to familiarize himself with more nobles to pave the way for future endeavors. Given that nobles typically resided within their own territories, opportunities to meet them required specific occasions. Thus, at Richard's suggestion, the funeral for the former Lancaster Baron was put on the agenda. It is well known that weddings and funerals serve as fitting venues for social interaction. In Richard's view, holding the funeral for the former Lancaster Baron would not only raise awareness among the citizens of York regarding the transition of the barony, but also provide an opportunity for interaction with other nobles. In a certain sense, the funeral may hold even greater significance than the contributions made during the Baron's lifetime. Will concurred with Richard's proposal, finding it a splendid idea that might allow him to meet more nobles. Of course, he harbored some ulterior motives. Although Will and Richard were currently bound together, it was primarily a one-sided relationship rooted in contractual obligation. Torn between fear and resentment towards Richard, Will contemplated seeking assistance from other nobles to extricate himself from this inequitable contract. Despite Richard's demeanor post-contract being relatively respectful, the more respectful Richard was, the stronger Will's desire to escape the contract became. He was, after all, the Baron of Lancaster, not merely a hound on a leash controlled by Richard. Richard, however, had neither the time nor inclination to speculate on Will's thoughts, as he was preoccupied with preparations related to the funeral, an endeavor in which Will could not assist, and also familiarizing himself with the local dynamics of York. He was determined to establish a presence in York, thus necessitating an on-the-ground assessment of the situation. Once he had more individuals among his ranks who had attained extraordinary abilities, he might consider establishing a branch there to help manage affairs and monitor developments in York, while he himself would primarily focus on Blacksail's Port and Misty Isle, where players and extraordinary resources abounded. Days passed, and the news of the transition of the Lancaster barony had spread throughout York. Frankly, the residents initially felt indifferent towards this news. Although the former Lancaster baron was their ruler, his presence had been rather inconspicuous, with most commoners merely aware of his existence. However, upon learning that the new baron was none other than the previously arrogant Will, a wave of minor panic swept through York, prompting some residents to flee. They had witnessed Will's former demeanor and did not anticipate any significant transformation following his elevation to the barony. This inclination to flee persisted for some time, but eventually, the dissemination of certain rumors led some to reconsider their hasty decision. While the specific content of these rumors varied, they conveyed a singular message. The new baron was merely a puppet, incapable of making decisions independently, with a mysterious figure orchestrating events from behind the scenes. This figure was purportedly optimistic about York's development, ensuring that Will would not undertake actions detrimental to the residents. It is well known that once rumors take root among the populace, they proliferate rapidly, spawning numerous variations and evolving into increasingly absurd tales. As Richard had previously heard, canonical history may not always be accurate, but the tales of common folk are often wild. After instructing Ivan and the commander of the city defense forces to disseminate these rumors throughout York, a myriad of peculiar versions quickly emerged. Some claimed that the mysterious figure was Will's estranged father, while others asserted that Will had already perished and the current iteration of him was merely a soulless puppet. There were even suspicions that Will was a disguised agent with ulterior motives, seeking to seize control of York. Regardless of how the rumors morphed, that mysterious figure remained a pivotal character, often depicted as the shadowy puppeteer. This was precisely Richard's intention in circulating the rumors. He needed the citizens of York to acknowledge his presence. On one hand, this would enhance his visibility, laying the groundwork for his future endeavors in the city. On the other hand, it would serve to consolidate his titles. Should Richard succeed in accomplishing significant feats in York, he might earn titles such as the Mastermind or Wealth Tycoon, thereby acquiring additional extraordinary abilities. As the rumors spread among the populace, the surrounding nobility received invitations issued in Will's name, inviting them to the funeral of the former Lancaster baron. Many accepted this invitation, recognizing it as an opportune occasion for social engagement and an opportunity to make Will's acquaintance, the new neighbor. Thus, on a sunny afternoon, the funeral for the former Lancaster baron commenced within the Church of York. In the spacious church, a flower-adorned casket lay atop an elevated platform, while the priest solemnly delivered the eulogy to the gathered mourners. In the midst of the somber atmosphere, the attending nobles wore expressions of grave sorrow, some even shedding tears after hearing Will's impassioned address. It seemed as if they were commemorating their profound friendship with the late Baron Lancaster. However, when Will announced the conclusion of the funeral and the banquet awaited them, the expressions on their faces swiftly returned to normalcy. They dabbed at the corners of their eyes with handkerchiefs, regaining their noble demeanor as they boarded carriages bound for Lancaster Manor. Within the manor, a sumptuous array of food and fine wines had been prepared. In the resplendent hall, musicians played, while a cadre of handsome servants roamed the space, attending to the guests at the banquet. At this moment, the nobles gathered in small clusters, engaging in discussions on various topics, accompanied by their wives and children. After all, such social gatherings often served as the genesis for numerous noble unions, and the evening's host, the young Baron Will Lancaster, had become a sought-after prospect. Though he was not an extraordinary being, this, in a certain sense, was advantageous, as several noble barons treated him with amiable warmth rather than with disdain. Casting a glance at Will, who was conversing animatedly with several nobles, Richard, holding a wine glass, remained unperturbed. Through a devil's contract, he had sealed all avenues through which Will could divulge information. Thus, he harbored no concerns that Will would seek solutions to the contract from other nobles. Moreover, in Richard's plans, once he addressed certain matters in York City, he would prepare for his ascension to a second-tier extraordinary being. At that point, alternative measures would serve as another layer of control over the Lancaster baron. Retrieving his gaze, Richard approached a solitary young man, one of his targets for the evening. Bernard stood alone in a corner of the hall, nursing a wine glass. He harbored no genuine interest in the banquet. Had it not been for the pursuit of opportunities for his territory, he would not have graced the event. Bernard was a first-tier scholar, and as the younger son of a noble, he had ventured to other cities early on, becoming an extraordinary being due to some fortuitous encounters. After the death of his father and elder brother in a monstrous attack, he returned to inherit the barony. However, the territory he assumed was adjacent to the Abyssal Mountains, the most notorious range in the White Rose Kingdom. In truth, it extended beyond the borders of the White Rose Kingdom, with branches in the Tulip Kingdom and other realms, sprawling over a vast expanse. However, as the name suggests, the Abyssal Mountains were far from peaceful. They harbored numerous unknown monsters and evil spirits, presenting a substantial threat to the surrounding human territories. Indeed, the human nations had contemplated methods to cleanse the Abyssal Mountains, but for various reasons, such plans had ultimately fizzled out. Bernard's territory was situated adjacent to a branch of these mountains. Although monstrous appearances were infrequent, the rampant wildlife posed a significant menace. Each encounter with a monster led to devastating repercussions for the territory. Indeed, it was a beast attack that claimed the lives of Bernard's father and brother. This was precisely why Bernard had come to the banquet, seeking collaboration with the surrounding nobles, hoping to trade the pelts of wild beasts for weapons and food, thereby establishing a stable trade. However, he was met with disappointment, as the nobles he approached exhibited little interest. While the pelts of beasts and monsters were undoubtedly valuable, the weapons and provisions Bernard sought were not ordinary commodities, and he could not guarantee a stable supply. Thus, the purpose of his attendance at the banquet remained unfulfilled. Just as he prepared to take his leave from Will, a stranger's voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "Lord Bernard, I am intrigued by the trade you proposed earlier. Would you be willing to discuss it with me?" Bernard turned to find a young man, elegantly attired and handsome, initiating a conversation. On his left hand gleamed 5 rings, pulsating with spiritual energy, which astonished Bernard. Quick to respond, he readily accepted Richard's invitation, and the two found a secluded corner to converse. During their exchange, Bernard learned that the young man before him was named Richard, a jeweler, present at the banquet as a close friend of Will. Although Bernard sensed that Richard's identity was likely more complex than he revealed, he was evidently more intrigued by Richard's earlier statements. Thus, following a brief discourse, Bernard ventured directly into the matter. "So, Lord Richard, you are indeed interested in the pelts of the wild beasts from our Whitewood City, correct?" Whitewood City was Bernard's territory, though it was more aptly described as Whitewood Town, given its modest size due to its proximity to the Abyssal Mountains. In response to Bernard's inquiry, Richard did not give a straightforward answer but instead posed a question. "My lord, are you seeking to sell the pelts of wild beasts? Or are you aiming for the development of your territory?" Without hesitation, Bernard replied, "Naturally, my wish is to develop Whitewood City, but at present, selling the pelts of wild beasts appears to be our only viable option. The arable land around Whitewood City is scarce, and the occasional incursions of wild beasts further complicate matters. Consequently, the residents primarily rely on hunting, with the pelts serving as the main byproduct of their efforts." Upon hearing Bernard's words, Richard shook his head. "No, my lord, you are overlooking the developmental potential of your territory. There exists a particular industry that you could focus on." Intrigued by Richard's assertion, Bernard reflected on his territory's circumstances and questioned him. "What industry do you perceive as having potential in Whitewood City?" With a slight smile revealing his pearly whites, Richard replied, "The slave hunting trade. If I am correct, there should be numerous tribes residing in the forests surrounding Whitewood City." Initially taken aback by Richard's response, Bernard was momentarily stunned. However, he soon appeared to recall something, becoming pensive. In truth, it was not only Baimu City that was surrounded by tribes as Richard described. All cities near the Abyss mountain range were home to such groups. The formation of these tribes was rooted in complex reasons. Some were fugitives who fled their hometowns in earlier years, while others were residents evading heavy taxation. Additionally, there were bandits, naturalists, and exiled prisoners among various other individuals, driven by diverse motives. These people chose to band together in tribal forms on the periphery of the Abyss mountain range. On one hand, this area was seldom patrolled by the White Rose Kingdom and other realms, while on the other, there were indeed habitable lands on the outskirts of the mountains. They gathered here not only to hunt but occasionally to raid nearby cities, plundering clothing, tools, and other goods from human society, thus posing a moderate threat to these cities. Bernard had not considered these tribes, largely because Baimu City was characterized by its fierce populace and strong combat capabilities. Moreover, with his father and 2 former extraordinary lords present, the tribes were unlikely to trouble them. This oversight led Bernard to consistently disregard these neighbors. After contemplation, however, Bernard found Richard's suggestion quite appealing. Although the tribes were not an endless source of manpower, they could indeed form a substantial force over time if the people of Baimu City were adept. Furthermore, having dwelled in the mountains for so long, they must have accumulated considerable resources. If they could be raided collectively, it would serve as additional income for Bernard. After all, he harbored no moral scruples. The money obtained from capturing and selling slaves was no different from any other income. With this thought, Bernard's eyes began to glimmer, and he turned to Richard, speaking with fervor. "Lord Richard, you are indeed a remarkable merchant. Despite never having been to Baimu City, you have uncovered such a lucrative opportunity." Richard calmly accepted Bernard's praise and then articulated his true purpose, for he was not one to casually offer suggestions. "My Lord Baron, I find myself in need of a significant number of slaves to work for me. Would you consider selling them directly to me after their capture?" Upon hearing Richard's words, Bernard grasped the intention behind Richard's earlier proposition. He sought to acquire slaves through him. Realizing Richard's purpose eased Bernard's tension, and after some dialogue, they reached a verbal agreement at a price 30% below the market rate. The two then engaged with several other nobles in similar circumstances as Bernard, some extraordinary, others ordinary, each holding varying attitudes towards the matter. Nevertheless, after discussions, for nobles, including Bernard, expressed their interest and reached verbal accords with Richard. For them, Securing additional income for their territories was advantageous, and they appreciated that Richard would handle the subsequent sale of the slaves, making the venture particularly appealing. Richard had thus achieved his objective. On one hand, he secured a supply of slaves at a low cost, while on the other, he prepared to mitigate the side effects of blood brew. This was related to a piece of extraordinary knowledge he would require upon advancing to the second tier, known as blood of money. This knowledge was an advanced form of universal gold coins, enabling the user to replace their blood with a liquid gold imbued with extraordinary effects, granting them powers associated with wealth, metals, and finances. Through this knowledge, Richard could transform the craving induced by blood brew into an insatiable greed for wealth, thereby alleviating the side effects. The first use of this extraordinary knowledge necessitated special effect coins as materials. Richard could create universal coins, and he planned to produce sinful coins through slave trading. Once he collected 3 or more different types of extraordinary coins, he would be ready to utilize this knowledge. He had also found leads on other types of coins and expected to complete his collection soon. While Richard conversed with Bernard and the other nobles, Will was engaged in dialogue with a newly acquainted friend. Although older than Will, the noble named Walton exhibited a friendly demeanor towards him. This time, as a first-tier extraordinary being, he had not brought his wife, but had come with his daughter to the banquet. During their interaction, Will's admiration for Walton's beautiful daughter was palpable, his gaze frequently drawn in her direction. Walton's encouraging attitude and her coy demeanor bolstered Will's courage, convincing him he could win this noble rose. However, just as Will gazed towards his beloved, Walton's casual inquiry abruptly redirected his attention. By the way, Will, who is that gentleman? Following Walton's gesture, Will spotted Richard conversing with Bernard. Noticing their gaze, Richard raised his glass in acknowledgement. After returning the gesture, Will replied in a seemingly casual tone, "That is Lord Richard, a very good friend of mine who has assisted me greatly." "Ah, I see," Walton responded, appearing intrigued by Richard, and proceeded to inquire about him. In truth, Will was not well acquainted with Richard's true circumstances either, so he could only provide Walton with basic information. Upon learning that Richard was a merchant extraordinary, Walton instinctively frowned, as if to voice a concern, but ultimately refrained. Noticing Walton's reaction, Will asked if he had something to say. After some prompting, Walton spoke in a somewhat cautionary tone. It was only after conversing with Walton that Will realized the alarming frequency with which nobles in the White Rose Kingdom had been overshadowed by merchants. In fact, since the age of exploration, a significant rift had emerged between these two groups. Nobles often viewed merchants merely as sources of wealth, while merchants sought to usurp noble power. The conflict had escalated, becoming increasingly pronounced in contemporary times. This was the reason for Walton's earlier demeanor. He intended to caution Will about Richard, but feared being perceived as sowing discord, resulting in his conflicted expression. Will offered him some words of reassurance, expressing that he did not perceive any ill intent in his remarks. Yet behind his smile, Will felt a pang of bitterness. In truth, he had already been manipulated long before becoming the Lancaster Baron. Although Richard did not coerce him into any actions after signing the contract, it nonetheless restricted him from disclosing certain matters to the outside world. Just prior, Will had contemplated tentatively revealing some information to Baron Wharton, but the words lingered on his lips, unable to escape, which made Will realize that Richard had long been wary of him. Consequently, even though Baron Wharton's words seemed to carry a special significance, Will feigned ignorance. Deep down, he yearned to escape the contract. Yet he understood that as an ordinary individual, he could only hope to extricate himself from it once he became extraordinary. Since Richard had included a clause in the contract that promised assistance in helping him attain extraordinary status, Will resolved to leverage Richard's resources to achieve this goal, and afterward, he would devise a plan to rid himself of the odious contract and Richard himself. This was the strategy Will harbored for the future. For the time being, he intended to remain discreet and placate Richard. After the banquet concluded and the nobles departed, Will subtly inquired about the path to becoming extraordinary, framing it as a desire to align with the other extraordinary individuals he had observed during the gathering, hoping that as a baron, he too might attain such status and not be regarded as lesser. To his surprise, Richard unhesitatingly agreed to assist him in becoming extraordinary, though he mentioned he had pressing matters to attend to first, after which he would help Will achieve his goal. Will had initially anticipated Richard would evade the issue, but instead, Richard's clear affirmation left him somewhat hesitant to inquire further about a timeline. However, upon reflection, since Richard had explicitly stated his agreement, Will could utilize this affirmation to his advantage without rushing. Soon after, Will received unexpectedly delightful news. Richard would be leaving York City for a while. Upon hearing this revelation from Richard himself, Will felt an overwhelming surge of joy, barely able to contain his expression. With Richard's absence, he might seize the opportunity to manipulate events and take control of York City. However, just as Will's mind raced with possibilities, Richard abruptly turned to him, fixing him with an unwavering gaze, and remarked in a detached tone, "You seem rather pleased to hear that I am leaving?" Richard's neutral tone obscured any indication of his emotions, yet Will's lively thoughts were abruptly interrupted. His mouth instinctively opened to respond, but all that emerged were feeble words. "No, Just before he could defend himself, he found his body uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, his head striking the floor with a forceful impact. The overwhelming force left Will slightly dazed and acutely aware of a throbbing pain in his head. However, the deepest humiliation came when Richard leisurely placed his boot upon Will's shoulder, gradually applying pressure, the terrifying force rendering Will's arms unable to bear the weight, forcing him flat against the ground. Will's mind screamed to resist, yet his body betrayed him, firmly pinned beneath Richard's foot. "Well, Lancaster," Richard's voice remained calm. "Perhaps my respect has bestowed upon you a misplaced arrogance. What emboldens you to act so brazenly in my presence?" As Richard's words flowed, his foot pressed down harder, the crushing force causing Will's bones to crack, emitting sounds that sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, Richard released his control over Will's body, and a cacophony of anguished screams erupted within the room. "Lord Richard, I was wrong. I truly should not have acted that way." The pampered will experience such intense agony for the first time in his life. Especially with the unsettling sound of his bones fracturing, the psychological torment heightened his physical suffering, compelling him to cry out for Richard's mercy. Will's desperate cries drew the attention of servants outside, and when they rushed into the room and beheld the scene, they were utterly stunned. The esteemed Baron found himself beneath the foot of the enigmatic Mr. Richard, and he was begging for mercy. This sight left the servants and guards trembling, yet they also grasped the truth of the rumors circulating in York City. Lord Richard was the true master here. This spectacle shattered their illusions of will and clarified who truly held power. Richard gestured for the waiting physician to attend to Will's injuries, then removed his foot from Will's body. "Rise." Richard had moderated his strength well. He had only broken one of Will's arms. Nevertheless, even so, Will, for the first time subjected to such relentless torment, struggled to rise. After lying on the floor for a considerable time, he eventually managed to stand. His face streaked with tears and snot, one arm dangling uselessly, presenting a pitiable sight. Once upright, he trembled as he apologized to Richard, his voice still tinged with sobs, vowing never to harbor any rebellious thoughts again. Richard, observing Will's demeanor from his chair, remained silent until Will concluded his apologies. "Baron Lancaster, I hope you understand something. Your title does not denote your inherent excellence. It is due to my support that you have attained your current status. Therefore, refrain from such foolishness in the future." With that, Richard signaled for the physician to approach and left the room. However, before departing, Richard turned and cautioned Will. "Oh, and I expect no misfortune to befall the servants you just witnessed. They were hired at my expense. You understand my meaning, I trust." Seeing Will nod repeatedly, Richard departed with satisfaction. In the aftermath of Richard's exit, as Will endured his pain and recalled his humiliating pleas for mercy, a desire to annihilate everything surged within him. Yet, the chilling reminder of Richard's warning doused his anger with cold water. Initially, he had contemplated silencing the servants to conceal his disgrace, but Richard had anticipated this, leaving Will with nowhere to vent his fury. Unable to retaliate, he could only resort to throwing objects in an effort to alleviate his pent-up frustration. However, upon regaining his composure, he could only feign solace, convincing himself that this was merely a temporary endurance, and that a time for retaliation would inevitably come. Unbeknownst to Will, on this very day, the events transpiring within the confines of the room had reached York City. It was as if someone had been a witness to the entire scene, with the gossip detailing the dialogue between Richard and Will in vivid clarity, capturing Richard's authority and Will's disgrace in strikingly graphic terms. This compelling narrative quickly spread, further shattering Will's image in the eyes of the populace, while simultaneously introducing Richard's name, accompanied by descriptors such as authority, dominion, and manipulation, into the public consciousness. Undoubtedly, this was Richard's orchestration. As he prepared to depart from York City, he sought to utilize Will's behavior as a warning, compelling him to maintain a semblance of decorum during this interim. Seizing this opportunity, he could further sculpt his own image within the hearts of York City citizens, laying the groundwork for his eventual emergence. With several servants as witnesses, the public's acceptance of this gossip, grounded in truth, would be heightened. Gradually, the notion that Richard was the true ruler of York City would take root in their minds. Thus, when Richard ascended to the rank of a second-tier extraordinary being and returned to York City to take decisive action, the established perception would align seamlessly with the reality of his character, yielding significant impact. By that time, it was likely that a tangible title would emerge. After all, mere whispers could not confer a title of extraordinary capability. A certain degree of achievement was required as a foundation. Following his admonition to Will, Richard departed York City 2 days later, accompanied by Irvin and others. His return to Blacksail Port was motivated by the need to acquire extraordinary items essential for his ascension to a second-tier extraordinary being. The Black Pearl traversed the ocean swiftly towards Blacksail Port, yet as they drew nearer, Richard and his companions began to observe an increasing number of traces of battle and remnants of corpses. Judging by their condition, the skirmishes had occurred not long ago, indicating that the chaos instigated by the expansion decree was still ongoing. As they set their sights on Blacksail Port, Richard noticed several vessels patrolling the periphery. As the Black Pearl approached, these ships drew closer as well. Through the flags they signaled, Richard learned that these individuals were maintaining order at Blacksail Port, conducting rudimentary inspections of incoming and outgoing vessels. Fortunately, as the Black Pearl bore the flag of the Golden Balance Trading Company, they refrained from boarding for an inspection. Instead, they engaged in dialogue on their respective decks for a time before allowing Richard and his company to pass. From their conversation, Richard gleaned insights into the changes that had transpired at Blacksail Port during his absence. Since his departure, the notorious pirates had indeed clashed over the expansion decree. Initially, it was merely their subordinates engaged in skirmishes, but this gradually escalated into a three-way conflict involving bloody Countess Vigus, ravaging Storm Vis, and deep-sea beast Noctis. On one front, Vigus and Noctis allied to pressure Vis, seeking to reclaim the expansion decree from him, while simultaneously remaining wary of one another to prevent opportunistic attacks. Meanwhile, the ocean's undead and mushroom man pirates publicly declared their non-involvement in the struggle for the expansion decree, proactively dispatching their subordinates to collaborate with the Golden Balance Trading Company in upholding order at Blacksail Port. The individuals who had inspected Richard were affiliated with these two pirate factions. As for the three pirates embroiled in conflict, they likely harbored concerns that the other two, outwardly non-competitive, might launch a sudden assault. After initially engaging in chaotic battles around Blacksail Port, they eventually retreated, opting to clash in other maritime territories. It was evident that Vis was the one fleeing, while the other two pursued. The turmoil instigated by these three factions had shaken Blacksail Port, prompting several smaller pirates to attempt to seize the opportunity for their own gains, though ultimately, they were all subdued. The Black Pearl continued its advance, swiftly entering the mooring area of Blacksail Port. After paying the requisite fees, Richard and his entourage disembarked. It was apparent that the port had undergone significant changes during his absence. The previously bustling mooring area now appeared considerably less populated, and remnants of battles were still visible nearby. Richard surveyed the area and soon spotted the slave trader Porter, with whom he had previously conducted business. Despite the chaos affecting Blacksail Port, Porter diligently engaged with pirates, buying and selling slaves. For slave traders, such turmoil might even present a favorable opportunity, as it often resulted in a surplus of defeated parties, many of whom found themselves destined for enslavement. Thus, when Richard approached him, a smile graced Porter's face. Recognizing Richard, Porter eagerly began to introduce the available slaves upon learning of Richard's intentions to purchase. However, Richard sought only a modest number of ordinary labor slaves, specifically 200. These slaves were intended for preliminary work on Misty Island, with subsequent acquisitions primarily sourced from the endeavors of Baron Bernard and his associates. Though Porter felt slightly disappointed by the scale of the transaction, he accepted Richard's deposit, assuring him that he would prepare 200 robust slaves for him. Naturally, these slaves would not be delivered immediately. Richard planned to take possession of them upon his departure from Blacksail Port. After signing a contract with Porter and agreeing on a timeline, Richard left to visit the headquarters of the Golden Balance Trading Company, intending to procure various items. His first acquisition would be an assortment of extraordinary coins. Initially, Richard contemplated crafting the coins himself, but upon reflection, he deemed it more efficient to purchase them outright, thus saving time and effort. The headquarters of the Golden Balance Trading Company had a sufficient variety of extraordinary coins to meet his needs. After careful selection, Richard chose a total of 4 extraordinary coins, each possessing distinct effects. These included the sinful coin, representing the malevolent side of wealth, the joyous coin, symbolizing the happiness that money can bring, the lucky coin, associated with fortune, and the cursed coin, linked to misfortune. Alongside the universal coin that Richard already possessed, these 5 coins would serve as the essential materials for the forthcoming extraordinary knowledge of monetary blood. By utilizing these materials to infuse his coins with spiritual essence, each coin could manifest its corresponding effects and also be crafted into permanent extraordinary coins, acting as elevated substitutes for the universal coin. In addition to these extraordinary items, Richard procured numerous tools for mining and smelting, intending to transport them, along with slaves, to Misty Island. This way, the mined black-patterned iron ore could be smelted on site, facilitating its subsequent transport to Blacksail's Harbor or York City for sale. After spending some time at Blacksail's Harbor to finalize matters, Richard returned to the location where the Black Pearl was docked. It was now time for him to meet Bert to transfer the slaves. After a brief wait, he spotted Porter's figure approaching. Upon their meeting, there were no pleasantries exchanged. Porter handed Richard a cage to inspect the slaves for this transaction. The cage was sizable, lined with sand, and filled with numerous mice. Richard casually selected one, lifting it by the tail. The mouse appeared somewhat dazed, and upon being placed on the ground, it showed no inclination to flee. By infusing a touch of spiritual essence into the mouse, it instantly transformed into a robust young man. However, upon regaining his original form, the young man's face immediately displayed a look of panic and confusion as he instinctively attempted to escape. Yet, with a mere snap of his fingers, Porter reverted the young man back to his dazed state. This was the extraordinary ability of the slave trader, known as the slave mark. Once marked, the owner could exert a degree of control over the marked individual's life and death. For extraordinary beings like slave traders or masters, they could directly command numerous slaves to act according to their will. Moreover, if the slave mark's owner wished, it could be transferred to another, facilitating slave transactions. The ability to temporarily transform individuals into animals was a common extraordinary knowledge among slave traders and masters, enabling easier herding and relocation. The reversal was simple. A touch of spiritual essence or contact with water would suffice, just as Richard had done earlier. After a brief examination of the slave's physical conditions, Richard nodded in satisfaction and handed Porter the remaining payment, completing the transaction. Following the conclusion of the deal, Porter departed, while Richard began conversing with Satyr, who had arrived unbeknownst to him. With the internal testing players set to descend upon Black Sails Harbor soon, Richard needed to renovate the treasure monster house to better attract the incoming players. However, as he was preparing to advance to the second tier, Richard entrusted this task to Satyr, offering him compensation for his assistance. Once Richard clarified his requirements, Satyr nodded vigorously, assuring him that he would handle the matter diligently. Richard had a degree of trust in Satyr's capabilities, so after providing clear instructions, he turned and boarded the Black Pearl, commanding it to depart from Black Sails Harbor alongside the Pirate Bird. The Pirate Bird was the vessel Richard had previously prepared for Cole, named as such to commemorate Cole's pirate career. The name Pirate Bird was chosen to elevate the ordinary title of pirate ship. They had not taken this vessel on their earlier journey to York City, but it was essential for their upcoming trip to Misty Island, as Richard intended to bring back the first batch of black patterned iron as merchandise on his return to Black Sails Harbor. The Pirate Bird was smaller than the Black Pearl and was being navigated by young John and several sailors. With experienced sailors at the helm, young John, a first-tier pirate, managed to steer the ship without difficulty. However, speaking of young John brings to mind the white-waved dolphin he sought to tame. Richard found himself somewhat exasperated, as despite having captured the dolphin some time ago, young John had yet to tame it. The dolphin's intelligence led it to recognize young John as one of the hunters responsible for the slaughter of its kin, resulting in a strong aversion towards him. Initially, even the slightest attempt by young John to touch the dolphin was met with fierce resistance. Water splashes and tail slaps left him in a state of disarray. The dolphin, exhibiting a sense of pride, adamantly refused to consume the food offered by young John, nearly causing him to faint from frustration. Ultimately, it was Paul who intervened, wielding a whip to instill some compliance in the dolphin, as it soon realized that young John posed no real threat. But Paul's whip was genuinely formidable. Given the dolphin's behavior, Richard suggested to young John that perhaps he should allow Paul to assist him in taming it, as the current method was proving ineffective. However, young John declined, presenting a reasonable argument. If he required Paul's help to tame his first creature, what would he do in the future if Paul were not around? After contemplating this, Richard acknowledged the validity of young John's reasoning and encouraged him to continue his efforts in taming the white-waved dolphin. Although the process was arduous, the spectacle of young John's attempts was undeniably captivating. During their days in York City, the sailors often gathered to watch young John's endeavors. Given young John's carefree nature, he paid little mind to their attention, allowing them to observe freely. However, he exhibited an inexplicable resistance towards Paul, perhaps due to Paul's prior expressed interest in taming the white-waved dolphin. However, it must be said that Paul's prowess in taming magical beasts is indeed considerably superior to that of young John. At the very least, the floating black shells that Richard initially entrusted to him have been successfully domesticated. These creatures, adorned with ebony shells, are now housed in a large water bucket aboard the Black Pearl, where they obediently feed, sleep, and bask in the sun, standing in stark contrast to the white-waved dolphins on the opposite side. Once Richard reaches Mist Island, he can attempt to establish a breeding ground for these floating black shells. After all, unlike the white-waved dolphins, which require their organs, Richard's intention in cultivating the floating black shells is solely to harvest black pearls, a task that poses little challenge for the creatures. Nevertheless, as Richard's plans unfold, he realizes that his manpower is somewhat insufficient. Avon, being his guardian knight, can only be one in number, so he must cultivate more technical extraordinary individuals like Cole, Paul, and Soren. After all, whether they are craftsmen, captains, or beast tamers, they will significantly aid Richard's forthcoming endeavors. Although Trist, the gunner, has had limited opportunities to showcase his skills thus far, he too must be nurtured further in this maritime-centric world. Additionally, Richard possesses some extraordinary knowledge related to common professions such as doctors, chefs, and assassins. Should any of his subordinates express interest, he could cultivate them to enrich their talent pool. Conveniently, Richard has a substantial supply of spiritual awakening potions made from the eyeballs of white-waved dolphins acquired during the last hunt. He intends to reserve a portion for future players while utilizing the remainder to nurture a second wave of extraordinary individuals among his ranks. As the Black Pearl sails alongside the Pirate Bird towards Mist Island, Richard contemplates his forthcoming strategies. With his plans to cultivate a second wave of extraordinary individuals and the gradual increase in his subordinates, Richard feels it is time to formalize the contracts binding them. Currently, there are two types of contracts among Richard's subordinates. One is the contract signed by the 20 individuals who initially followed him from York City, and later, Cole and young John received contracts of the same standing. In Richard's mind, this represents the highest tier of contracts, wherein all signatories are core members of his crew, entitled to substantial nurturing. The second type pertains to the sailors aboard the ship, characterized by stringent conditions that are nearly indistinguishable from slave contracts. Yet with a glimmer of hope for change, Richard intends to designate this as the lowest tier of contracts, only marginally better than that of slaves. Between these two contract tiers, he plans to introduce two additional levels. One for internal members who will receive certain resources for development, and another for external members who will receive basic resources and can exchange contributions for higher tier resources, coupled with the lowest tier of slaves. Richard's subordinates would thus be categorized into 5 distinct levels of contractual treatment. To facilitate identification, Richard plans to name these levels according to their roles aboard the ship. If Richard assumes the title of captain, then the highest contract could be termed first mate, the second tier is second mate, the third is lead sailor. The fourth is sailor, and those who do not sign a contract with Richard would be classified as slaves. Although the treatment varies among these 5 levels, each can alter their contract status through contributions, such as ascending from the lowest tier of slaves to the status of sailor. To ensure the stability and rationality of this system, Richard contemplates various scenarios, preserving pathways for consistent advancement while accounting for contingencies, such as individuals joining mid-journey. Thus, he tirelessly revises several contract templates within the captain's cabin, striving for a more coherent and refined outcome. However, since Richard had contemplated this matter well in advance, finalizing it proves to be relatively straightforward. By the time they approach Mist Island, he has nearly completed drafting all contracts. Yet recognizing that his solitary insights may overlook crucial details, Richard opts to publicly display the contract terms for scrutiny by all, including Avon and the sailors, to identify any oversights or inconsistencies, allowing for further modifications. Upon reaching Mist Island, Richard refrains from allowing the sailors to disembark. Instead, he summons those aboard the Pirate Bird, publicly unveiling his contractual framework and affixing the contract contents to the ship. Since Avon and the others have already signed the highest tier of contracts, they merely observe the proceedings, curious about the contents of the other tiers. The sailors, however, are markedly different. They still have room for progression. They quickly gather, meticulously examining the various contract details word by word. Some illiterate sailors solicit their companions for explanations, eager to understand what they must do to ascend to the rank of lead sailor. The aspiration to achieve the status of lead sailor stems from the realization that at this level, they would gain access to extraordinary abilities, allowing them to exchange contributions for spiritual awakening potions or other extraordinary knowledge. They have witnessed the transformations of Cole and young John, and none wish to miss the opportunity to wield extraordinary power like them. Due to the implications for their interests, the sailors enthusiastically proffer a multitude of suggestions. While many seem inconsequential to Richard, some genuinely serve to enhance the framework. Nevertheless, Richard does not intend to finalize the proposal during this period. Until he ascends to the second tier of extraordinary beings, both the sailors and Avon may continue to voice their ideas. Furthermore, regarding the slaves, despite having the slave mark to control them, Richard believes that motivating them through incentives may yield greater efficiency than coercion. If he promises them the chance to lift their slave marks and sign a sailor contract through diligent work, they may exhibit increased enthusiasm. However, these matters do not require Richard's direct involvement. He entrusts the task to Paul and the sailors after restoring the slaves to their original state. Given the sailors' fervor upon learning of the higher-tier contract terms, it would be most effective for them to inform the slaves of their current and future circumstances. This can be seen as a form of contribution, akin to how Cole and the others once acted as bait for the white-wave dolphins. As the slaves are restored to their former selves on the beach, their expressions shift from a state of stupor to one of vitality. Although some individuals entertained the notion of escape, they were swiftly repelled by the sailors, returning to their designated spots in silence. These enslaved individuals had undergone minimal conditioning at the hands of slave traders, and they were acutely aware of their current status, fully cognizant of the typical fates that awaited most slaves. Consequently, only a select few dared to attempt flight. This was not due to an overwhelming spirit of rebellion. Rather, these individuals were still somewhat oblivious to the formidable power of the slave brand. The majority, having experienced the brand's potency, remained obediently in place, awaiting the commands of their masters. Richard did not speak directly. Instead, he instructed Paul and the sailors to introduce themselves to the enslaved. Upon hearing that they might have the opportunity to shed their enslaved identities, most of their expressions remained vacant, with only a few pairs of eyes lighting up. Even though these words came directly from Richard's lips, clearly, the psychological state of the vast majority of slaves had become somewhat numbed. They simply did not trust Richard and his subordinates. However, Richard was not overly concerned. In his view, as long as these slaves complied and performed their tasks, he was satisfied. He did not insist that they work diligently in pursuit of freedom. If there were slaves who displayed such initiative, it would be ideal, serving as a model for others. If not, mere obedience sufficed. Of course, should any troublemakers arise, Richard would not hesitate to act decisively. Punishments such as whipping, torment, hanging, or tossing them into the sea to serve as fish bait were all viable options. And even turning them into blood wine for future sale to players was a plausible alternative. Thus, after providing a brief overview to Paul and the others, Richard returned to his captain's quarters, leaving them to oversee the slaves' labor. Having just disembarked, the primary task for these slaves was to assist the mud armor boars in constructing their future dwellings. Once some basic facilities were erected, the focus would shift to mining the black vein iron ore deposits. The location of the black vein iron ore was neither too far nor too close from the beach where Richard and his crew landed. If feasible, constructing a safe pathway would be crucial to ensure the subsequent exploitation of the ore. Moreover, Richard and his team would likely need to conduct ongoing sweeps around the black vein iron ore area to guarantee the safety of both the slaves and the extracted minerals. Currently, Richard commanded approximately 6 extraordinary beings, including Ivan, along with the mud armor boars, the monster pirate birds, the treasure chest monsters, and the evil spirit ropes, providing a sufficient albeit tenuous defense for the slaves as they mined the black vein iron ore. Nevertheless, both Blacksail Port and the future York City required someone to maintain order, necessitating Richard to cultivate more extraordinary beings. This imperative was not only tied to his developmental strategy, but also to Richard's own enhancement of strength, as his intended advancement into the second tier of extraordinary beings was intricately linked to this endeavor. The extraordinary pathway Richard aimed to pursue was termed Gold Digger. At first glance, this pathway appeared to bear no relation to that of a jeweler. However, if rebranded, it could easily align with the notion of an investor. The reason the terms Gold Digger and investor refer to the same extraordinary pathway is that it is one that will be modified by players in the future. In fact, after players flooded into the nautical world in their previous lives, they leveraged the convenience of panels and experience to transpose many modern professions into the game in a novel form. The gold digger, or investor, is a quintessential example. Originally, gold digger referred to those who appeared in locations where gold mines might exist, searching for and excavating gold, or, in a sense, they could also be termed gold miners. Consequently, the derived gold digger possessed extraordinary abilities directly related to this pursuit, elevating the quest for gold to a mystical search for valuable existence. Hence, gold diggers typically boasted acute perception and detection abilities, enabling them to discover gold, treasures, and ore veins. Building upon this foundation, players reformed the concept. If a gold digger could uncover gold or valuable existence, then why not extend this to include people, alongside items and monsters? If they could identify individuals of worth and provide assistance, might they not reap some benefits from their eventual growth? This was the rationale players adopted. Following this line of thought, players further refined the concept. If I invest in an individual and they flourish, yielding returns during their development, a bond of friendship would represent the ideal outcome. Conversely, if they were to die or if we were to fall out, could I reclaim my initial investment? Thus, accounting for various scenarios, players ultimately transformed the gold digger into an extraordinary profession, investor, whose capabilities and applications diverged significantly from traditional extraordinary pathways. The investor pathway embodies a strong element of growth, mirroring the original philosophy players embraced during its creation, requiring continual investment. Such investments generally yield 2 outcomes, one being successful investment, where the target's strength consistently increases, granting the investor 2 choices. The first option involves a continuous share of the target's growing prowess, such as enhancements to spirit, physical strength, or curse resistance. This is long-term holding. The second option allows for a one-time acquisition of a substantial return from the investment target, such as permanently gaining a portion of their spirit or directly appropriating a fragment of their extraordinary abilities. After this, the target would no longer have any ties to the investor. This is divestment. The alternative outcome is failed investment, resulting in the target's demise. In such cases, the investor inherently acquires a portion of the target's inheritance, and in a mystical sense, if the target possessed slaves controlled by the slave brand or contracted magical pets, these elements would likely be inherited by the investor as recompense for their initial investment. Moreover, there are instances where the target's death leads to the birth of a treasure, spawned from the fusion of their spirit and obsession. The investors of this secret treasure may disregard the usage conditions and utilize it directly. Consequently, there are instances where certain players, acting as investors, intentionally expend substantial sums to invest in individuals, only to devise methods to eliminate them, thereby attempting to acquire their belongings and any potential treasures that may arise. However, while the extraordinary abilities of investors can manifest to the extent described above, they are contingent upon specific conditions being met. This includes the necessity for a significant initial investment in the target. For instance, An initial tier extraordinary individual whose spiritual essence was awakened by the investor, whose extraordinary knowledge was amassed with the investor's assistance, and whose side effects were mitigated by the investor. In these rare circumstances, the investor may, after the individual's demise, acquire everything that remains in a mystical sense. In the majority of cases, investors will opt to withdraw their investments once their target has matured to a certain level, for they may have numerous investment prospects. And the principle of small profits but quick turnover is equally applicable to them. Nonetheless, there are occasions when investors may misjudge their targets. This misjudgment does not imply that the current potential is flawed, but rather that conflicts have arisen between the investor and the investee, potentially escalating to enmity. In such scenarios, investors possess methods to contend with these individuals. For instance, as mentioned earlier, if an investor chooses to divest gently, the investee may restore their state of well-being after some time. Conversely, if the investor resorts to a violent withdrawal, especially after a substantial investment, it could precipitate the collapse of the investee's extraordinary tier, reducing them from an extraordinary being to an ordinary one, or severely diminishing their extraordinary rank. This is why investors are often derisively referred to as vampires or parasites by certain players. Of course, it is not solely investors who attract such playful monikers. Other extraordinary paths that have been whimsically modified by players also present unique characteristics. For instance, a carpenter transformed into a Gundam pilot, or a gardener morphed into Crazy Dave. These distinctive extraordinary paths introduce considerable astonishment among NPCs in the maritime world. However, ascending to these extraordinary paths is not a straightforward endeavor. On one hand, one requires the assistance of panels or experiences to deduce the extraordinary and chaotic knowledge necessary to coalesce the corresponding extraordinary tiers. Without such foundational knowledge, players could never hope to attain these extraordinary professions solely based on their imaginative concepts. The second aspect involves possessing a fade, akin to how a gold seeker aligns with an investor. In this world, the concept of an investor does not exist. Only roles such as teacher, gold seeker, mentor, appraiser, or merchant resonate with the notion of an investor. The behaviors and actions associated with these roles align closely with the concept of an investor, thus enabling one to ascend to the practical definition of an investor through their guise. Otherwise, relying solely on the self-derived extraordinary and chaotic knowledge to form extraordinary tiers could lead to failure during the ascension process, resulting in transformation into malevolent spirits or grotesque entities. However, for Richard, neither of these challenges poses a significant difficulty. In his previous life, he ascended to the role of a gold seeker, essentially an investor, within the game. He possesses a clear understanding of the requisite extraordinary and chaotic knowledge, and merely needs to follow the steps to achieve success in his ascent. It is essential to highlight a consideration that one must heed during the ascension to extraordinary status, the narrowing and widening of the fields involved in the extraordinary path. Taking Richard as an example, his extraordinary journey entails a continuous expansion of the domains his extraordinary abilities can encompass. Currently, the jeweler engages with realms such as gems, currency, and contracts. Should he become the modified gold seeker, he would likely need to delve into minerals, gold, and trade. Following this trajectory, Richard's extraordinary capabilities will increasingly span a broader range, establishing connections among the various fields, ultimately evolving into a comprehensive collection of concepts encompassing wealth, money, and treasures. This represents a mainstream pathway in the ascension of extraordinary beings, commencing from a modest scope and progressively enlarging the areas of influence. Conversely, another mainstream route is diametrically opposed, beginning from broad concepts and continually narrowing the domains under one's control. An example of this path is the third-tier pirate mushroom man Franz, whom Richard encountered previously. His initial tier extraordinary profession was that of a farmer, yet his third-tier occupation is mycologist, indicating a clear reduction in the scope of his influence. While a farmer can cultivate not only mushrooms but also various crops, the contraction of the extraordinary abilities range does not equate to a diminishment of Franz's power. Instead, it grants him dominion over the realm of mushrooms or fungi. In a comparison of extraordinary abilities in the fungal domain against a third-tier farmer, it is unequivocal that Mushroom Man Franz would emerge victorious. Moreover, if unrestricted, a battle between the two may yield unpredictable results. Despite Franz primarily wielding mushrooms as his means of combat, in this world, mushrooms exhibit an astonishing variety, and it is likely that Franz will devise methods to create some formidable fungi. Thus, the conflict between farmers and mushroom cultivators of the same tier will yield no definitive outcome, as these two paths of extraordinary beings are merely distinct in their planning. Regardless of the chosen path, a fundamental principle must be adhered to. The extraordinary profession one aspires to must bear a certain relation to their original vocation. Much like the farmer and the mushroom cultivator, Richard's ascension from jeweler to gold seeker is predicated on the fact that the latter's essence as an investor falls within the realm of commerce. Moreover, the process of crafting jewelry can indeed be perceived as a form of gold panning or investment. In this regard, He has meticulously prepared extraordinary knowledge to transform and elevate his extraordinary ability in jewelry. With a plethora of insights regarding the modified version of the Gold Seeker swirling in his mind, Richard commenced his preparations for ascension. He has ascended to the pinnacle of a first-tier jeweler. Achieving this level in merely 2 months is attributable, on one hand, to the rapid dissipation of the side effects associated with being a jeweler and, on the other hand, to Richard's continuous creation of extraordinary jewelry, thereby generating wealth. However, such a pace is unlikely to be replicated upon his ascent to the second tier. The chaotic knowledge utilized in condensing the modified Gold Seeker's extraordinary ladder will be unprecedented in this world. Consequently, this implies that the side effects of such chaotic knowledge will be exceptionally potent, persisting even after the formation of the extraordinary ladder. Under these circumstances, the duration required for Richard to mitigate the side effects of the second-tier extraordinary ladder will be significantly prolonged. Of course, correspondingly, the extraordinary abilities he acquires at this tier will surpass those of an ordinary second-tier extraordinary being. Shortly after Richard becomes the modified Gold Seeker or investor, players will gradually arrive. At that juncture, leveraging his extraordinary abilities, these players will become a series of investment opportunities for Richard. With their numbers, immortality, and rapid growth, Richard, as an investor, will experience swift development, thereby propelling the rapid advancement of his subordinates and influence. In this way, whether it be the impending siege upon Black Sail Port or subsequent major events, should Richard flourish, he may yet have the opportunity to intervene. It can be said that the more players Richard invests in, the stronger he will become. Akin to a leech drawing sustenance from the player community to foster his own growth. This encapsulates Richard's vision for his future trajectory. In the captain's cabin, Richard began preparing for his upcoming ascension. First and foremost, he required the extraordinary knowledge of monetary blood. The necessary components had been gathered: 5 extraordinary coins with varying effects, and a specially crafted syringe, which Richard had taken some time to procure from Soren. Placing the 5 coins into a cup, he summoned his essence towards his heart and, wielding the syringe, slowly drew a vial of blood from his chest. The blood was a vibrant crimson, teeming with vitality, and residual essence lingered within due to his prior actions. Ignoring the sensations emanating from his chest, Richard injected his blood into the cup containing the 5 coins, subsequently stirring it using a unique technique. With each stir, he infused the mixture with essence at varying frequencies, causing the coins to dissolve gradually, tinting the crimson blood with hues of gold. In swift succession, the coins and blood vanished from the cup, replaced by a golden red liquid. This liquid, unlike blood, possessed a metallic quality, and when drawn into the syringe, it bore a weighty sensation reminiscent of mercury. Once again, in the same position, Richard, with a calm demeanor, bared his upper body and injected the prepared liquid into his heart. Compared to the previous slight discomfort, this experience was intensely profound. It felt as though he had injected ice water directly into his heart, eliciting an involuntary shiver throughout his body. Subsequently, the heart reacted unusually, fluctuating between extremes of temperature, while its rhythm became erratic, causing Richard's body to behave abnormally. In response to this, Richard closed his eyes and began to meditate, guiding the heartbeat with his essence at a consistent frequency. In the enveloping darkness, the rhythm of his heart grew increasingly distinct, and under the guidance of his essence, the thump-thump of his heartbeat gradually stabilized, transforming into a crisp sound. Clink, the sound of coins colliding resonated. Simultaneously, should anyone observe the internal state of Richard's body, they would notice that the blood flowing from his heart had transformed into a golden red hue. With each heartbeat, the color of the blood coursing through his veins shifted from vibrant red to a golden hue. Once the blood had entirely transformed, it signified the completion of this extraordinary knowledge. Richard opened his eyes, sensing the internal changes, aware that the metamorphosis still required some time to fully realize. However, the remaining process no longer necessitated his active involvement. He could now prepare for the next extraordinary knowledge. The second extraordinary knowledge Richard chose was the extraordinary perception. As the name implies, this knowledge is intended to amplify Richard's perception, thereby enhancing and elevating his innate ability to sense treasures, culminating in the perception befitting a gold seeker regarding valuable entities. In contrast to the monetary blood, the application of extraordinary perception was considerably simpler, and in a short span, Richard completed this extraordinary knowledge. By now, the monetary blood had also reached completion, yet Richard had no time to dwell on the shifts within his body, as he promptly began preparing for the third extraordinary knowledge, treasure collection. This extraordinary knowledge fortifies the ability to discern hidden treasures. Those who possess the treasure collection knowledge can often reap the benefits of collected items simply by gathering them. Additionally, it encompasses effects related to sealing. When employed as part of the composition of a second-tier gold seeker's extraordinary knowledge, it would serve to strengthen Richard's capacity to uncover secret treasures.